Chapter 1. The Prince Beholds Her Face. The summer in Linen was somewhat stifling. Su Jiaojiao fanned herself with a round fan, feeling a twinge of annoyance. It had been 3 years since she arrived in this unprecedented era of the Diyu dynasty. Initially, she had lamented her fate, but over time she had gradually acclimated to her new surroundings. No longer was she the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, she was now merely the daughter of an ordinary merchant in linen. At the tender age of 15, that her characteristic traits of being pragmatic and adaptable served her well with astute management. She could lead a comfortable life, even in this ancient world. Hence, her current aspiration was simple: to earn money, to save her life, and to pursue happiness as she saw fit. "Miss Su, have all the measurements for the ladies been taken?" inquired Zhang Mama, the steward, with a polite demeanor. Su Jiaojiao replied with a gentle smile, "Yes, they have all been measured." She was traversing the courtyard of the Jiangnan prince's residence, personally taking the measurements for autumn garments for the ladies as the proprietor of the Golden Lattice Pavilion. This was a significant order that warranted careful attention. Surveying the surrounding pavilions and towers, Su Jiaojiao could not help but internally scoff indeed. The Jiangnan prince's residence, a bastion of wealth and power in Jiangnan, was resplendent, with even the gatekeepers dressed in finery. The nobility of this ancient era was truly opulent beyond measure. "Third Master, please do not rush," came a voice from a group approaching not far ahead, consisting of several young servants and armed guards encircling a tall man. This man possessed striking features, exuding an aura akin to a breezy moonlit night, with a commanding presence that demanded respect. Su Jiao had heard of him. He was Song Chi, the Jiangnan prince, the only prince of a different surname in the Diyu dynasty, the third son of the Song family's main branch. Within the palace, most referred to him as the Third Master. Moreover, he held the title of governor over the 5 provinces and 2 rivers of Jiangnan, wielding substantial military power and authority, essentially making him the emperor of Jiangnan. Quickly, Su Jiaojiao and the nearby servants bowed their heads in respect. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, snatching away her veil hat. Cursing under her breath, she hurried to retrieve it, and as she raised her head, her gaze met Song Kai's deep, piercing eyes. His gaze was as cold and tranquil as an eagle's. When he fixed his stare upon her, those eyes, reminiscent of a frozen pond, seemed capable of penetrating her very soul. Su Jiaojiao shuddered in fright and hastily lowered her eyes. Song Chi paused for a moment before continuing on, his companions oblivious to the slight contraction of his pupils. The nearby maidservants were visibly shaken, exhaling in relief and murmuring softly, "The Third Master is truly intimidating. No wonder the people in the residence fear the prince." Zhang Mama picked up the veil hat and handed it back to Su Jiaojiao. "Miss Su, why do you always wear this veil?" The remainder of her sentence abruptly ceased as she gazed at Su Jiaojiao's face, utterly mesmerized. The beauty of this girl was otherworldly, surpassing even celestial beings. Even as an older woman, she found herself involuntarily swallowing at the sight of such exquisite features. Quickly, Su Jiaojiao donned her veil hat once more. She was well aware that her striking beauty often invited trouble, hence her habit of covering her face whenever she ventured outside. As a common merchant's daughter, possessing such captivating allure in this ancient society was far from advantageous. "Thank you, Madame Zhang. I shall take my leave now." After a moment, Madame Zhang regained her composure, vigorously rubbing her face. "Oh my goodness, how could someone with such features turn out like that?" As Su Jiaojiao exited the Wang residence through the side gate, her maid, Kalu, hastily assisted her into the carriage, taking her hat and promptly offering her refreshing tea, while fanning her gently. "Miss, are you tired?" "Not too much," Su Jiaojiao replied, sipping her tea and massaging her sore neck. "It's just that my hat fell off midway, and the Prince of Jiangnan saw my face." "Ah!" Kalu gasped in surprise. "The prince didn't react, did he?" "Not at all. He didn't even pause." Su Jiaojiao pondered for a moment, letting out a sigh of relief. After all, he is a high-ranking official in Jiangnan. Having encountered countless beauties, he likely harbors no thoughts about me. "That's good to hear. Madam was just saying yesterday that she wishes to marry you off soon." Ilu continued fanning. "I've heard that the Prince of Jiangnan is not fond of women, known for his ruthlessness, and at 26, he doesn't even have a concubine or a mistress." Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiaojiao choked on her tea, her eyes widening in gossip. He can't possibly prefer men. Can he? Reflecting on this, she recalled that Song Chi was quite handsome and tall. Kulu, equally curious, chimed in. I heard he was injured in battle years ago. Could it be that he is unable to fulfill marital duties? Su Jiaojiao sighed. Indeed, no one is perfect, what a pity. Miss, will you be going to Jishir Hall tomorrow? Su Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled, a faint smile gracing her lips, of course. Why wouldn't I? Tomorrow I shall continue to tease our dear Dr. Lin. Kulu grinned. You truly like Dr. Lin. Su Jiaojiao, sipping her tea languidly, replied, he is quite suitable for marriage. The Lin family has been in the medical profession for generations, and Dr. Lin himself possesses a gentle and meticulous nature. He has even promised her that he would not take a concubine, which is rather commendable for a man in ancient times. In the future, as she engages in business and earns money, her Dr. Lin will save lives, and they shall live harmoniously together without financial worries. Number 996. Work culture. No rushing to catch the subway. No grueling corporate existence. Life in ancient times is rather pleasant. That Su Jiao first visited the Golden Thread Pavilion, relaying the sizes of everyone in the Prince of Jiangnan's household to the shopkeeper and sketching a new winter clothing. Designed before she and Ku Lu returned to their residence in Zhulu Alley. The Su family had originally been small-time merchants dealing in textiles. 3 years prior. When Su Jiaojiao's soul had crossed over, she took over the family business and established the renowned Golden Thread Pavilion in Linen City, significantly improving the family's fortunes. The Su household comprised 4 members, Su Jiaojiao and her 10-year-old younger brother, Su Quan, who is currently studying in a private school. Shortly after Su Jiaojiao returned home, the doorkeeper came to find her, stating that someone from the Prince of Jiangnan's residence was looking for her. Accompanied by Kulu, Su Jiaojiao approached the outer gate and encountered Madame Zhang, the steward of the Wang residence. Madame Zhang, is there something amiss? Madame Zhang replied with a courteous smile. The esteemed lady has requested that the young miss visit the Wang residence again tomorrow. Su Jiaojiao, perplexed, inquired, why is that? Today, some measurements were not taken. Pondering her meeting with Dr. Lin the following day, Su Jiaojiao hesitated momentarily. In that case, I shall have the store manager go in my stead. The individual who had missed the appointment likely held little significance. A store manager would suffice. That would not do. The esteemed lady has commanded that the young miss must attend in person. Su Jiaojiao found this somewhat peculiar, yet she did not wish to offend the Wang family of Jiangnan, so she simply smiled and replied, very well, I shall certainly go tomorrow. On the morrow, Kulu styled Su Jiaojiao's hair, and she casually inserted a jade hairpin, donning a veil before embarking in a carriage to the Jiangnan Wang residence. Kulu had been trained by Su Jiaojiao and had become quite the little accountant, diligently calculating figures with an abacus, her face growing increasingly animated. Miss, the Jianyu Pavilion has turned a profit of 300 taels of silver this month. Su Jiaojiao's Jianyu Pavilion was a high-end clothing store catering primarily to the affluent and powerful, where the wealthy's money was more easily earned. Indeed, next month will be even more prosperous, especially with the substantial order from the Jiangnan Wang residence. K. Ilu chuckled. Miss, I am craving braised pork knuckles. Su Jiaojiao playfully poked Kale's forehead. You little glutton. Very well. After we take the measurements at the Wang residence, we shall invite Dr. Lin to join us for a grand feast at the Zue Shao Tower. You are truly kind, miss. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan Wang residence, Madame Zhang had long been awaiting their arrival and escorted Su Jiaojiao inside. Madame Zhang, who will be taking the measurements today? Madame Zhang hesitated, seemingly reluctant to meet Su Jiaojiao's gaze. You shall find out upon your arrival. After meandering through the courtyard, they reached the Wang residence's Wanyang Pavilion, where Madame Zhang could accompany no further. A young servant led Su Jiaojiao deeper into the premises. Observing the exquisite surroundings, Su Jiaojiao felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed as though she had never been here before. Miss Su, please. Upon entering the room, Su Jiaojiao was met with silence. The chamber was lavishly decorated, adorned with golden vessels and jade artifacts, resembling a study. A screen partitioned the inner room, and as Su Jiaojiao cautiously stepped inside, she was taken aback, halting in her tracks. Before a large desk sat a man clad in a deep blue brocade robe, engrossed in writing. Goodness, how could there be a man here? She must have entered the wrong place. Chapter 2. Held in his embrace, Su Jiaojiao held her breath and swiftly turned to exit. Stop! A deep, authoritative voice resonated from behind her, imbued with an air of undeniable command. Su Jiaojiao's heart raced as she slowly turned around, striving to appear innocent. I apologize, I must have taken a wrong turn. The man set down his brush and gradually lifted his gaze, revealing a strikingly handsome young visage. It was Song Chi. Their eyes met, and the depths of Song Chi's gaze sent a wave of unease through Su Jiaojiao. Curse it! This man exuded an overpowering presence that was utterly intimidating. Who are you? He inquired solemnly, as though interrogating a criminal. Su Jiaojiao quickly replied with respect. I am Su Jiaojiao, the proprietor of Jinlu Ge. The madam sent me to take measurements for the autumn attire. She paused, then added, perhaps the servant led me astray and I inadvertently wandered in here. With just a few sentences, she had distanced herself from the situation. Song Chi's expression remained unchanged. Do you know who I am? Unsure. Su Jiaojiao ventured. You are the prince? Since you are aware that I am the prince, why do you dare to wear a veil? Taken aback, Su Jiaojiao realized that wearing a veil in the presence of nobility was a sign of disrespect. She discreetly stuck out her tongue and hastily removed the veil. I beg your pardon, your highness, it completely slipped my mind. Song Chi fixed his gaze upon Su Jiaojiao's face, his expression unwavering, while his fingers gently toyed with the edge of the table. Her complexion was exceptionally fair, akin to snow. In all her encounters, she had never seen anyone so pale. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her rosy lips were full and playful, rendering her visage both enchanting and pure. No wonder she had worn a veil yesterday and a face covering today. With a countenance like that, after a prolonged silence, Su Jiaojiao, bewildered, looked up to find Song Chi staring intently at her. She steeled herself and spoke. Your Highness, I must attend to taking measurements for others, so I shall take my leave. Being in the same room as a powerful official was overwhelming. The atmosphere felt stifling, as if the air itself was heavy with pressure. Song Chi slowly articulated, come here. Su Jiaojiao stammered, the one needing measurements. Is the prince? What? Su Jiaojiao widened her eyes in disbelief, tilting her head slightly, her plump lips trembling. But I only take measurements for women and children. There are male tailors for men. Song Chi rose, crossing the desk to approach her, towering over her with an imposing presence. His deep-set eyes resembled a cold pool. Su Jiaojiao caught a faint whiff of sandalwood from him. Accustomed to direct eye contact, she now realized how much taller he was, barely reaching his shoulder. After a few seconds of being dumbfounded, she began to feel a sense of panic, inexplicably disturbed by the invasive nature of Song Chi's gaze, which made her heart race. Measure. His command was succinct, yet left no room for refusal. Not daring to utter another word, Su Jiaojiao hurriedly opened her tool bag, retrieving a soft measuring tape to commence taking measurements for Song Chi. As Su Jiaojiao measured her bust, she drew close to Song Chi, her arms nearly enveloping him. The proximity allowed her to feel his breath and the faint scent of sandalwood wafting towards her face. Even without raising her gaze, she was acutely aware that his piercing eyes were fixed upon her. The room was enveloped in silence, yet an undeniable warmth of intimacy lingered between them. When measuring her waist, Song Chi unexpectedly took a half step forward, causing their bodies to press tightly against one another. Caught off guard, Su Jiaojiao lost her balance and began to fall backward. In an instant, Song Chi reached out, encircling her waist and pulling her back to safety. Her face collided with his solid chest. Oh dear, what an embarrassing moment. Su Jiaojiao lamented internally and quickly stepped back, apologizing profusely. I beg your pardon, your highness. For my indiscretion. Song Chi remained silent, prompting Su Jiaojiao to glance up, her eyes meeting his deep, dark gaze. He seemed impatient, urging her. Why don't you continue measuring? All right, I shall proceed. She hastily resumed her measurements, anxious not to incur the wrath of this cold and aloof man. Flustered, she completed the task, beads of sweat forming on her little nose. Your Highness, I have finished measuring. I take my leave. After performing a rather awkward bow, Su Jiaojiao grabbed her tools and turned to leave when suddenly her wrist was seized. Startled, she turned to face Song Chi, who regarded her with a penetrating gaze, placing something into her small hand. You measured well. Trembling, Su Jiaojiao looked down to find a gold ingot resting in her palm. Thank you, Your Highness. Clutching the reward from Song Chi, she exited the study, exhaling a deep breath as if released from a cage. Goodness, just moments ago. Faced with that grim and imposing man, she felt as though she might faint. The day's events felt peculiar, and as she left the royal residence, her legs felt unsteady. Wow, how generous of the prince. A gold ingot. How much does it weigh? Kaylay, brimming with joy, weighed the ingot in her hands, nearly salivating. Noticing Su Jiaojiao's furrowed brow, she asked with concern, Miss, what troubles you? You seem unhappy. Su Jiaojiao sighed, her sixth sense tingling with foreboding. Then why not use your seventh sense? Disinterested, Su Jiaojiao produced a small copper mirror to examine her own face, gritting her teeth in frustration. Why must I be so strikingly beautiful? Couldn't I have been more ordinary? Kaylay rolled her eyes. Miss, you're being a bit pretentious, don't you think? Although she never quite understood what being pretentious meant, it was a term her mistress frequently employed. The two of them managed to coax the diligent doctor Lin Qingyuan to the second floor of the Zue Shao. Lu Lin Qingyuan poured tea for the two young ladies, curiosity piqued. Kaylay, why did you choose that name? With a sigh, Kaylay replied, the miss provided me with 3 options to choose from. Were they? Kaylay, French fries, and hamburger. Naturally, I opted for Kaylay. Lin Qingyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Jiaojiao removed her veil, her round, watery eyes fixed intently on Lin Qingyuan, causing him to blush deeply and fumble for words. Lin Qingyuan, lift your head and look at me, she commanded, her tone assertive. Lin Qingyuan lifted his gaze to the girl, and upon encountering her enchanting visage, his heart raced and his cheeks flushed. Lin Qingyuan, do you harbor feelings for me? Kaylay was so taken aback that she coughed, while the young lady seemed oblivious to the need for modesty. After all, she had not been particularly restrained over the past 3 years. Lin Qingyuan slowly nodded. Have you spoken to your family about our impending union? I have, and they are in full agreement. Su Jiaojiao clenched her small fist. Then it is settled. You shall come to propose tomorrow, and we shall hasten our marriage. What? Lin Qingyuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Why the urgency? Was it not agreed that we would wait 6 months before the proposal? Su Jiaojiao had only recently reached maturity, so why the rush? Feeling an unease deep within, she asserted, if you refuse, I shall marry someone else. Lin Qingyuan was startled. Though he recognized her words as mere bluster, he still broke into a sweat. All right, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. I will come to your home to propose tomorrow. Only then did Su Jiaojiao smile, playfully tugging at Lin Qingyuan's chin. The sooner you marry me, the sooner you may enjoy kisses and embraces. Lin Qingyuan felt a warmth swell within his chest, his ears turning crimson, and his voice trembling slightly as he stammered, You are teasing me again. Chapter 3. Serving as a concubine to the prince 2 years ago, upon meeting Su Jiaojiao, this lively and intelligent young woman, brimming with whimsical ideas and possessing stunning beauty, swiftly captured his heart. Yet, beneath her gentle smile lay a hint of worry. In truth, her feelings for Lin Qingyuan were not profoundly strong. She regarded him as the most suitable husband given the circumstances. As a high-ranking executive adept in the mercantile world, her most commendable trait was her pragmatism. With her captivating beauty and lacking a formidable lineage, her prospects in this ancient society were not promising. Marrying early seemed the only path to avert calamity. Upon returning home, Su Jiaojiao closed the door and succinctly shared the day's events at the prince's residence with her parents. Although the prince had spoken little, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She could not shake the impression that Song Chi's gaze upon her was unervingly predatory, akin to a beast eyeing its prey. Su Jiaojiao's mother, Chun, was indecisive and always acquiesced to her daughter, nodding in agreement. You are right, my child. Your beauty is indeed striking. It is best to marry Dr. Lin sooner rather than later for your peace of mind. Her father, Su Dongyang, handsome but timid, often shed tears at the slightest provocation. Hearing the conversation between the two women, he felt a wave of unease wash over him, tears cascading down his cheeks. What if the prince harbors ill intentions? My poor Jiao Jiao. Su Jiaojiao sighed in exasperation. Father, mother, it has not reached that level. The prince has not behaved particularly suspiciously. I merely wish to be cautious. Tomorrow, when Lin Qingyuan proposes, everything will be settled. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and her brother Su Quan's booming voice echoed. Mother, is there anything to eat? Su Dongyang and Chun shouted in unison, Get out. Su Jiaojiao scratched her head in silence, reflecting on her family's clear preference for daughters over sons. The following day, as was her custom, Su Jiaojiao first visited the Golden Thread Pavilion to attend to her business affairs. Just then, Kalu rushed in, panting, Miss, someone is here to see you. Assuming it was Lin Qingyuan, she lamented, Why would that fool come looking for me instead of proposing at home? However, her words faltered as her smile froze. The visitors were not Lin Qingyuan, but two elegantly dressed matrons, one of whom was familiar to her, Madame Zhang. The other, a strikingly adorned woman, was evidently of higher status. Upon recognizing Su Jiaojiao's radiant smile, Madame Sure felt as though struck by lightning, her heart racing at the sight of such breathtaking beauty. No wonder the master would. Su Jiaojiao set down her ledger and graciously rose. Ah, Madame Zhang, what a pleasure to have you visit. Gidu, please serve tea to our esteemed guests. Madame Zhang, exhibiting utmost respect, replied, Miss Su, this is Madame Sure, who serves the first lady of our prince's household. The first lady is the sister-in-law of Prince Song Chi from Jiangnan and currently oversees the palace's domestic affairs, wielding considerable power in the inner court. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, a sense of inexplicable foreboding flickering within her. Yet, she maintained a sincere smile and, having met Mama Sure, invited her to sit. Once Mama Sure had calmed her emotions and sipped her tea, she smiled and said, Miss Su, I come at the behest of the madam to extend my congratulations. Su Jiaojiao's lips twitched slightly. She bit her teeth, maintaining her smile without uttering a word. Mama Sure continued, The madam has taken note of your exceptional qualities and wishes for you to enter the residence to serve third master, to be engaged as the esteemed concubine of the prince. Zhang Mama immediately clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, I knew you were a person of great fortune. Congratulations on becoming a mistress in the residence. Su Jiaojiao felt her lips twitch again, listening to the tone of these two servants. It seemed she was to become Song Chi's concubine, as if she had climbed to a lofty branch, gained a great advantage, and was exceedingly fortunate. Mama Shi, filled with emotion, remarked, As for our prince, he is truly a dragon among men, having maintained his integrity and virtue throughout the years of his high position, with no maid or concubine by his side. With your entrance into the residence, you would be his sole companion. It is indeed a blessing for you. Kilu, who had been listening nearby, was so anxious she nearly tore her handkerchief apart. She had always known her mistress was reluctant to marry into a prominent family, unwilling to be a bird confined within high walls. Otherwise, why would such a talented young lady have set her sights on Dr. Shaolin? It was precisely because Dr. Shaolin had promised not to confine her, allowing her the freedom to conduct business even after marriage. Our Lady has already. Kali's words were promptly interrupted by Su Jiaojiao, who grasped her hand and smiled gently, saying, Ladies, this is indeed a great honor for me. Please return to the madam and inform her that I would like to discuss this matter with the household tomorrow. The two ladies departed, satisfied with the response they had received. In their eyes, marrying into the prince's residence and becoming his woman was akin to a fortunate windfall. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Kulu, in a state of great agitation, exclaimed, Mistress, why did you agree to them? Su Jiaojiao retracted her false smile. I'm merely buying time. Buying time? What does that mean? You need not understand. Now, go quickly and find Lin Qingyuan. Ensure he promptly comes to propose at our home and finalize the marriage. Kulu nodded frantically. Oh, I will go at once. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath. For the time being, she would stabilize the situation with the prince's residence. By tomorrow, she would have settled the marriage with Lin Qingyuan, and then she would see what the prince's residence could do. Not far from the Jiangnan prince's residence, the governor's mansion was bustling with soldiers, with high-ranking officials from various states and counties coming to pay their respects. This place essentially served as the Jiangnan court, where all appointments, livelihood matters, and military affairs were under the control of Jiangnan's prince. Song Chi in the deliberation hall. Song Chi was reviewing memorials. He exuded a cold and elegant demeanor, akin to a snow-capped mountain or a flower atop a high ridge. Years of rigorous training and military command had bestowed him with a tall and sturdy physique. Yet he was not frail. His close aide, Jiang Hui, peeked nervously at the door, hesitant to enter. Though Song Chi had excelled in the imperial examinations and was well-versed in both literature and martial arts, his keen senses had already detected the situation outside. He discarded the memorial and coldly called out, "Jiang Hui." Jiang returned with a bow, addressing the prince. Song raised his teacup, savoring the tea slowly, and inquired with a calm demeanor, "What news do you bring?" In an instant, Jiang understood the matter at hand and replied softly, "Madam Sure, in attendance to the First Lady, has reported back. It appears that Miss Su is quite willing to join the household, and has requested that someone be sent to her residence tomorrow to discuss the details." A fleeting glimmer of amusement crossed Song's typically indifferent and tranquil face, revealing an awareness of the situation. His mind wandered to the enchanting visage of the young woman, and he unconsciously twirled his fingers. What's she doing now? Jiang hesitated for a moment before responding. She should still be at the Gentle Pavilion. Song cast a glance at the stack of unread documents, hesitating slightly before rising slowly. Let's take a stroll. Jiang thought to himself, surely the prince does not intend to wander all the way to the Gentle Pavilion. Chapter 4. The bridal chamber tonight. Su Jiaojiao was initially eager to return home and hasten her engagement arrangements. However, fate had other plans as a significant client arrived at the shop, none other than her estranged aunt and sister-in-law, both vying for the same exquisite fabric and design. The thought of losing a lucrative sale was unbearable for Su Jiaojiao. She quickly positioned herself between the two ladies, her smile radiating sincerity. "Esteemed ladies, you truly have an eye for quality. This is indeed our shop's most popular new style." Simultaneously, the two women exclaimed, "I saw it first." Unfazed, Su Jiaojiao replied, "Given your distinguished tastes, while this fabric and design are commendable, I fear they do not quite do justice to your elegance." Without allowing them to respond, she guided one of the women towards a different fabric. "Madam, your radiant beauty would be perfectly complemented by this deep azure hue, enhancing your nobility, especially with a one-of-a-kind design that would surely evoke envy in all who behold it." As she spoke, she retrieved a design sketch from her collection, fervently declaring, "This style is unparalleled. No one has ever laid eyes on it. Wearing it will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. If you miss this opportunity, it may never return. Let's finalize this choice, dear madam." Her persuasive tone was akin to a masterful salesperson convincing a customer to make a purchase. And soon the lady was committed to acquiring the new design at a higher price. The other client was similarly escorted to a different fabric, where Su Jiaojiao employed the same tactic to sell another unique design. Ultimately, both women left satisfied after completing their purchases. Outside the shop, Song Chi observed with deepening intrigue, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Beside him, Jiang Hui was utterly astounded. The Su girl, whom their master had taken an interest in, possessed a silver tongue that could beguile anyone. As Su Jiaojiao turned, she was abruptly met with Song Chi's piercing black gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she managed to force a smile. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Dressed in a resplendent blue brocade robe and adorned with a jade belt, Song Chi's broad shoulders and slender waist accentuated his princely demeanor. His inherent authority and chilling aura induced an involuntary apprehension in those around him. With an aloof expression, he casually strolled about. Jiang Hui, overhearing his master's idle banter, couldn't help but shudder. Su Jiaojiao, oblivious to Song Chi's expectation of a warm welcome, offered a strained chuckle. "Oh, I see. Then please feel free to continue your stroll." Song Chi. Did this woman truly not realize she should invite him inside to sit? Receiving a sharp glance from his master, Jiang Hui quickly interjected, "Master, since you're out here, would you care for some refreshments?" Without waiting for Su Jiaojiao to respond, he added, "Miss Su, are there any private rooms upstairs? Please prepare some tea for His Highness." Su Jiaojiao bit her lip in frustration. Was everyone from the Jiangnan Wang Fu so presumptuous? With no other choice, she forced a smile and led Song Chi to an elegant room on the second floor. Song Chi exuded an effortless grace as he sat, his strikingly handsome face fixed intently on Su Jiaojiao as she prepared tea. His gaze was so intense it sent shivers down her spine, an oppressive aura rendering her breathless. Presenting him with a cup of tea, Su Jiaojiao politely remarked, "I apologize for the simplicity of this tea. Your Highness, I hope you will excuse it." Song Chi nonchalantly sipped his tea and suddenly inquired whether she preferred green tea or white tea. The girl casually replied, "Green tea." Song Chi cast a glance at Jiang Hui and went to fetch the 2 cans of preaching Ming Long Jing that had just been presented. Jiang Hui hurriedly dashed out. Su Jiaojiao's cheeks trembled slightly. Wealthy individuals indeed exhibit such generosity. After a brief silence, Su Jiaojiao contemplated that Lin Qingyuan's proposal was nearly settled, her gaze wandering, completely oblivious to the man across from her. Suddenly, she heard a voice say, "I will expedite your entry into the manor. Do not rush." Su Jiaojiao nearly choked on her tea, exclaiming, "Oh, how could he possibly perceive her urgency?" Song Chi's deep-set eyes fixated on Su Jiaojiao's crimson lips as he spoke in a low tone, "Your family will not be neglected." Su Jiao feigned indifference, responding with a dry "oh." Song Chi opened the window to gaze at the scenery outside, but when his eyes returned to the girl, they burned with intensity. "Are you pleased to marry into the Wang family?" This question, if answered truthfully, would likely lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, Su Jiaojiao feared that Song Chi might discover the matter concerning Lin Qingyuan. Today, she must maintain her composure and secure the Wang family's favor. Thus, she could only feign a bashful demeanor, fluttering her large eyes at Song Chi, her voice sweetly laced with innocence. "The prince is distinguished and of noble birth. Serving him is a fortune my family has earned over generations." Unbeknownst to her, her already striking features, combined with this blossoming expression, could drive anyone to madness. Song Chi's fingers gently pinched Su Jiaojiao's chin, his inscrutable gaze locking onto hers, his handsome face gradually inching closer, his cool, thin lips softly brushing against hers. It was only then that Su Jiaojiao snapped back from her astonishment, a shiver coursing through her body. Just as she prepared to struggle, the man released her, soothingly stroking her head, murmuring, "Rest assured, I will welcome you into the manor." Su Jiao stifled a retort. As Song Chi gracefully departed, she remained rooted in place, stamping her feet in frustration, using the back of her hand to vigorously wipe her lips. Who claimed that Song Chi was indifferent to women and maintained a pure demeanor? Utter nonsense. He seemed quite adept at these embraces and kisses. Su Jiaojiao quickly tidied her hair and hastened back to her home. She entered with a swifter pace than usual, inquiring, "Has Dr. Lin arrived?" "Yes, he's still home now." Su Jiaojiao's heart felt a slight sense of calm as she hurried into the main room, where she found Lin Qingyuan engaged in a lively conversation with her parents over tea. Upon noticing her return, Lin Qingyuan immediately rose to his feet, his fair complexion flushing with a hint of color, his eyes betraying a palpable shyness and affection, though anxiety churned within her. Su Jiaojiao dared not reveal her feelings outwardly and inquired, "How did it go?" Lin Qingyuan poured her a cup of tea and reassured her, "Rest easy. The matchmaker has just left. The marriage contract has been exchanged, and the betrothal gifts are settled." Sunnuntai Jiao insisted on simplicity, expressing her desire for the wedding to proceed swiftly. Mrs. Chun beamed with delight, her face radiating joy, clearly pleased with the young Dr. Lin. "You should go to the West Wing. Dr. Lin has sent many gifts." The Lin family had a long-standing tradition in medicine and was quite affluent. Since Su Jiaojiao was genuinely cherished by Lin Qingyuan, the Lin family attached great importance to her. The gifts they presented were indeed substantial. However, Su Jiaojiao's mind was far too preoccupied to dwell on such details. The image of Song Chi's commanding gaze lingered in her thoughts, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Rubbing her hands together, she seemed to make a decisive resolution. Lin Xingyuan, let's consummate our union tonight. Chapter 5. My sister has already entered the bridal chamber. What? Chen was taken aback, her teacup toppling over. Entering the bridal chamber? Tonight? Are you out of your mind? Lin Xingyuan was equally stunned, but it hasn't tea. Su Jiaojiao waved her petite hand dismissively, disregarding all those tedious formalities. We shall consummate our union tonight. She could not fathom that after sharing a bed with another man, Song Chi would still desire her, a woman of diminished virtue. As Lin Xingyan gradually recovered from his shock, he gazed at the astonishingly beautiful girl before him, and upon recalling her words about the bridal chamber, his cheeks flushed crimson, his hands trembling with excitement. Chen approached Su Jiaojiao, exasperated and disapproving, declaring, "No, I cannot agree. What kind of girl are you? So desperate for marriage. Have you no sense of shame?" Su Dongyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally grasped the conversation, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Tears welled in his eyes. "My Jiao Jiao, are you trying to drive your parents to despair? Dr. Lin may be admirable, but will a few days' delay in consummation lead to disaster?" Lin Xingyan shyly stole glances at Su Jiaojiao, his expression suggesting, "If you truly desire it, I could reluctantly oblige." As the group debated the matter of the bridal chamber, Lin Xingyuan was called away by an urgent patient. The remaining three were left in stunned silence. Su Dongyang wiped away his tears, about to lament, when Su Jiao weakly interjected. "The Prince of Jiangnan sought me out today." Both parents were momentarily frozen, and after a pause, Chun stammered, "What did the prince want with you?" Su Fiao, feeling exasperated, tugged at her hair. "He wishes to take me as his concubine, and he will be sending a formal proposal tomorrow." Su Dongyang, terrified, cried out, "Tomorrow? Look at his demeanor. He is determined to have me. Oh dear, what shall we do? If the Prince of Jiangnan desires someone, who could possibly resist?" Su Jiao pounded the table. "That is why I said, tonight I shall consummate with Lin Xingyuan. Someone as proud as Song Chi would never yearn for a woman who has lost her virtue." Chun, always attentive to her daughter's words, immediately leapt from her seat and returned to the corner, retrieving a length of rope. Su Jiaojiao gasped, "Mother, what are you doing?" Chun, exuding courage and determination, declared, "I will bind Dr. Lin and ensure tonight's consummation." In the prince's residence, within the chambers of Wang Fu, Song Chi, dressed in his undergarments, held a book, furrowing his brow in concentration. After a prolonged silence, without turning a single page, he sighed and discarded the book. His mind was restless, constantly haunted by the lively features of that girl and her delicate crimson lips. Despite years of self-discipline and navigating the complexities of court life without faltering, ever since encountering Su Jiaojiao, he felt an uncontrollable urge stirring within him, restless, heated, and vexing. "Jiang Hui," he called out. Startled, Jiang Hui hurried in. "Your Highness, is the West Garden prepared?" Jiang Hui paused. "It is nearly ready." Song Chi pressed his brow lightly and instructed calmly that the young lady, fond of exquisite trinkets, should have some precious curiosities from the private treasury displayed in the Western Garden. "Very well, I shall attend to it tomorrow," he said. Lolan's woolen carpets, the luminous pearls from the Western Sea, and several sets of palace-crafted headpieces, along with the coral bracelets, should also be delivered. Jiang Hui stepped out, gazing up at the crescent moon, feeling a twinge of peculiarity. His lord had unexpectedly shown an understanding of a woman's feelings. However, upon recalling Su Jiaojiao's breathtaking beauty, he felt reassured. Who could possibly resist such an enchanting visage? That night, the Su household was in a flurry. Upon hearing that his sister was to consummate her marriage with Dr. Lin, Su Quan was filled with excitement, munching on a cucumber while stealthily eavesdropping beneath his sister's chamber window. Chun and Su Dongyang, having discovered the boy, were both embarrassed and angry. "Chen Siu, dragging him away. You mischievous child, why are you sneaking around instead of going to bed?" Su Quan winced in pain. "Ouch, mother, let go. I won't listen anymore. I promise." Eventually, they managed to usher him back to his room. The couple exchanged glances, and it was Su Dongyang who broke down first, his eyes reddening as tears streamed down his face. Our daughter is rushing into this. I can't help but worry about how she will fare tonight. Chun consoled him. Lin Qingyuan is a doctor. He should know how to care for a woman on her first night. Upon hearing this, Su Dongyang felt even more heartbroken. Wiping away his tears, we have raised our daughter with such care, and now she is so easily given away. My dear, should we not listen for any sounds from within? What if? Chen pinched Su Dongyang's ear, exclaiming, what nonsense! How could a father eavesdrop on his own daughter? Go back to your room. In the eastern chamber, Lin Qingyuan sat on the edge of his seat, feeling as if he were on pins and needles. Watching the girl busily preparing the bed, his heart raced, and his palms grew clammy. The phrase echoed in his mind. Tonight is the night. He swallowed hard, continuously encouraging himself. He had to perform well tonight and ensure Jiao Jiao was satisfied. Su Jiaojiao placed the bedding on the warm couch, saying, You will sleep on the bed tonight, and I will take the couch. What? The man, lost in delightful fantasies, was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be the consummation? Su Jiaojiao poured Lin Qingyuan a glass of water and said apologetically, I'm sorry for not clarifying. The consummation is merely a pretense for others. The palace is pressuring us, and I fear unforeseen complications, hence this stratagem. If you are unwilling to play along, I bear you no ill will. If I can successfully marry you, I would prefer to save the consummation for our wedding day. Lin Qingyuan's face flushed crimson as he responded earnestly. You have always been more meticulous than I. I will follow your lead in everything. As he spoke, a thought struck him, and his face reddened further, slightly bashful. To be honest, I am not prepared for the consummation either. Su Jiaojiao smiled brightly. Thank you for agreeing to help me. The night is growing late. Let's rest early. Under the unwavering insistence of Su Jiaojiao, she settled down on the warm couch by the window, while Lin Qingyuan lay in bed, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the girl nearby, finding it somewhat difficult to sleep. Glancing at the girl as flawless profile illuminated by the moonlight, the thought that she would soon be his lifelong companion filled his heart with an overwhelming sweetness. As dawn broke, Song Chi rose early, or rather, he had hardly slept well throughout the night. The mere thought of soon welcoming that girl into his household and savoring her essence ignited a fiery restlessness within him. After practicing a set of punches in the courtyard and bathing, he could not restrain himself from commanding, Jiang Hui, go to the Su family and deliver the gifts at once. Jiang Hui glanced at the still dim sky, helplessly replying, I shall do so immediately. So early. He did not expect his master to be in such a hurry. Wait, how many bridal gifts have been prepared? 24. Jean lui repliait incertainly. For the Wang family, arranging a minor concubine was typically straightforward, and 24 bridal gifts were considered quite substantial, as some families merely required a single sedan chair to bring the bride into their household. Song Chi pondered, stroking the ring on his finger. Amused, she is quite young. Add 12 more. Jiang Hui's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. He could not comprehend how Su Jiaojiao's youth correlated with the increase in bridal gifts. The master's will was not to be questioned, so he acquiesced. Zhan Yui, riding a magnificent steed and exuding authority, led a multitude of guards bearing 36 bridal gifts, arriving grandly at the gates of the Su family. Such a spectacle astonished the townsfolk. 36 bridal gifts. Even a legitimate noble daughter would receive no less. The gatekeeper of the Su family looked at Jiang Hui with confusion, entirely perplexed. Why another set of bridal gifts? Jiang Hui sensed something amiss and, with a jolt in his heart, pushed open the gate and strode forcefully into the Su household. Su Quan, wielding a stick and swinging it about aimlessly, was taken aback by the imposing Jiang Hui and questioned him like a bewildered fool. Who are you? His gaze fell upon the knife at Jiang Hui's waist, which appeared rather impressive. I am from the southern Jiangnan Wang family. Where is Miss Su Jiaojiao? Su Quan had always been rather reckless and did not regard the southern Jiangnan Wang family as anything remarkable. He stood on tiptoe, scrutinizing Jiang Hui with a nonchalant tone. What do you want with my sister? Jiang Hui struggled to contain his anger, stating that he had come to present the bridal gifts and to welcome Miss Su into the Wang household as a concubine. Su Quan blinked for a moment, processing the meaning of Jiang Hui's words, scratched his head and bluntly replied, "That one tea do." Jiang Hui pressed, "Have your parents come out?" "My sister is already married." Jiang Hui was taken aback. "What? Impossible. Just yesterday, she was still an unmarried girl. How could she marry so swiftly? Surely this fellow was fabricating tales. How can it be impossible? Whatever my sister wishes, she can achieve." "When did this happen?" "Just last night." Jiang Hui felt as if knives were scraping inside his lungs, each breath painful. "Bring your sister out. I shall ask her myself." Su Quan shrugged. "That one tea work." "She is still in the bridal chamber." "Jean-Hui." In the bridal chamber. Like a bolt from the blue, Jiang Hui felt his legs weaken instantly, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. Su Quan, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "My sister was so eager to consummate her union with Dr. Lin last night. If it weren't for my parents' disapproval, I would have certainly eavesdropped on their activities. Dr. Lin appears so frail. I wonder if he was able to satisfy my sister last night." However, Jiang Hui could no longer hear a single word of Su Quan's ramblings. At that moment, he felt utterly lost, trembling all over, his mind echoing in a frantic loop. "It's over, it's over, it's over. What to do, what to do, what to do?" Chapter 6. In a fit of rage, the door to the east wing creaked open, revealing Su Jiao clad in a flowing crimson garment, reminiscent of spring water and begonia blossoms, leaning against the doorframe and daintily stifling yawn. Jiang Hui, rigid with disbelief, opened his mouth to speak, but found himself rendered speechless. In the next moment, a graceful figure emerged from the room, standing beside Su Jiaojiao, their gaze imbued with tenderness. "Why aren't you still asleep?" the figure inquired, slowly raising their eyes to meet Jiang Hui's stunned expression, clenching the hilt of his sword. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Miss Su, what is the meaning of this?" With an innocent smile, Su Jiaojiao replied, "Oh dear, is the esteemed sir here to celebrate our wedding? Dr. Lin and I are deeply in love. We were wed yesterday and spent our wedding night together. We were utterly exhausted last night, and the celebratory feast is yet to be prepared." Jiang Hui's teeth nearly ground to dust as he stomped his foot in frustration and dashed away. Su Jiaojiao's smile gradually faded, and she released a sigh of relief. Muttering to herself, "It should be fine now." Emerging from the chaos like a fish out of water, Jiang Hui rushed into Wang Yun Pavilion, breathlessly reporting the situation. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering sounds erupted from the study, followed by Song Chi striding out briskly. Clad in a light purple brocade robe, Song Chi mounted his horse without hesitation. With 2 squads of guards swiftly following suit, they galloped towards the Su residence. The doorman attempted to inquire, but Song Chi kicked him aside and strode into the Su family's courtyard with a commanding presence that reminded Jiang Hui of his master in battle. An army of guards surrounded the Su residence, and within the courtyard, soldiers stood at the ready, causing Su Donyang to tremble uncontrollably, his handsome face pale, tears silently streaming down. Song Chi's imposing figure entered the main hall and took his seat with great authority. Chen Shi was left dumbfounded, hastily tugging at her husband's sleeve, and the couple fell to their knees in panic. "We pay our respects to the prince." The person seated exuded an overwhelming presence, his slender phoenix eyes scanning the room, his voice deep and resonant. "Where is Su Jiaojiao?" Su Donyang, lacking any composure, began to sob pitifully, shaking like a leaf. A delicate voice chimed from outside, "I am here." A beam of sunlight illuminated the figure of a girl as she gracefully approached, hand in hand with a man. Song Chi's breath caught in his throat, his eyes turning as cold as ice, fixated on the couple who had just entered. The woman was beautiful, and the man, handsome, a perfect match of affection. Su Jiaojiao, holding Lin Qingyuan's hand, met Song Chi's murderous gaze, a shiver running through her heart. Yet she maintained a calm smile on her face. "Your Highness, what a surprise to see you here at our humble abode." Song Chi's fingers tightened into a fist, his voice icy as it escaped his throat. "Who is he?" Su Jiaojiao gave a slight shake of their intertwined hands. "This is my husband, Dr. Lin Qingyuan." The man scoffed coldly. "Husband?" Su Jiaojiao, summoning her courage, replied, "Indeed, we consummated our marriage last night." The words consummated our marriage pierced Song Chi's heart like a dagger. Did you not promise to enter the royal residence? Did you not claim to be delighted at the prospect? With an expression of feigned innocence, the girl replied, Your Highness must be mistaken. I never uttered such words. As she spoke, she deliberately tightened her embrace around Lin Qingyuan's arm. I adored Dr. Lin. Last night, we consummated our union, and I have become a member of the Lin family for this lifetime. With that, she raised her face, pouting playfully at Lin Qingyuan, who, despite his immense nervousness, felt his cheeks flush from her teasing. With a sharp crack, Song Chi crushed his teacup in his grip, standing abruptly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Well, Su Jiaojiao, you are quite something. With that, he swept away, his garments trailing behind him. Jiang Hui shot a fierce glare at Su Jiaojiao before hastily following suit. Outside in the courtyard, the soldiers had retreated. For a long while, the room was enveloped in a heavy silence, only interrupted by the carefree Su Quan, who was still brandishing his weapon and making a ruckus in the yard. Su Jiaojiao helped her parents to their feet. All right, he has left. This matter can be considered resolved. Su Dongyang was gasping for breath, overwhelmed by fear. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Madame Chun was assisted into a chair, her hands still trembling. She touched her daughter's small hand and sighed. Child, you did the right thing. We must never follow that tyrant. Life is of utmost importance. The first encounter with the fabled king of Jiangnan utterly petrified her, as his aura was laden with a chilling, murderous intent. The Lord was in a foul mood today. Exceedingly so. The entire governor's office was shrouded in a frightful atmosphere, with everyone treading lightly, fearful of incurring the wrath of the figure within. The Jiangnan Duke's residence sensed the Lord's discontent, though the reasons remained unclear. It was known, however, that the entire antique shelf in the study had been overturned, shattering priceless artifacts and leaving the servants wincing at the loss. Having missed lunch, Song Chi leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, his temples throbbing painfully. A tempest of fury surged within him, a desire for violence boiling over. It had been years since he had felt such emotional turmoil. Though he wielded great power and led troops in a battle, he was, after all, a distinguished scholar, known for his refined and gentle demeanor. Yet today, he was incensed by that woman, Su Jiaojiao. Behind his back, she sought the company of another man and hastily consummated their relationship. Just yesterday, she had bashfully told him that marrying him was her fortune, and today, her demeanor had transformed entirely. What a little deceiver. The thought of her entwined with another man ignited a fierce rage within him. His narrow phoenix eyes snapped open, brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Whatever he desired, he would not let slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao was joyfully inspecting the account books at the general pavilion when Kaylay rushed in, panic-stricken, her voice quavering. Miss, it's terrible. The son-in-law has been captured. Son-in-law. For a moment, Su Jiaojiao was confused about who this referred to. Oh, it's little Dr. Lin. He has been arrested. What? What happened? It is said that someone died from the medicine at the clinic, and little Dr. Lin's entire family has been imprisoned. The clinic has also been sealed. Su Jiaojiao dropped the account book in shock. The clinic had never encountered issues in all these years. How could it suddenly lead to a death today? Kaylay wiped her brow. Moreover, they have already been sentenced. Tomorrow, little Dr. Lin's family will be executed in public. What? Su Jiao furrowed her brows in contemplation, feeling that the verdict had been reached too hastily and the punishment was excessively severe. Even if someone had indeed perished due to medical negligence, it seemed unjust for an entire family to face execution. Everything felt out of the ordinary, permeated by an air of conspiracy. There was no need for speculation. It was evident who was orchestrating this. Song Chi was here for revenge. Kulu was nearly in tears, lamenting the hardships of her mistress. Miss, why must you endure such suffering? You were just with the young lord. Miss, would you like to visit the Dali Temple to see him? Would that be of any use? Su Jiao scoffed. I have underestimated the power of autocracy in ancient times. Miss, you're speaking in riddles again. Inquire about the whereabouts of the king of Jiangnan at this moment. Accompanying Su Jiaojiao to the governor's residence, Kulu was initially taken aback by the heavy guard at the entrance. Who goes there? Qui de ton bird? her pale face pleading, "I seek an audience with the prince." Standing tall and unyielding, Su Jiaojiao, without a veil today, stunned the soldiers with her breathtaking beauty. Regrettably, her voice was anything but gentle. It rang out loud and defiant. "I am Su Jiaojiao, here to see the king of Jiangnan. I shall wait but a single incense stick's duration. Beyond that, I shall not wait. After all, it is others who will perish, not my family. If they are to die, so be it." Gilu, start timing. All present were left in stunned silence, having never witnessed such audacity in a supplicant before. Chapter 7. What she wants inside the door. Jiang Hui, who had been waiting with bated breath, felt as if he might vomit blood. He dared not delay and dashed inside like the wind. If that celestial beauty outside were to leave in impatience, his head would surely roll. While others may be oblivious, he was acutely aware of how anxiously the prince awaited her arrival. A mere incense stick's time? He would not wait beyond that. Song Chi set down his brush, wiping his hands with a towel, exuding an air of arrogance. Jiang Hui sighed. As she had said, it was not her family that would suffer the consequences, so let them perish if they must. Oh, it seemed this sentiment pleased the man, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and allow her entry. Jiang Hui immediately sprinted out. Today had been a trial, running back and forth until her legs felt as if they might break. The stunningly beautiful woman sat on a small stool outside the governor's mansion, holding a sunshade, while a diligent maid fanned her. The scene was undeniably peculiar. Jiang Hui, the favored one before the prince, respectfully welcomed her. "Miss Su, His Highness requests your presence." Su Jiaojiao was unfazed, lazily rising and strolling into the governor's mansion with an air of nonchalance. The soldiers at the entrance stood agape, utterly astonished. Upon reaching the study's entrance, Jiang Hui gestured for the woman to enter alone. Su Jiaojiao did not hesitate, boldly stepping into the study. Inside the cozy and tidy warm chamber, chilled by ice, Song Chi sat at his desk, engrossed in leisurely reading. His handsome features and graceful demeanor made him appear like a refined gentleman at first glance. Yet, who could have imagined that such an elegant individual would resort to cunning schemes and underhanded tactics to win a woman's affection, trampling upon the principles of justice? Su Jiaojiao let out a cold scoff inwardly. Upon her entrance, Song Chi deliberately averted his gaze, intending to impose a sense of authority on her. However, Su Jiaojiao remained unfazed, disregarding formalities and plopping down on a nearby warm couch. The man's peripheral vision scrutinized her. Su Jiaojiao poured herself a cup of refreshing tea, leisurely sipping it to alleviate the summer heat. Raising her eyes to meet the man's, she remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm, "If your highness remains silent any longer, I might just take my leave." Song Chi never anticipated that this woman would not only disregard even the most basic decorum, but also display such audacity. Her words were entirely unexpected. He set his book aside, coldly observing her. "Did you not seek an audience with me?" Su Jiaojiao smiled, a bewitching smile that spoke volumes. "Was it not you who compelled me to meet you?" With his handsome visage taut, Song Chi twirled his fingers. In the presence of this prince, lacking manners and speaking so boldly kneel, under his oppressive aura, anyone else would have been terrified. Su Jiaojiao, too, felt a sudden jolt of fear. Yet remembering her purpose for being there, she steeled herself. "Your Highness, being so fierce with a lady will only frighten her away, leading to a solitary existence." With a playful flick of her hair and her delicate hand resting against her cheek, she appeared both innocent and alluring. "Since I dared to come before your Highness, I have no intention of beating around the bush. Let us speak plainly. Your Highness, as long as you release Lin Qingyuan and his family, I am open to your terms." The temperature around Song Chi seemed to have dropped a few degrees, his refined visage exuding an air of aloofness. Lin Qingyuan deserved his fate. This prince has never been one to act out of personal bias. Su Jiaojiao spat inwardly, gritting her teeth. 50,000 taels of silver. If we gather the assets of the Su and Lin families, that should be the sum. In the context of an ordinary family in ancient times, this amount would be astronomical. The man at the desk scoffed coldly. This prince is not in need of such trifling change. Su Jiaojiao felt a wave of frustration. Could it be that Song Chi would truly be so enraged over the matter of the marriage bed that he would seek to eliminate Lin Qingyuan? Her expression grew serious as she inhaled deeply. Your Highness, what is it that you truly desire? Please be explicit. The man, leaning back in his chair, rhythmically tapped his long, pale fingers on the table. I seek nothing more than to uphold the law. Su Jiaojiao let out a cold laugh inwardly, thinking to herself, I believe you not. Rising slowly, she feigned an intent to leave. Oh, I see. It appears Lin Qingyuan is doomed. Very well, once he is dead, I shall marry the young boss Chen instead. There are plenty of eligible men in this world. With a crash, the teacup was hurled to the ground by Song Chi, tea leaves scattering everywhere. His narrow, deep-set eyes bore into Su Jiaojiao, who met his gaze with a fearless smirk. You may attempt it, but whoever you wed shall meet their demise. His voice was calm, yet laced with an ominous undertone. Is there still a law of the land? In Jiangnan, Song Chi in the law. His eyes narrowed, exuding an overwhelming arrogance. Su Jiaojiao paused momentarily, yet a sigh of relief escaped her heart. She had finally grasped what this inscrutable man truly desired. Step by step, she approached him, stopping across the table to lock eyes with him intimately. Her face was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, her eyes shimmering like exquisite glass. Your Highness, even if I am but a withered flower now, do you still desire me? Song Chi pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze as cold as a frozen pond. Yet the silence spoke volumes. He wanted her. Su Jiaojiao sighed inwardly, realizing that Song Chi was indeed a man of obsession. The situation had become quite complicated. She had thought he was motivated by wealth or revenge. She would rather deplete her family's fortune than see the innocent Lin Qingyuan suffer. Little did she know, this man sought her. Were not men of ancient times particularly concerned with chastity, especially those of noble birth like princes? Why was Song Chi so inflexible? In mere moments, Su Jiaojiao's mind had spun 1,000 thoughts, and when she lifted her long eyelashes to look at him, all her emotions were concealed. With a gentle smile and a glimmer in her eyes, she proposed, Then let us simplify matters. I shall agree to enter your household as a concubine if you spare the Lin family. However, Song Chi remained unmoved. Even if he dies, you shall still yield to me. How could he allow the man who had defiled her to live? Besides, she had once professed her affection for him. If I were to say that I have no affection for Lin Qingyuan, would you believe me? The man feigned indifference, lifting a book to obscure his face, perusing it leisurely, embodying a demeanor of disinterest in her frivolous chatter. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. She had not even consummated the marriage with him. A piercing glance from Song Chi darted towards her, his eyes seemingly bubbling with molten intensity. I came upon my monthly cycle yesterday. It was utterly impossible to engage in such activities. If you doubt my words, you may summon the midwife for verification. I am eager to become engaged to Lin Qingyuan, feigning consummation merely to provoke you, as I have no desire to enter the Wang residence. Without hesitation, Su Jiaojiao raised her hand in a vow, exclaiming, I swear. My relationship with Lin Qingyuan is entirely innocent, and I truly do not harbor feelings for him. He is merely a makeshift shield I summoned. Song Chi furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, Why do you not wish to marry me? Su Jiaojiao's eyes flickered. This was a pivotal moment of performance. A chance to gain Song Chi's trust and turn the tide in her favor. The prince possessed power and influence, was handsome and charming, a man of great intellect and martial prowess. What woman could resist such a lure? Honestly, that is the truth. I also admire the prince. I am infatuated with him. Yet I am timid, fearing mistreatment within the Wang residence. Coming from a humble background, my family cannot serve as a pillar of support. I dread the potential bullying from the princess or the concubines, which would render my days miserable. Thus, I hastily enlisted Lin Qingyuan to play this role. Song Chi maintained an impassive expression, his fingers lightly toying with the pages, clearly skeptical of her narrative. Resolute, Su Jiaojiao circumvented the table, approached him, snatched the book from his hands, and tossed it carelessly onto the table, tugging at his sleeve with fervor. My lord, please believe me. I truly harbor feelings for you. The man raised his gaze, questioning, truly for me? Su Jiaojiao nodded vigorously, head urgency palpable. He seemed to smile faintly, and in the next moment his delicate, fair hand grasped her waist firmly, pulling her into his embrace and seating her upon his lap. The sudden shift in position left Su Jiaojiao utterly startled. His deep, penetrating gaze fixed upon her, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. I do not believe you. Prove it to me. Before she could respond, he seized her lips with fervor, no longer tender as before, but charged with intensity, as if fueled by anger and a desire for retribution, claiming her entirely. Chapter 8. Reluctance to part. Who would have anticipated that such a refined and elegant individual could be so fierce? It was only when Su Jiaojiao felt as though she might suffocate that he finally released her. Damn it, Song Chi's aptitude for learning was astonishing. He had transformed from a novice in the art of kissing to a master of the craft. With his eyes narrowed, Song Chi peered down at her, seemingly still craving more, his gaze intense and his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. After a moment, Su Jiaojiao finally caught her breath, indignantly striking him. You scoundrel, how could you do this? Song Chi's eye twitched, unable to restrain himself. He lowered his head and captured her lips once more. Su Jiaojiao wrapped her arms around the man's shoulders, appearing to be lost in passion, though her mind was entirely clear. Having shared kisses and embraces, she believed her efforts would appease Song Chi, at least for the time being. Finally managing to push him away, she pondered her predicament as they entered the Wang residence. What if she were to be mistreated? As long as you behave, I will protect you. No one shall dare to bully you, he assured her. Su Jiaojiao feigned surprise, her small hands fastening onto his collar. No matter how many women you have, you promise I won't be wronged? Such childish inquiries hardly registered with Song Chi, who casually replied, I assure you. Su Jiaojiao's face lit up with a satisfied expression, resembling a delicate flower in bloom. If the prince truly cares for me, he must agree to a few conditions. Accustomed to his domineering ways, Song Chi despised negotiations before him. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of her swollen lips, reddened from his kisses, and his resolve softened. Perhaps it was trivial to quibble with a young girl. As long as her demands were reasonable, he could indulge her whims. What do you wish for? How many gifts will be presented today? 36. That will not suffice. I want 48. Very well. It was clear that the daughter of a merchant was particularly avaricious. Let her be so. He was not lacking in wealth. Even as a concubine, you must not be wronged. Choose an auspicious day and come to fetch me yourself. Having a prince personally receive a concubine was somewhat. Su Jiaojiao pouted and swayed her body. Oh, dear prince, please. She perfectly embodied the image of a naive girl who was spoiled by affection. With her soft and fragrant presence, Song Chi felt a dryness in his throat. Suddenly, he understood the phrase about heroes being unable to withstand the allure of a beautiful woman. He found himself utterly unable to resist her charms. Fine, I grant you that. Is there anything else? Su Jiaojiao blinked her large eyes, adopting a commanding demeanor. I want an 8-liter bridal sedan chair. Such an arrangement would befit a legitimate wife. Just as he was about to frown, he glanced down at the girl's hopeful, glistening eyes, and the tension in his heart dissipated. Very well, granted. In an instant, Su Jiaojiao beamed with delight. Her already stunning features radiated beauty that was breathtaking when she smiled. Even with Song Chi's formidable composure, his heart fluttered. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui waited outside the study for an extended period, growing increasingly anxious as he heard nothing from within. At that moment, an urgent military dispatch arrived. After some contemplation, he approached the door and knocked. Your Highness, an urgent military dispatch. Come in. Jiang Hui entered the warm study and was taken aback by the scene before him. The usually aloof prince was holding Su Jiaojiao in his arms, both flipping through the almanac. This sight created a disorienting sense of a collapsing world. He respectfully placed the urgent document on the table, lowering his head, afraid to leave. He overheard Song Chi tapping on the almanac, suggesting, "Let me in 5 days." Su Jiaojiao playfully retorted, "Are you in such a hurry?" Remarkably, the prince, instead of showing anger, chuckled softly. How about 3 days then? But 3 days isn't enough. The auspicious day isn't clear yet. Su Jiaojiao replied. Jiang Hui felt cold sweat trickling down. How could he be so oblivious as to remain here? Listening to their flirtations? Su Jiaojiao tugged at Song Chi's sleeve, reminding him not to forget Lin Qingyuan. Only then did Song Chi glance over at Jiang Hui, stating, "Release Lin Qingyuan's family and restore his innocence." "Very well," Su Jiaojiao said, her delicate hand gesturing, "Give me some silver. I want to buy jewelry and clothes." She boldly demanded money. Song Chi retrieved 500 taels of silver notes from box. "Is this sufficient?" Su Jiaojiao eagerly rummaged through the box, pulling out another 500, satisfied with a total of 1,000 taels, her eyes sparkling in delight. "My prince is truly wonderful." Saying this, she planted a kiss on Song Chi's cheek, leaving Jiang Hui even more astonished, his head bowed lower. As Su Jiao descended from the prince's embrace, she waved her little hand, declaring, "I am leaving. Do not forget to follow my instructions for the wedding procession. There must be no ambiguity." Song Chi nodded in agreement. After her departure, Jiang Hui remained silent for a while, utterly unable to fathom how Su Jiaojiao's relationship with the prince had transformed into such a sticky connection in such a short span of time. Moreover, the prince's mood had noticeably brightened. Then Jiang Hui was met with a series of astonishing conditions. 48 bearers. 8 bearers for the bridal sedan. The prince himself shall come to welcome her. Jiang Hui interjected, "Your Highness, this is entirely against protocol. Having a princess will surely invite criticism." Song Chi maintained a cold, handsome countenance, his tone imperiously firm. "In Jiangnan, I hold the authority. Who dares to object?" Thus, the arrangements for the grand welcome of the favored concubine were firmly established. As Su Jiao exited the study, the sweet smile on her face evaporated instantly. She met up with Kailei, and the pair departed the governor's mansion, boarding a carriage. Though not particularly clever, Kailei was astute in gauging her emotions. "Miss, is the matter with Dr. Lin not progressing well?" "It is progressing. He will be released soon and have his name cleared," Su Jiaojiao replied, her face darkening. "Then why are you upset?" Su Jiaojiao's expression turned grave. "I have employed all my charms today, yet I still cannot escape the fate of becoming a concubine. Ah, what shall we do? In 5 days, the prince's residents will come for the marriage. I plan to flee from Linen City 3 days hence." Kailei gasped. "Flee? Linen City? Miss, you cannot be serious." In the beautiful eyes of Su Jiaojiao, there was a glimmer of determination. "How could I, a well-educated white-collar worker, resign myself to being a caged bird within high walls? Even if I yearned for a laid-back existence, it must be under the condition that I could traverse the world and behold its splendor with the freedom to roam. To truly marry into a royal household would mean sacrificing all semblance of liberty." What infuriated me further was the prospect of competing for favor among a throng of women as a mere graduate student. How absurd! If I were to traverse time, my desires were modest: wealth, leisure, and the freedom to live life to the fullest. A journey to ancient times would be worthwhile. I would not settle for being a concubine in a prince's palace, nor would I accept the role of a princess or a queen for an emperor. Anything that obstructed my freedom was something I would fight fiercely to escape. I entrusted the 1,000 taels of silver I had concealed in my possession to Kailei, whispering, "This is the money I secured from Song Chi. Keep it safe. If we move to another place, it's prudent to have ample funds." Kailei's lips twitched in response. The prince would never suspect that the 1,000 taels he had bestowed upon the young lady would soon become her means of escape. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Jiaojiao summoned her parents into the room, shutting the door behind them as she began to instill her revolutionary ideas. The agenda for today was clear: escaping from Linen City. What if we fail and the prince captures us? Will we lose our heads? Sudongan lementif, tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling in fear. Chun, his wife, shared similar concerns, anxiously tugging at her clothing as she gazed at her resolute daughter. The Su family had lived in Linen for generations, and the thought of leaving their homeland was indeed monumental. To ensure her parents would cooperate in the escape plan, Su Jiaojiao had to resort to drastic measures. What if I obediently become the prince's concubine, confined within the palace, never stepping outside? When the prince's legitimate wife and secondary consorts enter, They would torment me, subjecting me to humiliations or worse. If I became a thorn in their side, they might poison me, leaving my parents never even to see my remains. Is this what you desire? Chen's face paled in an instant, while Su Dongyang waved his hands in protest, tears flowing freely. My precious daughter must not suffer in the prince's palace. Chen clenched her fists tightly, declaring, "Daughter, we shall follow your lead. If that wretched brother of yours dares to rebel, we shall forsake him." Chapter 9. Both delicate and unruly that afternoon. A sensational piece of news swept through the city of Linen. The daughter of the merchant Su family was to marry the Prince of Jiangnan as a favored concubine, adhering to extravagant wedding standards. For a merchant's daughter to become a favored concubine of the Prince of Jiangnan was akin to burning incense for 8 lifetimes. It was said that the girl from the Su family was born to be a seductress. How could she not ensnare the Prince of Jiangnan? For the sake of a concubine, so many rules have been broken. The future princess would surely resent her deeply. Sul sat in the carriage, her fists clenched in anger as she listened to these discussions. "Miss, how can they speak so recklessly? Please do not take it to heart." Su Fiao, with an air of indifference, offered a self-deprecating smile. "I am not angry. The Prince of Jiangnan is indeed clever, suffering no loss at all." Sul could not comprehend the connection to the Prince of Jiangnan. If her guess was correct, this must have been a deliberate rumor instigated by Song Chi. Why would he do such a thing? Sul inquired. What other reason could there be than to force my hand, to compel me into a corner where I am left with no choice but to rely on him? Su Jiaojiao lowered her eyelashes, a cold smile flickering in her eyes. Despite her earnest performance yesterday, being embraced and kissed by him, it had not dispelled Song Chi's doubts. He did not trust her. His change of heart would not come so swiftly. Thus, he severed her escape routes, disseminating rumors to ensure she could not marry another, while compelling her to entirely rely on his affections in the future. Otherwise, a conspicuous little concubine would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the future princess and side consorts. That morning, Lin Qingyuan's family had been released and their charges cleared. Su Jiaojiao and Sul visited the Lin family. Although he had only spent a day in prison, Lin Qingyuan bore the marks of punishment, his body bruised and battered. It was clear that Song Chi had taken special care in this matter. Entering the bedroom, Su Jiaojiao was met with the sight of a frail figure lying on the bed, her eyes misting with tears. Lin Qingyuan. Upon hearing her voice, the man, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Upon recognizing her, his gaze brightened, his pale lips quivering as he spoke, his voice trembling. "Jiao Jiao, I have brought you trouble. I am sorry." Su Jiaojiao sat by the bedside, her gaze filled with regret. She had underestimated Song Chi's possessiveness and his ruthless methods, inadvertently dragging the innocent Lin Qingyuan into this turmoil. "I am fine. You need not worry excessively. I am a doctor and aware of my own condition. Jiao Jiao, once I recover, we shall marry." Lin Qingyuan's hands bore mottled wounds, and with trembling fingers, he grasped Su Jiaojiao's hand with effort. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath, shaking her head slightly. "Qingyuan, we cannot contend with Song Chi. He is the Prince of Jiangnan. The entirety of Jiangnan is under his command. I am not afraid. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot forcibly seize a married woman. Jiao Jiao, I love you. I have committed to you in this lifetime. We promise to be together forever." Due to the intensity of his emotions, the already injured man spoke with great difficulty, breathless. Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of emotion. Yet the present circumstances rendered Lin Qingyuan's naive determination perilous. Su Jiaojiao steeled herself and stood up. "Lin Qingyuan, I am here today to put an end to this." "Jiao Jiao." Lin Qingyuan's face turned even paler in shock. "Forget the past, Lin Qingyuan. We are not fated to be together. There are many virtuous women in this world, and I wish you happiness." Having resolutely spoken her mind, Su Jiaojiao turned to leave. Lin Qingyuan felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart, the pain causing him to sweat profusely and tremble uncontrollably. He leaned to the side, heartbroken, extending his hand in a futile attempt to retain the girl. "Jiao Jiao, don't go, Jiao Jiao." The departing figure grew increasingly distant, and Lin Qingyuan's heart shattered, causing him to cough up blood and lose consciousness. At the dock, heavily guarded, Song Chi was inspecting the river transportation facilities, surrounded by numerous anxious officials, each one on edge. Song Chi was strict with his subordinates, distinguishing clearly between reward and punishment. Those who performed well were promoted without hesitation, while those who faltered faced immediate repercussions, regardless of their status. A guard approached Jiang Hui, who, upon hearing the report, nodded gently before moving to Song Chi's side. Song Chi, possessing keen insight, sensed from Jiang Hui's expression that something significant was afoot and stepped aside. Miss Su visited the Lin family to see Lin Qingyuan. Before he could finish, Song Chi's handsome brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Jiang Hui hastily continued. Miss Su returned all the betrothal gifts sent by the Lin family and severed ties with Lin Qingyuan. Song Chi's expression darkened, though he maintained his composure. Jiang Hui continued. Miss Su was quite indifferent. She spoke only a few words in his presence and emerged with a serene countenance. This indicated that Su Jiaojiao harbored no feelings for Lin Qingyuan, and the separation had not left her sorrowful. Gradually, Song Chi's brow relaxed, his fingers interlacing behind his back, deciding to spare Lin Qingyuan for the time being. In Song Chi's eyes, a person like Lin Qingyuan was unworthy of being considered a rival. Moreover, he felt no need to expend excessive effort on a mere concubine. By showering her with affection for a few nights, her heart would surely return to him. Once she bore him a son or daughter and indulged in a life of luxury for a few years, she would hardly reminisce about the insignificant doctor of her past. As evening fell, flower boats lined the banks of Westlake, stretching for miles. The nearby dock appeared somewhat desolate. An inconspicuous carriage came to a stop at the dockside, from which a frail young servant alighted first, then assisted a youth with a fair complexion and delicate features to descend. "Young master, be careful. The ground is slippery." Kaylee almost slipped, nearly revealing too much. Su Jiaojiao appeared unfazed, fanning herself, and in the dim light, she resembled a dashing young man, albeit somewhat slender and short. Kaylee, feeling anxious, glanced around. "Miss, it's dark and windy. I'm a bit frightened." "What is there to fear? This is legitimate business." Su Jiaojiao, relying on her wealth, had finally hired a boat for the following day, paying 100 taels of silver. Having paid the deposit and accomplished their task for the day, both mistress and servant felt considerably relieved. "Miss, I think that boatman was looking at you in an improper manner." Su Jiaojiao, with a proud flick of her fan, exclaimed, "Huh, if I can captivate men, it speaks volumes of my boundless charm." Kaylee, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Miss, how can men entertain each other? Is it truly pleasurable?" In modern times, Su Jiaojiao was also an enthusiast of the same sex. Stifling a mischievous smile, she replied, "Ah, when men engage with one another, it could be utterly exhilarating." Almost biting her tongue, a singular thought sprang to her mind. How scandalous! On the riverbank, a multitude of guards encircled a silver-white figure, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His austere and serene visage was complemented by a pair of deep, obsidian eyes. Kaylee gasped in fright. "It's the prince." Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. "I'm not blind." With a cold smile, Song Chi remarked, "Quite the lively conversation, I see. You even know the pleasures of men with men. Just how many Riska books have you perused?" "Your Highness," Su Jiaojiao called out in a feigned delicate tone, causing Kaylee to shiver with discomfort. The girl approached Song Chi with a gentle smile, her features strikingly beautiful. "What a coincidence! Your Highness, what brings you here?" Song Chi maintained his icy demeanor, gazing down at the young woman clad in male attire. The late hour, her garb, the dock, and the topic of discussion all irked him. With his hands behind his back, he exuded an aura of frigid authority. "Pray tell, how do men find joy together?" Su Jiaojiao remained speechless. Kaylee quickly covered her face. Oh dear, she was merely indulging in idle chatter, all mere hearsay. With her heart racing, Su Jiaojiao stepped forward, tugging at the man's sleeve, pouting softly. She was already extraordinarily beautiful, and in male clothing, she possessed an intriguing allure that stirred something within him. Yet, he remained unfazed, his expression stern as he coldly queried, "What are you doing here at this hour?" Su Jiaojiao blinked innocently. "I was just..." enjoying the breeze, taking a stroll, merely wandering. Song Chi lowered his gaze, locking eyes with her. His gaze was profoundly deep, akin to a mysterious vortex. You're not being truthful. His tone was assertive. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Hui promptly dashed towards the boats. Su Jiaojiao's smile faltered, her expression dimming. The man scoffed, having seen through her ruse, his pale fingers lifting her chin as he exhaled slowly. Su Jiaojiao, should I discover your mischief, there will be consequences. Jiang Hui soon returned. Your Highness, Miss Su has booked a ship, departing tomorrow. Song Chi's countenance shifted dramatically. Anger simmered beneath a deceptively gentle tone, sending a chill down the spine. Su Jiaojiao, are you attempting to flee? Kaylai, unable to withstand the tension, trembled uncontrollably, her face drained of color. Your Highness, please let me explain. Who gave you the audacity to challenge my boundaries? If you refuse to comply, then you shall face repercussions. Su Jiaojiao's family and all servants shall receive 20 lashes for their negligence. Such cruelty! Not even her family would be spared. To safeguard those around her, she dared not hesitate, lunging forward into the man's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck. Your Highness, please do not punish me. You have misunderstood. The girl's affectionate advance caused the man to momentarily halt his breath, his body tensing in surprise. Yet, he maintained his composed demeanor, his handsome face remaining aloof. Su Jiaojiao entwined her arms around his neck, coaxing him to bend down. Rising onto her toes, she pressed her lips against his slender ones, planting a couple of playful kisses. She then shifted to wrap her arms around his waist, their bodies pressing closely together. Pouting her rosy lips with an innocent tone, she remarked, I merely wish to take a boat ride before our marriage. I have never experienced it before. I did not intend to flee. After all, I've already shared such intimate moments with you. I am yours, Your Highness. Why would I escape? What do you mean by such moments? The soldiers around them were left with puzzled expressions. Song Ji, known for his adherence to propriety in the presence of others, pushed her away, reprimanding, stand properly. Where are your manners? Su Jiaojiao, however, remained defiant, clinging to his waist. No, I won't. You are wronging me. You refuse to listen to my explanations, and now you wish to punish those around me? You are being unreasonable and rash. Song Ji, unable to maintain his impeccable composure, found himself flustered. He had never encountered a woman so delicate, audacious, clingy, and beguiling. Chapter 10. There is no escape. Song Chi subtly twisted the hand he had behind his back. At merely 26, he was at the prime of his youth, and the woman nestled against him was one he had taken a liking to at first glance. To claim he was unmoved would be disingenuous. Yet, having occupied a high position for many years, he had always exercised remarkable restraint, maintaining an air of aloofness and pride, as unyielding as the clear wind and bright moon. To be so intimate with a woman in front of a throng of subordinates was quite an affront to his composure. He ought to have pushed her away coldly, but the words that escaped his lips were, "Everyone, step back 10 paces and turn away." The train guards immediately withdrew, turning their backs. A bewildered and trembling Kaylai was dragged away by Jiang Hui, who seized her by the collar. Su Jiaojiao felt a chill in her heart. Could it be? This man wouldn't he dare to engage in something untoward under the cover of night. Would he? That would spell her doom. She believed Song Chi to be a man of dignity, cold and proud, someone who valued his reputation. A mere display of affection, a trivial kiss, should suffice to assuage his ire. Song Chi noticed the woman in his arms stiffen and looked down to find Su Jiao gazing up at him. Forcing a perfunctory smile, he wrapped his arm around her waist, a smirk playing on his lips. So, have you come to fear me? He taunted, aware of her trepidation regarding potential retribution against her family and servants. With a grimace, Su Jiaojiao nodded. Indeed, she feared him. She had no wish to be completely consumed by him. His broad shoulders and slender waist, coupled with his towering stature, made her feel like a fragile child nestled against him. Leaning closer, he murmured softly, "So, do you still wish to escape?" In a flurry, Su Jiaojiao shook her head, then reconsidered and nodded. "I never intended to flee. I just wanted to experience being on a boat." My parents have always feared I would drown and forbade me from going near the river, let alone boarding a vessel. I truly, merely wanted to try sitting on a boat. The two stood closely by the shore, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. Nearby, the shimmering water was dotted with boats. Willows swayed gently, and the crescent moon cast its luminous glow upon the night sky. Su Jiaojiao, you cannot escape. Whatever I, Song Chi, desire, I shall obtain. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back. Therefore, do not waste your efforts. His tone was gentle, akin to sweet nothings. Yet it sent a chilling wave through her heart. She forced herself to maintain an expression of innocence and shyness, clinging to his solid waist, and declared softly, I am not foolish. There is no other man as perfect as you in the world. Why would I want to escape? Besides, you promised to cherish me and protect me from harm. I have no intention of fleeing. In fact, I wish to belong to you by tomorrow. To be by your side every day. She was on the verge of losing her composure, fearing she might retch from the weight of her own performance. As for her acting skills, one could only hope for divine mercy. The night has grown chilly. Let us return, Song Chi said coolly, tightening his hold around her waist as he turned to walk back to the shore. Wait. Su Jiaojiao tugged at his sleeve, her eyes wide with concern. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, does this mean my family and servants will not be punished? Song Chi's gaze flickered momentarily. Let us see how you behave. The performance. What a farce. A scoundrel. Su Jiaojiao lowered her head, feeling shy as she twisted her body. The prince, Jiang Hui and Keilei, stood by the carriage, their eyes wide open, watching the prince embrace the young woman as he approached, his expression calm and unruffled. Jiang Hui was taken aback. How could the man, who had been scolded by a woman for his impulsive and unreasonable behavior, not become enraged? In the past, he would have summoned military law to deal with it. Keilei, clutching his backside, wore a worried expression. Would they still fight? The pain had already begun to set in. It was unclear when the splendid carriage of the royal palace had been arranged, but Song Chi assisted Su Jiaojiao in climbing aboard, and he followed suit. Keilei, accustomed to it, attempted to join them but was pulled back by Jiang Hui. What are you doing? Keilei puffed out his cheeks, visibly displeased. Je ne flash ta grand. Sit in another carriage. You lack awareness. Keilei glanced at the large knife at Jiang Hui's waist, pouted, and, feeling intimidated, chose to retreat to the carriage he had brought. The royal carriage was indeed impressive. Not only was it spacious and comfortable, but it was also adorned with lavish decorations. Su Jiaojiao curiously examined her surroundings, neglecting the presence of Song Chi beside her. Song Chi, feeling somewhat annoyed, cleared his throat to draw her attention. Su Jiaojiao, quick-witted, immediately regained her composure, her eyes sparkling like water as she smiled at the man, softly inquiring, Your Highness, are you thirsty? May I pour you a cup of tea? The small table in the carriage held not only tea but also delicacies. Song Chi nodded in acknowledgement. Su Jiaojiao poured a cup of tea and offered it to Song Chi, who, with a glint in his hawkish eyes, refrained from taking it. Su Jiaojiao suddenly realized the implication. That mischievous man was waiting for her to serve him. He had claimed he was indifferent to women. What nonsense! Quickly, she held the teacup to his lips, and only then did he sip from it, taking it from her hand. As soon as she set the cup down, she found herself pulled onto his lap, letting out a soft gasp as she instinctively grasped his clothing. Song Chi's handsome face remained cold, his voice low and husky, questioning whether they would escape punishment. Su Fiao gerst inwardly. Raising her eyes, she displayed the bashfulness and affection of a young girl, her hand caressing his face. Your Highness, you're truly handsome. Song Chi narrowed his eyes. Su Jiaojiao secretly reveled in her boldness, continuing with sweet words that flowed effortlessly. Your Highness, I like you. I want you to see only me. She leaned in and kissed the collar of his garment. In all honesty, Song Chi was indeed striking. With refined features, a tall stature, and an exceptional presence, he would undoubtedly be a leading man in the modern entertainment industry. Suddenly, she heard his breathing grow heavier, and he seemed to mutter something about a fairy before he captured her lips forcefully. Su Jiaojiao was swept away by the kiss, her senses adrift. Your Highness, the Su residence has arrived. Jiang Hui's voice broke through from outside, finally interrupting them. Song Chi reluctantly released her lips, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes momentarily, his expression quickly returning to calm. Su Jiaojiao was secretly astonished by his self-control, realizing that a person capable of restraining their desires was not to be trifled with. He gently caressed her face and urged, "Go on, be a good girl, and wait at home for your entrance to the palace." Su Jiaojiao, unwilling to accept this, inquired, "Did I perform adequately? I can't let you take advantage of me for nothing, dear brother." Song Chi licked his thin lips and replied, "Mediocre." Su Jiaojiao retorted, "Mediocre? What were you doing just now, then? I never expected a man to be so duplicitous." Gritting her teeth, she added, "The prince's demands are rather excessive, aren't they?" At last, Song Chi could no longer suppress a faint smile, his eyes radiating charm as he said, "The punishment has been waived. Return and get some rest early." Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, pouting in reluctant murmurs, "Thank you, your highness, for your leniency." A sensation of being played with washed over her, leaving her exceedingly displeased. Chapter 11. She slipped away silently upon returning home. Su Jiaojiao found her parents, Su Dongyang and Chun Shi, anxiously awaiting her in the main hall. "Jiao Jiao, how did it go?" Chun Shi rose in distress. Su Jiaojiao closed the door firmly and lowered her voice. "We are indeed being watched. Tonight's visit to the docks was merely a test to see if Song Chi had sent someone to monitor us. The outcome is all too clear." Su Dongyang trembled with fear. "I knew it. How could a prince be an ordinary person? He must be wary of us. This complicates our escape immensely." The waterways were out of the question. They had to abandon that plan. Given the complex waterways surrounding Linen City, the most efficient means of exiting would typically be by water. Yet, this was precisely what Song Chi anticipated, and he would enforce strict surveillance. Chun Shi sighed. "Jiao Jiao, is there still a chance to escape?" "Yes, we must escape. I absolutely refuse to become a concubine." Turning to her parents, who appeared utterly flustered and indecisive, Su Jiaojiao reassured them, "Do not worry. I have devised a foolproof plan to ensure our safe departure." Su Dongyang shook his head helplessly. "Well, since you are so determined, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Your mother and I do not know how long we can keep our heads above water. So let us eat and drink quickly. Bring forth the soy sauce duck, pig knuckles, roast goose, and roast chicken." Su Jiaojiao sleeps twitched. Yet, a sliver of worry crept into her heart. Song Chi was a man of profound cunning, having secured power over the entire Jiangnan region through genuine military achievements. His capabilities were indeed formidable. Such a person, skilled in strategy and laden with scheming, was now on guard against her, making her escape a daunting challenge. The following day, Su Jiaojiao, accompanied by Kolu, strolled through the marketplace, resembling a bride-to-be. The royal residence was also undergoing preparations, particularly the Wangyue Pavilion where the prince resided, which was meticulously cleaned inside and out. Red lanterns adorned the courtyard, and red silk hung from the branches, transforming the entire estate into a scene of jubilance. In the Su residence, bustling activity ensued, with numerous individuals entering and leaving to procure supplies. The 6 hidden guards stationed within the Su household remained vigilant, constantly monitoring Su Jiaojiao's movements. Outside Linen City, a cart drawn by oxen carried an elderly man and woman. The old woman, with a head full of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, appeared to be in her 70s, occasionally coughing. Upon reaching a distance of 10 miles from the city, they paid the fare and turned back. The old woman glanced around and, seeing no one, called out in a clear voice, "Xiao Quanzi." From a nearby thicket, a head popped up. "How do you know my childhood name?" The old woman beckoned. "Hurry and come here. I am your sister." Su Quan stared in astonishment at the old woman, his eyes nearly popping out. He had not recognized his own sister. Finally, the 4 members of the Su family, along with Kolu, were reunited. Kolu now assumed the role of an elder, stroking his beard with an air of seriousness. "To avoid suspicion, it is best if you call me uncle." Su Quan, puffing up with indignation, exclaimed, "Sister, is this what you call makeup skills? I also want to be an elder." Su Dongyang playfully tapped his son's head. "You think you can be an elder? How is it that you still desire me to call you grandfather?" The carriage rolled along for an entire day, and as dusk approached, Su Jiaojiao began to allocate tasks. To avoid drawing attention, we shall divide into 2 groups and meet at the Yangzhou dock. My father, Shao Quanzi, and Keilei will take one route, while my mother and I will take another. Su Donyang, Chun Shi, and Su Quan all don makeup. Though subtle, it was enough to alter their appearances dramatically. The 3 of them had initially strode confidently out of the city gates. As for Su Jiaojiao and Keilei, they transformed into elderly figures, mingling with the servants of the Su household and stealthily exiting through the back door amidst the chaos. Even the seasoned dark guards of Song Chi, accustomed to battle, could not fathom that such inconspicuous elderly women could be Su Jiaojiao. These past few days, Song Chi had been exceptionally busy, coinciding with the peak of flooding in Jiangnan, with local officials from various counties arriving daily for audience. Even lunch was a hasty affair, consumed as a working meal. It was only after dinner, when the city was under curfew, that Song Chi finally concluded his arduous day. Your Highness, will you return to the royal residence to rest? Jiangnan King Song Chi, presenting a bowl of ginseng soup. Never mind, I shall rest here at the governor's residence. Sipping the soup slowly, he asked, what news from over there? Jiang Hui had grown accustomed to such abrupt inquiries and replied naturally, Miss Su has not left the residence all day. She is likely busy with her wedding gown in her chamber. The mere thought of that whimsical girl ignited a warmth within Song Chi. She was bold and unrestrained, far more intriguing than the staid noblewomen. In the past, he would have dismissed such lively and alluring women as lacking gravitas. Yet, since encountering Su Jiaojiao, his sentiments had unwittingly shifted. He now believed that whatever form she took was the most splendid. He admitted that his attraction to her was indeed physical. When the wind whisked away her veil, revealing her stunning beauty, an overwhelming desire surged within him. He wanted her. He must possess her. All his restraint crumbled in her presence. He had to acknowledge that he was but an ordinary man, unable to suppress his impulses in the face of a woman he admired. Yet, she was unlike any other. Despite her efforts to conceal it, he perceptibly sensed her reluctance to marry him, her desire to distance herself, to escape. This realization infuriated him. Yet, her sweet words ensnared him, filling him with elation and rendering him restless. Even though he recognized her words were not to be fully trusted, he allowed himself to be enraptured. In 2 days, he would welcome her into the royal residence, and she would become his woman. His mood was somewhat agitated, fervent. Let us pay a visit to the Su family. But it is curfew. Jean Yu protested. Can a mere curfew restrain me? In the stillness of the night, the streets of linen echoed with the rhythmic clatter of hooves. Song Chi dismounted before the Su residence, surrounded by numerous sword-bearing guards. The gates had already been opened, and he strode in confidently, unfettered. Candlelight flickered in the east wing where Su Jiaojiao resided. He knocked on the door, Su Jiaojiao at his eye. There was no response from within. The door remained shut, yet I could enter. Still, there was no response from within. Song Chi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before his expression darkened abruptly. He forcefully kicked open the door. Inside, both rooms were illuminated by candlelight, yet not a soul could be seen. A chill ran down Song Chi's spine. Where was Su Jiaojiao? Jiang Hui, equally startled, quickly commanded, go, search the entire estate, and bring Miss Su here. Song Chi's gaze gradually swept across the corners of the young lady's chamber, seemingly savoring her lingering presence. Moments later, Jiang Hui, trembling with fear, reported, Your Highness, Miss Su's entire family has vanished. Even the maid has disappeared. Enraged, Song Chi smashed the mirror on the table, realizing she had truly fled. So, you wish to escape? Su Fiao. Jiang Hui quivered in fear. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such fury on the prince's countenance. Song Chi felt a throbbing pain in his head, his heart churning tumultuously, hands trembling ever so slightly. Her laughter, her charm, her allure flashed through his mind like a series of vivid images. She had been deceiving him all along. Her declarations of love and affection were nothing but lies. A sudden ache pierced his heart, akin to being cut by a knife. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed at the crescent moon in the night sky, inhaling deeply several times before managing to suppress the surge of malevolence. Seal off the docks. Deploy 30,000 troops from the Southern Tiger Army, to search the surrounding prefectures. All docks in the 18 nearby prefectures must be sealed and thoroughly inspected. We must find her alive or see her remains. Chapter 12. Ensnared and unraveled for 3 consecutive days, Song Chi remained stationed at the governor's mansion, tirelessly monitoring the arrival of messages carried by carrier pigeons. He overlooked no detail, fearing the slightest clue regarding that woman might escape his notice. "Mr. Shu, you have returned," came the tearful voice of Jiang Hui from outside. "Where is the governor?" A languid yet clear voice followed, melodious and enchanting. In the council hall, as the door swung open, a man clad in moon-white robes entered gracefully, his features refined and his expression gentle. "Junlan, it has been a while." "Oh, your eyes." Junlan was Song Chi's courtesy name. Shu Yinchuan, observing the bloodshot eyes of Song Chi, no longer exuded his usual elegance and composure, which momentarily surprised him, before he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. "Oh dear, my brother Junlan, after merely 2 months apart, you appear so disheveled. I find myself increasingly curious about your runaway concubine." Song Chi narrowed his eyes, a hint of irritation surfacing. "If you cannot speak wisely, then kindly refrain from speaking at all." "Song Junlan, ha! I never expected to see you in such a state today." "Oh, I truly cannot help myself. It is too amusing. Allow me to indulge in laughter first." Zhang Yu, expel this barking dog, Shu. Shu Yunchuan, a strategist of Song Chi, had been hailed as a prodigy since the age of 7, well-versed in history and adept at strategy. Unfortunately, his carefree nature was ill-suited for governance, yet it harmonized perfectly with Song Chi, making him an unrecognized advisor at his side. Lazily, Shu Yunchuan reclined on the couch, pouring himself a cup of tea, fanning himself with a paper fan, appearing quite casual, though his eyes sparkled with cunning. "I say, Junlan, is it truly necessary? It is merely a woman. You can find plenty of 2-legged creatures on the streets. Why exert yourself so?" Song Chi frowned as he opened a confidential letter, not even lifting his gaze. "Why desire, I have never failed to obtain." Shu Yunchuan's fan froze mid-motion, his tone lowering. "But Junlan, your current course of action has drawn significant attention from the court, and they are already wary of you. What can the court do? No matter their dissatisfaction." Shu Yunchuan tossed the fan onto the table, his mirth vanished. "Did you not assert the need for discretion? Are you prepared to jeopardize the larger scheme for a mere woman?" With his hand pressing against his temple, Song Chi's temper flared after 3 sleepless nights. "This matter is none of your concern. I must bring that woman back, no matter what." Shu Yinchuan glanced at Song Chi's bloodshot hawk-like eyes, choosing not to further argue, and heaved a quiet sigh as he exited. In the courtyard, Jiang Hui met with Shu Yunchuan, exhaling heavily. "Sir, why do you not dissuade the prince?" Shu Yunchuan gazed at the clouds in the sky and remarked pensively, "He seems ensnared, on the verge of losing control." Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao and her mother sat in a carriage, having undergone a 5th inspection. "Jiao Jiao, why are there suddenly so many officials and soldiers?" Chun asked, lowering the curtain, her face filled with apprehension. Su Jiaojiao bit her lip. Such an action seemed inappropriate for an elderly lady. "Surely they cannot be here to capture us, can they?" Song Chi would not go so far for a concubine who has yet to enter his household. Another squadron of armored cavalry thundered past, stirring up clouds of dust. "Is war about to break out again? It has been years since I have witnessed such tension," Chun remarked, patting his chest. "The last conflict occurred 5 years ago when rebellions erupted across Jiangnan, quelled by Song Chi and his troops. Since then, Jiangnan has thrived under Song Chi's governance, devoid of chaos." Su Jiaojiao yawned, eagerly anticipating their arrival in Yangzhou, where she would reunite with her father. Together, they would embark on a boat journey northward, beyond Song Chi's jurisdiction, to embrace a new life. May the Buddha bless them. She hoped for a smooth passage. Upon entering Yangzhou, they underwent a rigorous inspection and checked into an inn, where the presence of outsiders was recorded. Fortunately, Su Jiaojiao had prepared beforehand, crafting false travel permits. Chun grew anxious, inquiring, "Why haven't your father and the others arrived yet? Could something have gone awry?" "That seems unlikely. They should be the safest among us. There is no need to worry. They will arrive either today or tomorrow." Meanwhile, A predicament had indeed arisen for Su Donyang. The issue stemmed from his timidity. While passing through Qixian, when questioned by soldiers, he stammered, his face betraying a guilty conscience, drawing the soldiers' attention. However, the trio did not match the descriptions on the search warrant, both in numbers and gender, so the officials did not harbor significant suspicions. According to orders, even the slightest hint of doubt necessitated a portrait. Thus, an artist was dispatched to carefully illustrate their likenesses, detaining them in the county office until their portraits were deemed satisfactory for release. In the deliberation hall of the governor's office, a pile of hastily delivered portraits awaited scrutiny, each marked with locations and names. "Your Highness, it is mealtime. You should eat something," Jiang returned, holding a meal box. Unperturbed, Song Chi continued to examine each portrait, pausing when he came across the images of Su Donyang and his companions, narrowing his eyes. The three figures were all male, an elderly man in his 60s, a man in his 30s, and a young boy of 10. Among the 5 who had fled the Su family, only 2 were male, a discrepancy that raised suspicion. "Your Highness, you have missed 2 meals. If you do not eat soon, your health will suffer. Even with news of Miss Su, you will lack the strength to pursue her," Jiang pointedly remarked. Striking a chord with Song Chi with a sigh, he began to eat silently. That evening, Su Donyang and his companions were released from suspicion and allowed to leave Qixian. Thank you, Su Donyang stammered, his face pale with fear. As he mounted the carriage, his panic caused him to misstep and fall, sprawling on the ground. "Father, are you all right?" Su Quan rushed to assist his father, while Su Donyang furtively glanced at the nearby soldiers, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he scrambled into the carriage. 2 soldiers could not suppress their laughter. "This man is as timid as a mouse, behaving like a woman. Hey, what is that on the ground?" One soldier approached, picking up a furry object. Confusion etched on his face. "Is this a fake beard?" It belonged to the man who had just fallen, sporting a rather masculine scruffy beard. 2 soldiers exchanged a glance, sensing something amiss, and hastily ran inside to report. "Alas, my lord, where has your beard gone?" exclaimed Kale, who was engrossed in grooming his own beard and suddenly glanced down, searching frantically within the carriage. Su Donyang, placed among the men, was strikingly handsome, resembling a refined scholar. Su Jiaojiao shared a few similar features, but to avoid drawing attention, she had affixed a false beard to him. Su Quan slapped his thigh, realizing the gravity of the situation. "When my father fell earlier, he must have lost it." Kale gasped, locking eyes with Su Donyang, both momentarily dumbfounded. "Suwan, quick bitith!" shouted to the coachman, "Hurry! Run as fast as you can!" Song Ji, while eating, suddenly paused, dropped his chopsticks, and rummaged through a pile of portraits on ground, eventually uncovering the 3 male images he had seen before. Covering the lower part of his face with his hand, he asked Jiang Hui, "Take a look. Who does this resemble?" Jiang Hui leaned in, frowning. "It looks like Master Su." Song Ji clenched his fist tightly, swiftly issuing orders to intercept the 3 men in Qixian. A flicker of ferocity crossed his handsome face. "Su Jiaojiao, you are truly cunning. They have separated." He immediately spread out a map, tracing the route from Qixian and contemplating the surroundings, then decisively pointed to Yangzhou. A quarter of an hour later, Song Ji, accompanied by numerous guards, boarded a large ship and set sail for Yangzhou that very night. Qixian was in close proximity to Yangzhou, and it seemed that Su Donyang and his companions were fortunate. During their hurried journey, they inadvertently took a wrong turn down a narrow path, which, albeit longer, serendipitously allowed them to evade the pursuit of the officials. By the time they arrived at the largest inn in Yangzhou and encountered Su Jiaojiao, it was already midday of the following day. Kale, holding Su Jiaojiao, was on the verge of tears. "Miss, oh no, my dear companion. We almost got left behind in Qixian. Woe is us, it was too perilous." Chapter 13. An urgent need to break the legs after lunch. Su Jiaojiao and Kale, resembling a frail elderly couple, cautiously supported each other as they made their way to the Yangzhou dock. A considerable crowd had gathered there. "Why has the dock been suddenly closed?" they lamented. "With so many ships unable to set sail, how are we to carry on? My ailing mother awaits my return at home, and I cannot afford to delay." The air was thick with grievances and murmurs of discontent. Su Jiaojiao grasped the arm of a woman nearby, inquiring urgently, "Is there any way I could hire a boat if I offer more money?" It was not merely a matter of finances. A military order had been issued, sealing off all docks across the 18 surrounding prefectures. The cause of this drastic measure remained shrouded in mystery. Having traveled by land, Su Jiaojiao soon learned that virtually all docks in Jiangnan had been closed off. The only means of departure was overland, yet checkpoints between cities had grown increasingly stringent. In such dire circumstances, a phrase echoed in her mind, as difficult as flying with clipped wings. Kale, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "In all my years, I have never heard of complete closure of all docks. What on earth is going on?" A chill crept over Su Jiaojiao, a sense of foreboding settling in. The sudden influx of soldiers, the rigorous inspections, the lockdown of every dock, all seemed to have begun the moment she fled Linen. If these events were orchestrated solely to capture her, a shiver ran down her spine. How profound must Song Chi's obsession be? It was utterly terrifying. Grinding her teeth, Su Jiaojiao cursed under her breath. "What rotten luck I have encountered. Crossing paths with such a tenacious man is truly maddening. My lady, oh no, my dear companion, were you saying?" "I do not understand," Kale replied, bewildered. With a sigh, Su Jiaojiao reassured him, "Do not worry. My headstrong lady is not afraid of a tragic end." At that moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. "Look, warships! Such grand and imposing vessels!" 3 colossal warships soon docked, and an array of armored soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion, parting the throngs of people with an air of solemnity and grandeur. Clad in deep purple robes, Song Chi emerged with an imposing demeanor, stepping down from the ship with poise, flanked by soldiers. Kale trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. "It's over. My lady, the prince is after us. We're doomed." Su Jiaojiao, equally startled, took a moment to exhale. She had underestimated ancient individuals. She never anticipated such relentless pursuit from this young man. Song Chi appeared to sense something amiss, his keen eyes scanning the vicinity, sending Su Jiaojiao hastily lowering her gaze. She felt foolish for her anxiety. After all, she was now an elderly woman. Once Song Chi and his entourage departed, Su Jiaojiao was left drenched in cold sweat, her limbs weak, and she needed to conceal her distress from Kale to prevent further panic. "Quickly return to the inn and instruct the others to come to the dock post-haste," she urged. "What good will it do to come to the dock? There are no ships to depart. Since Song Chi has precisely arrived in Yangzhou, he must be certain we are here. The city will inevitably be sealed off. If we remain at the inn, shall we simply wait for him to uncover our whereabouts one by one? That would render us mere fish on the chopping block. With that, I shall return to the inn." In a moment of urgency, Kale completely forgot his persona as an old man and dashed away with remarkable speed, astonishing all with the resilience of his spirit. Su Jiaojiao, suppressing the turmoil within, aimlessly wandered around the dock, deliberately avoiding the grand ships and focusing instead on the smaller, dilapidated vessels. She firmly believed that under the lure of great rewards, courage would inevitably arise. At last, she spotted a young man in simple attire, lounging on modest, worn-out boat, basking in the sun and picking at lice. "Ahem!" Su Jiaojiao cleared her throat and approached him, whispering, "I have a proposition for some easy money. Interested?" The young man cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "Don't jest with me. The dock is sealed. There is no such thing as easy money." Su Jiaojiao wiggled her 5 fingers, 500 taels. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment, glimmering with interest. "What do you have in mind?" "Under the cover of night, we shall set sail." "What a joke. Sneaking out will incur severe penalties. Even the most extensive net has its gaps. No matter how strict the blockade, there are always ways to escape. Money is plentiful. It just depends on one's audacity to seize it." The young man, licking his parched lips, fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with determination. "Where do you intend to go?" "Just beyond the great river. Once we cross, I shall pay you another 500 taels. 1,000 taels? That is a sum I could never earn in a lifetime." "Agreed. I shall stake my life on this." As anticipated by Su Jiaojiao, upon arriving in Yangzhou, Song Chi immediately sealed the city gates and dispatched personnel to gather all and guests for a thorough investigation. Fortunately, Kailei returned early, leading Su Donyang and the others away from the inn and straight to the dock. The five of them huddled together in the small, shabby abode of the boatmen, trembling as they nibbled on their rations. Su Donyang, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "I have never endured such hardship in my life. Were we even eating?" Su Quan pouted, "Couldn't we have finished our meal at the tavern first? I'm on the verge of choking." Although the Su family was not of great wealth, they were merchants of modest means, living a comfortable life. Even Kailei, as a maid, was accustomed to a life of ease. Su Jiaojiao herself was nearly sickened by the meager fare, rolling her eyes at the thought of enduring such a fate. If you don't wish to eat, you might as well await capture by Song Chi. One might as well be served a blade each. Su Quan's eyes widened in fear. "What do you mean? We haven't committed any crime." Su Jiao scoffed. "The illustrious king of Jiangnan has been humiliated by our small-time merchants. He is furious, and his desire to capture us is evident. If he succeeds, what good can come of it?" Su Donyang burst into tears. "Oh, surely they will skin us alive. This is akin to defecating on a tiger's head. Utter madness." Chun, trembling, gnawed on the dry rations, convinced that this was their last meal in this life. The atmosphere in Yangzhou was tense, as every local resident was confined to their homes. Those harboring outsiders without reporting them faced military punishment. Instantly, fear gripped the city, and the streets were nearly devoid of life. Song Chi led his men, meticulously inspecting each inn. The governor of Yangzhou felt a tumult of anxiety. The presence of his superior cast a shadow over his already troubled disposition. He was increasingly fearful that a moment's displeasure from the Prince of Jiangnan could lead to his dismissal and investigation. Jiang Hui, drenched in perspiration, reported, "Your Highness, all the inns have been inspected." Song Chi narrowed his eyes, a tempest of restless flames swirling within. There could be no doubt. Su Jiaojiao and her companions were undoubtedly in Yangzhou. Yet, why could they not be found? Where had Su Jiaojiao vanished to? His slender, alabaster fingers clenched tightly, as he ordered a thorough search of all locations where the displaced could be found, leaving no corner of the city unexamined. Every household in Yangzhou must endure a meticulous investigation. Jiang Hui could hardly believe the directive. An examination of the entire populace? With so many people, it was imperative to proceed. Reinforcements were necessary. "Yes," the governor stammered, trembling as he suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps you might consider dining first?" Song Chi cast a cold, piercing glance at him, uttering not a word, and strode out. He was not without fatigue, yet he could not afford the luxury of rest. The mere thought of a moment's negligence leading to her irrevocable disappearance sent waves of anguish through his heart. As night fell, observing the flickering candlelight throughout Yangzhou, Song Chi ground his teeth in frustration. She was remarkably elusive. Once captured, he would ensure her legs were broken. As the clock struck past 3, the entire city succumbed to slumber. In a secluded part of the dock, a small, unremarkable vessel quietly slipped away, navigating through the narrow waterways to evade the blockade. Chapter 14. A dream of sensual splendor on the tranquil river at night. There lay a solitary, weather-beaten little boat. The wind began to rise, and the waves surged, splashing cold water onto the vessel. Su Donyang and Chun Shi huddled closely together, their hands and feet icy with fear. This fragile craft might easily capsize with a single wave. Su Dongyang's need, trembling in dread. Chun Shi nudged him. "Can't you say something optimistic? If not for our escape, I will be comfortably resting on my intricately carved rosewood bed, sleeping soundly." Chun Shi sighed in response, pondering the futility of their words. A wave crashed over them, drenching Su Donyang's face with icy river water. He wiped his face, only to find tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Oh dear mother, how have we fallen into such destitution? I regret listening to my daughter. Marrying the prince and becoming a concubine might not have been so dire after all. Now, we risk losing everything to the depths of the river. You coward with such little courage. Once you make a choice, you must not lament it. Since you chose to heed your daughter's wishes, cease your complaints. I empathize with Jiao Jiao. I shall do everything in my power to support her." I too care for our daughter. Mustn't T1 indulge in a moment of lament? Stop crying. A grown man should not appear so pitiful. Alas, you scorn me. I was like this from the very beginning when you first met me. Why do you not disdain me then? Do you believe my age has rendered me inadequate, prompting you to judge me now? Be silent. Have you no shame? What words do you dare utter? The couple whispered softly, accompanied by the sound of paddling. Su Jiaojiao, Su Quan, and Kulu, being youthful, had long since fallen into a deep slumber. The government office in Yangzhou remained brightly lit. Song Chi's subordinates tirelessly searched throughout the city, while the governor, unable to rest, remained vigilant. Ultimately, fatigue overcame him, and he slumped awkwardly in his chair, succumbing to sleep. Jiang Hui rushed in, "Your Highness, we have completed the search for all the refugees, yet found nothing." Song Chi sipped strong tea, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Did you check each one?" Jiang Hui nodded. "I examined every face and beard, fearing disguises. Look, my hands are blackened from the toil." Song Chi's expression darkened, fury flashing in his eyes. "Have there been any results from the residents' homes?" "We have conducted thorough checks. Nothing has been discovered." The city of Yangzhou had been scoured meticulously, yet still yielded no results. Song Chi struggled to contain his rising agitation, clenching his fists as he paced the room, murmuring to himself, "Something is amiss. There must be an oversight. People cannot simply vanish into thin air." A disbelieving thought flickered rapidly through his mind. The waterways. Song Chi narrowed his eyes. They escaped via the river. How could that be? The docks have been sealed. Jiang Hui scratched his head in confusion. Song Chi snapped his fingers. Even the most meticulous plans have their flaws. The stretch along the Yangzhou dock is vast, and there are always places that remain unguarded. Set sail immediately. What? Now? It's just past the 5th watch, around 4 in the morning, the hour when weariness grips the soul, and the world is shrouded in darkness. Song Chi let out a cold huff. That girl is exceedingly cunning, and I fear that if I delay, she may truly vanish. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped out, only to stumble suddenly, the world around him spinning wildly, followed by a profound darkness. "Your Highness." Fortunately, Jiang Hui was quick-witted, taking 2 steps forward to steady Song Chi. "Quickly, someone fetch a doctor." A few individuals assisted Song Chi onto the couch, and the provincial physician hurriedly arrived, kneeling before the couch. Trembling as he took the pulse of the pallid Song Chi, the governor, now awakened, rubbed his hands together, anxiety etched upon his face. "Is the governor all right?" It would be unthinkable for anything to happen to the governor within his jurisdiction. He could not bear the consequences. If anything were to happen to the governor, his very head might not remain secure on his shoulders. Although young, Song Chi was the sovereign ruler of all Jiangnan, a title of immense weight. The governor sighed, attributing the malaise to overwork, a buildup of liver fire, and a lack of proper nourishment and rest. Nothing serious. The governor breathed a sigh of relief, urging, quickly, "Prepare the finest medicine for the governor." Jiang Hui, stationed by the couch, had reddened eyes, choking back tears. Over the past 4 days, our Lord had not rested, often skipping meals, enduring in a state of relentless strain. It was more than even iron could withstand. The governor sighed in sympathy, pondering the identity of the person for whom the governor was so desperately searching. Jiang Hui bit his lip, remaining silent, yet within, he felt an intense loathing for Su Jiaojiao. In his dreams, Song Chi found himself back in the study of his governor's mansion. He sat at the desk reading, while Su Jiaojiao approached him with a charming smile, deliberately settling herself upon his lap, her arms encircling his neck with a playful grin. "Your Highness." Her soft, dulcet voice sent a shiver through him. She resembled a beguiling sprite, fragrant and soft, nestled against him, her watery eyes brimming with allure, her lips enticing. Su Jiao. He called her name hoarsely, extending his arms to embrace her tightly. Su Fiao, Su Den Li, Shang Qi Zon Det Wei. Grasping at the air with both hands, his eyes fluttering open, momentarily dazed before quickly regaining clarity, his gaze icy and piercing. "What has happened?" "Your Highness fainted. The doctor claims it was due to exhaustion." "Your Highness, while seeking this person is crucial, you must also cherish your well-being." Here, drink this ginseng soup first. Jiang Hui brought forth a bowl of ginseng soup, his expression laden with concern. Song Chi sat up, gulping down the ginseng soup in one go, before slipping on his shoes and descending from the couch. Your Highness, the doctor advised you to rest properly. Enough nonsense. Issue orders. Assemble immediately on the ships. As dawn broke, 3 warships departed from the Yangzhou dock, sailing northward toward the Great River. Beyond the Great River lay the territory governed by the court, outside the jurisdiction of the king of Jiangnan. That woman surely intends to cross the river, escaping from his grasp. In the era of Diyu, the Great River spanned the land from east to west, serving as a boundary. All south of the river fell under the reign of the king of Jiangnan. In the era of the Great Yu, the young emperor was merely 6 years old, with the empress dowager governing behind a curtain. Her attitude towards General Song Chi of Jiangnan fraught with contradiction. She relied on him to command the troops safeguarding the southern front, yet harbored fears of his growing power, threatening the imperial authority. During such a sensitive period, the officials from the northern provinces did not regard Song Chi with any friendliness. Standing at the bow of the ship against the wind, his robes billowed fiercely. He resembled a steadfast pine, yet his handsome visage was clouded with a grim intensity. Holding a precious telescope gifted by foreign emissaries, he gazed into the distance, and, at the very edge of his sight, he detected what appeared to be a minuscule point. A jolt of realization surged through him, his voice rasping, southwest. Full speed ahead. Jiang Hui draped a heavy cloak over Song Chi, inquiring, My lord, have you spotted them? The flames of fervor ignited within Song Chi's eyes as he narrowed them. Gritting his teeth, Tell me, once I capture her, how shall I punish her? Jiang Hui shivered at the terrifying tone, too apprehensive to respond. Shall I break her legs or sever her tendons, rendering her a cripple, ensuring she can never escape again? Jiang Hui trembled once more, internally lamenting, Su Jiaojiao, may you seek divine mercy. Chapter 15. I dislike you. Let me go. As Su Jiaojiao awoke, the sound of rushing river water filled her ears. The morning breeze carried a slight chill, reddening her nose. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that everyone else was still in a deep slumber, save for the weary boatman, whose eyes were bloodshot from the effort of rowing. Beside her, Kulu was drooling, murmuring in her dreams about delicious food. Su Jiaojiao gently pushed Kulu's head aside and craned her neck to gaze ahead. A light mist began to dissipate, revealing the landscape of the northern riverbank with increasing clarity. A delighted smile broke across Su Jiaojiao's face. They were about to cross the river. The northern shore was within reach. The boatman, drenched in sweat and breathless, remarked, I haven't rested all night, but we are finally nearing the shore. You've worked hard. Rest assured that once we reach the northern bank, I will pay you the remaining 500 taels, she replied. A glimmer of hope crossed the boatman's face. Once I earn this money, my life will be nothing but enjoyment. Miss, why are you in such a hurry to reach the northern bank? He inquired. Su Jiaojiao, having shed the guise of an elderly woman, sighed heavily. A corrupt official intends to sell me to a brothel. As the daughter of a respectable family, I cannot allow myself to be victimized. Hence, I risked crossing the river. The boatman, now sympathetic, rowed with renewed vigor. The speed of the vessel increased, quickly closing the distance to a small boat ahead. Suddenly, Su Jiaojiao heard a commotion behind her and turned to see, to her horror, 3 massive warships relentlessly pursuing them, closing in within mere 100 meters. Damn it! Song Chi, how could he possibly track us down? Row faster, boatman. The corrupt official is upon us. The boatman glanced back, his face draining of color at the sight of the formidable warships, his frantic rowing accompanied by a cry of despair. What kind of trouble have you stirred, young lady? This is not merely a pursuit. It appears to be a declaration of war. Is it truly necessary to mobilize 3 warships just to sell a girl into a brothel? In that moment, he realized that his greed had led him into grave peril. The commotion roused the others on board, and as they beheld the approaching vessels resembling monstrous beasts, panic ensued. Su Danyang began to weep. It's over. I am doomed. This time next year will mark my death anniversary. Su Quan gasped in astonishment. Wow, those ships are magnificent. How splendid it would be to ride on one. Sister, why don't you appeal to brother-in-law? Let us return on that grand ship together. Su Jiaojiao smacked Su Quan on the head, exclaiming, Nonsense! What brother-in-law? That scoundrel would sell his own sister for a grand ship. Speak another word, and I shall toss you into the river to feed the fish. Suan, sticking out her tongue, dared not retort. After all, her sister was a fiery little firebrand, reigning supreme in their household. On the warship, a man stood poised, his keen eyes fixed on the small boat. He could easily discern Su Jiao among the others. His hands, clasped behind him, slowly tightened. And though his expression remained composed, his heart raced with excitement. At long last, the woman he desired was within his grasp. Su Fiao, oh Su Fiao. That name incessantly echoed in his heart. 3 warships swiftly encircled the small boat, rendering the dilapidated vessel pitiable, akin to a mere ant in comparison. The small boat had no escape. The boatman was on the verge of tears, lamenting, My lady, we are out of options. We cannot proceed. You are likely to be sold into a brothel. Su Jiaojiao pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her face etched with unwillingness. They were less than 1,000 meters from the northern bank, just a mere distance away. If only she were granted another 10 minutes, she would have successfully fled to safety. Su Donyang, the Chun family, and Kailei huddled together, shivering, their faces pale with fear. Su Quan looked like a fool, gaping in envy at the 3 grand ships. Su Fiao, a clear voice resonated, calm and unhurried. Upon the warship, a tall and graceful figure stood at the bow, his dark hair billowing, his elongated, deep-set eyes gazing at her. He was elevated, while she was diminished. Their eyes met, and in that instant, the surroundings fell silent, as if time itself had paused. The man slowly extended a fair hand towards her, whispering, Come here. A rope ladder descended. At this moment, Su Jiaojiao felt an unexpected calmness. There was no point in panic. She smiled faintly. Song Chi, I am merely an inconspicuous concubine. Why do you relentlessly pursue me? Please, let me go. Song Chi's expression instantly turned cold. Come here, he commanded. Since I dared to escape, I never intended to return. Do you not understand? I have been deceiving you all along. I do not love you, nor do I wish to marry you. Why would a dignified prince of Jiangnan desire a woman whose heart is elsewhere? I beg you, release me. Her words sent a chill through Jiang, who quickly glanced at his master. Indeed, Song Chi's complexion was terrifyingly pale, his hands trembling slightly at his side. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a composed tone. Come here at once. Do you take me for a fool? I fled from my marriage, slapping the face of the Prince of Jiangnan. Returning would mean certain death. I will not walk into my doom. Song Chi's breath quickened, his eyes cold as a deep pool. If you realize your mistake now, I will spare your life. I'm not interested. You care only for your own ease. Have you thought of your family? If you do not come now, I will make you witness your family suffer 1,000 arrows to the heart. All the soldiers uniformly raised their bows, aiming at the small boat. The arrowheads gleamed, exuding an aura of chilling menace. Su Jiaojiao's heart trembled. Indeed, the Prince of Jiangnan, forged in the crucible of blood and death, was ruthlessly decisive. Steeling herself, she declared, Prince of Jiangnan, you have stated that the innocent should not suffer for the guilty. I have wronged you, and I shall atone with my life. Song Chi's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively shouting, Do not do anything foolish. Just then, a splash resounded as Su Jiaojiao leaped into the river. Jiao, Chun cried out in despair, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. My lady, oh my lady! Sister! Su Donyang clung to the ship's railing, weeping inconsolably. My dear daughter, she cannot swim. Song Ji's eyes widened in anguish, his heart aching fiercely. He hastily loosened his cloak, prepared to leap into the water, only to be seized by Jiang Hui. Your Highness, you cannot jump. Let go of me. I will not release you. Even if you strike me down, I cannot allow you to plunge into the river. Jiang Hui's eyes reddened with desperation. At that moment, 2 large ships approached from the opposite direction. Who dares to steer a warship so close? Retreat. Otherwise, we will unleash our arrows. The soldiers of the Jiangbei patrol raised their bows towards them, while the soldiers aboard the 3 warships aimed their arrows in return. Tension hung thick in the air as both sides prepared for conflict. Stand Azida. Song Ji forcefully pushed Jiang Hui away and, without hesitation, leapt into the river. Your Highness! Jiang Hui screamed in agony. The soldiers from Jiangbei released their arrows towards Song Ji, and Jiang Hui signaled for his warship to retaliate. Chun, just regaining consciousness, fainted again from the rain of arrows. Su Dongyang clutched Chun and Su Quan, all huddled together in fright. The boatman, having never witnessed such chaos, was paralyzed with fear. Chapter 16. A heartfelt kick. Fortunately, it was summer. As Su Jiaojiao leaped into the river, the initial shock of the cold water was quickly replaced by a sense of liberation as she spread her limbs. Having learned to swim at the tender age of 8, she was not a champion swimmer, yet she possessed an array of swimming skills that were impeccable. If you think you can drag me back, think again, she mused, propelling herself through the water with vigor. She had already devised a plan. Should she find herself in a desperate situation, she would feign drowning, a ploy to escape her pursuer. In death, she believed, the proud official Song Chi would no longer harass her family. With a mere 1,000 meters separating her from the northern bank, swimming there was an effortless endeavor. Song Chi strained his eyes in the water, anxiously scanning his surroundings. A seasoned battlefield commander, he understood the cardinal rule of avoiding reckless impulses and personal peril. Yet his current actions were undeniably unwise. He reassured himself, I do not care for her. I simply refuse to accept her escape. If she must die, let it be at my hand. Suddenly, narrowing his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The woman ahead moved through the water with the grace of a nimble fish, her swimming style both elegant and swift. Song Chi's temples throbbed. This little deceiver, how audacious to claim she could not swim. An uncontrollable wave of anger surged within him, and he held his breath, swimming forcefully closer to the enchanting mermaid. As she drew nearer to the northern bank, Su Jiaojiao's spirits soared, as if freedom beckoned her. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her calf. Startled, she turned to find herself face to face with Song Chi's piercing gaze. Damn it, you actually caught up to me. A surge of frustration surged within her. Without a second thought, she delivered a swift kick to his chest, breaking free from his grasp and propelling herself forward. Song Chi was nearly rendered breathless. How dare she kick him? The intensity of her disdain was palpable as she yearned to escape. Despite his perilous attempt to save her, she showed no gratitude, leaving him engulfed in a tumult of anger, sorrow, and bitterness, a cacophony of emotions. Gritting his teeth, Song Chi swam with determination, seizing her slender waist. She glared at him with venomous hatred, her feet thrashing wildly, and her hands striking his face without mercy. He lost count of the blows she landed on him. With the northern bank tantalizingly close, a sudden resolve filled him. He struck her neck with a swift motion, rendering Su Jiaojiao unconscious. Cradling the petite figure in his arms, he swam to the surface. As the southern commander emerged from the water, the soldiers of the Southern Tiger Army erupted in cheers, while Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Moments ago, the Southern Tiger Army had easily subdued the northern patrol boats, asserting their dominance with their formidable 3 warships. Song Chi cradled Su Jiaojiao as they returned to the warship, first wrapping her securely in his cloak before proceeding towards the cabin. Su Dongyang rushed forward, clinging to Song Chi's boots, weeping. Is Jiao Jiao still alive? My daughter is all right, isn't she? If Jiao Jiao dies, I cannot continue living. Song Chi's expression remained frosty as he coldly uttered a few words. She is fine. Without pausing, he carried the woman deeper into the ship. Chun Shi helped Su Dongyang to his feet, his complexion still extraordinarily pale. Enough, stop crying. The princess said that Jiao Jiao is fine. As long as she is alive, that is what matters. Su Dongyang just drying his tears when a thought crossed his mind, causing him to break into sobs once more. Oh no, we've been captured by the prince. There is no way we'll survive. Decapitation is agonizing. I wonder if the prince might grant us a complete corpse, or perhaps hanging would be less painful. Maybe he could poison us instead. Chun Shi was left speechless. It was unfortunate that Su was such a scatterbrained rascal, earnestly asking, "Father, what is death by 1,000 cuts? I just heard that soldier mention it." "Oh, that sounds even more excruciating. It's terrifying. We might as well just throw ourselves to our deaths." Su Dongyang, terrified, plopped down on the deck, wailing like a child. Many soldiers erupted into laughter. Jiang Hui wished to join in the mirth, but stifled his laughter with great effort. When Su Jiao awoke, she found herself lying on a bed, a candle flickering on the table beside her. Kailei was dozing with his head resting on the table. "Kailei," she softly called. Kayleigh's head jerked, awakening instantly. Upon realizing his mistress was awake, a smile spread across his face. "Miss, you're awake. Are you thirsty?" "Sufiao nadith." Kailei poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. After drinking the warm water, Su Jiaojiao felt some relief in her throat. Where's this place? Her memories before losing consciousness lingered in the river, with Jiangbei just in sight. Could it be she had successfully reached Jiangbei? A glimmer of light appeared in her eyes. "Miss, this is the ship." "The ship? Which ship?" "The grand ship that the prince used to pursue us. The warship that young master was particularly envious of." A jolt of realization struck Su Jiaojiao, and her face turned ashen. I have been captured by him." This was the outcome she had dreaded the most. Kailei nodded. "After you jumped into the river, the prince followed suit." At that moment, the ship from Jiangbei clashed with ours, arrows flying chaotically. It was quite terrifying. "We all thought you had perished. Yet unexpectedly, the prince saved you." "Miss, to be honest, the prince has been very good to you, a life-saving grace." "Grace my foot." Su Yao Fumit had for the hat turobing. "If he hadn't intercepted me, I would have reached Jiangbei long ago." "Miss, you cannot swim." "Who says I can't?" "Never mind, discussing this now is pointless. The victor becomes king, the vanquished a bandit. After all the toil, everything is returned to square one." "What about my parents?" Kailei sighed. "They have all been imprisoned. The prince only allowed me to attend to you." After a brief pause, Kailei anxiously remarked, "Miss, the master has been frightened to tears." Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, responding, "When has he not cried? If my father goes a day without washing his face with tears, he doesn't deserve to be called Su Dongyang." The master, terrified of execution, suggested that she plead with the prince for a more merciful demise. Su Jiaojiao felt a wave of frustration. Once death arrives, what does comfort matter? Kailei, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Miss, I believe a swift death by an arrow through the heart would suit me well. It would only hurt for a moment, and I wish to choose this method." Just then, the door swung open, and Song Chi entered. Kailei was startled and quickly stood straight, casting her gaze downwards at her toes. She now held a deep fear of Song Chi the moment she glimpsed his stern and cold visage. Countless brutal methods of death sprang to mind. Song Chi regarded Su Jiaojiao with icy eyes, about to speak when Su Jiaojiao interjected, "I am hungry." He was momentarily taken aback and gestured to Kailei to fetch a meal. Kailei hurriedly exited, exclaiming, "Oh, I will go right away." Seated on a stool, Song Chi rested his pale hand against his forehead, tilting his face slightly as he gazed pensively at the woman sitting upon the bed. Her silky black hair cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her delicate, snow-white face, which appeared even more petite. With skin as fair as snow and crimson lips, her eyes sparkled like a lake, moist and filled with emotion. She exuded both allure and charm, yet retained an innocence that hinted at youthful naivety. In the face of such a visage, it was rather difficult to muster anger or shout. Chapter 17. The allure of serving the King Song Chi remained silent. Su Jiaojiao, disinterested in engaging with him, wore a sullen expression and refrained from speaking. Soon, the meal was served, 6 dishes and a soup, a veritable feast. Su Jiaojiao never shortchanged herself. Even if she were to face execution the next day, she insisted on indulging fully today. She took a seat at the table, ignoring Song Chi entirely, and began to eat with abandon. Her cheeks rounded from the food, her sparkling eyes turned to the servant, "Kalu," as she inquired, "Kalu, have you eaten?" Kalu glanced at Song Chi before nodding. The man, long overlooked, darkened in countenance, picked up his chopsticks and shot a glance at Kalu. dismissing him with a curt command to leave. Kula shrank back, hastily exiting. Since Su Jiaojiao's escape from Linen City, Song Chi had scarcely eaten or slept, operating on a threadbare reserve of energy. As Su Jiaojiao drifted into slumber, his anxious heart finally found a measure of solace, and he succumbed to exhaustion. Su Jiaojiao was quite particular about her food. She indulged in what she adored while neglecting the rest. The scent of her feminine fragrance wafted towards Song Chi, and watching her relish her meal stirred an unexpected appetite within him, prompting him to eat more than usual. After the meal, Su Jiaojiao reclined on the bed, silent and contemplative. Song Chi sat on a stool, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Eventually, unable to contain herself any longer, Su Jiaojiao muttered, "What do you intend to do with me? If you mean to execute me, spare me the suspense." Shangji Smai Li, you have tarnished the reputation of the king of Jiangnan, resorting to military force to capture you after your conflict with the Jiangbei army. This debt must be meticulously settled. Can you repay it? Su Jiaojiao scoffed. Then don't capture me, will you? You, Su family, shall face 200 lashes. Your corpse is left to rot for 3 days. Upon returning to Linen, execution will be immediate. Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in terror, her lips pressed tightly together. Song Chi, with a cruel yet comforting smile, continued, "As for you, I shall spare your life. However, I will sever your tendons, binding you day and night to your bed. Su Jiaojiao, you will witness every one of your kin whipped to death. Will you not regret your escape?" Su Jiaojiao replied, "Brother, that is far too cruel. Faced with life and death, dignity was of no consequence, and freedom seemed trivial." She quickly approached him, forcing a smile. "Prince, is it not my face that captivates you? If I were to be maimed and scarred, what beauty would remain?" "Oh," the man replied nonchalantly, "it seems you are suggesting a beating. That is not what I meant." Su Jiaojiao blinked her large eyes, striving to clarify. "I am not being modest. My face is indeed a rare gem. Keeping a complete beauty by your side is far superior to having a cripple." Taking a deep breath, she continued to plead, "My slender, fair ankles adorned with a golden chain in summer would look exquisite, and as for my hands, they could still offer you a massage or assist you in removing your clothing." Her eyes brimmed with a desperate will to survive. "Moreover, what pleasure is there in sleeping with a cripple? It lacks any challenge. Your Highness, you are a paragon among men. Should you not pursue more formidable endeavors, such as taming a restless little wildcat like myself? Would that not yield a greater sense of accomplishment? I am quite occupied and have no leisure to squander on subduing a woman. Is that to imply the intent to cripple me? Oh, must you truly seek to render me helpless?" Su Jiaojiao smiled faintly and suddenly shattered a teacup, picking up a shard and aiming it at her carotid artery. "Then I might as well seek a swift end." "Jiao Jiao." Song Chi's pupils trembled slightly. Quick to react, he seized the woman's wrist. Su Jiaojiao clutched the shard tightly, her fingers slicing open a wound, blood trickling down her fingertips. "You may thwart my attempt at self-destruction once, but can you prevent it 100 or 1,000 times?" Yet deep down, she cursed, the pain in her finger is truly unbearable. Song Chi gripped her hand firmly, compelling her fingers to relent, allowing the shard to clatter to the ground. He then lifted her, seating her on the bed, forbidding any further movement, while one hand held her bleeding finger. "Someone, fetch the doctor." His hand trembled involuntarily. The doctor arrived promptly, but Song Chi refused to let him intervene, taking the powder and bandages himself, carefully tending to her wound. Su Jiaojiao lowered her gaze upon him, her lips twitching. "Is it really necessary to fuss over a mere half-centimeter scratch? Wrap it slowly. The wound is likely to heal on its own." The doctor, standing nearby, wore a similarly exasperated expression. After the doctor departed, Song Chi maintained his position, kneeling beside the bed, gripping Su Jiaojiao's hand tightly. After a moment, he adjusted his breathing, his hawkish gaze meeting hers, teeth clenched. "If you dare to seek death again, I shall." She raised her chin defiantly, and what then? "Shangji." He pressed his lips together, studying her intently, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Jiaojiao secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yes, she had intended to test him, to discern his true feelings towards her. It seems he cannot bear the thought of her demise. His earlier threats about severing tendons were likely mere bluster. If he is so alarmed by such a trivial injury, one can only imagine his reaction to something more severe. With this understanding, she felt emboldened. She playfully kicked the man's aside with her delicate foot, a gesture both audacious and somewhat endearing. I do not mean to frighten you. If you insist on rendering me crippled, I shall choose not to live. Song Chi's gaze flicked down to her dainty foot, his throat bobbing as he slowly settled onto the edge of the bed, his brow slightly furrowed. Your restlessness suggests you may attempt to flee. Su Jiao chuckled heartily, her laughter carefree and unrestrained. You, the illustrious king of Jiangnan, affluent and powerful, fear that I, a mere woman, might escape? Shangti. Indeed, I do fear. Allow me to speak plainly. As long as you provide me with the life I desire, I shall not run away. The man narrowed his eyes. He disliked the sensation of being controlled. Su Jiaojiao hastily replied in a soft tone, think about it. When it comes to intimacy, would you prefer to lie with a lifeless lump or with someone who is eager and passionate? The man's pupils suddenly constricted. He observed as the woman gradually leaned closer, her breath drawing near, her voice imbued with an enticing allure. You have bestowed upon me the life I yearn for. My happiness naturally compels me to serve you willingly. Let me tell you, when I truly embrace seduction, even I am taken aback. Is that so? Indeed, please do not harbor professional skepticism towards a woman who has witnessed countless adult films. Even if one has never tasted pork, who has not seen a pig run. The man appeared to contemplate for a moment, and as he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes gleamed with intensity. Then let us see. With that, he pressed forward, pinning the woman beneath him. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily bewildered. See what? Song Chi caressed her face with his fingers, gently exhaling. Let's see how proactive and passionate you can be in serving me. Chapter 18. The ship is sinking. A cacophony of alarm bells resounded within Su Jiaojiao's heart. With both hands pressed against the man's chest, she was acutely aware that her meager strength was utterly insufficient to thwart him. Wait, hold on. I have more to say. Song Chi seized her hands, pinning them above her head with effortless authority. How could he not be impatient? It was evident that the man was greatly intrigued. There was no room for delay. We haven't finalized our negotiations yet. The girl's face fluctuated between pale and flushed, her alluring eyes shimmering like dew-laden petals, clouded with emotion. A tightness gripped Song Chi's heart. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall grant it. Is that not agreeable? His tone was suffused with indulgence, an unmistakable tenderness. Before Su Jiaojiao could voice her dissent, he lowered his head and captured her crimson lips, kissing her with exquisite deliberation. Frustration and urgency enveloped Su Jiaojiao, who squirmed like a restless flea, wishing fervently to kick him out of bed, only to find the opposite effect ensued. The man's captivating eyes narrowed, a blend of ire and exasperation flickering within them. Jiao Jiao, you truly test my patience. His voice was laden with a languorous charm that momentarily stunned Su Jiaojiao, leaving her momentarily bewildered before he claimed her lips once more with fervor. In a haze of confusion, several thoughts flitted through her mind, each more vexing than the last. First, how dare he seize the advantage before negotiations were concluded? Second, why did this seemingly refined gentleman possess such overwhelming strength? Third, if he must proceed, could he not be gentler? Her lips ached and her chest throbbed. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, halting Song Chi in his tracks. The once rapturous gleam in his hawkish eyes transformed into sharp clarity as he turned to confront the intruder. Who dares? Ah, my apologies for interrupting your engagement, but Shu Yinchuan's fan ceased its motion, his astonishment palpable. A horde of assassins had boarded the vessel, setting fire to the cabin. Song Chi inhaled deeply, his frustration palpable. Did you not think to knock? He retorted, the sarcasm dripping from his words. How hasty of you. Well then, I shan't disturb you further. Do continue, but a word of caution. This ship is on the brink of sinking. A wicked smile danced upon Shu Yunchuan's lips as he turned to leave. Su Jiaojiao shoved him aside irritably, exclaiming, the ship is sinking, and you still refuse to rise? Are you a glutton reincarnated? Grinding his teeth, Song Chi cast one last reluctant glance at her, a hint of agitation brewing within him. Despite her willow-like grace, her figure was undeniably alluring. He pressed his lips fiercely against hers once more, then, with a sardonic smile, stood up. You were not mistaken. Huh? What do you mean? Just a glutton, exceedingly famished. Next time, I shall feast to my heart as content, and you shall compensate me properly. As he adjusted his attire, he cast her a lingering glance. A tremor coursed through Su Jiaojiao at that gaze, igniting a blush upon her cheeks. Flustered, she hastily sat up, scrambling to don her clothing. Song Chi, we have yet to finalize our terms. You cannot treat me this way again. The man crouched down, personally assisting her in putting on her shoes, his demeanor surprisingly compliant. Very well, let us finalize our terms, and then we shall see each other again. Su Jiaojiao gently touched her chest, feeling both numb and aching, unable to suppress a wince as she gasped in cold air, exclaiming in frustration, could you perhaps be a bit gentler next time? This is a part of my body, and if you squeeze too hard, it could lead to hyperplasia. Although she did not fully comprehend what hyperplasia entailed, she surmised it must be some ailment. Song Chi paused for a moment, unable to contain himself, and let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? I'm talking to you. Did you remember that? After a brief struggle, the man managed to suppress his mirth, adopting a serious expression. Su Jiaojiao, you truly are a character. While other women might exhibit bashfulness, why can't you grasp the concept of modesty? Su Jiaojiao was no antiquated woman bound by rigid conventions. She rolled her eyes in response. Can modesty be eaten? I cherish my own body, and relying on men to be considerate has led to countless disappointments. Song Chi wrapped her tightly in his cloak, ensuring to cover her head, embracing her waist as he led her outside. The night was dense with darkness, and their grand ship blazed with flames amidst the cacophony of clashing swords. The South Tiger Army was embroiled in chaotic combat with the assassins. Song Chi held her close, shielding her as they navigated through the throng of soldiers. Su Jiaojiao poked her head out, shouting, what about my parents? We can't leave them behind. Song Chi covered her eyes with his hand, reassuring her. Do not worry. They have already been transferred to another ship. He feared that the brutal, bloody scene might terrify her. In performing this action, he was surprised by his own tenderness. On the deck, Shu Yunchuan glanced at the bundled figure in the cloak and teased, Junlan, you finally decided to emerge. Such beauty can lead a nation astray. With that, he signaled to a nearby shadow guard. Hurry and take Miss Su over to the other ship. The shadow guard stepped forward, arms outstretched, only to receive a sharp glare from Song Chi. Song Chi coldly replied, I will carry her myself. Shu Yunchuan narrowed his eyes, raising his fan in front of Song Chi, and spoke in a low tone, Your Highness, you lack martial skills, do you not? His words carried an unspoken depth. Song Chi snorted derisively, snatching the silver snake whip from the shadow guard's waist and flicking it with ease. With a crack, the whip coiled around a wooden pole on the adjacent ship as Song Chi tested its sturdiness. He looked down and instructed, hold on tight. The next moment, he embraced the woman and leaped, using the whip to swing them across, landing securely on the neighboring vessel. Shu Yinchuan observed Song Chi with a faint sigh. Jiang Hui hurried over, noticing the inscrutable expression on Shu Yinchuan's face, and asked uncertainly, Mr. Shu, what troubles you? You seem rather displeased. Shu Yinchuan forced a slight smile. It's nothing. Let us join them. Jiang Hui nodded, hoisting Shu Yinchuan onto his back, employing lightness to leap onto the opposite ship. Finally, on the deck of this ship, Su Jiaojiao spotted her family. She rushed over, embracing Chun Shi. Mother, are you all well? Yes, we're fine. And you? Has the prince caused you any trouble? Su Jiaojiao, anxious not to scare her parents, smiled mischievously. No, I'm quite clever. Su Dongyang, with tear-filled eyes, resembled a wronged wife. Jiao Jiao, what does the prince intend to do with us? Has our fate been sealed? Why must one succumb to death when life offers so much? Fear not, for the prince shall not let us perish. She had just tested the waters. Although Song Chi was irate, he harbored no intentions of causing her harm. If she comforts him well, he is unlikely to bring any misfortune upon her family. Truly, This is a delightful surprise. Su Dongyang felt a wave of relief wash over him, and soon he was overcome with tears of joy. Jiang returned, his expression grim as he coldly stated, "Miss Su, the prince requests your presence in his chambers." Duri. Upon hearing the word serve, Chen's countenance immediately darkened. Su Jiao instinctively shuddered. Serve? Could it be that the earlier encounter was destined to continue? Chapter 19. Believing in a favorable conclusion, Jiang Hui, growing increasingly impatient, urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and move. Don't keep the prince waiting." Su Jiaojiao, roused from her reverie, turned to her parents with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, dear mother and father. I will handle the prince delicately. He should not hold us accountable." In recent days, Jiang Hui had been seething with resentment towards Su Jiaojiao. With a derisive snort, he thought, "How naive, offending our prince and expecting a smooth conclusion." Su Dongyan, frightened, murmured, "What do you mean?" The prince declared he would punish the entire Su family with the whip, leaving their corpses exposed for 3 days. They should all brace themselves. At that moment, not only Su Dongyang, but also Chen Shi, Su Quan, and Kelu were gripped by fear. The group huddled together, crying in unison. Su Jiaojiao felt a pang of sorrow. "Father, mother, the outcome is not yet determined. Do not be afraid." Enough chatter. Let us go. As she reluctantly made her way towards the cabin, she remarked, "Jiang Hui, I am quite vindictive." Jiang Hui scoffed. "Is that so? I'll be waiting." He thought to himself, "Once the prince has severed your tendons, we shall see how haughty you remain." Ahead, Song Chi and Shu Yinchuan stood together, whispering. Su Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled as she trotted over. "Your Highness." Song Chi instinctively opened his arms, catching her as she leaped into him. "What is the rush? What if you fall?" Pouting, Su Jiaojiao's face was a picture of grievance. "Are you planning to end my life?" Song Chi furrowed his brows. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am surely at death's door. Otherwise, your subordinates would not dare to bully me so." "Who has bullied you?" "Zhang. He has been exceedingly rude, even kicking me. It hurts so much." "Zhang? Your Highness, I did not." Su Jiaojiao, rubbing her backside, insisted, "Oh yes, you did. You may push me, but why kick? You are a grown man, strong as you are. Even a kick to my rear is quite painful. Especially painful." The more she emphasized the pain, the more Song Chi's ears pricked up, particularly at the mention of her backside. His hawk-like eyes narrowed, a dark expression settling upon his face. Jiang Hui trembled in fear. "Your Highness, please see clearly. I only pushed her, I did not kick." Su Jiao huffed, crossing her arms. "If you choose not to believe me, so be it. It's clear I hold no significance in your heart." With that, she turned to walk away, but Song Chi seized her arm. "Zhang, kneel." Jiang Hui momentarily froze, disbelief etched upon his face as he glanced at his master, before reluctantly kneeling. "Do you recognize your fault?" Jiang Hui, brimming with grievance, stuttered, I. 20 lashes. Go and receive your punishment." "Yes." Jiang Hui bowed his head and departed. Su Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. "Are you satisfied now?" Song Chi turned to her, his gaze scrutinizing. Su Jiaojiao smiled, playfully twisting his waist. "I shall wait for you in my room." Shu Yunchuan observed the entire scene, his fan now moving at a leisurely pace. This was the first time he beheld Su Jiaojiao's appearance, and indeed, she was as enchanting as a fish sinking and a wild goose falling. Her lively eyes sparkled with intelligence and vivacity, exuding an innate, ethereal charm. No wonder she captured the attention of Song Junlan, such a discerning individual. In the cabin, Shu Yinchuan poured a cup of tea for Song Chi, and the two engaged in a silent game of chess. Song Chi inquired in a calm tone, "Have you investigated thoroughly?" "Yes, as you suspected. The assassin is from the Northern Army," Shu Yinchuan replied. Song Chi cast aside a chess piece, reflecting. "It seems my efforts to apprehend a woman were not in vain." Shu Yinchuan chuckled lightly. "Song Junlan, you truly are remarkable." The court is now aware that the astute and composed king of Jiangnan has indeed fallen for a woman and is willing to go to great lengths, even leading troops and ships in her pursuit. "I have a weakness. Thus, the court can feel more at ease," Song Chi remarked. "Indeed, in the process, You have also gauged the actual combat capabilities of the Northern Army. A masterstroke, truly. Do you think the court believes that I am indeed infatuated with women? Most likely, especially since you just struck your trusted A. Jianghui for a woman. Song Chi paused. One must play the part well. Shu Yinchuan fixed his gaze on Song Chi, questioning, is it truly just an act? Song Chi remained non-committal, discarding another chess piece. Shu Langjun, you have lost. Shu Yinchuan pondered. In terms of cunning, how could he possibly rival Song Chi? Su Jiaojiao had been waiting for Song Chi, eager to discuss the future of their relationship, meticulously considering the terms of their negotiation. However, as she waited, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to sleep, wrapping herself in the blanket. When Song Chi returned to the room, he found the girl curled up, her small face flushed in slumber amid the dim candlelight. Su Fiao Fiao? He gently nudged her. She mumbled, annoyed, stop it, don't disturb me. A self-deprecating smile crossed Song Chi's lips. He had never shared a bed with anyone before, and here he was, being dismissed for the first time. He touched her soft face, and unable to resist her adorable sleeping form, he leaned down and kissed her lips softly. Then he lay beside her, enveloping the petite, soft bundle in his embrace. The fragrance filled the air, accompanied by her gentle breathing. Song Chi felt that he would find it difficult to sleep that night. Surprisingly, however, he soon drifted off, sleeping soundly. The next morning, when Su Jiaojiao awoke, she let out a dainty yawn. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of deep, hawk-like eyes. Ah! Su Jiaojiao gasped in surprise, attempting to rise, only to be pulled back by the man's embrace around her waist. Her face fell against his chest. Awake? Did you sleep well? Su Jiaojiao nodded. Did we share the same bed last night? Is there any other possibility? You were lying on my arm all night. Su Jiaojiao fell silent, sensing a hint of pride and a touch of grievance in his tone. You didn't push me away. Ah, little one. Taking advantage, yet feigning innocence. Song Chi grasped her small hand and traced downward along his inner garment. Su Jiaojiao froze momentarily, just as she attempted to withdraw. He held her firmly in place. The man bore a half-smile, his voice deep and resonant. Disturbing this prince's slumber is entirely your fault. I did not, she retorted. You sleep too restlessly, wriggling about like a worm. Tell me, should you not take responsibility for this? Responsibility? How do you propose I should take responsibility? What do you think? The girl paused, and instead of displaying the timidity he anticipated, she exuded confidence. Very well, I shall take responsibility for you. Song Chi was taken aback, his pupils quivering slightly. She grinned mischievously, resembling a playful monkey as she climbed onto his lap, straddling his waist. Song Chi Yingan Sapi. His breath momentarily caught in his chest. Having a bold woman truly brings unexpected surprises at every turn. Chapter 20. I wish to be your girlfriend. The urgency concealed within the man's gaze was unmistakable, and Su Jiaojiao perceived it all too well. Since escape from Song Chi's grasp was futile, and since his possessiveness was inescapable, she decided to seize the moment while he still held a semblance of novelty towards her. She would negotiate the terms that would serve her interests before he claimed her entirely. She was no delicate maiden of ancient times, wallowing in self-pity. Instead, she surveyed him from above, her cascading hair flowing like a waterfall, exuding both allure and confidence. Your Highness, do you recall what I said? As long as you provide me with the life I desire, I shall serve you wholeheartedly. Song Chi grasped her soft waist, his hands exploring. And what kind of life do you wish for? Did she aspire to the positions of primary or secondary consort? Did he truly think her a lustful fool? A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. Su Jiaojiao seemed to find amusement in his inquiry. You, the king of Jiangnan, think a primary or secondary consort could grant me the status of a merchant's daughter? Absolutely not. His power was evident, and the court eyed him with suspicion. The selection of a consort directly influenced the balance of power in the court. Daughters of officials ranked below the 4th grade were unworthy of such a title, let alone a mere merchant's daughter. Indeed, that obvious answer is known to me as well, which is why I have never entertained such extravagant thoughts. Then what else could you desire? The title of favored concubine was already an exceptional privilege granted to her. Su Jiaojiao deliberately traced her fingers lightly across his chest, savoring the sound of his suppressed breath, relishing a sense of vindication. I wish to be the king's girlfriend. Song Chi abruptly seized her mischievous hand. Girlfriend? What does that entail? I would be your girlfriend in a romantic relationship, allowing us to share kisses, embraces, and sleep together. I can provide you with everything you desire. But I do not seek a title. We would exist without interference from one another. Song Chi's brows furrowed in sudden disapproval. Isn't that the definition of a mistress? Su Jiaojiao feigned innocence. If you wish to define it that way, so be it. The man narrowed his eyes, resolutely rejecting the notion. No, how could a woman of mine lack a title? Furthermore, I am not so incapable as to fail in providing my woman with security. Su Jiao adapted a solo expression. You still do not understand me. Though my status is humble, I am determined not to serve as a concubine. Is my favored concubine a burden to you? In truth, it was far from a burden. Many would vie for the opportunity to serve as a favored concubine to the king. However, my nature is somewhat different from others. If I were to become a concubine, I would feel inferior, and such inferiority would bring unhappiness. With unhappiness comes a lack of appetite, leading to illness, and with illness, my life would likely be shortened. Hearing her convoluted reasoning, Song Chi could not help but twitch his lips. Your Highness, do you truly wish for the effort expended to retrieve me to result in my untimely demise after only a few days of service? Do you not realize that should I become a mistress, your offspring would carry no legitimate title, merely that of illegitimate children? That is a matter for the future. Besides, who knows when I might tire of being a concubine and find myself begging you to take me back into the manor. In truth, she never intended to bear him a child. Men are all brutes. Once he tires of the novelty and has dallied with a few more women, he is likely to lose interest in her. At that point, she could effortlessly embrace her freedom, for she is wealthy and can choose to marry a decent, honest man whenever she pleases. If she finds herself displeased, remaining a single aristocrat would also be quite delightful. Song Chi appeared to be in contemplation. Su Jiaojiao swayed back and forth, her voice sultry. Your Highness, one to you? Song Chi inhaled deeply, momentarily disoriented by her movements, and responded absent-mindedly, as you wish. A knock on the door interrupted them, prompting Su Jiaojiao to call out quickly, Come in. Jiang Hui entered, and the scene before him left him utterly astonished. He silently cursed Su Jiaojiao for her shamelessness while hastily lowering his head, having endured 20 lashes the previous day. Although the executioner had intentionally gone easy on him, and he possessed inner strength, he still felt pain in his waist and legs, having hardly slept a wink. Song Chi, his face cold, pushed the woman off him, rolled out of bed, and casually drew the bed curtains shut. What is it? Jiang Hui lowered his head even further. Mr. Shu requests your presence for breakfast. The ship will soon arrive at Linen City. Su Jiaojiao flung aside the bed curtains, poked her head out, and commanded, The prince will have breakfast with me. That Mr. Shu, a grown man, should not compete with a woman for the princess' attention. By the way, bring me the writing materials. Jiang Hui, unwilling to heed her orders, remained motionless. Su Jiaojiao scratched Song Chi's waist. He waved his hand dismissively, complying with her request. Jiang Hui stormed out in a huff. How infuriating that the prince actually listened to that woman. As soon as the door closed, Song Chi seized the girl's waist, his handsome face drawing near, eyes glinting dangerously. Didn't you say you would serve me? Su Jiaojiao replied with conviction. The concubine agreement has yet to be finalized. Your Highness is being rather hasty. Concubine agreement? How did she possess such a plethora of peculiar schemes? He pinched her delicate, rosy cheek. You want the writing materials merely to draft some sort of agreement? Indeed, words alone are insufficient. A written document is necessary, lest your Highness deny it later. Song Chi did not respond, secretly amused. Even if they signed some agreement, what could a mere piece of paper do if he wished to renege? Better to appease her, to avoid any further complications. He held dominion over Jiangnan. Could she truly cause a stir? Before long, Kalu brought forth a sumptuous breakfast. Jiang Hui returned with the writing materials. After they finished their meal and rinsed their mouths, Su Jiaojiao, sat at the table, earnestly drafting the concubine agreement. Song Chi stood behind her, inhaling her fragrant scent while observing her writing. The more he watched, the higher his brows arched. This woman was indeed full of schemes. The main points of the agreement included: first, Song Chi must purchase a house that Su Jiaojiao finds satisfactory, with a deed written in her name. In the future, upon parting ways, she shall not reclaim it. Secondly, in the relationship between the couple, equality prevails, and the living expenses are shared equally. Song Chi contributes 2,002 per month for living expenses. Thirdly, during their courtship, should Song Chi engage with another woman, their relationship shall be immediately terminated, and he shall no longer have any authority to restrict Su Jiaojiao's freedom for any reason. Fourthly, during their relationship, they shall not interfere with one another. Song Chi shall not impose limitations on Su Jiaojiao's freedom, and she retains the complete liberty to conduct her business, socialize, and partake in leisure activities. Su Jiaojiao read through the agreement once more, feeling satisfied that all her desires had been articulated, and quickly affixed her signature, subsequently retrieving her seal to stamp the document. With a smile, she presented it to Song Chi. Your Highness, if there are no objections, please proceed with your signature and seal. Song Chi, wearing a solemn expression, reread the contents of the agreement, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Su Fiao, do you truly believe I would sign such an agreement? Chapter 21. An unfair agreement. It was an entirely unjust agreement. The crux of the matter lay in one crucial point. Once he slept with another woman, their relationship would immediately terminate. What did she mean by that? Was it possible that he could marry a princess while she was free to leave him? The entire contract was filled with declarations of freedom. How desperately she wished to distance herself from him. Fuming, Su Jiaojiao adopted a tone as if negotiating a business deal. Your Highness, what do you find unreasonable? Feel free to voice your concerns. Is it that you feel giving me a house is too much? Not at all, he replied, revealing that he had never cared for wealth. Then, do you think the monthly living allowance of 2,000 taels is excessive? She had deliberately inflated this figure to grant him room for negotiation. That's not it. Is it that you find my freedom to socialize excessive? Oh, rest assured, I will not engage with other men during our relationship. I promise to remain devoted and loyal. That's not the case. Under his watchful gaze in Linen City, who would dare to flirt with a woman belonging to Song Chi? Su Jiaojiao blinked her large, expressive eyes. Then everything's settled. Song Chi tapped his finger on the third clause. I cannot agree to this. Even if I were to sleep with other women, our relationship should not end. Su Fiao, you truly are a shameless scoundrel. Your Highness, with my looks and figure, do you truly believe there are women more captivating than I? Seeing her confidence and pride, the corners of the man's mouth twitched. This is not the same matter. How is it not? With me by your side? Which woman could possibly catch your eye? I will marry eventually. Su Jiaojiao secretly rejoiced, eagerly anticipating his marriage so that she could attain her freedom. However, she still needed to sway his thoughts. Oh, Your Highness, marrying does not necessitate sleeping with a princess. I have faith in myself. With a charming little enchantress like me by your side, I believe you will have no desire for other women. Song Chi, pondering her words, realized they held some validity. Even if he were a princess or a concubine, he could remain detached, avoiding actions that repulsed him. Thus, the notion of marriage, which he had resisted for years, seemed less daunting. Marrying anyone was acceptable as long as he refrained from intimacy. Su Jiaojiao's small face radiated temptation and excitement as she forcefully placed the brush in his hand. Your Highness, please sign. Without further protest, Song Chi took the brush and elegantly inscribed his name, even affixing his official seal at her insistence. Su Jiaojiao blew on the agreement, satisfied as she folded it away. Haha, from this moment on, I have a wealthy and powerful boyfriend. No need to enter the manor as a concubine. I can continue my business and even acquire a house for free. Oh, in modern terms, I'm truly a winner in life. Meanwhile, Song Chi's demeanor had softened, a hint of joy illuminating his features as she playfully pecked him on the cheek. My dear, I will go house hunting and let you know once I find the perfect one. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by the entering Xu Yunchuan, whose typically stoic expression contorted in disbelief. The woman, in her enchanting demeanor, could easily captivate any man. One might even suspect that Su Jiaojiao had transformed into a fox spirit. Junlan disembarked from the ship, and Song Chi silently nodded in response. In her haste to leave, Su Jiaojiao flitted into Song Chi's embrace like a bird returning to its nest, causing his heart to flutter. "Your Highness, I have forgotten another exceedingly important matter," she exclaimed. "What is it?" he inquired. "My family. We are now in a romantic relationship, and you must not treat my family with such disrespect any longer. They must not be punished this time." "Very well," he agreed. Su Jiaojiao beamed with joy, declaring, "I shall go inform them of this wonderful news." With that, she skipped out of the room. Observing her sincere and radiant smile, Song Chi felt his heart lighten considerably. "What has happened to your concubine?" Shu Yinchuan asked, scrutinizing Song Chi, intent on deciphering any subtle expressions on his face. Song Chi, disinterested in elaborating, replied, "It is none of your concern. Am I no longer your most trusted companion?" Shu Yinchuan pressed. After Su Jiaojiao conveyed the news of the family not being punished to her parents, Su Dongyang was once again overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. In just a few days, it felt as though a lifetime had passed. Upon returning to Linen, everything seemed transformed. Su Jiaojiao exchanged greetings with Song Chi before heading home to the Su residence with her family. The Su manor had been under heavy guard for days, leaving the household staff in terror. Upon seeing their masters return safely, the soldiers withdrew, and joy filled the air. The family indulged in a soothing bath and a lavish feast, sipping tea and burping contentedly in the main hall. Su Dongyang sighed with squinted eyes. Home is indeed the best. Venturing outside is far too taxing. Su Quan, brimming with energy, had already dashed out to play with friends. Kaylee was busy wringing out Su Jiaojiao's damp hair. With a smile, Su Jiaojiao revealed the exterior concubine agreement she had secured, saying, "Father, mother, I have negotiated with the prince. From now on, I shall be his exterior concubine." Thud! Su Dongyang was so astonished that he toppled from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Exterior concubine?" he exclaimed, scratching his ear in confusion. "Su Jiao nadie de fermetibli, dis exterior concubine. Song Chi will buy me a house and provide me with 2,000 taels each month." Su Dongyang pounded his thigh in exasperation. "Oh my Jiao Jiao, have you lost your mind? How can you be an exterior concubine? Better to be a concubine instead. Oh, I'm going to be driven to madness. My heart aches. I cannot bear this." Chun Shi, though somewhat steadier than Su Dongyang, was equally shocked. Looking at her daughter, she asked tremulously, "Child, what is your reasoning behind this?" "Father, mother, being an exterior concubine is the best option I can conceive at the moment. I do not wish to be confined within high walls, nor do I desire to be a concubine. Thus, the path of an exterior concubine remains my only recourse. Once Song Chi tires of me and severs our relationship, I will still be Miss Su, free to choose my own destiny, whether to marry or remain single. Ultimately, it will be my decision." With tears glistening in his eyes, Su Dongyang, between sobs, murmured foolishly, "That does sound rather appealing." Su Jiaojiao continued to stir her bold rhetoric, dismissing notions of love and fidelity, declaring that she was unconcerned with chastity or reputation. Song Chi is not lacking, submitting to him. Who is to say who is taking advantage of whom? Chen said, "I fear the prospect of having a child." "Mother, you are being foolish. Since I desire a future of freedom, how could I allow myself to become pregnant? During this romance with the Prince of Jiangnan, I intend to leverage this opportunity to expand our business and increase our earnings. With wealth, I could easily support several handsome lovers in the future." Su Dongyang sniffled, contemplating, and nodded in agreement. "My Jiao Jiao is so beautiful. If she must choose, let be dashing, robust, and honorable companions." At that moment, Song Chi entered the courtyard, overhearing Su Dongyang's words. His expression darkened instantly, his eagle-like eyes glinting with menace. Chapter 22. Her grand mansion approaches concubine. Song Chi strode into the hall, his voice as cold as ice. "I was unaware that my mistress possessed such audacity, daring to secretly raise a concubine." The individuals within the room were all taken aback. Su Donyang had just ceased his tears, only to have them flow once more silently. Jiang Hui, standing behind his master, let out a chilling laugh. Daring to cuckold the prince, this family shall not live to see another day. Chun, Su Donyang, and Kailei were all terrified and knelt down. Su Jiaojiao felt a jolt of fear. If Song Chi were to overhear the conspiratorial discussion she had shared with her family, it would spell disaster. However, judging by his expression, it seemed he had not caught the entirety of their conversation. Your Highness, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Su Jiao managed a smile, stepping forward to take Song Chi's hand, only to have it coldly rejected. Oh, he is angry. Su Donyang, do you intend to raise a concubine for your daughter? Woo! Speak. Su Donyang, frightened to the core, could not utter a single word, merely shaking his head and weeping in silence. Su Jiao pressed Song Chi into a chair, asserting, my father was merely speaking out of anger. Yet Song Chi continued to grit his teeth. I had no idea that your Su family had the audacity to raise a concubine for my woman. Do you truly wish to court death? Su Donyang was nearly paralyzed with fear, gasping for breath amidst his sobs. Su Jiao, in a state of panic, concocted a desperate lie. My father fears that you may abandon me in the future, leaving me a pitiful old maid. That's why he spoke out of frustration about raising a concubine if it comes to that. Even if I were to abandon you, no one else is permitted to touch you. Any man who dares to lay hands on my woman shall not live. Indeed, it was merely a casual remark, not to be taken seriously. Your Highness, my father genuinely hopes that you will support me throughout your life. He meant no harm. Please do not take offense. Grant him forgiveness this once. Song Chi, exuding an air of authority, replied coldly, should there be any further reckless words, there shall be severe punishment. This time, Su Donyang shall subsist on coarse food for 3 days. Jiang Hui, ensure he is monitored. Yes, your Highness. As Su Donyang breathed a sigh of relief, the thought of 3 days of coarse fare sent him into another bout of tears. Jiang Hui felt disheartened. How had the prince changed? This was not the punishment he had anticipated. In Song Chi's mind, the image of several flamboyant concubines vying for Su Jiaojiao's affection filled him with unease, darkening his expression. Su Jiaojiao, adept at reading emotions, immediately nestled closer to him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pretending to smooth his hair. Her demeanor exceedingly affectionate. Your Highness, had you not come to find me, I would have sought you out myself. I am eager to see our new home, wishing to tidy up our little abode as soon as possible. Song Chi felt a softening in his heart. Though he knew her words held little sincerity, he found himself comforted by her presence. With her soft form pressed against him and her little hands playfully tugging at his face, the earlier bitterness gradually dissipated. Very well, even if this woman is restless and harbors a few chaotic thoughts, under my watch, she shall not have the opportunity to act upon them. I have come to take you to see the mansion. I have selected 3 locations for you to inspect. Her grand mansion is on the verge of arrival. The little fox's eyes glimmered with a radiant sheen. Truly? How splendid. Let us proceed to view the residence. Song Chi, hand in hand with the girl, was led outside, casting a warning glance at Su Donyang before exiting. That look sent Su Donyang's spirit reeling. Good heavens, the king of Jiangnan is truly terrifying. Outside the Su residence awaited the opulent carriage from the royal palace. Song Chi cradled Su Jiaojiao as he placed her into the carriage, while Kailei eagerly scrambled up after her. Mounted on a majestic steed, Song Chi rode alongside the carriage. All 3 houses were registered under Song Chi's name, each substantial in size. Su Jiaojiao inspected them one by one, ultimately favoring the one closest to the main street. It was a 4-courtyard estate, not far from the Su residence and conveniently situated near the commercial district, essentially a mansion within the 2nd ring road. Kailei wandered through the garden, approaching her mistress and whispering with delight, Miss, this residence is quite extravagant. I wager it's worth a fortune. Su Jiaojiao replied with pride. A rough estimate would place it at 20,000 taels of silver. Wow, that's exorbitant. We struck gold. Song Chi operated with remarkable efficiency, promptly dispatching over 20 maidservants from the royal palace, along with a cadre of housekeepers. Zhang Mama, who had previously been in contact with Su Jiaojiao, was appointed as the head housekeeper of the inner quarters. Butler Luo, an elder transferred from the royal palace, had previously served at Wanyan Pavilion. Su Jiaojiao meticulously instructed Butler Luo. The furnishings must be of the highest quality. In the warm chamber, a delicate imperial couch is a necessity, and the bathing area should ideally connect to the bedroom. The room adjacent to the bedroom will be designated as my dressing room, where my seasonal garments must be stored separately. Continuous hot water is essential throughout the year, and a swing should be constructed in the garden. For now, that will suffice. Proceed with these arrangements. Butler Luo broke into a light sweat, casting a discreet glance at the prince. Song Chi nodded, accomplish all of Miss Su's requests. Every item must be of the finest quality. You may draw directly from my private treasury. Butler Luo's heart raced as he grasped the significance of Miss Su's status. Vowing not to be remiss and promptly set to work. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, yet none could rival the girl's enchanting beauty. Song Chi quickened his pace, wrapping his arm around her waist. Are you satisfied? Indeed. However, I still lack exquisite jewelry. The 48 bearers of your betrothal gifts have been delivered. One box is filled with jewelry for you to choose from. Kayleigh, hurry and bring out that box of jewelry. I shall inspect each piece. She then gazed up at the handsome man, her tone persuasive. Your Highness, every girl adores sparkling jewels. You must frequently present me with gifts to keep me elated. Song Chi could not suppress a chuckle, playfully tapping her forehead. Little one, your talent for amassing wealth is quite impressive. Not at all. This is merely the charm of lovers. Indeed, she was scheming for a prosperous future, but she could never admit it. Reflecting on Su Dongyang's earlier words, Song Chi's expression darkened. What did your father mean regarding the concubines? Su Jiaojiao, taken aback that he still lingered on this matter, forced a chuckle. I merely spoke in jest. It was nothing serious. You are well aware of my father. He possesses the smallest of courage, finding it difficult to go a day without shedding tears. Such astonishing and outrageous occurrences are beyond his imagination. Huh? Do you dare to contemplate them? I certainly do not. Su Jiaojiao playfully tugged at the man's sleeve, coaxing him. I am a person of utmost integrity. The prince has fulfilled his end of the agreement, and I shall, of course, adhere to our pact, ensuring my unwavering loyalty to you. She secretly added to herself. For the time being, Song Chi Kai was skeptical of her words. This little deceiver's inner thoughts were always at odds with her spoken words. Even though he recognized her insincerity, it still brought him a modicum of comfort. The mention of the agreement sparked a thought within him. He swiftly scooped the girl into his arms and declared, Come now, let us fulfill your obligations as my consort, as per our agreement. With that, he strode purposefully toward the main house. Chapter 23. Adoring you, serving the prince, devotedly, Su Jiaojiao stood there, momentarily stunned. Despite her mental preparation, a flicker of panic surged within her. After all, she had only ever engaged in theoretical musings without practical experience. Your Highness, please, let's not rush. Shouldn't there be some ceremony, perhaps a drink? And you haven't even bathed yet. He embraced her and strode through the garden, heading directly into the inner chambers. Remarkably, he remained unflustered, displaying commendable stamina. He placed Su Jiaojiao onto the bed and, with fervor, began to tug at her garments. Slow down. Su Jiaojiao grasped his hand, insisting, we absolutely must bathe. Cleanliness is paramount, especially for intimate areas, lest it cause illness. Song Chi smirked. As expected of Su Jiaojiao, you never fail to astound. He provocatively added, what if I choose not to? With a raised eyebrow, Su Jiaojiao retorted, are you truly willing to proceed like this? If I refuse to comply, the pleasure for you would diminish considerably. Song Chi sighed, you are quite the character. Just as he resolved to wash, Su Jiaojiao seized his arm, causing his heart to flutter, anticipating a softening of her stance. To his surprise, she assertively said, Your Highness, shouldn't you settle this month's allowance first? Song Chi's brow twitched in irritation. He retrieved several banknotes from his pocket, casting them her way without a glance. As if your money could ever be insufficient. Su Jiaojiao eagerly counted the notes, exclaiming, Wow, 3,500 taels. What a fortune. You are so generous, my love. Hurry and wash. Once you're done, I shall attend to you splendidly, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. With money in hand, her words dripped with sweetness. Though he understood her flattery was insincere, he found himself captivated, thinking that whether her affection was genuine or not, she belonged to him. Outside, Jiang Hui's anxious voice broke through. Your Highness, the matriarch is unwell. You must return to the royal residence immediately. Song Chi furrowed his brow, adjusting his attire as he addressed her. Tend to the house. I shall return tonight. All right, leave this to me. You should hurry home, she replied. As his concubine, she was acutely aware of her role. If there were matters at his home, she would not meddle. With the house and funds secured, his comings and goings mattered little to her. As soon as Song Chi departed, Su Jiaojiao gleefully rushed out, her spirits soaring. Kayle, let's go out and play. She waved the 3,500 taels with flair, already plotting her expenditures. While Song Chi left several guards behind, Su Jiaojiao and Kayle stepped outside, followed discreetly by a few guards. Miss, aren't you wearing a veil? Would you like a face cloth? Kayle offered, producing a cloth, only to be dismissed by Su Jiaojiao with disdain. From now on, I shan't need such trifles. Why? Because I am now a prize flower with an owner, and that lord is a formidable presence in Jiangnan. No one would dare cast their eyes upon me. Thus I am both safe and free henceforth. As Su Jiaojiao walked down the street, her stunning beauty immediately caused a stir. Many men were left awestruck, while some audacious souls attempted to approach her, only to be swiftly dealt with by the hidden guards. The master and servants soon arrived at a perfume shop, where Su Jiaojiao, with extravagant flair, requested the most expensive balm available. The shopkeeper, taken aback by her celestial beauty, hurriedly presented a box of exquisite balm from the West. My lady, this is a secret formulation from the Western regions. Once applied, it will leave your skin fair and smooth without the greasiness. Alas, this is the only box we have. Its only flaw is its cost, he explained. Upon opening the box and inhaling its delicate fragrance, Su Jiaojiao found the balm's creamy texture to be more refined than others. Truly a remarkable product. Given her penchant for beauty and her deep appreciation for her pristine skin, she believed that earning money was merely a means to indulge herself in the finest luxuries. Now, with the backing of the wealthy Song Chi, she had no intention of holding back. I'll take it, she declared, while paying and instructing, please stock more of this. I shall adorn myself with it henceforth. I fear not the price, only the lack of quality. Of course, where shall we deliver the goods? To Mingwei Garden in Jinyuxiang. Suddenly, a girl snatched the balm from Su Jiaojiao's hands. This box belongs to me. The girl, around 17 or 18, wore a haughty expression as she sneered, oh, it's Su Jiaojiao from Gentle Pavilion. How surprising that you can afford such fine goods. She was Niu Fangfei, the daughter of the governor of Linen, Niu Shang, who had harbored jealousy towards Su Jiaojiao's beauty for years. Previously, Su Jiaojiao had avoided direct confrontations, knowing well that Niu Fangfei's father was a powerful official. But now, why should she continue to tolerate her? Niu Fangfei, do you not understand the order of things? I have already purchased this balm. What right do you have to seize it? Niu Fangfei scoffed, I'm taking what I want. What will you do about it? No matter how beautiful you are, if you weren't born into the right family, it's all for naught. Do you think you can compete with me? Su Jiaojiao smiled coldly. With your looks, no amount of balm can save you. Why you dare? Niu Fangfei exclaimed, raising her hand to strike Su Jiaojiao, who nimbly evaded. With a playful tongue gesture, Su Jiaojiao remarked, very well, consider it a gift. It's a shame to waste it on someone like you. Fuming, Niu Fangfei threw the balm to the ground, her eyes brimming with tears as she stormed out. Her servant, frightened, clutched her chest. Miss, what have you done? She is notorious in Linen. Her father fiercely protects her and will not let this go easily. Su Jiaojiao shrugged dismissively. I have my own backing now, no matter how formidable her father is. Does he dare to provoke Song Chi? In truth, she sought to test Song Chi's tolerance. Should he prove to be averse to trouble, she would become a source of contention, and he would likely grow weary of her, allowing her to regain her freedom swiftly. In the evening, the two returned to their new residence, Mingwei Garden, which had been arranged quite elegantly, a testament to the capabilities of the steward, Luo. Her bedroom was opulently adorned, with carpets adorning the floor, and even the daybed was a finely crafted masterpiece. "Serve the meal," Kalu remarked as she glanced outside. "Miss, aren't you waiting for the prince?" "I am not a stone waiting for my husband. I shall not idly wait. From now on, when it is mealtime, regardless of whether the prince arrives or not, serve me my food as usual." Dinner was particularly sumptuous, comprised of dishes chosen by Su Jiaojiao. She invited Kalu to dine with her, and even Kalu indulged in a bowl of bird's nest porridge. After the meal, Su Jiaojiao took a leisurely stroll and sketched 2 designs for clothing before heading to the bath. Kalu assisted her by rubbing her back. "Miss, tonight, you and the prince. Are you nervous?" Su Jiaojiao hesitated, admitting that to say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Yet, she didn't feel excessively anxious. "From what I've read in novels, I fear a bit about the pain of the first time." "What novels?" "Illustrated books." "Oh, there's no need to worry. I can handle this. After all, I have watched so many films. It hasn't been for naught." At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and then a tall figure emerged beside her. In the swirling mist, the woman was immersed in the bath, resembling an enchanting spirit, captivating and ethereal. Chapter 24. The knowledgeable sister Song Chi paused in his steps, holding his breath. His usually cold eyes seemed to shimmer with a captivating light. "Jiao Jiao." The corners of his lips curled upward as his gaze, piercing as if through layers, swept over her from top to bottom. "Oh dear, how did you get in here? Please step outside." Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her. She quickly covered herself with her small hands and submerged deeper into the water. Despite her modern mindset, she was still a young woman who had devoted herself to her career in her past life, never truly engaging with men. Being suddenly exposed in such a vulnerable state, especially while bathing, was undeniably mortifying. Seeing her rare display of shyness, Song Chi felt a surge of exhilaration but had no intention of leaving. Instead, he leaned in closer. Teasingly, "My Jiao Jiao, could it be that you are shy? How about this? I could join you for a wash. Would that be agreeable?" "Who would want to wash with you? Hurry up and leave." Su Jiaojiao retorted, splashing water at him in frustration, which only elicited a low chuckle from him. Noticing her genuine annoyance, he reluctantly turned away. "I'll wash in the adjacent bath," he declared, just as Su Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly turned back, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "After you wash, you needn't bother with clothes. After all, you'll be undressing anyway. It's redundant." Su Jiaojiao's face flushed even deeper with indignation. "Mind your own business." Once Song Chi departed, she placed a hand over her heart, suddenly aware of its rapid beating. Darn it. She had been perfectly calm until his antics sent her spiraling into confusion. Kayle, her maid, attentively wiped her down and said earnestly, "Why not skip the undergarments and just wrap yourself in a towel to go to bed?" Su Jiaojiao shot her a glare. Nonsense. Yet, Kayle had a point. After all, she would need to undress when sleeping. The hassle of putting on and taking off was indeed bothersome. Su Jiaojiao pinched Kayle, exclaiming, "You want a beating, don't you? You actually believe that foul man-ass words." She was not one of his concubines, and she had no intention of humiliating herself. "Wait a moment. Did you just say who? Concubine? Where did that come from? I am merely a woman in his favor. He is no such thing." Kayle stuck out her tongue. "Oh, Prince." Stepping out of the bath, Su Jiaojiao sighed. "Kayle, you must understand, the path I have taken was not of my own choosing. If I had any other options, I would not have resorted to such means." Kayle nodded in understanding. "I see. I just thought you didn't seem too unhappy." Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes. "It's merely a way to cope. Should I truly lament daily or wallow in despair? One must continue living." Her parents' and brothers' fates rested in Song Chi's hands, and her own destiny was equally bound to his whims. Since she could not alter this reality, she would accept it with composure. In modern terms, she was being maintained by a domineering CEO, or perhaps she could view it differently, consider him merely a casual partner. After all, Song Chi's looks and physique were certainly appealing. She was not at a total disadvantage. In the realm of adulthood, one should simply relish the moments they shared. When apart, there was no need for sorrow or melancholy. As Su Jiaojiao twisted her hair dry, donned her attire, and walked into the bedroom with her cascading locks resembling a waterfall, Song Chi had already finished his bath and awaited her presence. Upon her entrance, his gaze darkened, and seated at the table, he beckoned her with a subtle wave of his hand. Jiao Jiao, come here, he spoke in a calm and measured tone. Instinctively, Su Jiaojiao bit her lip, inhaling deeply to compose herself before approaching and taking a seat. Kulu, you may leave, Song Chi waved his hand, his eyes fixed intently on Su Jiaojiao. Kulu cast a worried glance at her mistress, sighed softly in resignation, and retreated from the room, leaving only the two of them. Jiao Jiao, the man grasped Su Jiaojiao's hand, causing her to shiver slightly. When she met his gaze, a jolt of emotion coursed through her at the intensity of his stare. Song Chi could not help but smile faintly, remarking, "You seemed quite bold before. Yet now that the moment has arrived, it appears you are harboring some trepidation." "Who is afraid? I shall not concede defeat," she retorted, asserting herself as a modern individual well-versed in the nuances of relationships. She had witnessed many such encounters, lacking only in practical experience. "My lord, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own state. Some may appear appealing, yet turn into mere duds when it truly matters." Song Chi's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You shall soon discover whether I am capable." Regretting her provocative words, Su Jiaojiao coughed lightly. "My lord, have you ever been with a woman before?" Song Chi paused momentarily, then replied, "Whether I have or have not, I will ensure your satisfaction." Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the implications of his words. A chuckle escaped her lips as she felt a sense of equilibrium. They were both novices in this realm, making her anxiety seem unwarranted. With her eyes curving into a playful smile, she teased, "So the prince has never been with a woman? Your previous claims might bear the mark of exaggeration. How can you assert your prowess without experience?" Song Chi merely smiled serenely, choosing not to engage in a debate. Yet a hint of dominance flickered in his eyes. He would demonstrate everything through action. The table was adorned with prepared wine, and Song Chi poured 2 glasses, handing one to Su Jiaojiao. Without grand ceremonies or ostentatious displays, let's toast with a cup of wine. He had taken her earlier words to heart. Su Jiaojiao, shedding her hesitance, entwined her arm with his as she lifted her glass. "Here's to the first page of our new life." It was her inaugural day as a concubine. She downed the wine in one swift motion, only to be caught off guard by a fit of coughing. Song Chi watched her with a faint smile as she finished her drink before he slowly sipped from his own glass. The liquor he had prepared was potent. Even a seasoned drinker could find themselves intoxicated after 3 cups. Su Jiaojiao, having consumed her glass, was likely to feel its effects as well. He had been mindful to prepare this drink, fearing she might resist him tonight. Moreover, as it was her first experience, a bit of alcohol could dull the pain during their encounter. As a glass of wine slid down her throat, a warm sensation enveloped her belly, and soon a gentle dizziness began to cloud her mind. Su Jiaojiao's large, bright eyes twinkled mischievously as she extended 2 delicate, snow-white fingers, resembling a child seeking candy. With a playful giggle, she mused that good fortune comes in pairs. Why not indulge in another drink? However, the man grasped her hand firmly and wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her to sit upon his lap. His voice, deep and resonant, cautioned, "Oh, Jiao Jiao, we must refrain from drinking further. We have more pressing matters at hand." Feeling slightly tipsy, Su Jiaojiao perceived the world around her as swaying back and forth. She chuckled foolishly, playfully shaking her fingers. "Sister, I've seen much of the world, and I've indulged in countless films from the island nation. Though I lack experience, my theoretical knowledge is undoubtedly substantial. Do not underestimate me." "Jiao Jiao, you are intoxicated. You are the one who is drunk. And who are you? Looking quite handsome. I might add, young sir, let us add each other on WeChat." Yet before she could finish her sentence, the man swept her into his embrace and onto the couch. Chapter 25. 3 calls for water in one night. Su Jiaojiao felt a sense of disorientation, as if she had been transported back in time. It was a period when she had just begun dating a boy from the swimming team, often sneaking glances at his well-toned physique from a stance. His sculpted abs appeared so firm, she longed to touch them. Alas, before she could act on her desire, she found herself thrust into this new reality. With a blush adorning her cheeks, she leaned against Song Chi's neck, her small hand exploring his waist. "Oh dear, does my handsome gentleman have muscles? Come now, don't be shy. Let me have a feel." Song Chi's mind buzzed as if ignited by a roaring flame. Pressing the girl down upon the bed, their clothes lay scattered across the carpet, and the alluring sight before him stole his breath away, his blood surging with fervor. Yet, the woman, half-lidded and intoxicated, with her cascading dark hair, playfully prodded and poked at him with her small hands. Song Chi felt himself slipping into a state of uncontrollable desire, the demons within him roaring to be unleashed. No longer was he the composed gentleman. The flickering candlelight danced, and the warm bed swayed gently. The sounds emanating from the bedroom startled the birds from their perches, sending them fluttering away. Kayleigh, waiting outside, faintly heard intermittent sounds from within, a blend of astonishment and shyness. The young lady's voice, already enchanting, became even more intoxicating in her vulnerability. Even another woman could not resist feeling weak at the knees. How much more so for a man who would surely be driven to madness. An hour later, Kayleigh was nearly asleep when Song Chi finally called for water. He carried the drowsy woman to the bathroom to cleanse her, then returned to the bed, enveloping her in a warm embrace under the silken quilt. As Su Jiaojiao's intoxication wore off, she found the discomfort of her earlier state had faded. Her body ached slightly, but was not overly painful. Who would have thought that beneath Song Chi's usual cold and aloof demeanor lay a wild abandon? Her skin bore the evidence of his affection in the form of small, tender marks. The man asked softly, "Does it hurt?" His voice was husky, laced with a satisfying sensuality. Exhausted, Su Jiaojiao closed her eyes and languidly replied, "It certainly doesn't feel pleasant. I have a soothing ointment. It will alleviate the discomfort," he said, retrieving a box of medicinal balm. Su Jiaojiao's lips twitched. This man was remarkably well prepared. Once applied, the ointment offered a cooling sensation, swiftly banishing any discomfort. As she yawned, on the brink of slumber, the man beside her grew restless once more. She pushed and nudged him, but her efforts were no match for his strength. "You rascal, Song Chi." Her protests were swallowed by his kiss. In the stillness of the night, the candlelight in the bedroom continued to flicker. Kayleigh, who had dozed off, was jolted awake, scratching her ears in disbelief. The other maidservants blushed profusely. Jiang Hui, who had been waiting outside, shot a fierce glare at Kayleigh and muttered towards the bedroom, "You enchanting temptress." Ah, the illustrious reputation of their prince. There were 2 more calls for water from within. By the time it all settled, dawn was approaching. 3 calls for water in a single night. This revelation shocked Madame Zhang and the numerous maidservants dispatched from the royal residence. For many years, the prince has had no maidservants by his side, and his Wanyan pavilion is filled only with young attendants. Everyone assumed the prince was aloof and indifferent to matters of love and intimacy, but little did they know. In the governor's office, Xu Yunchuan and several officials waited anxiously, having drained 2 kettles of tea. Yet the governor had yet to arrive. "Mr. Xu, could it be that the governor is preoccupied?" one inquired. "Indeed, he has never been late before," another added. Xu Yunchuan, slightly puzzled, maintained his calm demeanor, fanning himself gently. "Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps the governor is detained by some pressing matter." Glancing at the hourglass, he sighed, "Good heavens. It is nearly time for lunch. What on earth is delaying Song Junlan? A word from him would suffice. Governor has arrived." Jiang Hui's voice rang out, prompting everyone to straighten up, their spirits renewed as they stood to greet him. "We have the honor of meeting the governor." Song Chi entered with a light step, exuding an air of elegance, embodying both the grace of a scholar and the decisiveness of a warrior. "There is no need for formality. Please take your seats," he said. Xu Yinchuan raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss in Song Junlan's demeanor and tone today. After discussing state affairs, the room emptied, leaving only Song Chi and Xu Yunchuan in the deliberation hall. As lunch was served, both maintained decorum while dining. Suddenly, Song Chi seemed to recall something. letting out a quiet chuckle that startled Shu Yunchuan. Song Junlan, you are acting strangely today. Do not frighten me. Speak plainly. Has something significant occurred that has caused your tardiness? Typically, Song Chi wore a stoic expression, rarely smiling. With his lashes partially lowered, he replied nonchalantly, personal matters. What personal matter could possibly render you so peculiar? Shu Yunchuan pressed. Song Chi slowly lifted his gaze, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Oh, just being persistently pursued by a woman, which delayed me somewhat. Coughing, Shu Yunchuan choked on his food, staring at his friend in disbelief. A woman? Your concubine? After swallowing, he spoke sternly. Song Junlan, do not lose yourself in this. Do not let a woman jeopardize important affairs. Song Chi replied coolly, fear not. I am quite aware of my priorities. She is merely a servant. Shu Yunchuan nodded, though skepticism lingered in his expression. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao awoke lazily around midday, feeling her muscles ache and couldn't help but curse, that man, so reckless. Is it never enough? Kaylay entered with a bowl of silver fungus soup, her cheeks flushed. Miss, your throat must be parched. Please have some soup. After a few sips, Su Jiaojiao grasped the implication behind Kaylay's words and sighed in resignation. The soundproofing in ancient homes was notoriously poor, and in affluent households, servants were always present outside. Mama Zhang entered with a smile. Miss Su, this is the tonic bestowed upon you by the First Lady. Su Jiaojiao's brow furrowed slightly. She knew full well that this was no ordinary tonic, but rather a concoction meant to prevent conception. Before the princess could enter the household, no other women could bear children for the prince. Su Jiao scoffed lightly. How considerate of the First Lady. She took the contraceptive potion and downed it in one gulp. Though she did not wish to become pregnant, she detested the feeling of being controlled by others. Furthermore, last night fell within her safe period, rendering contraception unnecessary. The ancients lacked such knowledge, and each time they engaged in intimacy, they had to consume the potion, which would undoubtedly harm her body in the long run. No, she must devise a plan. Her body belonged to her, and she must cherish it. The only physician she trusted was but one. Kaylay, let us quietly seek out Dr. Xiaolin later. Huh? Who? Kaylay exclaimed in shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she trembled, urging Miss, you must not. To bring dishonor to the prince is tantamount to courting death. Chapter 26. I could take you away from the polished bronze mirror. Su Jiaojiao caught a glimpse of Ku Li's pallid face. The girl, evidently terrified after this escape attempt, seemed utterly shaken by Song Chi. The beauty reflected in the mirror wore an innocuous smile. Oh dear Kulu, what are you thinking? Surely I am not foolish enough to place a green hat upon the prince's head. Kulu's hand trembled slightly as she held the comb, pondering the lady's visit to Dr. Xiaolin. There are certain matters that only he can address with my peace of mind. My lady, if the prince finds out, he will flay me alive. Kulu exclaimed. You are deeply favored by the prince. Even if you err, he will only punish you in the privacy of your chamber. He would never bear to inflict serious harm upon you. But I would suffer greatly, for the prince would undoubtedly vent his wrath upon us lowly servants. My lady, I wish to live a few more years. Please do not cause any more trouble. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, Su Jiao leisurely replied, for dinner, I shall have the kitchen prepare a pig's knuckle for you. The maid behind her licked her lips, contemplating but still stubbornly shook her head. My lady, that will not do. Choose a knuckle that is well marbled, with ample seasoning, and simmer it slowly in a clay pot for 2 hours. By then, the skin will be fragrant and the meat tender, served with sauce alongside a bowl of rice. Oh, delightful. Kulu wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, declaring her unwavering loyalty. Kulu is but a loyal servant to my lady, willing to face death without hesitation. Su Jiaojiao mused. Indeed, to satisfy a greedy cat, one must present substantial fare. The dressing room was adorned with garments from every season, and as Kulu touched the exquisite fabrics, she could not help but exclaim, wow, all are fine silks from Jiangnan, many of which I have never seen in the market. The prince truly dotes on you. Su Jiaojiao had always relished adorning herself. During her tenure as CEO, she was renowned as a fashion icon within the industry. She adored beauty, luxury, and freedom. selecting a delicate gown of soft silk. Adorned with crystal pink and golden threads, she appeared exceptionally enchanting. Once attired, as Su Jiaojiao and Kulu stepped out of the room, the several maids outside were left utterly astonished. Miss Su is simply too beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth. Kulu turned to Mama Zhang, instructing, "Our lady wishes to go to the Jean LV pavilion. Please arrange for a carriage." Mama Zhang, flustered by Su Jiaojiao's stunning beauty, stammered, "Of course. This old servant shall make the arrangements immediately." As the master and servant boarded the carriage, Kulu grinned mischievously. "My lady, did you notice how those maids gaped at you, their mouths agape in astonishment?" Su Jiaojiao chuckled confidently. "Their makeup skills are simply unbearable to behold. Each one has painted their face a ghastly white, neglecting their facial contours, with eyebrows drawn thin and blush applied incorrectly, resembling monkey bottoms. Their faces are not only unkempt, but also a riot of colors, akin to performers in a play." During her university days, she had learned the art of makeup alongside her dormitory roommates, later refining her skills through tutorials on her phone, achieving increasingly remarkable proficiency. The pinnacle of makeup artistry lies in highlighting one's strengths, creating a clean and translucent visage with alluring eyes and sensuous lips. With her already breathtakingly beautiful face, a little enhancement rendered her utterly captivating. Cole lifted the curtain and peered outside, whispering, "I don't see anyone following us. TCH, if you could see them, how could they be considered skilled?" Before her escape from Linen City, Song Chi had dispatched someone to keep her under surveillance. After her daring flight and subsequent capture, Song Chi would undoubtedly grow more wary of her. It was likely that the number of those monitoring her would increase significantly. The carriage halted at the Golden Thread Pavilion, and the two entered the shop. The manager and the staff were all pleasantly surprised. It had been many days since they last saw the mistress, and a multitude of matters awaited her attention. Su Jiaojiao methodically and swiftly addressed the backlog of issues, deliberately raising her voice. "Cole, I'm weary and need to rest. Ensure that no one disturbs me." Cole lowered the window and responded loudly, "Understood, Mississippi. I shall keep watch and prevent anyone from interrupting your repose." Su Jiaojiao quickly donned a lightweight cloak, pulled up her hood to conceal her face, and quietly slipped out with Cole through a hidden back door. They meandered through the narrow alleyways, soon arriving at the back entrance of the Jishir Hall. Cole anxiously glanced around, expertly unlocking the concealed latch and pushing the door open. They swiftly entered. This back door was previously revealed to her by Lin Qingyuan, intended for their discreet meetings. Upon entering, Su Jiaojiao was greeted by the familiar fragrance of herbs, instantly evoking a sense of nostalgia. Lin Qingyuan's sister, Lin Xiaohi, was bent over, drying herbs when she suddenly heard a noise behind her. "Xiaohi, where is your brother?" Upon seeing Su Jiaojiao, Lin Xiaohi's eyes widened in surprise. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" With time pressing, Su Jiaojiao lowered her voice, her expression serious. "I need to see your brother urgently. Could you please summon him? I beg you." Lin Xiaohi, being composed yet introverted, nodded and promptly went to the front courtyard. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed, and Su Jiaojiao turned to meet Lin Qingyuan's intense gaze. "Jiao." Lin Qingyuan's handsome face appeared somewhat pale, looking thinner than before, and he coughed a few times as he approached. Nevertheless, his misty eyes still brimmed with affection. As he reached her, Lin Qingyuan grasped Su Jiaojiao's hand tightly, his tone urgent yet laced with joy. "Jiao, I am so glad you came." Typically shy and reserved, he had never dared to show any affectionate gestures towards her. It was always Su Jiaojiao who playfully prodded him or pinched his cheek, causing him to blush deeply. His overt enthusiasm today caught Su Jiaojiao off guard. She gently withdrew her hand and took a step back, softly stating, "I have pressing matters to discuss." Lin Qingyuan nodded, "Then let us speak inside." They entered the room and closed the door, with Cole standing guard outside. "Dr. Lin, how has your recovery been?" Lin Qingyuan paused, his eyes reddening as he trembled slightly. "Why do you call me Dr. Lin? Call me Qingyuan. I am Jiao's Qingyuan." His tone carried a hint of hurt, intertwined with stubbornness. Su Jiaojiao let out a faint sigh, observing that you seem to be on the mend. This would lessen her feelings of remorse and allow her to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Qing Yuan stepped forward, drawing close to her. Yes, my health has improved. I can take Jiao Jiao away from here. Lin Qing Yuan. Su Jiaojiao gasped in surprise, compelled to utter the harsh truth. It is impossible for us. I am now the concubine of Song Chi. A wave of sorrow surged within Lin Qing Yuan as he inhaled sharply. To dissuade him, Su Jiaojiao added, I have already submitted to him and become his woman. Lin Qing Yuan suddenly grasped her shoulders, causing Su Jiaojiao to meet his gaze, where she could clearly see the stubbornness and passion reflected in his eyes. Jiao Jiao, I do not care. You are the only one in my heart. I wish to be with you day and night, to grow old together. Chapter 27. The prince comes to catch adultery. Su Jiaojiao attempted to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. His strength was formidable. We cannot contend with Song Chi if you remain entangled with me. He will take your life. Lin Qing Yuan held Su Jiaojiao tightly, as if embracing a cherished treasure. His voice was both gentle and resolute. Jiao Jiao, I fear neither death nor Song Chi. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you away from here, northward, to a place where Song Chi cannot find us. However, Lin Qing Yuan gazed at her with deep affection, his eyes shimmering like water, his face flushed. Jiao Jiao, without you, I would be a mere shell of a man, wandering aimlessly, day and night. I yearn for you. In this lifetime, I cannot do without you. Su Jiaojiao felt her mind swirl at his declarations. Continuing this exchange would only lead to confusion as night fell. Qing Yuan, I need you to do me a favor. Speak freely. Please prepare a contraceptive pill for me, one that has no side effects and will not harm my body. Lin Qing Yuan's eyes flickered, a shadow of pain crossing his features, but he quickly responded with conviction. Very well. I shall use the finest ingredients to safeguard your well-being. Jiao Jiao, trust me, it will not be long before I take you away from here. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Song Chi accompanied Shu Yunchuan to a tea house, joined by two subordinates from the shipping office. They discussed the designs for reinforcing warships and plans for expanding their capacity. Standing by the window, admiring the scenery, Shu Yunchuan suddenly ceased fanning himself and chuckled lightly. Ah, Junlan, I believe I see an acquaintance. Song Chi paid him no heed, continuing his discussion. Shu Yunchuan leisurely added, It seems to resemble your little concubine. The moment the words left his lips, Song Chi had already approached the window, peering down from the upper floor. Shu Yunchuan was taken aback by his sudden speed. At the mouth of the alley across the street, a graceful and enchanting figure, accompanied by a young maid, swiftly darted into the alley. Song Chi narrowed his hawk-like eyes. Indeed, it is Su Jiaojiao. Viangyi, a shadow guard, suddenly emerged from the room, startling the two officials. Master, quickly investigate the shadow guards following Su Jiaojiao and ascertain her location. At once, Jiang Yi vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there. The two subordinates remained by the small table, watching Song Chi's stern demeanor, afraid to utter a sound. Shall the governor continue discussing matters concerning the warships? Shu Yunchuan slowly fanned himself, glancing at the man's darkened expression, and mocked. Girls are prone to a bit of mischief. There is no need to be overly vigilant. Oomph. Song Chi let out a cold snort, his emotions unreadable. Yet, the fingers behind him tightened with intensity. Jiang Yi returned swiftly, breathless, a testament to his formidable martial prowess. Master, Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao mistakenly believed Miss Su was a Jean Elgo. They have only just discovered they lost her trail. Song Chi's expression darkened immediately. Shu Yunchuan shivered slightly, pondering where the alley could lead. Song Chi narrowed his eyes, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. It could lead to Ji Shitang. Shu Yunchuan exclaimed, What of Ji Shitang? He remained oblivious to the connection between Su Jiaojiao and Ji Shitang. But witnessing his friend's expression of fury, as if someone had disturbed his ancestral grave, hinted at some underlying intrigue. Song Chi, like a gust of wind, strode purposefully outside, issuing orders as he walked. Prepare the horses. Surround Ji Shitang. Shu Yunchuan could hardly resist the opportunity for spectacle. especially given the rare commotion surrounding Song Junlan, and hurriedly followed suit. Junlan, wait for me. Inside, the fragrant aroma of tea lingered, leaving two stunned subordinates exchanging bewildered glances. The streets bustled with vendors, a cacophony of lively chatter. Make way, a guard bellowed, causing the common folk to scatter in haste. A team of guards galloped by, led by the strikingly handsome Song Chi. Accompanying him was a scholar clad in a snow-white brocade robe, a fan tucked at his waist. Clinging tightly to Jiang Hui's waist, fearful of losing his grip and being jostled off. Jiang Hui's skin quivered. Mr. Shu, do not hold on so tightly. That is my sensitive spot. Shu Yinchuan merely tightened his grip further. Jiang Hui, who would have thought that the illustrious Shu Yinchuan, renowned across the land, would be unable to ride a horse? Just as Ji Shirtang had settled into a brief calm, it was suddenly besieged by heavily armed guards, exuding a menacing aura. The townsfolk, frightened yet curious, scattered and peered from their hiding spots. Song Chi, tall and imposing, with a striking countenance and dignified official attire, emanated an even more formidable presence. With a slight sway, Shu Yunchuan dismounted and instructed the guards, "Why aren't you opening the door yet?" Before his words could fully escape, Song Chi had already taken a few steps forward, forcefully kicking open the grand door, striding in with an air of fierce determination. Shu Yinchuan. Very well, let's proceed inside. Upon entering the rear courtyard of Ji Shirtang, where Lin Xia, he was drying herbs, she trembled and inquired, "Why are you forcibly intruding into private property?" Song Chi did not even spare her a glance. His narrowed eyes fixed menacingly on the tightly shut door, his fingers clenched tightly. "Lin Qingyuan, come out." Lin Xia, he stepped forward, adopting a protective stance. "What business does the official have with my brother? He is recovering." Song Chi, seething with anger, advanced a few steps, ready to kick down the door. But it opened just then, revealing Lin Qingyuan, who emerged with a cough. He was graceful in stature, with gentle features, gazing directly at Song Chi without a hint of fear. "What brings you to Ji Shirtang, Your Highness?" Song Chi coldly demanded. "Where's Su Jiaojiao?" Lin Qingyuan chuckled, a smile gracing his lips, exuding an effortless charm. "Ah, Your Highness seeks her? By the way, she is my fiancée." In a swift motion, Song Chi seized Lin Qingyuan's collar, his hawk-like eyes glinting with menace as he ground out, "Lin Qingyuan, remember this, Su Jiaojiao is mine. She belongs to this prince." He forcefully released him and raised his hand, commanding, "Search." The guards lunged into the courtyard, scouring every room like ravenous wolves. As Song Chi fixed his gaze upon Lin Qingyuan's face, his resentment deepened. Is this the type Su Jiaojiao favors? Refined and elegant, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, like clouds and slender bamboo. In an instant, Song Chi contemplated the destruction of Lin Qingyuan's visage, or perhaps wishing to rend his body into innumerable fragments. "Your Highness, no." The guards, after a thorough search, could not locate Su Jiaojiao. Song Chi interrogated, "Where is Su Jiaojiao? Has she been here?" Lin Xingyan raised his gaze, defiantly meeting Song Chi's eyes, and with a smirk, he replied, "I said I have not seen her. Do you believe me?" "Your Highness, perhaps you lack confidence in yourself as well. Even if you possess her physically, her heart remains unattainable." "Damn you!" Song Chi, consumed by fury, erupted in a fit of rage, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Qingyuan's chest, sending him soaring like a disheveled kite, crashing heavily onto the ground. "Brother!" Lin Xia knelt beside her sibling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Qingyuan coughed violently, spitting forth a copious amount of crimson blood, yet his eyes sparkled with defiance and challenge. A surge of wrath ascended within Song Chi, and he pivoted, drawing a swift blade from his waist. His handsome features bore an ominous glint, and he spoke with deliberate calmness, as if savoring each word. "For daring to covet my woman, I shall send you, this bothersome pest, to the underworld to report to the king of hell." Chapter 28. A deep-seated jealousy. At this moment, Song Chi appeared strikingly handsome, yet exuded a sharp, lethal aura. He genuinely wished to kill him. Lin Qingyuan's gaze flickered, and in an instant, Lin Xiaohe rushed forward, enveloping him in her embrace, shielding him entirely. Your Highness, if you must kill, then let it be me. I shall take my brother's place. Song Chi tightened his grip on the dagger, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Then, let them all perish. Shu Yinchuan's fan froze in midair as he sighed softly, stepping forward to restrain Song Chi's wrist. Junlan, reconsider. Slaying a commoner would tarnish your reputation. Song Chi scoffed coldly. What? Is my reputation meant to keep him yearning for my woman? If so, then I would rather forsake it. Shu Yinchuan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Hui, who approached to offer counsel. Your Highness, this fellow is harmless. Killing him is a trivial matter. However, should Miss Su learn that he met his end by your hand, it may not bode well. Song Chi's eyes narrowed, a pang of discomfort striking his heart. What did it matter if an insignificant plaything knew? Despite his bold words, the pressure of the dagger in his hand eased slightly. Shu Yinchuan remarked, Miss Su is not even present. Perhaps you were mistaken about her feelings. Knowing full well that this was mere psychological consolation, Song Chi preferred it to be true. At this moment, jealousy consumed him, and he longed to flay Lin Qingyuan alive. Yet, thoughts of Su Jiaojiao compelled him to tread cautiously. Jiang Hui, summoning his courage, suggested to torment a man does not necessitate his death. A life spared but a fate sealed by suffering. Your Highness, why not punish Lin Qingyuan severely? He leaned closer, whispering, let him become a mere shadow of his former self, and then he shall be of no consequence. Song Chi's deep, enchanting gaze shifted slightly. Lin Qingyuan has shown disrespect to this prince. Jiang Hui, mete out a fitting punishment. Jiang Hui understood and responded loudly, as you command. Song Chi smirked, casting a cold smile at Lin Qingyuan before discarding the dagger with a clang and turning to leave. Shu Yinchuan exhaled in relief and signaled Jiang Hui to hasten after him. Junlan, why be so wrathful? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch both. Your concubine is not even here. Song Chi shot him a vicious glare, causing Shu Yinchuan to promptly seal his lips. Jiang Hui retrieved his own dagger, sheathing it with a cold expression. Lin Qingyuan has shown great disrespect to the prince. He shall kneel for 3 days. Lin Xiaohe's eyes widened in shock. 3 days? His legs will be ruined. He may not survive this. Your Excellency, I implore you to show mercy. My brother is still recovering. Such a punishment could cost him his life. Jiang Hui remained unmoved, his expression one of indifference. 2 guards restrained Lin Qingyuan, forcing him to kneel in the courtyard, while Lin Xia fervently bowed and wept, pleading, I beg you to be lenient. Please lessen the punishment. Jean Yu finit d'ignorance. Lin Qingyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Xia, do not beg them. I shall accept my punishment. Brother, your body cannot endure this, she cried. Shu Yinchuan returned, glancing at the ailing, fragile man on his knees, and waved his fan as he spoke. If you wish to save your brother, it would be prudent to seek assistance from Su Jiaojiao. Jiang Hui, taken aback, turned his gaze toward Shu Yinchuan, puzzled as to why he would extend help to the Lin siblings. Lin Xiao's sobs came to an abrupt halt as she dashed toward the exit. Lin Qingyuan, filled with urgency, called out, Xiaohe, come back. Do not go. He could not bear the thought of Su Jiaojiao demeaning herself before Song Chi for his sake. The guards restrained Lin Qingyuan, preventing him from moving. As he watched his sister's figure vanish, letting out a resigned sigh. Following Shu Yinchuan out of Jishir Hall, Jiang Hui inquired with confusion, Mr. Shu, why did you just warn the Lin family? Shu Yinchuan gazed toward the horizon, sighing, I merely wished to prevent a certain individual from spiraling out of control and jeopardizing the larger picture. Jiang Hui failed to comprehend, yet he was reluctant to admit his ignorance. Shu Yinchuan, fanning himself with elegance, carried himself with an ethereal grace. Surely, it would be better if the two parted ways sooner rather than later. Jiang Hui scratched his head, raising his voice to ask, Mr. Shu, are you not riding anymore? Shu Yinchuan stumbled slightly, flicking his fan. I wish to live a few more days. Just now, the jolting has rearranged my innards. I would rather walk back to the governor's residence. Meanwhile, Su Jiaojiao, accompanied by Kolu's exited Jishir Hall through the back door, oblivious to the fact that Song Chi would soon be in pursuit. Kulu, still shaken, remarked, "As long as we keep our distance from Dr. Lin, my heart can return to normal." "Miss, what brings you here?" They found themselves at the eastern end of a bustling street, where Su Jiao gazed with keen interest at the storefronts. "I wish to acquire another shop." Kulu glanced up at the three-story building, grinning. Such a grand establishment must come at a price. This was once a tavern. The owner passed away unexpectedly, and the family is preparing to return home. Thus they wish to sell the property. What is the asking price for this establishment? Su Jiaojiao scrutinized the building meticulously, and upon finding it satisfactory, she inquired brightly. The estate manager appraised her with a dismissive glance, seemingly unimpressed. "Young lady, do not cause a ruckus. Just turn left outside to find the cosmetics shop you girls adore." Kulu widened her eyes, retorting, "Do not underestimate us. Our miss is the proprietor of Jin Lu Ge." The manager scoffed. "Even if you're indeed the owner of Jin Lu Ge, it does not guarantee you can afford this property. It is no trifling sum." Su Jiaojiao remained unfazed. Smiling sweetly, a shop of this magnitude surely commands a high price. Few possess the means to purchase such a building. My inquiry alone signifies my capability. Are you certain you wish to overlook a rare buyer? With just a few words, the captivating beauty displayed her shrewdness and decisiveness, causing the manager to reconsider his earlier stance. He extended a finger, stating, "Since the young lady inquires earnestly, I shall reveal the base price, 10,000 taels of silver, which is the minimum the owner will accept, non-negotiable." Kulu gasped in astonishment and covertly blinked at her mistress with urgency. "Miss, let us go. This is outrageous." Su Jiaojiao remained unperturbed, her smile radiating brightness. Since this was a transaction, it was only reasonable not to settle on a fixed price. "This building is quite impressive, and I have taken a liking to it. Therefore, I shall sincerely offer you a price. If it meets your approval, you may sell it." The steward, invigorated by her words, urged her to continue. 3,000 taels. Coughing in astonishment, Kolo was taken aback. "How can you, miss, possibly offer such a sum?" The steward, nearly reeling from the shock, struggled to catch his breath and asked again, "What did you say?" 3,000 taels of silver, Su Jiaojiao boldly declared. "To be paid in full, immediately." The steward, incensed, slammed his palm on the table. "Are you jesting with me? 3,000? Even if you threw the money in my face, I would not sell." With a gentle smile, Su Jiaojiao replied, "Perhaps you should reconsider." "Reconsider what nonsense? If you utter another word, I will throw you out." He had never encountered such an outrageous attempt at negotiation. It was utterly insulting. Su Jiaojiao softly retorted, "Throw me out? Heh, do you possess the courage to do so? What is there to fear? Are you a deity? Pardon me, but I happen to be of a caliber that you cannot afford to provoke. My husband is the king of Jiangnan, Song Chi." Chapter 29. The abuse of authority led by the Shadow Guard. Song Chi arrived at the location just in time to overhear the statement. "My Manes." How utterly delightful those words sounded. Pausing outside the door, Song Chi raised his hand, signaling for silence as he strained to listen intently. As Su Jiaojiao unveiled the title of the king of Jiangnan, it indeed struck fear into the steward. His face contorted, he scoffed, "My dear lady, you might want to reconsider your boasting. If you were the king of Jiangnan's woman, then I must be his father. Who is unaware that our king of Jiangnan shuns women, remaining unmarried and devoid of any female company?" Surveying the premises with composure, Su Jiaojiao replied, "Though your establishment boasts 3 stories, its age is considerable. To continue its use, renovation is essential. Its location is somewhat secluded, not situated in a bustling commercial area. Asking for 10,000 taels of silver is undoubtedly exorbitant. While 3,000 taels may not be a fortune, it is a fair price. Your atrocious attitude clearly indicates a desire for unjust profit." Feeling as though he had been slapped in the face, the steward, enraged, shouted, "Even if you are correct, I shall insist on selling it for 10,000 taels. What can you do about it?" With a smile fading, Su Jiaojiao retorted, "Dealing with someone as greedy as you necessitates a response in kind. I shall have the king of Jiangnan seek justice on my behalf." The steward sneered, "You are resorting to the abuse of power. Would the king of Jiangnan truly act on your behalf? A clear voice rang out from outside. Indeed, I shall abuse my authority. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Song Chi striding in, clad in official garb, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. Behind him trailed numerous armed guards. The steward was startled, stunned for a moment before hastily kneeling. Commoner pays respects to his highness. Ignoring him, Song Chi's keen gaze fell upon the woman beside him. Dressed in a light pink gown, it accentuated her delicate features, rendering her as enchanting as blooming peach blossoms, a beauty that stirred the heart. Why was she not at the Golden Thread Pavilion? A flurry of thoughts raced through Su Jiaojiao's mind as she smiled charmingly, contemplating the acquisition of this establishment. Approaching, she wrapped her arms around his, leaning softly against him, playfully swaying her body. This person is asking for an outrageous price. It makes me quite unhappy. Your Highness, please support me. With his gaze lowered, Song Chi scrutinized the girl, his expression unchanged, yet turmoil brewed within. Had she ever displayed such affection towards that Lin? How could she so easily feign delicacy with him despite her feelings for Lin Qingyuan? Did he occupy any place in her heart? Su Jiao gently nudged him, urging, Your Highness. Recovering from his reverie, Song Chi raised his eyes to survey the establishment. What purpose did he have for this property? Perhaps to open an entertainment city. Entertainment city? What might that entail? Rest assured, it shall be a legitimate business. Your Highness, I can only part with 3,000 taels. Regardless, you must help me secure this place. The steward, still kneeling, listened in shock as the king and the charming young lady exchanged intimate banter, cold sweat trickling down his back. Heavens! Rumors can be truly harmful. The prince, contrary to the whispers, is not averse to women. His demeanor with this young lady speaks volumes. How could he have kicked such an unyielding iron plate? Song Chi lowered his gaze at the kneeling steward and decisively declared, I will give you 3,000 taels. Immediately sign the land deed and house deed. The steward trembled with fear, replying, As you command, my lord. Alas, this young lady is remarkably astute. She had precisely estimated the seller's demand of 3,000 taels, leaving him with nothing from this endeavor. Then came the cool voice of the Prince of Jiangnan. This person has offended my dignity. Drag him out and punish him with 30 strikes. How dare he presume to be the father of the Prince of Jiangnan? Is he courting death? Su Jiaojiao was thoroughly pleased, her eyes sparkling with delight as she embraced Song Chi's waist, lifting her face to his chest, lavishly praising, You are truly wonderful. My lord. Song Chi felt warmth surge within him, yet he maintained a stern expression, neither smiling nor reciprocating her embrace. This slight deviation did not escape Su Jiaojiao's keen observation. She suspected it was related to their secretive escape from the Jiangnan Pavilion. Since he did not inquire, she opted to remain silent. He wished to maintain his aloofness, unaware that she secretly longed for his attention. Pretending to be infatuated daily was quite exhausting. My lord, I must return to the Jiangnan Pavilion, so I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, the girl turned briskly to leave, as if her earlier display of affection had been but a fleeting dream. This was her nature. When charming, she could be utterly enchanting. Yet when cold, she was decisively distant. Still, he found himself emotionally ensnared by her. Cursing himself for his lack of resolve, Song Chi involuntarily quickened his pace, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Holding her tightly, he leaned down and whispered hoarsely, You're not to meet Lin Qingyuan again. Su Jiaojiao's brows twitched, and she smiled, But I have not seen him at all. An unshakable anxiety gripped Song Chi as he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely, their lips melding for what felt like an eternity. His tone soft yet tinged with a hint of menace. You shall harbor no thoughts of him, or I shall take drastic measures. A chill ran through Su Jiaojiao. Yet her exterior remained irresistibly alluring as she caressed the handsome contours of his face, seductively assuring him, Having become yours, my heart knows only you. Fully aware of the insincerity in her words, he was nonetheless electrified, pulling her closer and fervently kissing her lips and neck. Flushed with embarrassment, she turned her back, her head bowed in shyness. After a while, Song Chi personally lifted Su Jiaojiao onto the horse, then mounted himself, cradling her as they leisurely trotted along. Upon their arrival at Jiangnan Pavilion, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, clamoring with noise. It seems someone is looking for trouble. Let me down quickly. I must see what is happening. Song Chi held her down from the horse, and the woman hurried into the crowd, lifting her skirt. The garments from Jiangnan Pavilion distorted after a single wash, and more alarmingly, hidden within the fabric was a needle, nearly marring the young lady's beauty. The common folk erupted in astonishment. The attire from Jiangnan Pavilion was already exorbitant, yet it boasted superior quality and innovative designs, should such incidents occur. The reputation of Jiangnan Pavilion would be irreparably tarnished. Niu Fangfei forcefully tossed a dress to the ground, trampling it underfoot, exclaiming disdainfully, "What utter nonsense from Jiangnan Pavilion! The fabric is subpar, and the craftsmanship is coarse. I shall never purchase from you again." Su Jiaojiao crossed her arms, a cold smirk gracing her lips. At last, I comprehend the saying, "Ugly people create mischief." Niu Fangfei faltered momentarily, only to be met with raucous laughter from those around her, her face flushing with embarrassment as she angrily pointed at Su Jiaojiao, shouting, "Su Jiaojiao, your Jiangnan Pavilion conducts business dishonestly. I shall report you to the authorities. With my presence, you shall never open your shop again." Chapter 30. The opponent appears rather feeble. Niu Fangfei possesses a fiery temperament, easily ignited like a firecracker. That day, when a dispute erupted at the perfume shop, Su Jiaojiao anticipated that she would not let the matter rest. However, she did not expect this young lady from a wealthy family to be so brazenly direct, taking matters into her own hands. Observing Niu Fangfei's animated antics, Su Jiaojiao inwardly sighed in dismay. Had she chosen an opponent that was rather dim-witted? "Su Jiaojiao, what are you smiling at? Your clothing is at fault. Even if you are more beautiful than a celestial being, you will still face punishment at the yamen." Niu Fangfei's maid wrung her hands in distress. Alas, her mistress was looking for trouble, and why must she also embellish her praise of the Su family's beauty? Remaining calm and unperturbed, Su Jiaojiao inquired, "Miss Niu, you mentioned a needle hidden in the garment. Where is this needle?" "Here it is." Niu Fangfei immediately produced a large, thick needle, displaying it to those gathered around with exaggerated lamentation. "Everyone, look at this. Such a long and thick needle concealed within the fabric. It could have cost someone their life. I nearly met my demise from its sting." To enhance the dramatic effect, she had specifically chosen an exceptionally large needle. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Niu Fangfei, with her chin held high, taunted, "Su Jiaojiao, what more do you have to say? Let us proceed to the yamen and await our trial." Outside the throng, Song Chi observed the scene with an impassive expression. The young lady had encountered a predicament, and he awaited her plea for his assistance. He had already devised conditions for his help. She would have to serve him attentively that evening, adopting the shameless postures depicted in the illustrated manual, compelling her to perform them once. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his temper flared, and his gaze darkened. Su Jiaojiao was indeed beautiful, her figure exquisite, adorned in fine attire, standing at the entrance of the Golden Thread Pavilion. Even her gentle smile elicited hushed gasps from the onlookers. "Miss Niu, although you are the daughter of the governor, falsely accusing an innocent person will still land you in legal trouble," Su Jiaojiao remarked. Niu Fangfei's bravado faltered slightly. With witnesses and evidence at hand, did she still wish to deny her actions? "Shopkeeper, bring forth the work ledger." The shopkeeper complied promptly, presenting several account books. Su Jiaojiao regarded Niu Fangfei with a gentle inquiry. "Miss Niu, which seamstress did you enlist to tailor this garment for you?" "Ah." Niu Fangfei hesitated, casting a pointed glance at her maid. The maid quickly stepped forward, eager to assist. "It was tailored by Zhao Jing a fortnight ago." Flipping through the ledger, Su Jiaojiao soon located Zhao Jing's entry and recited, "Indeed, on that day, the Niu residents commissioned an autumn skirt." A triumphant smile spread across Niu Fangfei's face. But then, Su Jiaojiao's voice, laced with amusement, continued, "It is crafted from dark blue snowflake satin." Niu Fangfei, froze momentarily. Dark blue? I brought a garment of goose yellow today. With a smile, Su Jiaojiao replied, Oh dear, Miss Neo, your attire. The colors do not match. Our shop crafted it in dark blue, yet you have presented a piece of goose yellow. Inwardly lamenting her hasty choice of adversary, she chided herself for selecting one so utterly devoid of wit. The combat prowess exhibited was woefully inadequate. Fuming, Niu Fangfei stamped her foot, exclaiming, Su Jiaojiao. Must you truly remember the color for a mere piece of clothing? The words spoken were so foolish that even her maid could not bear to listen any longer. Su Jiaojiao looked at Niu Fangfei with a mixture of disappointment and disdain, slowly stating, I apologize, but this is our shop's code of conduct. The bystanders understood, realizing that Miss Neo was deliberately causing trouble, having brought clothing not made by their esteemed Jean Liao Ge. What a commotion! Niu Fangfei raised a large, thick needle and stubbornly declared, I don't care. This needle is hidden in your garments. I will report you to the magistrate. You shall not evade justice. Su Jiaojiao signaled to the shopkeeper, who opened a toolbox revealing a myriad of colorful needles. The shopkeeper announced, to monitor the skill levels of our artisans, we have assigned each one a needle of a different hue. This not only assesses each individual's ability, but also prevents the very issues we face today. Niu Fangfei glanced at the large needle in her hand, and then at the assorted needles in the toolbox, suddenly at a loss. Su Jiaojiao, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, So, Miss Niu, from whence did that needle in your possession originate? Left speechless, Niu Fangfei bit her lip in frustration, her face displaying a mixture of anger and helplessness. Laughter began to ripple through the crowd. It was clear that the daughter of the magistrate intended to frame the Jean Liao Ge. The reputation of the magistrate's daughter as unreasonable was evidently true. How could such a foolish daughter emerge from a father as astute as the magistrate himself? Embarrassed and furious, Niu Fangfei glared at Su Jiaojiao, her voice tinged with a whimper. Su Jiaojiao, you are truly detestable. I loathe you. You are bullying me. It was unbearable for her, the dignified daughter of the magistrate, to suffer such humiliation. She vowed eternal enmity with Su Jiaojiao, like a rat fleeing from a cat. Niu Fangfei dashed out of the crowd. Miss, wait for me. Her maid hurried after her. So Hiao kaindiri maindid, Miss Niu. Are you not taking the garments you used to slander me? Another wave of laughter erupted. Su Jiaojiao stepped up the stairs, her voice resonating confidently. I extend my gratitude to all the neighbors for witnessing this, restoring the reputation of our Jean Liao Ge. We uphold the principles of high quality and exquisite craftsmanship, treating each garment as a unique work of art. Our meticulous efforts have garnered the trust and satisfaction of many loyal customers over the years. We shall continue our endeavors to ensure that Jean Liao Ge's garments become the most beautiful spectacle. Her voice was melodious and persuasive, inciting applause and cheers from the crowd. Niu Fangfei's ruckus not only failed to tarnish Su Jiaojiao's image, but inadvertently served as a free advertisement for her. Song Chi's expression was stern, dissatisfaction evident in his snort. How could Niu Sheng, a typically shrewd individual, have such an ineffectual daughter? As the crowd dispersed, Kalu heard her mistress instruct, Kalu, collect the garments and needle left by Niu Fangfei and deliver them to the magistrate's office. Kalu, puzzled, asked why. Su Jiaojiao replied earnestly, If she does not report me, I shall report her. But, miss, her father is the magistrate. Are you planning to approach the governor regarding his cherished daughter? Oh, is that so? Is it not permissible? Kalu swallowed hard, contemplating the situation. It is indeed permissible, yet is it truly necessary? Su Jiaojiao's eyes glimmered with determination. It is undoubtedly essential. She must seize this opportunity to create difficulties for Song Chi perhaps. With a stroke of impatience, he might even cast her aside. With her mind entirely focused on her financial pursuits, Su Jiaojiao swiftly ascended to the upper floor of Jean Liu Pavilion, diligently jotting down numerous renovation details. Having recently acquired the 3-story building, she was eager to develop it properly, even sketching out some design elements. Sister, Suquan Badestin, drenched in sweat. Kalu hurriedly handed him a cloth to wipe the perspiration from his brow. Little Quan, what brings you here? Su Jiaojiao continued her writing, barely glancing at her brother. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the importance of earning money. Chapter 31. The couple returns home together. Su Quan drained the entire cup of cool tea in one go before saying, "Mother wants you to return home for a visit." Hmm? Su Jiaojiao looked at her brother with suspicion. "Mother? Has something happened at home?" Su Quan placed one hand on his waist and gestured dramatically, imitating their mother's tone. "You should hurry and tell your sister to come home at once," saying there is an urgent matter. Sister, that is precisely how mother expressed it. Kulu was amused by Su Quan's antics, giggling to himself. Su Jiaojiao poked her finger on her brother's forehead. "Did you not hear what the matter is?" "Nope." "Oh dear, my brother is such a playful spirit, utterly devoid of any awareness." After organizing the renovation plans and placing them in the drawer, Su Jiao stood up. "Let's go home and see what the issue is. By the way, did our father cry?" "Suwa nadie mistri." "He must have cried, but I have no idea why." With a father prone to tears, who weeps over both trivial and significant matters, Su Jiao could not ascertain the severity of the situation at home. The group boarded the carriage and soon returned to the Su residence. The gatekeeper, upon seeing the young lady, was overjoyed. "Miss, you have returned." Su Jiao acknowledged him and quickly made her way inside. "Father, mother, what on earth is going on?" Chun Shi emerged to greet her, first scrutinizing her daughter's expression. Upon finding her well, her heart eased slightly. She took her daughter's hand and whispered as they walked to the main hall, "We have guests at home." "Guests? Who?" Before she could discern the identities of those in the room, Su Dongyang exclaimed dramatically, "Quick, close the door. Don't let them see." Kulu hastily shut the door. Su Jiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Surely her father's loud outburst had attracted the attention of the secret guards sent by Song Chi. It was as if he were proclaiming, "There's gold buried here." Once she recognized the visitors in the room, Su Jiao frowned. "Xiaohi, what brings you here? Has something happened to your brother?" Su Dongyang could not resist boasting. "See, my daughter is perceptive. She guessed it right away." Lin Xiaohi, tears streaming down her face, rushed forward and knelt before Su Jiao. "Miss Su, I implore you to save my brother." Su Jiao quickly helped her up. "My dear girl, is it necessary for us to be so formal? Sit down and tell me what has happened to your brother." Wiping her tears, Lin Xia, he choked out. "Just after you left, the prince came demanding to know if you had visited. My brother has angered the prince, and he has been punished to kneel in the courtyard for 3 days." "What? My poor brother has not yet recovered from his previous injuries. If he must kneel for 3 days, not only will his legs be ruined, but his life may also be at stake." As Su Jiao thought of Lin Qingyuan's frail and sickly form, she felt a surge of guilt and urgency. Simultaneously, she harbored intense resentment towards Song Chi. Did he truly need to be so petty, even if she had met Lin Qingyuan? "Do not worry. I shall surely save your brother." Su Jiao stood up resolved. "It is because of me that your brother is suffering. I will risk everything to ensure his safety. You return first, and I will find a way." Lin Xiaohe nodded gratefully, wiping away her tears as she exited. Chun sighed, remarking that Dr. Lin was indeed a commendable young man, had it not been for the prince. You and Dr. Lin would have had a favorable outcome. The unpredictability of fate, indeed. "Mother, I am leaving. Should anything arise, seek me at Mingwei Garden in Jinyu Lane." Su Dongyang swiftly interjected, "Where are you headed?" "Where else could I go but the governor's office to find Song Chi?" Su Dongyang's eyes reddened with urgency. "Oh, you foolish child. How could you dare seek the prince at this time?" Lin Qingyuan's punishment was decreed by him. Without approaching the prince, how can we rescue Lin Qingyuan? For the sake of another man, you intend to confront the prince? Are you not inviting his wrath? The prince is fearsome. If he were to act in anger and harm you, what then? I cannot permit this. I cannot bear to watch my daughter march towards her demise. "Father," Su Jiao exclaimed, her voice rising in desperation. "Lin Qingyuan's plight stems from my actions. Had it not been for me, he would not have faced such calamities. I cannot remain indifferent." Tears streamed down Su Dongyang's face. "Child, why can you not yield to the prince? The lives of our entire family rest in his hands." Growing weary of the conversation, Su Jiao pushed past her father and strode out. Kalu dared not utter a word, hastily following her. Once more, Su Jiaojiao found herself at the entrance of the governor's office, only to be halted by the guards. Just then, Shu Yunchuan approached, fanning himself with a smile. Ah, is this not our prince's beloved concubine? Su Jiao shot him a glare, correcting him. Mr. Shu, I believe you are mistaken. I am not Song Chi's concubine, but rather his acknowledged partner. Shu Yunchuan's brow raised in surprise. This woman was no ordinary character. It was rare to encounter someone who could assert their position with such confidence. Very well, should we not allow Miss Su to pass? Remember, she deserves our utmost respect. She is the prince's cherished one. Su Jiao chose to ignore Shu Yunchuan's mockery and hurried into the governor's office. The sooner she met Song Chi, the less time Lin Qingyuan would have to endure kneeling. Shu Yunchuan, still fanning himself, wore a knowing smile, muttering to himself, perhaps a few disturbances would suffice to change matters. Su Jiao had an excellent memory, retracing her previous visit to the governor's office with ease. Soon locating the council hall, Jiang Hui stood guard at the entrance when someone inquired, "Is the prince inside?" He instinctively nodded yes. However, upon recognizing Su Jiao as the intruder, he was taken aback, instinctively attempting to block her entry, but it was too late. "Hey, you cannot enter." As Su Jiao stepped into the council hall, she found Niu Sheng, the governor of Linen, engaged in discussion with Song Chi. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air filled the room, and in a daze, he beheld an enchanting beauty approaching, causing him to startle and rub his eyes in disbelief. Song Chi lifted his gaze and, upon seeing Su Jiao, felt a warmth in his heart. Was she here to summon him home, to restore their domestic harmony? His previously stern demeanor softened, and even his tone carried a hint of tenderness. Jiao has arrived. Su Jiao, weary of pretense, coldly stated, "Your Highness, I have matters to discuss with you." Niu Sheng was utterly astonished. To stroll unabashedly into the governor's office and address the prince in such a manner was no ordinary feat. Song Chi gestured towards the adjacent warm chamber. "Please, indulge in some refreshments while I conclude my conversation with Lord Niu." Anxiety gnawed at Su Jiao's heart. What could possibly be more pressing than Lin Qingyuan's punishment? If he continued to linger, Lin Qingyuan would have to endure further kneeling, and perhaps that additional time could render his legs crippled. The weight of such an outcome would be unbearable for her. Su Jiao remained unmoved, insisting, "My matter is quite urgent." Song Chi furrowed his brow, sensing the woman's unfriendly demeanor. "Su Fiao, matters must follow a proper order." Niu Sheng, despite his robust appearance, was astute and immediately sought to mediate the tension, smilingly suggesting, "Your Highness, I can report to you again tomorrow. I have affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With a respectful bow, he hastily exited. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Su Jiao and Song Chi exchanged cold glances. Chapter 32. The dog food caught me off guard. Song Chi pinched his brow in annoyance. It was rare for her to wear a cold expression towards him. She was adept at recognizing the tides of fortune and avoiding harm. The only time she had revealed her true self was when she escaped by boat to the Yangtze River, just before she was about to leap into the water. Why'd she drop her facade again today? Taking a deep breath, the man spoke with a hint of helplessness. "What is your urgent matter?" He patted the chair beside him, indicating for her to sit down. Su Jiao was too anxious to take a seat and retorted sharply, "Why did you unjustly punish Lin Qingyuan?" Song Chi's expression darkened instantly. No wonder she was so frantic. It was all for him. Unlike you, Lin Qingyuan had not trained himself in martial arts. His constitution was already frail. The last time he was beaten in prison, he had yet to recover. If you punish him again today, it could cost him his life. Song Chi coldly laughed. Even if I were to behead him, who would dare object? Su Jiao stomped her foot in anger. This is unreasonable. You are abusing your power and showing no compassion as an official. With a crash, the man slammed the teacup to the ground, rising abruptly to seize Su Jiao by the neck. "Su Fiao, have I been too indulgent with you? Do you not realize your own worth, daring to shout at the king of Jiangnan?" Her throat tightened, and she found it difficult to breathe. Though she knew he would not truly kill her, anxiety flooded her mind as countless strategies raced through her thoughts. With a sorrowful expression, she murmured, "If being bullied like this means living, I'd rather die. Just kill me." Song Chi's temples throbbed in anger. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? No one can threaten me." "Then do it." Su Jiaojiao defiantly pressed forward, presenting her neck to him, closing her eyes as tears glimmered down her cheeks. The man's grip tightened slowly, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. In his 26 years of life, no one had ever made him feel such a tumult of emotions. And he thought of ending her life just to rid himself of the constant irritation she caused. Su Jiaojiao decided to hold her breath, her face quickly paling, her body going limp like a noodle. Instinctively, Song Chi caught her, urgently checking her breath and pressing on a pressure point. He even applied much force. "Su Jiao, breathe. You must breathe. Dare to die and see what happens." He lifted the petite woman onto his lap, flustered as he gently patted her face and soothed her chest to help her breathe. In her desperate attempt to act convincingly, she nearly suffocated, finally taking a slow, deep breath, her eyelashes trembling as she opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. After this dramatic display, all of Song Chi's anger evaporated, leaving behind only guilt and compassion. "Don't rush. Take your time to breathe. I didn't even use much force. Why do you have such a fierce temper?" Avoiding his gaze, Su Jiaojiao looked elsewhere, murmuring softly, "If you want to strangle me, woo-woo." Her delicate body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with a sense of injustice. The exquisite beauty of language is truly beyond description. It evokes a sense of pity. Song Chi let out a faint sigh, remarking that it was not merely her anger that caused this. "I was merely trying to frighten you a little. Please, stop crying. It will only hurt your throat." I. Speak slowly, what is it? My neck hurts." Song Chi's heart trembled as he gently lifted her collar, revealing a distinct circle of purple marks around her neck, instantly filling him with a sense of pain and self-reproach. He genuinely had not exerted much force. How could it be so severe? Little did he know, Su Jiaojiao's skin was exceptionally delicate, being as fair as it was. Even a slight pressure could leave a mark. He wished to apologize, but found himself unable to do so, primarily because he was unaccustomed to such humility. Having achieved fame at a young age and wielding considerable power, he had never had to bow his head and apologize to anyone. "Do not use harsh words to provoke me again," he stated. Su Jiaojiao looked up at him with a mock fierceness. "Is it my fault? Is your narrow-mindedness to blame?" Song Chi clenched his teeth, rendered speechless. Su Jiaojiao pressed on. "Lin Qingyuan has committed no wrongdoing. Why punish him?" Song Chi chuckled coldly. "You truly care for him, don't you? You still think of him? For his sake, you treat me with disdain." With a playful punch to his chest, Su Jiaojiao retorted, "I am yours. Why would I still think of him? I never liked him in the first place. Now that I have such an outstanding man by my side, why would I even spare him a glance? You're simply too suspicious." Song Chi lowered his eyelashes, remaining silent. He did not believe her words. She was nothing but a cunning little fox. Her demeanor and words in front of him were devoid of sincerity. If it were not for his overwhelming power, and if her family's lives were not in his grasp, she would not have continued to appease him. Her soft voice carried a seductive quality, as a mere physician. "I was already burdened with guilt for what happened to him when I was imprisoned and nearly beaten to death. Now you continue to punish him, only deepening my sense of guilt." Sigh. "I'd almost forgotten about him, yet your actions keep bringing him back to my mind." He tightened his embrace. "You shall not think of him again. If he were to suffer an unjust calamity because of me, becoming crippled or losing his life, I would indeed think of him for a lifetime, for guilt is still a form of remembrance." "Su Jiaojiao, you are inciting my anger, aren't you?" Her fingers toyed with the fabric of his chest. "Let bygones be bygones. Why bother with an inconsequential outsider, especially if it jeopardizes our relationship? Please release him. Do not punish him any further." An outsider? Their relationship? Song Chi's heart stirred. He looked down at the captivating girl in his arms and slowly replied, "The royal decree changes frequently. Where shall I find my face? I cannot bear it." Su Jiao silently cursed the man, pulling his hand closer. "It hurts here. Could you massage it?" Song Chi felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity and he lowered his head to capture her lips fiercely. The temperature in the room rose dramatically. Xu Yunchuan, fanning himself, approached with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring of Jiang Hui at the door. Is there a commotion inside? Jiang Hui curled his lip in disdain, pondering how that woman dared to challenge the prince, truly mistaking herself for something of significance. Xu Yunchuan feigned a smile, inquiring if a royal physician had been summoned in advance. It would indeed be a pity if such a delicate young lady were to meet with any misfortune. Jiang Hui scoffed, remarking that as a mere concubine without the fate of a princess, she foolishly aspired to behave like one. Xu Yunchuan suggested that he should intervene, lest a tragedy unfold. As he opened the door, he anticipated a scene of the woman prostrate and receiving punishment, but was instead nearly blinded by the sight before him. There was Song Junlan, brazenly embracing the lady in question, lost in a fervent kiss. The unexpected display of affection was utterly overwhelming. Chapter 33. Just having him in my heart is enough. With a crisp sound, Xu Yunchuan's fan slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Song Chi, hearing the commotion, halted his movements, his brows knitting together in displeasure as he turned his face with an expression of unmistakable annoyance, his voice tinged with an indescribable rasp. Who permitted your entry? I thought. Leave. You are a disturbance. Quickly retrieving the fallen fan, Xu Yunchuan hastily retreated, his countenance a troubling mix of red and white. Jiang Hui's eyes widened in alarm. What happened? Is someone dead? The fan struck Jiang Hui's face as Xu Yunchuan gritted his teeth. You're overthinking it. Jiang Hui, perplexed, responded, not dead but severely injured. Xu Yunchuan, exasperated, looked skyward. It's utterly trivial. Jiang Hui mused. Mr. Xu has resorted to vulgarity. What could have provoked such ire? Then, from within the chamber, Song Chi's voice rang out with icy arrogance. Jiang Hui. Startled, Jiang Hui immediately bowed and entered. Your subordinate is here. Stealing a glance at the upper seat, he noted that Su Jiaojiao was nestled beside the prince on the warm couch, delicately receiving water from his hand. The phrase "damn it" silently crossed his mind. Go to Jishir Hall and convey the order to absolve Lin Qingyuan of punishment. Jiang Hui was taken aback, understood. Su Jiaojiao, exuding an air of authority, commanded, immediately, go at once. Jiang Hui rolled his eyes discreetly. Song Chi waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to deliver the order at once. Then turned to the woman with a gentle tone. Do not mind him. Finish your water. As Jiang Hui emerged from the council hall, he exchanged glances with Xu Yunchuan, both wearing expressions of profound dismay. Well, that was a fruitless endeavor. The Lin family faces no punishment, and even the woman who dared to speak back to the prince remains unscathed. It seems they have only grown closer. Xu Yunchuan sighed as he fanned himself. I underestimated her. Her powers are not to be trifled with. Jiang Hui hurriedly relayed the order at Jishir Hall, subsequently withdrawing all the guards. Lin Xiaohe assisted her brother to his feet, asking with concern, Brother, are you all right? Lin Qingyuan shook his head in silence, his misty eyes filled with sorrow. Seemingly arriving at a realization, he turned and strode towards the apothecary. Xiaohe, prepare the medicinal furnace. I must concoct some pills. Meanwhile, Niu Sheng returned to the magistrate's office, where he received an unexpected complaint, one lodged by his own daughter. Upon recognizing the name of the accuser, he felt an unsettling familiarity. Su Jiao? Well, have I heard that name before? Realization struck him, and he slapped his thigh in frustration, immediately hastening back to the family estate. Father, you've returned. Niu Fei, as cheerful as ever, embraced her father's arm, only to be harshly shaken off by Niu Sheng. Kneel before me. Father, what has come over you? Niu Fei pouted, reluctantly dropping to her knees. You've gone too far. Of all people to provoke, why must it be Su Jiaojiao? Niu Fei raised an eyebrow. What of it? She is merely a merchant's daughter. Crushing her is as easy as stepping on an ant. Foolish. Ignorant. Niu Sheng raised his hand, contemplating striking his daughter, yet hesitating. To you, she may seem insignificant, but do you realize who she is? The proprietor of Jin Elgo. She is favored by the Prince of Jiangnan. Niu Fei. After dinner, Kailei indulged in a sumptuous pork knuckle, savoring every greasy bite. When Song Chi arrived at Mingyue Garden Post dinner, he found Su Jiaojiao engrossed in her writing. What did she be writing? Her demeanor suggested that the discord from earlier in the day had evaporated into thin air. Su Jiaojiao turned to him with a charming smile. The prince has returned. This is the renovation plan for my entertainment venue. Construction will commence tomorrow. Song Chi stood closely behind her, his tall figure enveloping her as he leaned in to examine the contents on the paper. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. He was aware of her intelligence, yet he never anticipated it to be this profound. The materials, dimensions, and furniture were all meticulously detailed, with the designs being remarkably innovative. Did you conceive all of this? Su Jiaojiao nodded. Yes, Prince. I would like to enlist Steward Luo's assistance in selecting craftsmen. Is that acceptable? Steward Luo was a trusted subordinate of the prince. With him overseeing the project, no one would dare to deceive the Prince of Jiangnan, and the prices would be fair. Song Chi understood her intentions and chose not to confront her directly, simply nodding in agreement. After washing up, Song Chi intended to read a book, but upon seeing the woman's alluring form illuminated by candlelight, he found himself restless, unable to focus on a single word. Approaching the dressing table, he seized the comb and, in a hushed tone, offered, I shall comb your hair. All right, just be gentle, don't tug too hard. As he softly combed her inky locks, he couldn't resist kissing her graceful neck, discarding the comb and hastily carrying her to the bed. Kayleigh, having had her fill, wiped her mouth and stepped outside the ladies' chamber, only to be met by the sight of several night watch maids, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Listening closely, she heard the lady's delicate voice, interspersed with playful reproaches and soft sobs, causing her heart to race and blood to surge. It was quite the predicament. No wonder the prince was so infatuated. If she were a man, she would be equally mad. After a while, a call for water echoed from within. Just when she thought the commotion might subside, suspicious sounds of flowing water emerged from the bathing room, igniting further blushes and racing hearts, leading to a flurry of imagination. Kayleigh cleared her throat and waved her hand. All right, you all can disperse. Keep your distance. It was clear that the revelry would not cease anytime soon. As night deepened, tranquility finally descended. Su Jiaojiao, resembling a spring blossom, had long succumbed to slumber. Song Chi held her close, his fervor still unquenched, his eyes wide open, unable to sleep. He lingered over the exquisite sensations of their union, a delightful torment. Yet, a tinge of regret surfaced. How wonderful it would be if she held feelings for him in her heart. The next day, neither having risen early, when Su Jiaojiao opened her eyes, she found Song Chi still present. Amused by her boneless state as Kayleigh dressed her, he chuckled, Come, join me for breakfast. As he spoke, he scooped her up in his arms as if she were a doll, placing her gently in a chair. At that moment, Mama Zhang entered, bearing a bowl of dark medicinal concoction, smiling as she said, Miss Su, it's time for your nourishing soup. Upon seeing the bowl, Song Chi frowned. What is this? Mama Zhang replied vaguely, a restorative soup from the matron. Su Jiaojiao took the bowl, downing it in one gulp, and with a bitter smile directed at Song Chi, remarked, This is a contraceptive soup. Song Chi's expression was rather displeasing. Once Zhang Mama had retreated, he gently caressed Su Jiaojiao's hair and spoke in a low voice. Do not blame your sister-in-law. She is only considering your well-being. Before the princess enters the manor, if you were to become pregnant, it would indeed pose a predicament. Su Jiaojiao suppressed a cold laugh, feigning obedience as she nodded, I understand. It is simply that this medicine is too bitter. Witnessing Su Jiaojiao's compliant demeanor, Song Chi felt a sense of discomfort rising within him, though he could not quite fathom its origin. Su Jiaojiao was indifferent to the melancholy of the past, having been a successful merchant in her previous life. She remained solely focused on the pursuit of wealth in this one. After finishing breakfast, she headed directly to the newly purchased building, overseeing the craftsmen as they commenced their work. Steward Luo was equally busy, attending to multiple tasks under Su Jiaojiao's direction. A prominent maid from Mingyue courtyard approached, her demeanor somewhat anxious as she proclaimed, Miss Su, your cousin has arrived. Who? Su Jiaojiao, engrossed in her tasks, was momentarily perplexed. The maid hesitated, revealing that the cousin from the Wang family had been closely attending to the old matriarch. Chapter 34. She longed to attend to her cousin, accompanying the elderly matriarch. A cousin? Is that not the relative of Song Chi's mother, his cousin? With the renovations in full swing, did she, as an outsider, truly need to concern herself with Song Chi's kin? What of cousins? Did she yearn for their attention? Away with them. Inform her that I lack the time to meet her. Yet alas, I shall not meet. Do you not comprehend human speech? Why inquire further? When Lu Qing'er approached, she was taken aback by such a forthright and unyielding refusal. Fortunately, her composure remained intact. She smiled gently and walked forward. Are you the younger sister-in-law? Merely observing the attire of this cousin, one could discern opulence beyond measure. The dress, crafted from rare, seven-colored snow silk, was a sight seldom beheld even within the palace, while her shoes were adorned with pearls the size of cat's eyes. Not to mention the jewelry upon her head, a complete set of red coral set in gilded gold. It was as though 10,000 taels of silver were effortlessly draped upon her. No one in the entire royal residence possessed such an air. Supervisor Su Jiaojiao, hands on her hips, turned at the sound of a gentle voice from behind, bemused to encounter a delicate and fragile young lady. Who are you? I'm Yu Qingye, the cousin of Song Chi, younger sister-in-law. Are you busy? Su Jiaojiao immediately furrowed her brow, shaking her index finger. No, I'm not your younger sister-in-law. Please address me as Miss Su. Lu Qing'er's smile nearly faltered. Her attempt to address her as younger sister-in-law was meant to extend courtesy, yet this outsider appeared ungrateful. Maintaining her gentle smile, Lu Qing'er continued, I heard about you from my aunt and came specifically to pay my respects today. Thank you, but I feel it unnecessary. I am not in any formal relationship with Song Chi and do not require acquaintance with his relatives. Lu Qing'er, at this moment, Kulu and Steward Luo approached to report. Miss, today we have disbursed a total of 3,200 taels in deposits and material costs. Lu Qing'er's ears perked up. Such a substantial sum. Su Jiaojiao replied nonchalantly, Please withdraw from the account at GNL Pavilion. Steward Luo presented a ledger. Miss, here is the roster of all the craftsmen for your review. Su Jiaojiao, with utmost seriousness, declared, Since this responsibility has been entrusted to you, all arrangements shall be at your discretion. I shall not meddle in the details. However, should any discrepancies arise later, I shall hold you accountable directly. Steward Luo shivered, nodding vigorously. This old servant understands. I shall not dare to be negligent. The prince's outsider, though young, proved to be shrewd and capable. Just observing her commanding presence here today made it clear she was not to be trifled with. After a busy morning, weary and parched, Su Jiaojiao sought a cool and comfortable place to rest. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Nearby was a charming tea house, elegantly furnished and frequented by the affluent. Su Jiaojiao, accompanied by her maidservant, sauntered into a private room. As she settled in, she commanded her maid to fan her and boisterously ordered, Bring me the finest flower tea and the most exquisite pastries. All of them. She would not allow herself to be deprived of indulgence. In the bed, it is the same. One must never compromise oneself. Last night, she directed Song Chi with a casual air, commanding him to attend to her whims with precision and care, ensuring her comfort. To speak candidly, from the perspective of a casual partner, Song Chi is indeed quite remarkable. His stamina and endurance are astonishing. His physique is pleasing to the eye, and during their passionate encounters, his chiseled abs are irresistibly alluring. If he were to engage in a steady and romantic relationship with her, she might genuinely fall for him. Alas, upon his arrival, he presented himself as an overbearing brute, leveraging his authority to confine her, leaving her with nothing but a sense of indifference towards him. Sister Su, a sudden voice intruded into the private room, startling Su Jiaojiao so much that she nearly choked on her pastry. Coughing, she regained her composure and, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Why are you still here? Lu Qing'er managed to maintain a strained smile. Sister Su, we seem to have an instant connection. I wish to become good friend with you. Stop right there. Su Jiaojiao interrupted, taking a sip of tea. Cut to the chase. What do you want? I've been busy with renovations and feel exhausted. Lu Qing'er, seated opposite her, wore a bashful expression. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally stammered, "My parents passed away early, and I have lived with my aunt in the Wang residence for 10 years. My cousin and I have known each other since childhood." Su Jiao bluntly interrupted. "And how old are you now, Miss Liu?" Liu Qingya hesitated, 20. Su Jiaojiao's face showed astonishment. "You're 20 and still haven't captured Song Chi's heart? Your childhood sweetheart seems inadequate." Liu Qingya's complexion shifted to a pallor, her face a mix of green and white. "I do not harbor such extravagant hopes. I always follow my aunt's wishes." Directly hitting upon her innermost concerns, Liu Qingya felt both embarrassed and enraged. Su Jiao swallowed the remaining piece of pastry, watching Liu Qingya wince. "For that delicacy cost a fortune. Just tell me directly, why have you come to see me?" Su Jiao was growing impatient. Liu Qingya, reflecting on her age, finally blushed and awkwardly spoke. "My cousin has always refused to take a concubine, having no woman by his side. But now, he has you, so he might no longer resist the idea of having a concubine. Her dream was to marry her cousin and become his concubine." "Oh!" Su Jiao feigned sudden enlightenment. "Are you saying that Song Chi, having previously been unaware of a woman's charms, has now broken his restraint and will likely embrace various women? Is that the implication?" Liu Qingya's face flushed like the dawn, and she nodded slightly. "Sister Su, if you could persuade my cousin to break this precedent, I am sure you possess some extraordinary means. I do not dare to harbor extravagant wishes. I only seek to serve him. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall express my gratitude to you, Sister Su. I humbly ask for your guidance." This matter piqued her interest. Su Jiao silently contemplated. The agreement she had signed with Song Chi contained a loophole. Once he bedded another woman, she would be free. She had been troubled about where to find other women, and here, Liu Qingya had presented herself on a silver platter. It seems as though the door to freedom has already come into view. Glancing at the timid and bashful Liu Qingya, Su Jiao smiled cunningly. "Miss Liu, if you wish for my assistance, I am more than willing to oblige." Liu Qingya looked at her with excitement. "However, I am not Avalokiteshvara. I cannot simply perform good deeds for nothing, can I?" Liu Qingya paused for a moment before resolutely stating, "Rest assured, I will surely reward you generously, Miss Su." "And how generous might that be?" Su Jiao teased with a sly smile, her face radiating an irresistible charm. For a fleeting moment, Liu Qingya found herself utterly captivated. Taking a deep breath before earnestly declaring, "I will surely advocate on your behalf to my aunt, ensuring that you receive the status of a favored concubine." Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiao was so exasperated that she coughed repeatedly. How absurd. Why would she desire the title of a favored concubine? That was the heavy burden she had only just managed to cast aside. Chapter 35. An opportunity to approach him. Liu Qingya was under the impression that Su Jiao did not believe her words and solemnly vowed, "I swear, I will certainly keep my promise." Su Jiao patted her chest, her face a mask of helplessness. "I do not wish to be a concubine." "You are not worthy of being a side consort." With a flick of her delicate hand, Su Jiao boldly inquired, "How much money do you possess?" Liu Qingya was taken aback, stammering for a moment before replying, "I have a little pocket money, not much." Su Jiao adopted the demeanor of a cunning merchant. "Do you have 1,000 taels?" Liu Qingya, her face stiffened, shook her head. "Surely you have at least 500 taels?" Liu Qingya wiped her cold sweat and leaned closer. "I should have that much." A grin spread across Su Jiao's face as she thought to herself, "TSK, so impoverished." Nonetheless, one cannot assist others without compensation. It would be a disservice to the principles of commerce. "Very well, you shall give me 500 taels, and I will create an opportunity for you to share a chamber with Song Chi. As for whether it succeeds, that shall depend on your own fortune." Liu Qingya was instantly exhilarated, her breathing quickening. "Thank you, Miss Su. You are truly a good person." "A good person indeed." Su Jiao wiggled her snow-white fingers. "Make sure to pay promptly." "Yes, I will have the silver delivered this afternoon." "Splendid." Su Jiao beamed brightly. "Let's not delay. Tonight it shall be. Come to my residence, Mingyue Courtyard, before dinner." Lu Qing'er was momentarily stunned, not expecting Su Jiaojiao to be so decisive, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, don't be foolish. Tonight, you must muster your courage and charge forward. Song Chi is quite physically capable. Should he be reluctant? Be prepared to take matters into your own hands. By the way, it would be wise to procure some aphrodisiac. I can help you administer it to Song Chi beforehand. With a mischievous smile, Su Jiaojiao's imagination ran wild. Just envisioning a scenario where a drugged Song Chi and a passionate Lu Qing'er were tangled together. She could then present the extramarital agreement right before Song Chi's eyes and triumphantly declare, "I am free." As Lu Qing'er departed the tea house, she furrowed her brow slightly. Although Su Jiaojiao was wholeheartedly trying to assist her, she could not shake the feeling that this external consort was rather peculiar. That smile was somewhat unsettling. Upon exiting the tea house, Kalu happened to arrive with the silver and casually inquired, "Miss, have you encountered some fortunate event? You seem so joyful." Indeed, Su Jiaojiao poked Kalu's plump cheek, smiling brightly. "Oh, I just gained 500 taels effortlessly. My spirits are soaring." "What? Where did the 500 taels come from?" Su Jiaojiao replied mysteriously, "If all goes well, we might soon return to the Su family home." Kalu was utterly perplexed. How did gaining 500 taels relate to returning to the Su family? It made no sense at all. After lunch at the governor's mansion, Song Chi and Shu Yunchuan seized a rare moment of respite, each engrossed in their own pursuits within the study. Song Chi was reading, while Shu Yunchuan played chess against himself. He stole a glance at Song Chi, who appeared markedly different from a few days prior, radiating a sense of satisfaction that was unmistakable, undoubtedly due to his harmonious relationship with Su Jiaojiao. Yu casually remarked that she was busy overseeing renovations, conspicuously in the public eye, and questioned whether he intended to intervene. Song Chi wrinkled his brow in distaste. "Are you so concerned about my woman?" Shu Yinchuan replied, "Brother, our conversation seems to be diverging significantly. A prince's woman must adhere to propriety and consider your reputation. With her constantly out and about, she might very well be entangled with Lin Qingyuan or Ma Qingyuan." With a sharp sound, Song Chi cast aside his book, casting a cold glare at Shu Yinchuan. "The matters of my household do not warrant your interference." Yet, he felt a twinge of discomfort within. If he could manage Su Jiaojiao, he would have done so already. That girl was audacious beyond measure. She had dared to run away and even leap into the river. If pushed too far, she might resort to mutual destruction. Where would he find solace with another woman? After all, he had painstakingly rescued her from Lin Qingyuan, secured her by his side, and navigated their intimate encounters with great difficulty. All of this had not come easily. Disappointed that he had failed to stir up trouble, Shu Yinchuan felt an inexplicable conviction that Su Jiaojiao would ultimately become a stumbling block for Song Junlan. Despite Song Junlan's incessant claims that she was merely a companion for the night. Yet, he found himself doubting those words. Once more, as Song Chi resumed reading, he found himself unable to focus, his thoughts drifting irresistibly to Su Jiaojiao's allure. Had she cast some spell upon him? He consistently lost control around her. Last night had been indescribably blissful. He longed to see her smile, to witness her tears, even to perish in her presence. "Zhangri," Song Chi suddenly called out. "At your service." What's she doing? The implication was clear, and both Zhang Hui and Shu Yunchuan exchanged exasperated glances. Jiang Bai just informed them that Su Jiaojiao had just finished her lunch and was still supervising the renovations. Song Chi could not help but frown. In such sweltering heat, it would suffice to send someone to oversee her. Go, bring her an ice-cold watermelon and remind her to avoid overheating. At once, the subordinate replied. Listening to these considerate words, Shu Yunchuan could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just a mere companion for the night. And yet he was so attentive? Song Junlan, are you aware of your conflicting sentiments? In the afternoon, Niu Fengfei arrived, presenting Su Jiaojiao with a box of exquisite pastries, pouting and displaying an unmistakable sense of discomfort. Su Jiaojiao, let us coexist peacefully. My father has said I cannot provoke you, so I can only befriend you. Su Jiaojiao accepted the pastries, handing them to Kaluo. What do you mean, Bio? Do you think I am eager to humble myself? If not for you, my father instructed me to invite you to dinner as an apology. What else did your father say? Daddy's precious girl? Niu Fangfei's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just call me? Daddy's precious girl? Isn't it so? You keep saying, my father said. Do you not possess any opinions of your own? Niu Fangfei's face flushed crimson, and with my opinion in mind, I resolved to bring you down first, then to tug at your hair. And see how you maintain your arrogance. Su Jiaojiao chuckled, beckoning with her finger. Don't just talk. Come at me. Niu Fangfei immediately rolled up her sleeves, underestimating others due to her looks, with a determination to strike. Her fist shook, but she hesitated to bring it down. Frustrated, Niu Fangfei stomped her foot, exclaiming, Su Jiaojiao, you are truly insufferable. With that beguiling appearance, it's enough to bully others. Yet you find a formidable ally, which is infuriating. How can others possibly live with this? Oh, you drive me mad. Grasping her hair, Niu Fangfei stormed off in anger. Unable to contain herself, Su Jiaojiao burst into laughter. The daughter of the governor, Niu, is quite amusing. Before dinner, Su Jiaojiao returned to Minghua Courtyard, where Lu Qing'er had been waiting eagerly, her face alight with anticipation and excitement. Su Jiaojiao nodded. I'm here. Lu Qing'er opened her hands to reveal a paper package, saying, This is the aphrodisiac I procured. Su Jiaojiao took it and whispered encouragingly, Do not fear. Fortune favors the prepared. All men are of the same nature. When presented with an opportunity, they cannot resist. When a moment comes, approach him boldly. Do not be shy. Be passionate and proactive. Chapter 36. Cherishing one's body at an advanced age, Lu Qing bit her lip, feeling both shy and touched. How kind-hearted Miss Su truly is. Although a bit money-minded, demanding 500 taels of silver, she nonetheless extended her helping hand. What woman possesses such selflessness? A good person indeed. Grisking Su Jiaojiao is soft. Delicate hand earnestly, she declared, Miss Su, once our endeavor succeeds, you shall be my dearest sister, and I will wholeheartedly cherish you throughout this lifetime. Su Jiaojiao chuckled awkwardly, retracting her hand. Oh, that is quite unnecessary. It would be best if you regarded me as a stranger going forward, and we never meet again. After the matter is settled, she and Song Chi would part ways, allowing her to embrace her liberated existence as a daughter of the Su family. She had no intention of engaging with anyone from the Jiangnan Wangfu. Liu Qing'er, perplexed, could not comprehend her sentiment. Su Jiao gently urged the dazed Lu Qing'er toward the bedroom while instructing Kulu. You shall manage the few maids in the inner courtyard and find an excuse to send them away for a while. The loyal servant, Kulu, nodded vigorously. Also, prepare Lu Qing'er, give her a touch of my usual fragrance, and let her temporarily hide in the wardrobe. Kulu paused, suddenly asking, Miss, what are you planning to do? With a calculating expression, Su Jiaojiao replied, Isn't it quite virtuous of me to send a woman to warm the bed for the prince? Kulu shuddered at her mistress's words, her legs going weak. Miss, think twice. The prince has a volatile temper. Provoking him could lead to dire consequences for me. Su Jiaojiao shot her a disapproving glance. There are no dogs that do not eat excrement. Perhaps that expression lacks elegance. Let me rephrase. There are no cats that do not stray. Song Chi is but a man, filled with youthful vigor. When a fresh beauty is presented before him, I cannot believe he would resist. The deed is his. The line crossed is his. It has nothing to do with us. Yet, the prince is not a fool. He will see through it all. We are the victims here, and we must embody the sense of victimhood. Now, go about your tasks and seek that feeling of grievance. After sending Kulu away, Su Jiaojiao entered the bathhouse to check on Lu Qing'er, only to find her standing in the room, utterly disheartened. Lu Qing'er, what troubles you? Why are you in a daze? Quickly, take a proper bath. I will have my maid prepare you, ensuring you emerge beautiful and fragrant. Men are bound to go wild at such sights. Finally roused, Lu Qing'er offered a bitter smile. Thank you, Miss Su. Yet, inside, her heart was tumultuous with astonishment. Setting aside the lavish splendor of the bedroom, even the bathhouse left her in awe. The immense tub continuously filled with warm water, and the fragrant bath products were sourced from distant lands. exquisite in scent and texture, not to mention costly. Her cousin had crafted a veritable palace for Miss Su, akin to a golden abode for a cherished beloved. Once Lu Qing'er was cleansed and donned the soft gauzy undergarment provided by Su Jiaojiao, Ku Lu styled her hair beautifully, then generously applied the fragrance all over her. Su Jiaojiao personally adorned her with a delicate makeup reminiscent of a jade maiden. Perfection. If you do not succeed tonight, I shall write the character Su in reverse. Victory is assured. Lu Qing'er gazed at her somewhat unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, a glimmer of hopeful anticipation gracing her features. Earlier, Song Chi had sent word to Su Jiaojiao, informing her that he would not be joining them for dinner, as he was engaged in socializing with several officials. Thus, Lu Qing'er accompanied Su Jiaojiao for an extravagant meal. The sight of her consuming bird's nest congee with the nonchalance of nibbling on pickles made Lu Qing'er's heart flutter uncontrollably. One of Su's servants dined far better than the respectable ladies of the Wangfu. This realization shattered Lu Qing'er's worldview. The courtyard was devoid of any figures, thanks to the chaos caused by a certain beverage. After finishing her meal, Su Jiaojiao, ever considerate, suggested, "Lu, please take refuge in my dressing room for a while. When the moment is right, I shall summon you." Lu Qing'er nodded, and upon stepping into the dressing room, her heart raced anew. The space was brimming with exquisite garments, vibrant and arranged by season, crafted from the softest, silkiest materials. Dozens, no, hundreds of splendid outfits. Comparing her own life to that of Miss Su made her feel like a beggar. Song Chi was typically quite disciplined. During social gatherings with colleagues and subordinates, he would never indulge excessively and refrain from participating in frivolous activities. All his subordinates were well aware that their governor's private life was exceedingly dull, marked by a particular fastidiousness. His fingers were not to be touched by any woman from outside. Xu Yanchuan had once heard Song Chi boast, "This body of mine is far too precious to be touched by just anyone. They do not deserve it." Today, as was customary, Song Chi dined out and had a small drink before hastily returning to the Mingyue courtyard. Jiang Hui took the reins, hesitating before swallowing back what he had intended to say. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Jiao had reported that a cousin had come to find Su Jiao. Jiang Hui felt there was no need to report every trivial matter. As Song Chi entered the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight, his refined and handsome features were accentuated. Just as he reached the courtyard, the curtain of the main room fluttered, revealing Su Jiaojiao, gracefully leaning against the doorframe like a delicate snow martin. "My lord, why have you returned so late?" Her already soft voice carried a hint of reproach, and coupled with her alluring smile, it ensnared the man's heart. He stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling her refreshing fragrance, his voice unusually tender. "Have you been waiting anxiously?" "Pa, who is anxious?" she retorted playfully. The man chuckled softly, lifting her effortlessly into his arms as he strode toward the room. "If you desire anything, just tell me. I shall not deny you." He laid the fragrant girl gently upon the bed, burying his face in her neck, exhaling softly. "Since you are so proactive, I shall certainly ensure your satisfaction." Su Jiaojiao felt a delightful tickle. The man's skill in teasing was unparalleled, leaving her feeling somewhat weak. After managing to push him away slightly, she expressed concern. "My lord, you are of a certain age. You must take care of yourself." The man's expression froze. "Of a certain age? I am merely 26. Su Jiaojiao smirked mischievously. "Yes, 11 years my senior. Quite aged indeed. My lord, please act within your limits. Do not strain your old back." Song Chi let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth. "Su Jiaojiao, tonight I shall no longer hold back. No matter how weary or tearful you may be, there will be no conclusion to this. You must understand whether this king's old back can satisfy you." Just as he was about to lean down to kiss her, Su Jiaojiao turned her small face away, disdainfully remarking, "Ugh, you smell of alcohol. It's repugnant. Go wash up. Make yourself presentable." In this moment, the man had no desire to bathe. "Hurry up. With that stench of liquor, I have lost all interest." Song Chi sighed helplessly. After much effort, he rose, only for Su Jiaojiao to bounce over with a bowl of soup, gently saying, "Here, have some hangover soup first." Song Chi, with a half-smile, gazed at her. What? Are you afraid this king might become intoxicated and unable to indulge you? Su Jiaojiao pretended to be shy, playfully nudging him. Song Chi's heart fluttered, his eyes burning as he gazed at the girl's flushed cheeks, and he drank down the hangover soup. Chapter 37. She is not Su Jiaojiao at all. Song Chi retreated to the bathhouse to cleanse himself, while Su Jiaojiao gazed at the bowl with a sly smile, snapping her fingers. Success. The aphrodisiac-laced hangover remedy had been consumed by Song Chi. Everything was in place. All that remained was to summon the favorable winds. Miss Liu, Song Chi is gone to bathe. When he returns, you must take the initiative, she instructed. But Su, Mississippi. No buts. We have come this far. There is no turning back. Reticence will not secure your future. Your destiny lies in your own hands. Charge forth. With that, Su Jiaojiao extinguished the candles in the room and stealthily slipped out of the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind her. Kulu, anxiously pacing nearby, queried, Miss, is this truly wise? Hush. Until we try, no one shall know the outcome. Fetch me a small stool. I shall sit here and listen for any sounds. Kulu sighed as she complied, observing the excitement radiating from her mistress's face. It seemed her lady was forever embroiled in schemes, and as her servant, it felt like a perilous profession, teetering on the edge of chaos. The hidden guards, Jiangba and Jiao, had completed their shifts, while Jiangsan and Jiangxi, tasked with ensuring the prince's safety, were puzzled from a distance. Is that person squatting by the bedroom door? Could it be Miss Su? Is that the concubine being punished by the prince? What a pitiable woman. Meanwhile, Song Chi, having rinsed and bathed, was aware of Su Jiaojiao's penchant for cleanliness. Emerging from the bath refreshed and fragrant, he donned loose trousers, neglecting to fasten his inner garments, and hastily entered the bedroom, eager for what was to come. Why is the light extinguished? The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window. No response came from the woman within. A low chuckle escaped Song Chi as he approached. Oh, are you pretending to be asleep? You have enticed me so, yet you think to escape tonight? Still, there was silence, save for the faint sound of breathing coming from within the bed curtains. He parted the gauzy drapery with a teasing smile. Why so quiet? Are you frightened? Just utter a few words of good brother or good husband, and I shall grant you a taste of pleasure first, The breath from the bed grew increasingly rapid, and a sense of unease washed over Song Chi as he lay down. The woman suddenly leaped upon him, clinging to his body and hastily tugging at his garments. Yet, the scent and essence of this woman were entirely foreign. She was not Su Jiaojiao. A wave of nausea surged within him, and without hesitation, he kicked the woman away, sending her crashing to the floor, where she let out a low cry of pain. That voice confirmed it. She was not Su Jiaojiao. Springing from the bed, Song Chi lit a candle on the table and cast a cold gaze upon the scene. There, curled on the carpet, was a trembling woman, her attire bearing a semblance to Su Jiaojiao's style, yet her tear-streaked face radiated a misguided affection. Cousin. Song Chi inhaled sharply. Lu Qing'er, how could it be you? Lu Qing'er, overwhelmed by shame and anger, mustered her courage and crawled over, grasping Song Chi's pant leg. Weeping, cousin, I have admired you for many years, my heart solely devoted to you. I seek nothing but your compassion. Allow me to serve you. Song Chi, repulsed, kicked her away and stepped back, coldly declaring, return to the Wang residence. I shall pretend this never occurred. Cousin. Lu Qing'er gasped in shock. Even after sharing the same room, he wished to expel her. He had consumed a potent aphrodisiac and surely needed release, if she were bold enough. How could any man resist? With this thought, Lu Qing'er gritted her teeth, slowly rising, and suddenly tore her garment open, revealing her alabaster bosom. Before launching herself into his embrace, her hands recklessly caressing him. Cousin, I wish to serve you. Please accept me. Song Chi's face darkened with fury, and he forcefully cast her away, his powerful arm showing no restraint, sending Lu Qing'er crashing to the ground, nearly losing her breath. It took her a considerable time to recover, every part of her aching as if her bones had shattered. A wave of dread surged within her. He displayed not an ounce of pity, Song Chi, eyes ablaze with murderous intent, commanded kneel, enduring excruciating pain. Lu Qing'er trembled as she knelt. Song Chi's hands shook with rage as he processed the events, realizing the truth. You managed to enter here while wearing such attire and lying on the bed. It seems someone aided you. Lu Qing'er was too terrified to speak, only able to shed silent tears. With a furious slap, Song Chi struck the table, sending cups and dishes crashing to the floor as he bellowed, Su Jiaojiao. Come here. His unrestrained roar echoed far and wide, startling the hidden guards in the trees. Su Jiaojiao tumbled off her stool, her small face contorted in frustration as she cursed Lu Qing'er's incompetence, slowly pushing open the door and shuffling inside like a turtle. Upon meeting Song Chi's smoldering gaze, Su Jiaojiao felt a shiver run down her spine, fully experiencing the chill of fear. My lord, did you call for me? Inside. Song Chi's heart felt as if engulfed in flames, yet simultaneously pierced by countless blades, a heart-wrenching pain accompanied by a chilling breeze. With a sardonic smile, he gritted his teeth and uttered each word with precision. Was she sent by you? Su Jiaojiao glanced at the kneeling Lu Qing'er, forcing a laugh. Miss Lu harbors deep feelings for you. Do you not think that a familial bond is a wonderful thing? So is her doing. Song Chi's heart ached as if he could scarcely stand. Which woman I choose is not for an outsider like you to orchestrate. Su Jiao, frighten, muttered softly. I only meant well. Well-meaning? Ha, well-meaning. Song's face turned pale with anger, the corners of his eyes tinged with a painful crimson, as he pointed a trembling finger at Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao, you truly are something. So generous. Was he so worthless in her eyes? Cast aside, so casually, offered to another woman. If she harbored even a shred of affection for him, she would never act in such a manner. He pressed his hand firmly against his chest, where the pain felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Even a breath caused agony. Song cast a cold glance at Lu Qing, his words dripping with cruelty. Lu Qing'er, do you long for a man? So eager to offer yourself. It seems my mother has raised a creature so wanton. Each word struck like a sharp arrow, leaving Lu Qing'er utterly devastated. She wished for nothing more than to end her life rather than endure such humiliation from the one she adored. Kneeling there, she swayed precariously. Song continued with a chilling laugh. Do you wish to learn how to serve a man? I shall grant you the opportunity. Jiangnan, take Lu Qing'er outside and have her kneel at the bedroom door for the entire night. Let her listen to how Su Jiaojiao serves me. Chapter 38. What is this? There are worse scoundrels. Lu Qing'er gazed at Song Chi in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. No, cousin, I was wrong. Please, don't treat me this way. As a young maiden, the thought of being punished to kneel outside someone's bedroom and overhearing such matters for an entire night was unbearable. How could she possibly endure it? The humiliation would be mortifying. Cousin, I was wrong. For the sake of all the years I've served my aunt, please spare me. I beg you, cousin. Jiang Hui had already entered, casting a glance at his master, only to find his face darkened to the point of near frostiness. Devoid of any signs of compassion, he sighed inwardly and lifted Lu Qing'er as if she were a mere chick, effortlessly carrying her away. Cousin, I was wrong. Please don't treat me like this. I was wrong. Outside, Lu Qing'er wept inconsolably, her anguish palpable. Jiang Hui, feeling vexed, reminded her, our master prefers tranquility. If Miss Lu continues to make noise, I will have to silence you. Lu Qing'er choked back her cries, covering her mouth tightly with her hands, no longer daring to utter a sound, though her heart was filled with regret, sorrow, and dread. Her life was truly at an end. One misstep had led to a cascade of errors. The mistakes were outrageous. Kneeling upon the cold ground, she gazed at the melancholic night sky, her body trembling silently in despair. Beside her, Kalu was already terrified to the point of losing her wits, her legs shaking uncontrollably as she instinctively touched her neck, clutching her belly, and fled. Where are you going? Jiang Hui, with keen eyes, intercepted her, questioning. Oh no, someone is going to die. Kalu pushed Jiang Hui aside, her short legs flailing as she exclaimed, I'm so scared I might wet my pants. Don't stop me. Zhang Yu is fast tightened, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. After a moment of restraint, he finally let out a mocking smile. The bedroom fell into an eerie silence. Su Jiaojiao felt a tumult of emotions, stealing glances at the tall, athletic figure from a distance of several meters. Was it truly necessary to be this furious? For someone of his ancient noble status, having multiple wives and concubines was quite customary. Sooner or later, he would take a princess and a secondary consort. According to the agreement, she would eventually depart. It was merely a matter of timing. In the flickering candlelight, the man's profile was strikingly cold and beautiful. His lowered gaze slowly lifted, piercing through her with an icy glare. That look was extraordinarily complex, deep enough to be inscrutable. Su Jiao. He smiled faintly yet chillingly, advancing step by step towards her. Su Jiao, in fear, retreated until her back met the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Your Highness, I can explain. We can discuss this calmly. The man loomed over her, towering so much that she had to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. He grasped her chin with one hand, asking, "Is there still a need for an explanation? You orchestrated all of this, allowing that filthy, ugly woman to approach me. All to facilitate your departure, was it not?" Su Jiao was taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed at having her thoughts laid bare. He leaned closer, his breath brushing against her. "So you're so eager to leave? Wasn't it quite pleasurable when I turned the tide? Your Highness, about this matter, I do not wish to hear your words. You little deceiver. From beginning to end, you have deceived me. Even the pleasures upon the bed were naught but a ruse. I must commend your audacity. Have I been too indulgent, yielding to your every whim, only to be met with such betrayal? You bring a woman to my bed?" The man seized Su Jiao, startling her into a gasp, and before she could react, he had tossed her onto the bed. He tore at his garments, his gaze cold and unyielding as he loomed over her. "Su Jiao, whether you like it or not, you shall never escape me in this lifetime. Even in death, it is only I who shall claim you. In this life, you will serve solely as my warmth upon a bed." Su Jiao's heart trembled. That concubine agreement. Huh, a mere scrap of paper. Did he truly believe it could bind me? I refuse to acknowledge it. Who dares to govern me? Song Chi, you scoundrel. Su Jiao could scarcely fathom that the agreement she had fought for was but an empty promise, a cruel jest of manipulation from Song Chi. The sting of betrayal was unbearable, and there was something even more despicable. In the darkness, his hawk-like eyes gleamed with malice. Su Jiao gasped in horror, cold sweat instantly beating upon her brow. "Song Chi, I hate you. Feel free to harbor that hatred for a lifetime," he retorted with a chilling laugh, his tone devoid of warmth. The bed curtains billowed, the night deepening. Lu returned from the restroom, trembling as she stood beside Lu Qing'er, who had ceased her weeping, her face pale as a ghost, her eyes vacant, kneeling as though she might faint at any moment. Terrified, Lu pressed against the wall, swallowing hard. Suddenly, cries echoed from within, nearly causing Lu to collapse. Through the door, the hushed noises grew increasingly distinct in the night. That night, the courtyard of Mingwei Garden was almost entirely sleepless. As dawn approached, the room finally fell silent. Lu and Jiang Hui stood outside, facing punishment. Lu Qing'er bore the brunt of it, kneeling throughout the night, losing consciousness only to be doused with cold water by the guards to rouse her back to her penance. By morning, when the maidens helped her to her feet, her legs could hardly support her, and she was assisted back to the royal residence. When Su Jiao awoke, it was already time for lunch. The room was quiet, with only Lu keeping watch. "Kilu, miss, you are awake?" Su Jiao sat up, hissing in pain, her brow furrowed as she struggled to regain her composure. "Miss, are you all right?" With her eyes closed, Su Jiao waved her hand in dismissal. "Prepare warm water. I need to soak." Her legs, waist, and entire body ached, fatigue clouding her mind as she leaned against the bed to rest. Song Chi had been truly ruthless last night. Only now did she realize he had indeed taken everything from her. Cautiously assisted Su Jiao, slowly helping her to the bathing room. Once Su Jiao was submerged in the warm water, she could not help but exclaim, "Song Chi, you tyrant, you wretched creature, you scoundrel." Several times, Lu attempted to cover the Miss S' mouth, whispering urgently, "Miss, Mama sure has arrived." Su Jiaojiao slowly opened her eyes, locking gazes with the astonished Mama Shi, who appeared taken aback by her earlier curses. A twinge of awkwardness hung in the air. Mama Shi, what brings you here? Madame Shi is the stewardess in the presence of the noble lady of the Wang residence. Thus, she can be considered a close confidant of the lady. Misu, here is your nourishing soup, said Kolu, as she brought it to the young lady's lips. With a sense of resignation, Su Jiaojiao drank it down. Madame Shi's tone was resolute and businesslike as she declared, "From this day forth, I shall attend to the Mingyue courtyard." Su Jiaojiao furrowed her brow in confusion. When the room was empty, she quietly inquired, "What's happening? Why is she here?" "What, Madame Zhang? Miss, you are unaware that early this morning the winds of change blew in." Kali's expression was animated. All the maidservants of Mingyue courtyard have been sold off by the prince, and even Madame Zhang has been sent to the estate as punishment. The current maidservants of Mingyue courtyard are all newly assigned from the Wang residence. Chapter 39. Staying at Baiwa Tower tonight, Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. Indeed, his efficiency was formidable, as if the courtyard were filled with his watchful eyes, since Song Chi had resolutely decided to disregard the agreement. Even if he were to take other women in the future, he would not allow her to leave. Thus, she needed to contemplate a new scheme. After bathing and drying her hair, she retrieved the medicinal ointment prepared by Song Chi that night, carefully applying it until the pain subsided significantly. After lunch, she stepped out of Mingyue courtyard with Kailei, relieved that Song Chi had not restricted her freedom, though her glaring guards followed closely behind. She first visited Jinnel Pavilion to attend to some affairs. Surprisingly, due to Niu Fangfei's previous mischief, Jinnel Pavilion's reputation had flourished, and business was thriving. In the room upstairs, Kailei discreetly handed a note to Su Jiaojiao, who unfolded it, inhaling deeply. "Where is it?" Kailei presented a paper package, explaining that Xia he had warned against excessive use, lest it pose a risk to life. "I understand. Rest assured, I value my life," Su Jiaojiao replied, tucking the package into her pouch. At the Jiangnan Wang Fu, the atmosphere was tense and frigid. "Junlan, how could you be so heartless? That was your aunt's only offspring. Qing'er, for all her faults, is still your cousin, a child I raised myself." The old lady's song, nearing 50, bore a well-maintained visage with scarcely any wrinkles. Song Chi sat in the grand chair, his expression cold and unfeeling, uttering few words. He merely presented her with 3 choices: marry off to a distant land, be confined to the family temple, or receive a complete corpse. "Mother may select, and then inform me." With that, he stood and strode away. "Junlan, are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Tears streamed down the old lady Song's face, but alas, her son, who had always been so indifferent, had already distanced himself. Infidèles sont. Who else does he care for? My poor Qing. All the officials awaiting the governor in the governor's mansion were growing anxious, including Xu Yunxuan, who fanned himself in confusion. What is the matter with Song Junlan, arriving late once more? Today is even more outrageous. He didn't even attend lunch. The governor has arrived. With this announcement, everyone stood up, falling into a hushed silence. Song Chi entered with a dark expression, exuding an aura of authority. Xu Yunxuan merely glanced at him and swiftly discerned that he was in an exceptionally foul mood today. Indeed, during the political discussions, Jiangnan Wang was furious, slamming several documents and mercilessly chastising several officials, 2 of whom were stripped of their official hats on the spot. Following this, he inspected the Southern Tiger Army, with Xu Yunxuan trailing nervously, witnessing the ruthless demeanor of this commander-in-chief firsthand. The punishment for military infractions had created a long line, not to mention the burdensome runs that left many soldiers panting heavily on the training grounds. When they apprehended a man selling military provisions, Song Chi personally wielded the whip, delivering a punishment so severe it was bone deep, a terrifying sight indeed. What on earth happened with Junlan last night? Xu Yunxuan quietly inquired of Jiang Hui, who playfully nibbled at his ear and recounted the events of the previous night involving Lu Qing'er, causing Xu Yunxuan to display an expression of astonishment. Could this truly be the work of that enchantress? Jean Yui nodded emphatically. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Yinchuan concluded that the woman's affections were indeed not directed towards Junlan. Casting a glance at Song Chi, who wielded his whip with fervor, Xu Yinchuan felt a twinge of sympathy. The perpetually proud and aloof Song Junlan likely never imagined that one day he would fall for a mistress. Should we not lend them a hand in severing their ties? Xu Yinchuan grinned mischievously. The mere sight of that smile sent shivers down Jiang Hui's spine. As the group galloped back from the military camp to the city, they passed through the commercial district. Song Chi cast a casual glance at the building where Su Jiaojiao had just made a purchase. In that fleeting moment, he spotted her delicate and graceful figure. She truly never forgets her business endeavors, regardless of the time. Xu Yinchuan glanced at Song Chi and, patting Jiang Hui's waist, exclaimed, "Isn't that Miss Su? Junlan, aren't you going to greet your woman?" Song Chi inhaled sharply, refusing to go. Xu Yinchuan gave Jiang Hui's waist a playful twist, causing him to wince and halt his horse, while Song Chi, visibly irritated, also came to a stop beside them. Seated behind Jiang Hui, Xu Yinchuan wore a beaming smile. "Miss Su, what a coincidence!" Su Jiaojiao turned at the sound, her expression dry as she acknowledged their boisterous entourage with a simple, "Oh, what a coincidence," before turning away without uttering another word or displaying any further emotion. The indifference was glaringly evident. Song Chi's expression darkened. Xu Yinchuan's smile faltered slightly. "Miss Su, we are heading to Baiwa Tower for music and drinks. Will you join us?" Song Chi furrowed his brow. When had he mentioned going to Baiwa Tower? Su Jiaojiao did not even glance back, merely waving her arm dismissively. "I have matters to attend to." Xu Yinchuan chuckled awkwardly at Song Chi, whispering, "Junlan, your concubine is rather cold towards you." He was intent on stirring up trouble. "Humph." Song Chi snorted disdainfully, spurred his horse, and rode away. Upon returning to the governor's residence, no matter how Xu Yinchuan pleaded, Song Chi remained unmoved and resolute in his decision not to visit Baiwa Tower. It was not until Xu Yinchuan dropped this remark. Once a woman hears that her man is seeking a new favorite, she is sure to become anxious. Song Chi's hand, which had been drumming on the table, paused as he pondered for a moment before rising to head to Baiwa Tower. Xu Yinchuan's face instantly lit up with a grin. "That's the spirit, Junlan. You're treating." At Baiwa Tower, the staff was exhilarated to serve the Prince of Jiangnan, eagerly presenting the finest rooms, exquisite wines, and delectable dishes. Xu Yinchuan deliberately raised his voice. "Jiang Hui, go inform Miss Su that tonight the prince shall not return home. He intends to spend the night with the esteemed courtesan Mu Jin to savor the first bloom." Song Chi's slightly furrowed brow concealed traces of distaste. Yet he lowered his eyelashes and sipped his tea in silence. He was genuinely curious to see Su Jiaojiao's reaction upon learning that she might lose her favor. Jiang captured the moment when Xu Yinchuan squinted, then bowed and exited the private room. He hurried downstairs and rode aimlessly for a while before returning to Baiwa Tower. As dusk descended, Miss Mushin had already played 3 melodies, yet the handsome gentleman before her remained sullen, devoid of any semblance of a smile. Song Chi was engulfed in irritation. She hadn't come. Su Jiaojiao hadn't even graced the place with her presence. Xu Yinchuan sighed. "Junlan, does her little concubine truly harbor no feelings for you?" Song Chi fixed a dangerous gaze upon Xu Yinchuan, a flicker of lethal intent flashing momentarily. Undeterred, Xu Yinchuan pressed on. "You must make her yearn for you, instill a sense of urgency within her. Tonight, you have indeed benefited Miss Mushin. Retrieve her. Allow her to frolic in front of Su Jiaojiao. Only then will Miss Su learn to cherish you, to vie for your affection. Women should not be indulged." Song Chi lowered her eyelashes, her fingers gripping the teacup tightly, every digit clenched. Tonight, she resolutely decided not to return. Chapter 40. Staying in the courtesan's chamber inside the private room. Miss Mu Jin strummed the guqin with trembling hands. Yet she still failed to capture the gaze of the young gentleman seated at the head. Not a single glance was bestowed upon her. With her striking beauty, she was confident that a mere glance from him would ensnare his heart. Xu Yinchuan and Jiang Hui were engaged in a covert battle of glances. Xu Yinchuan, "Fool, you wouldn't seriously be delivering a message to Su Jiaojiao, would you?" Jiang Hui, who are you calling a fool? Of course not. Does your plan even hold any merit? Shu Yunchuan. Just hold on. As long as Junlan has tasted another woman, he will no longer be fixated on just one. Song Chi, with his lashes cast down, appeared calm on the surface, but internally, turmoil surged like a tempest. If he could give her away to that woman, how could he care whether he shared a bed with the courtesan? While he wallowed in despair, that woman was undoubtedly indulging herself, plotting her escape from him like a cunning fox. A sharp pain pierced his heart. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his low, labored breaths trembled with suppressed rage. Suddenly lifting his gaze, he looked at Jiang Hui with unwillingness. What was her expression when she heard the news? Zhangyi. With a momentary lapse of thought, Jiang Hui stared blankly, and after a pause, he finally comprehended what his master was asking. Oh, at the time? Miss Su seemed a bit angry. Yes, she furrowed her brows and huffed twice. Amidst his inner turmoil, Song Chi, for once, did not perceive Jiang Hui's fluster. Upon hearing that Su Jiaojiao was angry, his eyes brightened, and a flicker of joy blossomed within him. Shu Yinchuan hastily added fuel to the fire. See, I told you, women need a sense of crisis. With that little concubine's fierce temper, she might just wail and weep again tomorrow. Song Chi slightly furrowed his brows, as if pondering matters of state. Indeed, when Su Jiaojiao realized that there was no escape for her, she would inevitably focus all her thoughts on him. Competing for affection and securing a man's love was her sole means of survival. Tonight, this prince will stay in Miss Mu Jin's chamber. Shu Yinchuan. What a delightful surprise. Haha, splendid. Miss Mu Jin is the most beautiful woman in Linen City. With her attentive service, Jun Lan shall not be disappointed. Isn't that so? Miss Mu Jin? Blushing, Miss Mu Jin gazed affectionately at the king of Jiangnan, her voice as soft as flowing water. To serve the prince is a fortune garnered over several lifetimes. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your service. Shu Yinchuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if he were about to enter the bridal chamber. The boudoir of the top courtesan in the 100 Flowers Pavilion was immaculate and opulent. However, upon entering, Song Chi could not suppress a frown, a hint of disdain on his face. What a chaotic medley of scents, neither fragrant nor foul, merely revolting. It was nothing like the elegant and subtle fragrance of Su Jiaojiao's room. My lord, Miss Mu Jin is here to assist you with your attire. Just as Miss Mu Jin was about to throw herself into the man's embrace, he swiftly evaded her, his voice cold and commanding. Stay away from me. Do not come near. The so-called head courtesan exuded an odor reminiscent of dog urine, a scent that was utterly repulsive. Her visage was a disarray of imperfections, with rough skin and an uneven appearance. How could such a creature attain the status of a head courtesan? Su Jiaojiao's assertion rang true. In this world, few could rival her in beauty and form. Alas, why did my thoughts drift again to that heartless little trickster? Muyin stood stupefied, rendered helpless. The prince forbade her approach. How then was she to serve him? Was she to attend to him from a distance? With a flirtatious toss of her hair, she tugged at her garment's neckline and coyly inquired, My lord, do you find me beautiful? Not at all. Mu Jin was taken aback, sputtering in disbelief. The prince had jested, yet the truth was painfully evident. She was indeed unattractive. Mu Yin. She wished to escape this torment. Song Ji, weary in body and spirit, pressed his fingers to his temples, murmuring softly, You cannot even compare to her little toe. Mu Yin. What was the purpose of grooming her then? Was it merely an exercise in futility? Shu Yinchuan fidgeted restlessly upon Jiang Hui's entrance. His eyes sparkled with curiosity. How'd it go? Was the battle fierce? Jiang Hui rolled his eyes, noting the silence. Shu Yinchuan's fan faltered. Was Junlan truly so considerate? Engaging in such prolonged foreplay? Jiang Hui's lips twitched. Mr. Shu, how would you know so much about women when you've never tasted their pleasures? The fan swayed with pride. Ah, the beauty lies within the pages of literature. Jiang Hui retorted with a cold laugh. But literature also reveals the stillness of a tranquil valley. Do you comprehend its implications? Shu Yinchuan's hand faltered. No, it cannot be. In Mingyue Courtyard, Su Jiaojiao had finished her dinner and meticulously cataloged the renovation issues she had discovered earlier, preparing them for presentation the following day. Kulu entered, lowering her voice conspiratorially. I reckon the prince will return soon. Miss, have you made your decision? Su Jiaojiao stretched, knowing that desperate times called for desperate measures. But what if? Fear not, I trust Lin Qingyuan, and I am aware of my own limits. I shall not gamble with my life. Pour me a glass of water. Kalu brought over a cup of warm water, and Su Jiaojiao retrieved a sachet of medicinal powder from her purse, consuming half with the water before discarding the remainder into the waste. Kirunu did, sneaking out with a demeanor befitting a thief. After a while, Su Jiaojiao felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, cold sweat pouring forth as her hands and feet trembled. The pain was indeed excruciating. Kalu, has that scoundrel returned? Kalu, on the verge of tears, replied. Not yet. He usually returns by now. What could be delaying him? Su Jiaojiao shook with pain, cursing her ill fate. Go, summon a doctor. And remember, seek the esteemed gynecologist, Dr. Zhang Jingjia from Ping and Hall. She was the one who had previously conspired with Lin Qingyuan, possessing both a good reputation and the ability to distance herself from him. Kayley responded affirmatively and hastily rushed out, only to be stopped before she could reach the second gate. Miss Kayley, where do you intend to go at this late hour? Mama Sure, accompanied by several robust maids, blocked her path. Kayley was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Mama Sure, please open the door. Our young lady is unwell, and we must summon a doctor immediately. It's far too late, and the doctor's resting. Besides, there is a curfew in place. We shall have to wait until dawn, Mama Sure replied. Our young lady is in urgent need. She cannot wait until morning. We must find a skilled gynecologist without delay. A sharp glint flashed in Mama Sure's eyes. A skilled gynecologist? Could it be that the woman is pregnant? That shouldn't be the case, as she has taken a contraceptive potion each time. The lady had instructed that no outsider should conceive, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Wangfu. Regardless, gynecological issues rarely claim lives in the short term. At dawn, she would first report to the lady. Kayley was on the verge of tears. Mama Sure, please, let someone open the door. Our young lady cannot wait any longer. Mama Sure raised an eyebrow and admonished. No need for such a commotion. It is quite unbecoming. After curfew, no one is permitted to go outside. Speak again, and I shall have you bound to teach you the rules of the Wangfu properly. Chapter 41. The young lady is in distress. Kayley exclaimed in exasperation. We are not part of the royal household, so stop using their ridiculous rules to intimidate us. A group of sturdy matrons advanced menacingly toward her. Sensing danger, Kayley, embodying the wisdom of a seasoned warrior, swiftly turned on her heel and fled back into the bedroom, securing the door behind her. Inside, Su Jiaojiao writhed in pain, cursing Song Chi vehemently. You scoundrel, Song Chi, you wretched dog. Kayley, wiping the sweat from her brow, fretted. What shall we do, miss? That Mama Sure won't let me leave and intends to bind me. Su Jiaojiao clutched her aching abdomen, letting out a cold laugh. Ah, so the vile creatures have come out to play. Very well, I shall remember this debt. Is that dog a man not back yet? This performance is meant for him, and without his presence, it is all in vain. What a blunder. Not yet. Set the place ablaze. Oh, what did you say, miss? Set it ablaze. Otherwise, if I perish here, no one will know. Kayley trembled in fear. What if we burn to death? Foolish girl. Set fire to the bathing room and toss in some fabric. Rest assured, Song Chi has hidden guards. When the flames arise, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Nodding, Kayley hastily gathered several rolls of fabric, heedless of their value, and piled them beneath the bathing room window, igniting them in a flash. Outside, the matrons continued to pound at the door, barking imperiously, "Open the door. The old servant has been ordered to apprehend Miss Kayley and enforce the rules." Just then, a panicked voice cried out, "Heavens! The water is flooding." In an instant, all the matrons and maidservants were thrown into disarray, scrambling to fetch water and splashing it chaotically outside the bathing room. The hidden guards, Jiang San and Jiang Si, finally sensed something amiss. Jiang Si exclaimed, "It seems there is a flood in the inner courtyard. I shall go extinguish the fire. You inform the prince." Jiangxi nodded and darted swiftly outside the estate. In the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, Shu Yunchuan curled up like a shrimp, shielding his face with a fan, having just drifted into slumber. Seated beside him, Jiang Hui, who had been dozing, suddenly opened his eyes wide and bolted out of the room. Indeed, he spotted Jiangxi's lithe figure. Jiangxi, what brings you here? Jiangxi, directly under the prince's command, paid no heed to Jiang Hui and pushed open the door to Muxin's room. Your Highness, inside the courtesan's chamber. Song Chi reclined with his head propped on one hand, dozing lightly. The young lady Muxin lay soundly asleep in her bed. Suddenly, Song Chi opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, before quickly regaining his composure. He looked up at Jiangxi, a sense of foreboding gripping his heart. What has happened? Jiangxi, assigned to guard the Mingyue courtyard, had come rushing in, indicating that something was indeed amiss there. Your Highness, there is flooding in the inner courtyard of Mingyue. Upon observation, it seems to be originating from the main hall. What? Song Chi exclaimed in alarm, springing to his feet. Is everyone safe? As he spoke, he hastened out the door. Jiang, Santa's gone to rescue them. Song Chi's brow furrowed, his heart racing with agitation. How could there be flooding? What on earth are these people doing? With a heart heavy with concern for Su Jiaojiao's safety, he hurriedly kicked open the door of Baiwa Lu, mounted his horse, and sped away. When Shu Yunchuan was roused from his slumber, he beheld Mu Jin's tear-streaked face. Blinking several times, he inquired, has the prince finished attending to his duties? Mu Yin, filled with shame and indignation, shook her head. The prince just left. What? Shu Yunchuan sprang up and searched through the rooms, unable to suppress his curses. They all left without a word. Just then, Mama Shi and her companions had managed to extinguish the fire when the king of Jiangnan rushed in, clearly flustered. It was a sight to behold. A man so composed and calm. This was the first time Mama Shi had witnessed him in such a state. Where is she? Su Fiao. Jiang San, where is she? Jiang San emerged from the shadows. Your Highness, it was merely a plumbing issue in the bathing room. Miss Su should be unharmed. What do you mean should be? He retorted. Without confirmation of her safety, how can you utter such words? Mama Shi quickly interjected, Your Highness. Miss Su locked the door from within. Could it be that the fire was of their own making? Song Ji cast a cold glance at Mama Shi, causing her to tremble and retreat with her head bowed. As he prepared to kick open the door, it swung open from within, and Kula, with red-rimmed eyes and a voice choked with sobs, cried out, Your Highness, you are finally back. Our Lady is on the brink of death. She is in dire straits. A thunderclap of dread struck Song Ji. His mind momentarily clouded. He stumbled as Jiang San quickly steadied him. Su Fiao. His face drained of color as he rushed into the room, where a faint smell of smoke lingered. Su Jiao lay curled up on the bed. Kula cried out, Miss, the prince has returned. Slowly, Su Jiao lifted her head, and before Song Ji could embrace her, she tilted her neck and violently coughed up blood. Jiao. Song Ji was seized by a heart-wrenching panic, ignoring the blood that splattered on him. He gently cradled her in his trembling arms, his heart racing, his ears ringing. Jiao, what has happened to you? Su Jiaojiao's delicate face contorted in pain. Her breath shallow and labored. It hurts. It hurts so much. Song Ji's heart spiraled into chaos. He could scarcely breathe. Jiang San, Jiangxi, fetch a doctor. Find her as well. Hurry. Kulu, not forgetting her mistress's instructions, shouted, Go find Zhang Jingzhe from Ping and Tang. He must be the one. Song Ji's mind was in disarray. Grasping at straws, bring Zhang Jingzhe to me. Gather all the doctors. The more, the better. Cradling the soft woman, his voice trembled. Jiao, do not worry. You will be fine. As long as I am here, I will ensure your safety. Kulu, in despair, cried out, Miss, you cannot die. What will happen to me if you do? Silence. Speak not of death. Utter one more ill-fated word, and I shall cut out your tongue. Kirugesped, quickly covering her mouth and shrinking into a corner, striving to diminish her presence. Mama Zhang and a throng of maids anxiously awaited in the courtyard, sensing an ominous tension in the air. At this moment, Su Jiaojiao found herself devoid of the energy to act. Her small head nestled in the man's embrace as she weakly whimpered, It hurts so much. Why does it hurt so badly? I regret it. Had I known it would be such agony, I wouldn't have resorted to this ploy. Song Chi's eyes darkened, and he gently patted her back, his voice tender yet trembling. It is my fault, it is my fault. The pain will soon subside. The doctor will arrive shortly. Just endure a little longer, dear Jiao Jiao, just a bit more. He then turned and shouted toward the outside. Jiang Hui, where's the doctor? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Jiang Hui, frightened, stammered a response from outside. I'll urge him immediately. When Dr. Zhang Jingzhou was brought in, disheveled and bewildered, Jiang San announced, Your Highness, the esteemed gynecologist, Dr. Zhang Jingzhou, has arrived. Song Chi's eyes were bloodshot, a menacing aura radiating from him as he commanded, Attend to her at once. If you fail to heal her, I shall take your head. Chapter 42. With a new love, let go of the old one. Dr. Zhang's face turned even paler as he was shouted at. Su Jiaojiao, drenched in cold sweat, waved her hand like seeing a ray of hope. Doctor, please come quickly, examine me. Then she disdainfully glared at Song Chi. Move aside, you're in the way. Give a doctor some space. Song Chi was momentarily silenced by the overwhelming authority of Dr. Zhang, only to be utterly diminished by a woman's scorn. Dr. Zhang, an elderly physician, lowered his eyelids, ready to take her pulse, but Song Chi was quicker, placing a silk handkerchief beneath her delicate wrist. Su Jiaojiao irritably tossed it aside. Song Chi pursed his thin lips. Dr. Zhang's hand hovered in the air, asking with a hint of uncertainty, Should I place it or not? Su Jiaojiao interjected, What nonsense! Hurry up, treating the illness is paramount. I feel as though I am dying from the pain. Doctor. Zhang cast a glance at the indignant Prince of Jiangnan, secretly stifling a laugh, and began to take her pulse. After completing the examination, Dr. Zhang leisurely inquired, Madam, have you recently consumed any contraceptive medicine? Song Chi's brow furrowed tightly as he replied, Yes, she has taken it 3 times in succession. The trouble lies within that contraceptive medicine. Judging from the pulse, the dosage of fish maw and safflower is excessive, injuring the womb, which has caused unending cramps. If she continues to take it, future offspring will be challenging. The lady is still quite young. It would be wise to use gentler remedies henceforth. Song Chi stood in stunned silence. Su Jiaojiao weakly implored, First, please alleviate the pain. Dr. Zhang nodded, promptly writing a prescription and preparing the medicine. Jiang Hui swiftly departed to procure the ingredients. Kailei, displaying remarkable acting skills, suddenly knelt and clutched Dr. Zhang's leg, nearly toppling the elderly gentleman. Dr. Zhang, I implore you to save our young lady. The palace insists on administering that dreadful contraceptive. Do you have any medicine? In a moment of forgetfulness, he blurted out, Is there any medicine that can make the prince impotent? Song Chi's expression darkened. What nonsense! Despite her excruciating pain, Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh dear, Kailei is quite the character. Kailei scratched his head and quickly corrected himself. No, I meant, is there any medicine that won't harm our young lady's health? Dr. Zhang found it exceedingly difficult to suppress his laughter. His face contorted in effort before finally managing to respond in a slightly normal tone. There are indeed postcoital pills that won't harm a woman's body, though they are somewhat expensive. Song Chi breathed a sigh of relief. No matter the cost, this prince shall purchase them. Each postcoital pill, priced at 10 taels of silver, resulted in Song Chi purchasing 30, as that was all Dr. Zhang had in stock. He also presented Dr. Zhang with a generous red envelope of 500 taels, arranging for a carriage to respectfully escort the elderly gentleman away. As Dr. Zhang touched the hefty envelope, joy filled his heart. Just as Lin Qingyuan had foretold, this endeavor would indeed bring him considerable fortune. The Prince of Jiangnan was indeed lavish. After consuming the pain-relieving concoction, Su Jiao, as complexion gradually regained a rosy hue, and the pain finally subsided. Throughout this time, Song Chi maintained a stern expression, seated on a stool, his fingers silently tapping on the table, seemingly deep in thought. Su Jiaojiao regained her spirit, a half-smile playing on her lips as she remarked, My lord, these pills cost 10 taels of silver each. You ought to use them sparingly and refrain from such extravagance. Song Chi's lips twitched. 100 taels each was hardly an issue for him. It seemed that Kalu had grown accustomed to such fierce banter and stepped forward to inquire, Miss, shall I assist you in freshening up? Su Fiao, with a flirtatious glance, replied, "Not in a hurry. I have recovered somewhat. Perhaps it is time to settle a few accounts." Song Chi's fingers froze momentarily, a flicker of anticipation coursing through him. Was this woman about to confront him regarding his escapades at the Hundred Flowers Pavilion? Outside, Jiang Hui, waiting, suddenly felt a chill at his neck, an ominous premonition washing over him. Song Chi, still clad in blood-stained garments, narrowed his hawkish eyes and asked, "What accounts? Where did you go tonight? Why did you not return on time?" With a smirk, he added, "Are you upset?" "Of course I am," she retorted. "Had I known you would not return, I would not have performed this charade, which nearly caused me great pain." Song Chi lowered his eyelashes, concealing a flicker of delight. "You are merely my concubine. Does it concern you where I choose to spend my time? Besides, do you not wish for me to entertain other women?" "Other women?" Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened. "Song Chi, it appears you truly disregard that agreement." Anger boiled within her. "Very well. If you choose to ignore the terms of our arrangement, could you not at least inform me of your absence tonight?" Song Chi furrowed his brow and raised his gaze. "Did I not inform you?" "Inform me of what nonsense? Had I known you would not come, I would not have waited here like a fool." Song Chi, keenly observing her, asked, "Waited for me?" Su Jiao ambiguously responded, "Yes, to settle the score with you." "Who told you to act like a ferocious tiger last night, leaving me injured?" Song Chi's expression softened further. "Are you blaming me? Was it not your own anger that led to this?" Suddenly, Kalu interjected, "My lord, what exactly were you doing tonight? Did you return to the palace?" Outside, Jiang Hui wished he could silence the meddlesome Kalu with a single punch. Song Chi raised an eyebrow. "Did I not send Jiang Hui to relay my message? I am spending the night at the Hundred Flowers Pavilion, attending to Miss Mujin." Kalu blurted out. There was no message delivered. Not a shadow of him was seen. Song Chi's handsome visage darkened. "Zhang Yu, get in here." Jiang Hui's heart raced, and upon entering, he knelt, confessing, "I failed in my duty, indulging in merriment while drinking on the first floor, forgetting to relay the message." "Scoundrel!" Song Chi kicked him aside. "Get out and receive 30 lashes. Your salary will be docked for 6 months. You have the audacity to leave me waiting in Miss Mujin's chamber." Before Jiang Hui exited, he shot a glare at Kalu, who was left utterly bewildered by the exchange. "Su Zhao Zhao Su Vit Shong Ti, Bon Li At King, Oh Hat." "So, you were entertaining women? Did you sleep with that Mujin girl?" Song Chi cleared his throat, about to speak when he heard Su Jiaojiao softly continue, "If you have been with her, then do not think to involve me any further." A jolt of surprise coursed through Song Chi, and the words that escaped his lips morphed into, "Not yet." However, upon uttering this, he felt it diminished his own authority, so he added, "Even if you have been with her, how will you serve me? You must still attend to my needs." Su Jiaojiao curled her lip and retorted, "Pfft. I have no desire to share a man who has been used by another. It feels tainted." Instead of showing anger, Song Chi wore a complex, faint smile and responded, "Oh, if you wish for me to favor only you, then it will depend on your abilities." Unexpectedly, Su Jiaojiao blinked her large eyes and said, "My lord, since you have found a new love, could you kindly release me, your old flame?" The man's expression darkened instantly. There was no way that would happen. Not in this lifetime. This was an insurmountable topic. The likelihood of Song Chi willingly granting her freedom was virtually non-existent. Faced with this dead end, she would have to seek an alternative path. Chapter 43. Serving the prince relies entirely on Miss Mujin. The thought that the woman still wished to distance herself from him sent a chill through Song Chi's heart. Continuing the conversation only filled him with dread, fearing he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage from anger. As dusk approached, he suggested, "You should rest." Rising to retreat to the study, he was interrupted by Su Jiaojiao's voice. "Where are you going?" With his back turned to her, Song Chi gritted his teeth and replied, "To Baiwa Tower." "No, you cannot leave." Suppressing the curl of his lips, Song Chi slowly turned around. "What is this? Are you jealous? If you wish to keep me here, is this the attitude you adopt?" Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes. I haven't finished speaking. There are matters yet to be resolved. The faint smile that had lingered on the man's lips vanished abruptly. "What matters? Can it wait until tomorrow? Don't delay my night with Miss Mujin." Pointing to a chair, Su Jiaojiao insisted, "It won't take long." Once I finish dealing with this, you can go. Upon hearing this, Song Chi's handsome face darkened, and he slowly took a seat. What is it? Speak. Do you know why the bathing room caught fire? It was an act of desperate self-preservation, Kayleigh exclaimed, her indignation palpable as she gestured animatedly. Our young lady suddenly suffered from severe abdominal pain, and I sought a physician, but Mama sure prevented me from leaving, even threatening to bind me under the house rules. Su Jiaojiao scoffed. Here I am, an outsider with no ties to the Wangfu. Yet I find myself confined in my own home by a Mama sure, nearly suffering from illness without anyone caring. If I hadn't set the fire, would you even have known I was unwell? Song Chi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Song Chi, I'm fortunate not to be your concubine. If I were to enter the Wangfu, wouldn't I find myself in even deeper peril? Even living outside, my throat is gripped, my life hangs by a thread, and you still believe being your woman is a blessing? Furthermore, the concoction I've been given, such a vile potion, is intended to ensure I remain barren for life. It is as if I am not even regarded as human. Since becoming entangled with you, my circumstances have worsened, my health has deteriorated. Had I not known you, I would still be Miss Su, untouched by such misfortune. Song Chi's face was a mask of cold fury, his fists clenched. I will rectify everything. It shall not happen again. Su Jiao laughed coldly. I do not wish for the maidservants from the Wangfu. I will procure my own. Very well. The Wangfu shall not intervene in any matters pertaining to me henceforth. Agreed. From now on, I will only take the post-treatment pills from Dr. Zhang, and I require no supervision. I assure you, I will not conceive. All as you wish. That is all I can think of for now. You may go seek your Baiwa Tower lady. Song Chi's already somber expression grew even more frigid at her final words, and with a swift motion, he exited. Outside, his icy voice rang out. Mama sure, overstepping her bounds with malevolence, shall be punished with execution. Mama sure fainted on the spot. All the maidservants of Mingwei Garden were to receive 20 lashes and be sold. A chorus of cries from the maidservants followed. From this day forth, all matters concerning Mingwei Courtyard shall be decided by Miss Su. Should you dare to defy this order, the consequences shall be dire. I shall obey, the old servant replied. Kayleigh brought a basin of warm water to gently cleanse Su Jiaojiao. Fuming, the princess left, undoubtedly to consort with that other young lady. Su Jiaojiao dismissed it nonchalantly. Men are all blundering fools. But what if the prince engages with another woman and then returns to you? You cannot refuse him. If he dares approach me again, he will find no entrance. I shall either be in the water of the sunflowers, or, should he touch me, I will retch or break out in sores. I will find a way to repel him. That scoundrel. Kayleigh echoed her sentiment. Scoundrel. But do you not see? In this world, the only entity that will never betray you is money. Once my entertainment establishment opens, wealth will flow abundantly. That night, Song Ji spent the night in the governor's study. Restless. The following day, Su Jiaojiao adorned herself, and Steward Luo had already selected numerous maidservants for her to choose from. Su Jiaojiao selected a few sturdy and honest ones, instructing Kayleigh to keep their contract secure, and prepared to accompany Steward Luo to oversee the renovations of the entertainment establishment. As they walked, they encountered Xu Yunchuan, fanning himself, approaching with a smile. Miss Su, good morning. Su Jiaojiao handed Steward Luo the notes she had written the previous night, barely acknowledging Xu Yunchuan. The prince is not here. Miss Su, I am here to deliver someone to you. Su Jiao responded. I have already acquired enough maidservants. Xu Yunchuan stuttered. Last night, the prince favored the young Lady Mu Jin from Baiwa Tower, and he has already redeemed her. She will be staying with you for the time being. Su Jiaojiao appeared puzzled. Why send a redeemed maid to me? Shouldn't she be sent to the prince's residence? Xu Yunchuan cleared his throat. You are both under the prince's favor. Residing together will save him the trouble of traveling back and forth. Mu Jin, come meet Miss Su. Mu Jin gracefully emerged from behind Xu Yunchuan, nearly twisting her waist with every step, her alluring smile captivating. I have the honor of meeting Miss Su. Upon rising and gazing upon Su Jiaojiao, her smile abruptly faltered. A celestial being has descended. How could there exist such a stunning woman? Her skin was as white as snow, her bright eyes enchanting, her face mesmerizing beyond compare. The prince had spoken true. In comparison to Miss Su, she felt utterly insignificant. In an instant, waves of inferiority surged within her. Su Jiaojiao seemed oblivious to Shu Yunchuan's good intentions, her large eyes sparkling as she smiled warmly. "Ah, so you are the renowned beauty, Mu Jin. The prince praised you highly last night, and indeed, you live up to your reputation." Shu Yunchuan's smile faltered, unable to comprehend Su Jiaojiao's approach. "Mu Jin shall be accommodated in the West Chamber. As for me, I am frail and aged, lacking in vitality. From now on, the responsibility of serving the prince rests entirely upon you." Upon hearing the words about age, Shu Yunchuan's expression darkened. How audacious of that woman to voice such sentiments. She is merely a 15-year-old girl, for years younger than Miss Mu Jin. Miss Mu Jin need not feel constrained. She can treat this place as her own home. After saying this, Su Jiaojiao bestowed upon Miss Mu Jin a radiant smile before briskly departing with Kolu and butler Luo. Miss Mu Jin cast a glance at Shu Yunchuan and, with a downcast expression, lamented, "My lord, in comparison to her, I feel like a mere sparrow on a mound of earth. There is absolutely no hope for me to vie for affection." Shu Yunchuan, rather unkindly, encouraged her. "Although you may not possess her beauty, your skills surpass hers. Boldly showcase the techniques you have mastered within the confines of this building." Miss Mu Jin, unbeknownst to Song Ji, Shu Yunchuan had quietly bestowed upon him such a remarkable gift. Chapter 44. The Attitude of the Little Puppy. The elder sister cannot endure in the Wang residence of Jiangnan. The first madam was paying her respects to the old madam, while the second madam and several concubines were amusing the old madam, eliciting her laughter. Ling Mama, who had been closely following the first madam, wore a grave expression as she quietly approached her from behind and whispered a few words. The first madam's countenance stiffened, her smile evaporating in an instant. Her handkerchief clenched tightly in her grasp. Ling Mama conveyed Song Chi's message succinctly. "From now on, you need not concern yourself with matters of Mingyue Courtyard." Upon exiting the old madam's quarters, the first madam could no longer maintain her composure, her voice trembling as she asked, "Did the third master truly say that?" Ling Mama nodded, lowering her voice. "Last night, Mama sure was executed." The first madam gasped in shock, her expression taut, her hands trembling. "I have overseen the affairs of the Wang residence for years, never faltering in matters great or small, and now I am unable to manage even a concubine? The third master is clearly slapping my face." Ling Mama sighed. "Madam, it is rare for the third master to dote on a woman. A degree of indulgence is to be expected." The first madam's teeth ground together audibly. The third master values hierarchy and propriety above all. He would never allow a mere concubine to embarrass me. It must be that Su Jiaojiao has employed some trickery to deceive the third master into pampering her. Such a cunning vixen deserves to be beaten to death. When the first madam had just married the elder master, she had not won his favor. He found her too rigid and unamusing, favoring concubine Feng instead. At one point, he even contemplated divorcing her to elevate concubine Feng's status. Thankfully, the third master upheld justice, punishing the elder master severely and selling concubine Feng, supporting the first madam and granting her authority to manage the household affairs. The first madam harbored boundless gratitude and respect for the third master, while simultaneously loathing all alluring concubines and despising any man who favored a mistress over his wife. Yet, how could the third master, who valued propriety so highly, disregard it when it comes to his own concubine? That Su Jiaojiao was clearly attempting to challenge the authority of the first madam of the Wang residence. Su Jiaojiao was in high spirits today. Although she had endured some hardships the previous night, the outcome was ultimately quite satisfactory. She was finally free from that wretched contraception concoction. The work on her newly purchased building was progressing rapidly, showing noticeable improvements with minimal effort due to the existing structure. After leaving Steward Luo to oversee the progress and quality, Su Jiaojiao made her way to the Gentle Pavilion. Having spent some time managing the shop's affairs and successfully selling several pieces of valuable fabric, Su Jiaojiao's mood brightened even further. her already exquisite face glowing like a blooming peach blossom. "Kayleigh, brew a pot of beauty tea," she instructed, as she ascended to her room. She paused momentarily upon seeing the person waiting inside. Lin Qingyuan? That ethereal figure turned slowly, a gentle smile playing on his jade-like face as he spoke softly. "Jiao Jiao, I have been waiting for you." Su Jiaojiao hurriedly secured the door and closed the window, lowering her voice. "What brings you here?" "Song Chi's people have been following me. Do not let them discover you. Rest assured, I arrived through the back door of the alley." He lowered his gaze, staring at her intently, his eyes soft to the point of being almost unbearable. "Jiao Jiao, I truly regret not consummating our union that day." After a moment's hesitation, he gently grasped Su Jiaojiao's hand, his voice trembling. "Missing out on you is my inadequacy. I almost dream of that night, every single night, when we pretended to consummate our marriage in your East Wing. We were so happy then." Su Jiaojiao felt a pang of sympathy for him, yet she did not wish for him to become too deeply entrenched in his emotions. "Do not blame yourself. It is not your fault. It is merely the capriciousness of fate. We are fated to be apart. You are such a wonderful person. In the future, you will undoubtedly find a better girl who will cherish and accompany you." Lin Qingyin suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, his voice urgent. "Jiao Jiao, I implore you, do not utter such words again. They pierce my heart. Hearing them brings me immense pain." Kayleigh entered, carrying a teapot, startled. "Dr. Lin?" Lin Qingyuan's eyelids fluttered, and he shyly released her hand, turning his back, his ears burning with embarrassment. Su Jiaojiao gestured to Kayleigh for silence, instructing, "You keep watch outside." "Understood," Kayleigh replied, casting a worried glance at Lin Qingyuan, touching her mysterious neck before exiting. Su Jiaojiao poured tea, offering Lin Qingyuan a cup. He sat across from her, his face still flushed, eyes filled with a pitiful longing as they wandered over her features, resembling a forsaken puppy. Su Jiaojiao sighed. "Qingyuan, we must be realistic. Given my situation with Song Chi, it is truly impossible for us. You must learn to let go and look forward." Lin Qingyuan's hand trembled as he held the teacup, his eyes gradually reddening, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It is easy for you to say. A person rooted in the heart cannot simply be uprooted or forgotten. If Song Chi discovers you still have feelings for me, he will end your life. For someone as damaged as me, is it worth it? Do not belittle yourself in such a manner. You are remarkable, a woman whom I, Lin Qingyuan, deeply admire." Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Lin Qingyuan's gaze grew resolute. "What I do is my own affair. I am responsible for my life and death. You need not persuade me further. My heart is set. In this lifetime, I shall love you alone, and I can wait." Su Jiaojiao felt a warmth in her chest. To say she was not moved would be a lie. For 3 years since her arrival in this ancient time, she had maintained a mindset of mere exploration, her initial attitude towards Lin Qingyuan stemming from suitability. However, she had not anticipated encountering a true and devoted lover. Yet, there were some truths she needed to clarify, even if they were somewhat cruel. "I may not harbor the affection for you that you envision." Lin Qingyuan smiled calmly. "I have always known." "Really?" Su Jiaojiao looked at him in shock, seeing boundless obsession in his eyes. "I know you merely perceive me as suitable to be your spouse. Your affection for business surpasses your feelings for me. I'm aware of all this, but so what? My love for you is sufficient. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell for you at first sight." Su Jiao anxiously rubbed her hands together, pondering that even if she were to part ways with Song Chi in the future, it did not necessarily mean she would marry him. She mused that she was rather different from the typical young women, and perhaps your heartfelt devotion would yield nothing in return. She wished to simply accompany you, cherishing the moments of daily encounters. Whether or not they culminated in marriage was of little significance to her, as she did not place much value on formal titles. Lin Qingyuan spoke with fervor, his fair complexion growing increasingly flushed, his eyes shyly darting towards the girl, his voice dwindling to a whisper. "I can tend to your health, wash your clothes, prepare your meals, assist you in your business endeavors, and even provide warmth at night." His already exquisite features were further enhanced by a rosy hue, rendering him all the more innocent and alluring. Su Jiaojiao swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in her throat. She wondered how she had never noticed before that Lin Qingyuan possessed the traits of an obsessive and infatuated individual. This puppy-like demeanor was proving to be rather overwhelming for her. Chapter 45. I am a man, capable of supporting you ahem. Su Jiaojiao, feeling slightly flustered, took a sip of water, leaving her at a loss for words. Lin Qingyuan, with a flushed face, approached her and gently embraced her, burying his handsome face in her hair, inhaling her scent with a sense of longing. Jiao Jiao, please agree to wait for me, won't you? If not, I fear I shall lose all hope and truly cannot go on. His voice trembled with desperation, and when Su Jiao raised her gaze, she was met with his tear-filled, watery eyes, rendering her unable to utter a single cruel word. Gently pushing him away, she handed him a handkerchief, adopting a tone akin to comforting a child. All right, if you wish to wait, then wait. Don't cry. You're a grown man, and it's unbecoming to weep so easily. Wipe your tears and sit down for some tea. Lin Qingyuan took the handkerchief, dabbing at his eyes, revealing a satisfied smile as he quietly tucked the handkerchief into his bosom, simultaneously producing a small box to present to her. This is an antidote I just concocted. It can neutralize most poisons. Keep it on hand, just in case. As he shifted to serious matters, his demeanor transformed abruptly, dispelling the earlier image of a lovesick puppy. His elegant eyes now sparkled with a hint of sharpness. Su Jiaojiao's eyes brightened. This was indeed a remarkable item. Qingyuan, you are incredibly talented. By the way, I've successfully acquired the emergency contraceptive pills. You must have spent a considerable amount of silver to formulate these medicines. Allow me to reimburse you. There is no need for such exactness between us. Besides, I am financially secure. Jiao Jiao, the husband you have chosen is far from impoverished. He gazed at her with deep affection, causing Su Jiaojiao's heart to flutter with unease. Ahem, well, if I need money in the future, I shall not hesitate to ask. And should you require assistance, feel free to visit Ju Xian Lu. Have you established connections there? Lin Qingyuan smiled lightly. I have purchased it. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. Lin Qingyuan, you are indeed quite wealthy to buy an establishment just like that. He smiled charmingly, his tone indulgent. Jiao Jiao, I am a man capable of supporting you. Suddenly, Su Jiaojiao realized that her understanding of the Dr. Lin she once knew was rather superficial. After Lin Qingyuan reluctantly departed, Kalu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Miss, have you perhaps cast a spell on Dr. Lin? Confused, Su Jiaojiao asked. What do you mean? I noticed Dr. Lin leaving while sniffing a handkerchief, with a smile that was rather eerie. It was quite frightening. Su Jiaojiao was left speechless, having casually tossed him the handkerchief used to dry his tears. The unwavering devotion and obsession of men in ancient times can indeed be overwhelming. She suddenly found herself unable to decipher Lin Qingyuan. Restless, Su Jiaojiao went downstairs to assist in promoting fabrics. Just then, a vibrant orange figure dashed in, followed by a boisterous voice. Hey, Su Jiaojiao, you truly are a money-loving person, always busy making a fortune. Niu Fangfei, adorned with golden jewelry, raised her chin in arrogance. Having just sold a bolt of silk, Su Jiaojiao was in high spirits. Oh, is that not Miss Niu? Are you here to purchase fabric or to have clothes made? I shall not spend a single coin in your establishment. Oh, no patronage? Then I kindly ask you to leave. Idlers are not welcome. Niu Fangfei's eyes widened, her expression filled with indignation. Su Jiaojiao, what is this attitude towards me? No one in linen dares to treat me this way. You wish for me to be amiable? My good demeanor is reserved solely for my esteemed customers. Niu Fangfei puffed up her cheeks. It is simple. I shall select a fabric for a dress, so you ought to treat me with some respect. Su Jiao staifel de la fin worthy. How easily she falls for it. Very well, Miss Niu, what type of fabric do you fancy? The inexpensive or the lavish? Naturally, I choose the exquisite. Su Jiaojiao led Niu Fangfei to a splendid silk satin, her smile radiant as she encouraged, as the daughter of the governor of linen. You cannot wear something of inferior quality. It would be a source of ridicule. This silk satin is freshly arrived, perfectly suited to you, though it is rather costly. I fear you may not afford it. How dare you underestimate me? I shall take this fabric for a complete ensemble. Su Jiaojiao smile blossomed, her eyes sparkling like the moon. Miss Niu indeed possesses discerning taste and remarkable courage. Let us proceed with the measurements and cutting. By the way, this dress will likely cost 50 taels of silver. Niu Fangfei felt a pang in her heart, but, in the interest of preserving her dignity, nonchalantly replied, "What does 50 taels of silver matter?" Once the seamstress had taken her measurements and cut the fabric, and, after the payment was made, Su Jiao leisurely inquired, "Miss Niu, did you come here for a specific purpose?" Niu Fangfei's face stiffened, and inwardly, she cursed her own misfortune. She had come to deliver an invitation. Yet here she was, having acquired a new dress instead. It is all this Su Jiaojiao's fault. Cunning woman. Pouting, she retrieved the invitation. "My father asked me to deliver this to you. We are hosting a Lotus Appreciation Banquet the day after tomorrow. And he said that the Prince of Jiangnan would also be attending, so I am to invite you as well." Su Jiaojiao accepted the invitation, glancing at it thoughtfully, her mind already devising plans for her upcoming entertainment establishment. "Splendid. I shall certainly attend." Niu Fangfei regarded her in disbelief. "You truly dare to go? With such beauty? What do I have to fear?" Niu Fangfei hesitated, warning, "Do not say I did not caution you. All the prominent families of linen will be present. The ladies and daughters of esteemed households. Your status might render you quite alone." "Oh, another O? Do you truly comprehend? Your lack of title will surely lead to exclusion and mockery." "Oh, alas, another O. You need not attend." Su Jiaojiao blinked her large eyes. "But I wish to go." "Suit yourself. Just do not weep if you encounter difficulties." "Niu Fangfei? What is it?" "Thank you." Niu Fangfei was taken aback, her face flushing crimson. "Who cares for your gratitude?" "Vixen." Su Jiao reached up, deftly removing the hairpin from Niu Fangfei's head and presenting the bronze mirror to her. "In the future, do not wear excessive adornments. They overshadow your natural beauty and appear rather rustic. A piece or two will suffice, adding the perfect finishing touch." Continuing without allowing Niu Fangfei a chance to retort, she took a piece of pale blue fabric and draped it beneath her neck, asserting, "You should no longer wear orange. It does not suit you and makes your complexion appear darker. Look at this color. Does it not enhance your pallor by several degrees?" Niu Fangfei gazed at her reflection, scrutinizing from left to right. Though reluctant to concede, she had to nod in agreement. Indeed, it was far more flattering. Su Jiaojiao observed the radiant expression on Niu Fangfei's face and sighed, cautioning, "Who coordinated or suggested this outfit for you?" "My third sister." Keep your distance from her. Do not confide everything to her." Niu Fangfei, taken aback, stared at Su Jiaojiao, questioning, "What do you mean?" "Think for yourself." Rarely confronted, Niu Fangfei bared her teeth, retorting, "Look at you being so formidable. Were it not for the Jiangnan King, I would have scratched your face long ago." Chapter 46. How could she be here? Su Jiao smiled radiantly. "Oh, not convinced? Why don't you have the King of Jiangnan as your backer then?" Niu Fangfei grinned. "Who would dare? I wish to live a few more years." The King of Jiangnan was not someone to be trifled with, cold, ruthless, decisive, and ferocious. Her father once recounted a time when he was so terrified by the king that he nearly wet himself, nearly passing out from fear. Sister, Suquan Stamboldin." His face pale, startling Kalu, who rushed to his side. "Young master, what happened? You look dreadful." Just as she steadied his arm, Su Quan let out a pained cry, "It hurts." Su Jiao's heart sank, and she hurriedly approached, anxiously examining her brother. "What does it hurt? Are you injured?" Su Quan pointed at his dangling left arm, hissing in pain, "It's broken." Kula cried out, "Broken? Oh heavens, what shall we do? He can't become disabled. Can he?" Su Jiao steadied herself. "Don't worry, Xiao Quan. Everything will be fine. Go, arrange for a carriage to take him to Lin Qingyuan. He has excellent bone-setting skills." Just as Kalu was about to dash out, Niu Fangfei squeezed through, rolling up her sleeves, ready for action. "Stop your fussing. I'm skilled at this. It's merely dislocated." Before anyone could react, she took charge, lifting Su Quan's arm and forcefully pushing it upward. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by Su Quan's startled scream. Niu Fangfei clapped her hands triumphantly. "Brother, try moving your arm now." Does it still hurt? Can you move it? Cautiously, Su Quan wiggled his arm, gradually increasing his movements, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. Hey, it really doesn't hurt anymore. I'm all better. Su Jiaojiao sighed in relief and sincerely thanked Niu Fangfei. Thank you. You truly frightened me. I really thought his arm was broken. If you wish to thank me, how about I make you some clothes for free? Niu Fangfei quipped. A merchant who suffers losses is doomed. I'll give you a discount of 20%. Niu Fangfei rolled her eyes. You shrewd businesswoman. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, how does a wealthy young lady like you know how to do this? Niu Fangfei coughed lightly, blinking. Isn't it because of my troublesome little brother? He constantly provokes me, and I often end up resetting his arm. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Su Quan stuck out his tongue. Being your brother is truly unfortunate. Sister, you are so cruel. Su Jiao Jiao Lixuan is thorit. How would you dislocate your arm in the first place? Su Quan pouted, mumbling, someone bullied me at school, and I didn't fight back. Su Jiao Jiao is ingflirt. Who bullied you? What is their name? Forget it. Father says it's better to avoid trouble. Su Wan Diplaith. Niu Fangfei objected. How can we let this slide? Why should they bully you? Su Jiaojiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must never allow others to bully us. As she spoke, she turned and retrieved a wooden ruler from the counter, placing it firmly into Su Quan's palm. Take this with you to school. If anyone bullies you again, use it as a weapon to strike them fiercely. Su Quan felt a twinge of apprehension. What if I injure someone? If anything happens, I will take responsibility. She asserted. But you must not allow yourself to be bullied. Do you understand? Olhat, Su Quan mumut, biting his lip and nodding hesitantly. Niu Fangfei gazed at Su Jiaojiao in disbelief, her expression one of shock. Su Jiaojiao, you are quite terrifying. You are actually teaching your brother to resort to violence. What else should I do? Should he always be the target of bullying? You ought to confront his parents about this. Some people are inherently contemptible. If you speak to them nicely, they will see you as weak. Only when they witness your retaliation will they understand that you are not to be trifled with. A shadow of darkness flickered in Su Jiaojiao's eyes as she recalled the modern-day incidents of school bullying. Do you know? Some children are fundamentally wicked. When their malice surfaces, they rival that of adults. Niu Fangfei felt a chill run down her spine. Su Fiao, I've come to realize that you're not only cunning, but also ruthless. After a long day at the governor's office, Song Chi sought to distance himself from Su Jiaojiao, wishing to avoid appearing overly eager. That evening, he dined and drank with subordinates. After a few drinks, he rode back to Minghua Courtyard. Upon entering, a wave of longing surged within him. Having missed a night with Su Jiaojiao due to her illness, he now felt a burning desire, a heat rising within him. Until now, he had never considered engaging with women, but ever since his encounter with Su Jiaojiao, his desires had surged forth uncontrollably, like a flood that could not be contained. The mere thought of their exquisite moments together left him parched, his breath quickening with heat. The notion of distancing himself from her was absurd. With Su Jiaojiao's demeanor, even 100 years of neglect would not teach her to care. He would pursue what he desired, indifferent to her willingness or reluctance. As he reassured himself, Song Chi quickened his pace toward the courtyard. Just then, a servant emerged to fetch water, announcing loudly, "The prince has returned." Before he could offer a proper greeting, Song Chi had already entered the main room. Su Jiaojiao had just finished bathing and was applying nourishing cream to her face before the bronze mirror. Upon entering, Song Chi was enveloped by a refreshing, intoxicating scent that deepened his gaze. Standing behind her, he gently draped his arm around her shoulders and leaned closer, whispering, "Your stomach feels better now. Doesn't it?" "Yes. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm all better," she replied. Song Chi smiled softly. "I will wash up. Wait for me." The unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Su Jiaojiao called out lightly, prompting Song Chi to pause and look at her. "You should wash in the bathing room of the West Wing." Song Chi frowned slightly, thinking perhaps her bathing room was still under repair. Nodding in acknowledgement, he took a clean garment and stepped outside. The bathing room in the West Wing was private. Song Chi never required assistance. As he soaked in the tub, closing his eyes to relax, he heard a rustling sound at the door. The only person bold enough to enter would likely be Su Jiao. A subtle smile tugged at his lips as he kept his eyes closed, murmuring slowly, "Would you care to join me for a bath?" That voice, that tone, exuded an ineffable allure. Mu Jin felt her cheeks flush crimson, her heart racing tumultuously, and she obediently acquiesced. Song Chi, startled, abruptly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing her, his expression shifted dramatically, and he sternly commanded, "Leave at once." "Your Highness, allow me to serve you," she implored. "Leave." Trembling, Muyin hastily exited. Song Chi, consumed by agitation, swiftly donned his attire, pondering how Mu Jin had come to be in this place. With a frigid demeanor, he entered the main chamber, only to find Mu Jin and Su Jiaojiao seated at the table. Suppressing his ire, he inquired, "How did she end up here?" Su Fiao, with an expression of feigned innocence, retorted, "You ask me? I was about to ask you the same. Did you not bestow your favor upon Miss Mu Jin last night and redeem her?" "I never." A tightness constricted Song Chi's chest. "Jiang San, remove Mu Jin from here." Mu Jin, alarmed, turned pale. Su Jiao, with a playful smile, remarked, "I have come to Kuei Shui. Moreover, since your Highness has already favored her last night, why not allow Miss Mu Jin to continue serving you this evening?" Chapter 47. The cries resound through the streets. Her laughter was bright and vibrant, yet constricted his heart with an increasing weight. Just a few days had passed, and is it not a bit excessive for you to visit so frequently? Su Jiao shrugged her shoulders, expressing, "I cannot help it. Perhaps it is tied to my mood." Upon seeing Miss Mu Jin arrive, with someone to share the burden of attending to the prince, I felt a surge of joy, and thus the tears came forth. Song Chi's gaze instantly turned frigid. "Joy." The woman eagerly nodded. "Indeed, joy." The man's face grew ominously cold, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. No one noticed that the hand he concealed behind his back was trembling slightly. "Ha! Mu Jin is indeed gentle and obedient. She serves better than you." Su Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled as she gave a thumbs up to the stunned Mu Jin, lavishly praising, "Miss Mu Jin, you are splendid. Do keep up the good work." Song Chi felt a heaviness in his chest, his gaze dark and menacing. "Then from now on, I shall spend every night with Mu Jin and will not favor you for several months." Su Jiao bit her rosy lip, struggling to suppress her laughter, and finally burst out, "Really, Your Highness? You must keep your word. Rest assured, I am exceptionally virtuous and shall not harbor jealousy. Since your concubine is so understanding, should you not reward her with some silver? A reward? You wish for a fool's bounty." The man kicked over the incense burner in a fit of rage and stormed out. If he remained any longer, he feared he might truly spit blood in fury. The evening breeze caressed the courtyard as the moonlight danced enchantingly. Song Chi pressed his hand against his temple, inhaling deeply. Was this all the doing of Shu Yinchuan? Jiang bowed respectfully. This subordinate is unaware. Song Chi cast a sidelong glance. And Jiang Hui? Did your Highness not punish him with suspension? That rascal is bedridden after receiving his punishment. Song Chi, being astute, had already pieced together much of the situation regarding Mu Jin. He understood that Shu Yinchuan, as a strategist, acted out of concern for the larger picture, fearing that he might be blinded by desire. However, he was not the kind of foolish monarch consumed by lust, enamored with Su Jiao merely for her physical form, and would not allow her to interfere with his affairs. Shu Yinchuan's actions were indeed vexing. Have Shu Yinchuan compile the tax details from Jiangnan for the past 6 months overnight. If I am to suffer, then so shall he. Meanwhile, Mu Jin remained trembling in the main room, unable to recover for a long while. Su Jiao contentedly spritzed herself with fragrant essence. "Miss Mu Jin, do not linger. Hurry back to your chamber and attend to the prince well." Mu Jin opened her mouth, wishing to explain something. "I am actually—" Enough. You need not fear me. Though this is my residence, I assure you I shall not treat you harshly. You shall have the best of everything. Feel free to charm the prince and employ all your skills. Do not hold back. It will be best if you could make him unable to part from you each night. If you succeed, I shall secretly reward you with 500 taels. Oh no, 1,000 taels. Mu Jin. She was utterly perplexed. Everyone around the prince seemed so peculiar. The strategist did not resemble a strategist, nor did this concubine embody the role of a concubine. After Mukjin's departure, Kailai, puzzled, inquired, "Does the young lady genuinely wish for Mukjin to captivate the prince?" Su Jiaojiao sighed, reflecting that Song Chi, as a casual partner, was indeed of commendable quality. Regrettably, while entangled with me, he had strayed. The mere thought of him sharing intimacy with other women renders him repugnant in my eyes. Aren't all men like this? Not with me, though. Henceforth, should he desire to lay a finger on me, he may as well give up. By the way, the counterfeit Ikue water has been prepared. Counterfeit Ikue water. Kailai was left speechless, marveling at the young lady's ingenuity. As Mukjin emerged from the main house, she spotted a slender silhouette standing in the courtyard, causing her heart to quiver. She discreetly retreated to her western chamber, adhering to the wall. She was adept at reading expressions. Just moments ago, the prince's gaze towards her was laden with lethal intent. Jiang San pondered where the prince would spend the night. Yet he remained an emotionless instrument. If the prince gazed at the moon, so would he. After a brief interval, Song Chi let out a cold scoff, as if in defiance. And with a flourish of his robe, he turned towards the western chamber. Mukjin, upon seeing Song Chi enter, was startled and promptly bowed. "Your Highness, keep your distance." Mukjin felt cold sweat trickle down her spine. Song Chi reclined on the bed, fully clothed, resting his head on his arm, seething with increasing ire. He struck the bed with his fist, cursing Su Jiaojiao under his breath. "So, you want to indulge in jealousy, will you? Fine. I shall not be swayed by this curse. Come here." Mukjin, initially believing she misheard, hesitated. "Come here." The man's voice bore a hint of impatience. Mukjin hurried to the bedside, transfixed by the man's striking visage. "Your Highness, it is late. Allow me to attend to you." Song Chi cast her a frosty glance. "Can you even call?" Mukjin's eyes widened in confusion. What? The kind of cries that accompany intimacy. Could she do that? Mukjin, being a young woman, felt her cheeks flush crimson, nodding, "I can." "Very well, begin now." Huh? Mukjin's mind momentarily blanked as she stared, bewildered, at the increasingly impatient man. "Your Highness, begin now." To call? They had yet to engage in anything, so how could she comply? Song Chi, irritable, barked, "If you can't call, then perish. Do you truly believe I have a gentle disposition?" All his scant patience had been afforded to Su Jiaojiao. Mukjin's complexion paled, her legs trembling. She dared not entertain further thoughts, and, with quivering lips, commenced calling. Song Chi glanced towards the window, disdainfully instructing, "Louder." Mukjin's face burned with embarrassment as she raised her voice. In moments of genuine conflict, cries are instinctive and devoid of shame. However, now it felt utterly awkward. As she stood alone, shouting into the void, it was not merely embarrassing, but profoundly uncomfortable. After all, she was the premier courtesan of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Who would have imagined that, after being redeemed, she would be compelled to vocally perform this ludicrous solo act? Song Chi, maintaining an air of composure, suddenly had a thought and began to vigorously shake the bed. Mukjin, startled by his actions, nearly forgot how to call. Here they were, one lying on the bed, the other shaking it wildly. A figure sat on a stool, their voice rising in fervor. Kailai, eavesdropping from the courtyard, wore a face full of intrigue as she scurried back to the main house like a little mouse. Miss, Su Jiao." Her eyes closed, and on the brink of slumber, was abruptly roused by Kailai's excited exclamation. "Oh dear, what is all this commotion? I was just about to fall asleep." Kailai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Over there, in the West Wing. It's happening." "The West Wing? What is that?" Su Jiaojiao, still somewhat dazed from sleep, pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her, her eyes widening with curiosity. "Did you hear? They are engaged in it?" Kailai nodded vigorously. Yes. The noise is quite substantial. Mushin certainly lives up to her reputation from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Her cries are positively audacious. I wager they could be heard from a street. Chapter 48. They were quite in harmony. Su Jiao revealed a smile. Seemingly they were quite harmonious, weren't they? Indeed harmonious. The bed creaked incessantly, and one couldn't help but worry that it might collapse. Su Jiao sta ifel da velike diaun, nothing contentedly. assuring herself that she could rest easy now. With the prince's disdain, the days of freedom were drawing near. Feeling tired, she requested, "Fan me for a while." "I have no time," said Kalu, as she continued to step outside. "I must listen in a bit longer." Su Jiaojiao turned on her side, closing her eyes. Yet slumber eluded her for the time being. Song Chi had found a new love. She ought to feel delighted. Freedom was within reach, something she had long desired. Yet, the thought of such a perfect physique being claimed by another woman left her with a tinge of regret. What a splendid boyfriend he was. Had he remained untainted, perhaps she could have lingered with him a while longer. Alas, what a pity. Thus, one might ponder, what worth do men hold? Money remains the most reliable ally. With no one to fan her, Su Jiaojiao began to gently sway her own fan. Just as she began to feel drowsy, Kalu burst in with exuberance. Miss, Su Jiaojiao sighed. "Oh, my dear Kalu, must you share every little discovery with me? I still require my beauty sleep." Kalu rolled her eyes. "When you were attending to the prince, your beauty sleep was also compromised, yet you still grew more beautiful." Su Jiaojiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "Very well, what new revelation do you have?" Kalu clapped her hands with delight. "The water has just been called in the West Wing." Su Jiaojiao responded with a perfunctory yawn. "How intriguing, may I not sleep now? What's the rush? I haven't finished the main point." Kalu licked her lips. Just after calling for water, there was more commotion. Mu Jin began to cry out again. Su Jiaojiao was disinclined to engage. Yet Kali's curiosity propelled her to rush outside to eavesdrop further. The West Wing had called for water 4 times. Such a number filled the hidden guards with admiration for the prince. Truly, he was a hero. Inside the West Wing, Mu Jin lay like a wilted flower, utterly drained, as if she were on the brink of collapse. Her throat was hoarse, and her face was drenched in cold sweat, pale as a ghost. "Your Highness, could you please refrain from calling? I truly cannot endure any longer." Little did she expect that one day she would find herself on the verge of exhaustion from incessant cries. Song Chi furrowed his brow. "How many times has water been called?" 4 times. More than over there. You may rest now." Mu Jin felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, crying out in gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. Had it continued, I would surely perish." Shangti, Dezet Immaculati, gracefully leapt from the bed and quietly exited the West Wing. The night was deep, the courtyard bathed in a serene glow, utterly tranquil. He tiptoed into the main room, spotting Kalu soundly asleep, snoring loudly, and wrinkled his brow in distaste. Entering the bedroom, approaching the bed, I anticipated witnessing a visage of sorrow and indignation upon the woman's face. To my astonishment, Su Jiaojiao lay in a deep slumber, her delicate, snow-white face adorned with a sweet smile, as if she were dreaming of delightful tidings, even savoring the moment with a few contented smacks of her lips. A surge of anger welled up within me, my fingers clenched tightly, my chest heaving violently, my countenance as frigid as ice. "Ah, Su Fiao, sleeping so soundly. Are you?" Amidst the uproar around, she remained unperturbed, continuing to sleep blissfully. My efforts to rouse her were in vain, a sheer humiliation. Stepping outside, I stood alone in the courtyard, a solitary figure in the vastness. She harbored no thoughts of me, not a shred, not a morsel. This realization pierced my heart with unbearable pain. Though she was forcibly taken, her indifference was somewhat forgivable. Yet, I had always cherished and pampered her, indulging her whims with boundless patience, offering her the finest of treasures. Even a stone should have felt the warmth of affection. But it had not. Her heart, not only hard but deeply concealed. "Ah, how cruel you are, Su Jiaojiao. You would soothe me with sweet nothings, and in moments of intimacy, you ensnared my very soul, yet harbored not an ounce of genuine affection. Were it Lin Qingyuan in my stead tonight, would she be so nonchalant? Surely, she would feel jealousy, her fiery nature driving her to expel any rival. The crux of the matter was that I was not the one she cherished. I was not Lin Qingyuan. As this thought struck me, a tempest of sorrow erupted, my heart shattering within me. I clutched my chest, a bitter sweetness surging in my throat. I coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood. Wiping the crimson from my lips, I stared in disbelief at my bloodied hands. "Your Highness, are you all right? Shall I summon the physician?" Jiangnan exclaimed, startled, appearing at once. I silently gestured him away, retreating to the governor's mansion. I sought a secluded corner to tend to my wounds alone. The following morning, Su Jiaojiao, adorned in her finery, enjoyed a lavish breakfast, preparing to embark on her day's endeavors. In the courtyard, she encountered Mu Jin, who startled her with her pale complexion and hollow, vacant eyes, as if her spirit had been drained. "Miss Mu Jin, are you unwell? Do you feel ill?" Su Jiaojiao inquired with concern. Mu Jin offered a wry smile and shook her head, respectfully greeting Su Jiaojiao. "I pay my respects to Miss Su. There's no need for such formality here. This is not the royal residence, and I have no desire for those antiquated customs. Let's simply be good neighbors. If you are unwell, please rest, and do not hesitate to inform the maids of your wishes," Su Jiaojiao said with a gentle smile, before cheerfully departing with her maid. Mu Jin watched the graceful figure of the girl retreat, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. Only she understood the harrowing events of the previous night. The maids in the courtyard remained oblivious, believing her to be the favorite of the prince, treating her with utmost reverence. In an effort to maintain her physical fitness, Su Jiaojiao decided to walk to work, as her residence in Mingwei Garden was not far from the commercial street. Recently, Kailei had been enjoying a bountiful diet, resulting in the emergence of a double chin, as she panted heavily while keeping up, struggling to catch her breath. Yet she remained eager to gossip. "Miss, did you notice? That Mushin's complexion is quite terrifying. She resembles a ghostly figure. Perhaps Song Chi is not particularly gentle with her, leaving her exhausted. It is truly perplexing. Why is it that the next day you look as stunning as a ripe peach, while she resembles a corpse?" The peach-like Su Jiao felt a pang of annoyance. Kailei clicked her tongue in disbelief, questioning why, despite both serving the prince, there was such a stark contrast. Su Jiao gave her a light tap on the head, urging her to dismiss such nonsensical thoughts and instead focus on reviewing the accounts of Jinsue Pavilion to ascertain how much liquid capital could be extracted. Kailei, taken aback, exclaimed, "Miss, do you think the prince might practice some sinister arts? You know, the kind that absorbs yin to replenish yang?" Chapter 49. Seek my favor for the inscription defined by the whimsical Kailei as the king of Jiangnan, who supplements the yin with yang. Today, he finds himself in a rather melancholic mood. When the prince is discontented, his subordinates inevitably suffer. Within the deliberation hall of the governor's office, a pall of tension hangs thick in the air. Almost all officials have endured a reprimand, with several kneeling on the ground floor, their knees nearly breaking under the strain. Xu Yinchuan is no exception, sporting dark circles akin to panda eyes, incessantly stifling yawns. Song Junlan is indeed a meticulous and unwavering individual, rather stingy. After presenting him with a hibiscus, he demands that Xu rise in the dead of night to scrutinize the accounts and calculate the figures. His mind is now filled with numbers, and the abacus beads dance before his eyes. "Mr. Xu," a voice, tinged with an ominous tone, calls from above. "While attending to affairs of state, I implore you to focus and refrain from yawning incessantly." Xu Yinchuan grits his teeth. "This will be duly noted. Since you appear rather unoccupied, why not calculate the semi-annual profits from all the grain transport in Jiangnan?" Xu Yinchuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Song Junlan, given your remarkable intellect, you shall surely complete it in 3 days. Yes? 3 days, you say? Xu Yinchuan's lips quiver. "I shall endeavor to fulfill this task." How has this esteemed strategist been reduced to mere accounting? The 3-story building has undergone basic renovations, as it already possessed the foundation of an inn. With a fresh coat of paint and a reconfiguration of furnishings, it is swiftly prepared. Su Jiaojiao inspects it thoroughly, nodding in satisfaction. "Butler Luo, you have done commendably well with the renovations. Here is a reward for your efforts." Kailei hands Butler Luo a thick red envelope, which he gratefully accepts with a beaming smile. During her tenure as an executive in modern times, Su Jiaojiao has always excelled in management, instilling diligence and enthusiasm in those who worked alongside her. Butler Luo has grown to respect this young lady even more. Pondering, Su Jiaojiao strokes her chin. Butler Luo, who do you think should be invited to inscribe the plaque? Surely it should be the prince. Butler Luo replies with a smile. Our prince is a top scholar who has excelled in his studies. His calligraphy is second to none, priceless beyond measure. An inscription from him would undoubtedly bring prestige. Su Jiao Nats contemplating. Indeed, not only would it bring honor, but it would also attract an endless stream of potential patrons. Song Chi is the sovereign of Jiangnan. His inscribed plaque at the entertainment establishment would surely draw officials from all corners of Jiangnan. He is the pinnacle of popularity. His involvement in this will yield publicity beyond imagination. Butler Luo, you are absolutely correct. I entrust this matter to you. There shall be rewards for success. Butler Luo smiles and nods in agreement. As the prince dotes on his favored companion, having her plaque inscribed at the entertainment venue seems a trivial matter. However, unexpectedly, Butler Luo miscalculates. In the training grounds, Song Chi, adorned in a regal crimson riding outfit that accentuates his fine physique, gallops forth on a magnificent white steed across the verdant field. Jiang eagerly presents him with a towel, as Song Chi wipes the sweat from his brow. His complexion radiant as jade, his eyes twinkling like stars, exuding an aura of gallant handsomeness atop his steed. Luo, the steward, was still awaiting the prince's response when he heard Song Chi let out a cold snort. How dare a mere concubine seek the prince's favor? Moreover, she had the audacity to send someone else to plead on her behalf. Upon hearing these words, Luo sensed the gravity of the situation. His smile faded. Miss Su believed that the prince's inscription would carry weight. She thought so. She might as well think she could ascend to the heavens. With that, Song Chi spurred his horse, calling out as he rode off with vigor. Luo contemplated the prince's affections, which were as unpredictable as a thunderstorm, arriving and departing at will. It seemed his reward was hopeless. Dejected, Luo reported back to Su Jiaojiao, who merely raised an eyebrow, remaining unperturbed. Yet in her heart, she mused, oh, men, once they find new love, they can hardly be bothered to bestow even a plaque upon their former flames. Truly, men can be heartless. She resolved to display some charm when she next encountered Song Chi, hoping for a glimmer of hope. That evening, Song Chi declined his subordinates' invitations and returned directly to Mingyue Courtyard, anticipating that Su Jiaojiao would come seeking him regarding the plaque. He entered the courtyard only to hear the naive Kailei exclaim loudly, "Miss, the prince has returned." A slight smirk crept upon Song Chi's lips, evidently. Su Jiaojiao was eager to see him. Soon, she appeared, her smile captivating and sincere, capable of enchanting anyone who beheld her. "The prince has returned? Are you tired? Quickly, change in your regular attire, wash your hands, and prepare for dinner." Such a gentle and considerate tone. It was reminiscent of a devoted wife adoring her husband. Song Chi raised his chin imperiously, declaring, "I will dine with Mu Jin." With that, he turned on his heel and made his way to the west wing. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. Kailei mumbled, "Miss, it's over. The prince has completely lost interest in you, refusing even to dine together." Su Jiaojiao playfully pushed Kailei's face away, asserting, "If he want to eat, we shall. Let us not take our frustrations out on dinner." She then gracefully retreated to her own quarters. Kailei remarked to herself, "The miss truly has a big heart." Song Chi had assumed that Su Jiaojiao would at least attempt to retain him, perhaps by bringing him a dish or showing her face. Yet, half an hour passed without a glimpse of her. He slammed down his chopsticks, his expression darkening. Mu Jin, already trembling with fear, clutched her bowl tightly. Not daring to look up, after the meal, Song Chi pretended to search for clothes, strolling into Su Jiaojiao's room. Being pragmatic, she seized the opportunity and approached him, her voice sweetly flirtatious. "What are you looking for, my lord? Sit and allow me to assist you." The man remained silent, rummaging aimlessly. He himself was uncertain of what he sought. Su Jiaojiao gently took his hand, causing him to stiffen as he looked at her. His voice was icy. "What do you want?" Unfazed, Su Jiaojiao feigned ignorance, cheerfully holding his hand and guiding him to sit at the table. Though his expression was frosty, he allowed her to lead him, his heart racing unexpectedly. Standing before him, She toyed with his fingers, her voice soft and alluring. My lord, my entertainment venue is about to open. Would you lend me a small favor? Who could possibly refuse the charming entreaties of such a captivating beauty? Song Chi nearly acquiesced. Yet fortunately, a modicum of rationality lingered within him, rendering him seemingly unperturbed. Just as the steward Luo had mentioned earlier, regarding the inscription, yes, that very matter. Su Jiaojiao nodded her little head, endearingly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Song Chi felt a tightening in his chest, unable to suppress a silent curse. This enchantress. My lord, inscribing a few characters is but a trifling task for you. Please extend your assistance. Shangti ziplit guli. This prince has never inscribed for anyone. Such words are hard to come by. Oh, dear lord, do indulge Jiao Jiao. She holds you in the highest esteem. Does she not? You plead for me, begging you. Song Chi thought to himself. This woman exhibits no shame in her pursuit. He retrieved the book he had prepared earlier and began to leaf through it, eventually pointing to a certain page. Let us see your performance. Chapter 50. Her disdain for him. Su Jiaojiao glanced at the illustrations in the book, unable to suppress a blush that crept across her delicate face. Internally she scoffed. Bah, shameless. Prince of Jiangnan, are you quite the playboy, carrying such a book with you? What? Are you prepared to encounter some woman and flip through the pages at a moment's notice, learning on the spot? The man's gaze was intensely fixed upon the girl's features, capturing every nuance of her expression. Upon seeing her cheeks flushed, a hint of shyness flickered across his heart, eliciting a secret delight within him. So, Su Jiaojiao can feel bashful too. How amusing. Is it beyond your capabilities, or are you merely embarrassed? Huh, this is rather challenging. Shangti, Unfa, leisurely continued to flip through the pages, pausing after a few more. This is not too difficult. I shall leave it to you. Su Jiaojiao leaps twitched. You can't part with this forbidden book, can you? With a gentle motion, she closed the book and blinked her doe-like eyes innocently. Oh dear, I'm still quite young. Such content is not suitable for children. Prince, let us discuss something of proper significance. Song Chi chuckled coldly. I spend so much on your upkeep. Your proper duty is to serve me well at night. Su Jiaojiao struggled to maintain her smile. You despicable man, having just spent the night with Mu Jin, do you still have the audacity to think of continuing with me? I'm willing, but lack the strength. My Kuei Shui has arrived. Huh, do you take me for a fool? Your Kuei Shui can come and go at will. Su Jiaojiao realized Song Chi was astute, though she had not anticipated he would see through such trivial tactics employed among women. Oh, I'm feeling unwell. Song Chi's hand pressed against her lower back. If you're unwell, then just lean against me. You need not move. Su Jiaojiao was all too familiar with the manifestations of this man's desire, fearing that should he truly ignite the flames of passion, they might not extinguish easily. She hurriedly wriggled free from his grasp, moving to a chair opposite him, creating a barrier with the table as they locked eyes. Prince, shall I have Butler Luo come to find you for the inscription tomorrow? Song Chi's elegant fingers tapped silently on the table. En inscription, let us see how you perform shortly. Su Jiaojiao smiled sweetly, her charm radiating, stirring a warmth in Song Chi's heart as he clenched his fingers. Prince, such matters should not be too frequent. It is not good for your health. Without a moment's thought, Song Chi retorted, when have I been too frequent? You have neglected me for 2 nights. 2 nights. You spent half the night with Miss Mu Jin last night, didn't you? Behave, rest tonight, and conserve your strength. Song Chi gritted his teeth. I am vigorous and robust. I need not rest. Ah, that will not do. It can lead to undesirable outcomes. I'm looking out for your well-being. Men, when overindulged, can easily suffer from deficiencies. Song Chi was both amused and infuriated. That is not your concern. The state of my vitality will be revealed in due time. His eyes were fixed on the rosy-cheeked girl before him, unable to reach her, while the flames of desire within him soared. No longer willing to engage in idle chatter, he extended his hand, commanding, come here. Huh, as long as you say it like that, distance breeds beauty. Song Chi stood up impatiently, advancing to seize her. Su Jiaojiao, having anticipated his move, nimbly leaped away like a little rabbit, darting around the round table in a game of evasion. Her small mouth did not forget to chime in. "Oh, your highness, you must not overexert yourself. Even if you were an iron pestle, you would eventually be ground down to a needle. At your age, it is time to focus on health. Have you not heard that saying, nurturing joy and pleasure?" When Kayle brought in a platter of fruits, she saw her young mistress circling the table with the prince. Without a second thought, she placed the assortment of fruits on the table. Seizing the opportunity, Song Chi took advantage of Kayle's obstruction to swiftly grab Su Jiaojiao. Startled, she yelped like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Song Chi playfully smacked her bottom, exclaiming, "That's what you get for dodging." In a flurry, Su Jiaojiao retaliated, her little white paws scratching at Song Chi's face without restraint. He reacted swiftly, catching her hands and subduing her. Yet, even so, his face bore 2 faint scratches. The two resembled a playful kitten and a large orange cat, an amusing sight. Su Jiaojiao cried out, "Kayle, smashed the fruits in his face." "Help me," Song Chi retorted. "Kayle, if you interfere, I shall break your legs." "Kayle, hurry and assist. Break his legs." The sudden shift left Kayle momentarily dumbfounded, questioning, "Are we still eating the fruits? If not, I'll take them away, and I'll finish them myself." Frustrated, Su Jiaojiao stamped her foot. "Kayle, all you think about is food. What about your mistress?" Kayle pouted, "But it is you who taught me that eggs should not clash with stones." Song Chi commanded, "Get out." "Huh? Oh." Kayle scurried away for a few steps, only to return, not forgetting to take the platter of fruits with her. Song Chi lifted Su Jiaojiao onto the couch, asserting, "You are my woman, and whatever I desire, you cannot resist." The prince is a great hero, a true man, and would never force someone against their will, right? Not so. You, my disobedient little sprite, can only be dealt with sternly. He leaned down to kiss her, but Su Jiaojiao turned her face away to evade him. "Shangji-juka. What is this? Not even a kiss?" Su Jiaojiao found him utterly distasteful, dropping any pretense, and coldly replied, "Get away. I will come down tomorrow. You go find Mu Jin." A pang of frustration surged within Song Chi, sensing her jealousy, yet he felt a flicker of joy as he softly murmured, "Are you angry? Look at you trying to push me toward someone else. Be good and give me a proper kiss, and I'll cherish you alone." Su Jiao scoffed, "I thank your entire family, but I have no need for that. Go and cherish your Mu Jin." Her words, though spoken sincerely, resonated with a tone of jealousy in the ears of the man. His eyes sparkled with mirth as he coaxed, "Oh, Jiao Jiao, what is Mu Jin to me? The truth is I and she." As he leaned in to seek her lips, Su Jiao's brow furrowed, a wave of nausea overtaking her. "Ugh," she groaned, dry heaving, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, do not touch me," she implored weakly. Song's body stiffened, and her eyes instantly turned frosty. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by 1,000 needles, each prickling with pain. How could she despise him to such an extent? Was she truly unable to endure any longer? Even a mere kiss from him elicited her rejection. How utterly! It hurt more than a dagger thrust. "Su Jiaojiao, when did you become so chaste? Was it for Lin Qingyuan?" An aura of icy wrath surrounded Song as she gracefully descended from the bed, dusting off her robes, and coldly declared, "Do you truly believe that I am indispensable to you?" With those spiteful words, Song stormed out in indignation. Meanwhile, Kola, cheeks stuffed with fruit, rushed in bewilderedly. "Miss, what is happening? The prince is acting rather strangely. Is he unwell?" Su Jiaojiao leaned against the bed. "Quick, bring me water to rinse my mouth." That was utterly revolting. Chapter 51. Is this an early selection of a paramour? Once she rinsed her mouth and allowed Kayle to fan her for a moment, she gradually regained her composure. "Miss, what has transpired?" "Su Jiao, that scoundrel truly is despicable. He wishes to use his lips, which have touched Mu Jin, to kiss me again." Kayle laughed in response. Wouldn't you be nauseated knowing he had used those same lips on Mu Jin before? Su Jiaojiao playfully pinched Kayle's chubby face. "You mischievous girl, spewing nonsense. Are you perhaps lovesick?" Kayle rubbed her face and retorted, "What is a train? You're the one who's lost the plot. Where's my fruit?" As she patted her stomach, she lamented, "It has all gone to my belly." Su Jiaojiao sighed, accepting that her maid was indeed a handful. Song Chi initially intended to head straight to the governor's residence, but reconsidered and redirected his steps toward the west wing. Upon seeing him, Mu Jin reacted as though she had encountered a ghost, her demeanor instantly faltering. "Your Highness." Her voice trembled as if it might shatter. "Didn't you go to Miss Su's room? Why'd you come here instead?" She whimpered. Song Chi, his face clouded with fury, lay down on the bed and barked, "Call for your own." Mu Jin braced herself, realizing the cycle was about to begin anew. The excruciating cries from the west wing resumed, and Kayle shook her head in resignation. No wonder it's the flower pavilion. Those cries have quite the depth. In recent days, Jiang San had replaced Jiang Hui and, no longer needing to conceal himself, instinctively asked Kayle, "Where is the depth?" "It sounds like a donkey braying, utterly grating and unbearable," she replied, looking at him as if he were simple-minded. Kayle, ever the teacher, continued, "Could you maintain such a volume for 2 consecutive days?" Jiang San shook his head in confusion, only to realize, as a grown man, he had no business questioning such things. Meanwhile, Mu Jin, in distress, suffered from a sore throat, her voice hoarse and raspy. Seizing a brief respite, she kindly reminded the prince, "Your Highness, why isn't he the bedrock tonight?" Song Chi's expression darkened further. After a protracted hour of her cries, during which she requested water twice, Song Chi's patience waned. Without a word, he left with a cold demeanor. At last liberated, Mu Jin felt utterly drained, clutching a teapot as she drank deeply, yearning for the flower pavilion, lamenting her current plight. In the dead of night, Song Chi returned to the governor's residence, where Shu Yunchuan was burning the midnight oil, organizing accounts. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he teased, "Oh, the governor, with 2 lovely maidens at home, still finds time to come here?" Song Chi, filled with pent-up rage, shot him a piercing look and coolly replied, "If you're so idle, why not engage in a discussion on swordsmanship with me?" Shu Yunchuan recoiled, realizing he had no chance against the martial prowess of the prince. Yet curiosity got the better of him as he asked, "Junlan, are you displeased? Who has wronged you?" Song Chi, lowering his lashes, poured himself tea. "Heaven forbid it's those 2 in your courtyard, fighting over jealousy. Is it? If only it were so." Song Chi, unable to contain his anger, exclaimed, "Shu, this is an utter affront." He called out to Shu Yunchuan, "Come forth, under the cover of night, and I shall teach you a few sword techniques." Upon perceiving Song Chi's murderous intent, Shu Yunchuan's face turned pale, and he fled in terror, shouting, "Song Junlan, you scoundrel, forsaking friends for the sake of beauty. Your woman vexes you, yet you take it out on me? Is it merely because I am a man, unable to undress and attend to your whims?" Just as he was gaining momentum, he glanced up to see Song Chi emerging with a frosty demeanor, prompting him to scream and scurry away like a frightened mouse. Song Chi, with a heavy heart, walked into the courtyard, drawing his sword and practicing with fluid grace. He vented his frustration, anguish, and ire for an entire hour until he was drenched in sweat, his sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. With a bitter smile, he reclined back onto the cold stone, closing his eyes slowly, a melancholic expression gracing his features. The following morning, Su Jiaojiao, adorned in vibrant attire, stepped out to see a physician entering the west wing. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, has she conceived so swiftly? Kala rolled her eyes. How could it be so quick? Do you think she's akin to a rabbit? The physician interjected, "Miss, you are unaware." Miss Mu Jin's voice is hoarse, seemingly due to edema, and she struggles to breathe. If we delay in calling a doctor, she may suffocate. Su Jiaojiao exclaimed, "See, one must not covet male beauty. It could be deadly." Kulu sighed. She too is susceptible. Even if the prince is formidable, must she be so ruthless? Why not learn from you? Speaking softly, enticing, yet conserving her voice. Just as she finished speaking, Su Jiaojiao delivered a sharp reprimand. As the 2 entered the entertainment courtyard, Steward Luo had already arrived, greeting them with a smile. "Miss Su, all those you requested have been gathered for your review." The courtyard was filled with youthful boys and girls, a vibrant tableau of springtime beauty. Kuli's eyes widened. Wow, so many handsome men. "Miss, are you selecting your favorites in advance?" "Favorites? Spare me from such unhealthy notions. This is a professional matter." She aimed to distinguish her entertainment establishment from a brothel. While brothels engaged in fleshly business, her venue emphasized entertainment and leisure, targeting affluent clientele, both men and women. However, she would not forsake the local customs of brothel business, merely arranging it differently. Initially, she assessed appearances, retaining those with striking features and eliminating a number. Next, she examined their physiques, seeking those with agility and dance backgrounds to train as accompanying performers. Musicians were easily sourced, a task entrusted to Steward Luo. Soon, Su Jiaojiao selected the 24 most exquisite individuals, dubbing them the 12 beauties of linen and the 12 male deities of the universe. She further categorized supple individuals into dance troupes for street performances, runway shows, and alluring displays, a diverse array indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this entertainment establishment shall be both your home and a splendid platform for your successful endeavors. As long as you are willing to apply yourselves diligently and study earnestly, I assure you that everyone here can reap abundant wealth. Although your contracts may rest in my possession within this entertainment establishment, you are not mere servants, but my esteemed colleagues. Unlike the courtesans who surrender their earnings to the madam, in our venue, your efforts will not go unrewarded. I shall provide you with commissions, ensuring that every ounce of your labor yields fruitful returns. After a few years of working here, each of you can amass a considerable fortune and secure your freedom. Therefore, I encourage you to grasp the opportunities that lie ahead and forge a splendid future of your own making. I hold great expectations for each of you. Let us rally together. Everyone felt a surge of passion, unable to resist joining Su Jiao in applause. Su Jiao was quite pleased with the impact of her motivational speech. Niu Fong Fei, having caught wind of these sentiments, clapped vigorously, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Chapter 52, awaiting her intimate devotion upon seeing her. Su Jiao raised an eyebrow, a scheme forming in her mind. Miss Niu, what brings you here again? What do you mean again? Is this miss not welcomed? If you're spending money here, then certainly you are. Niu Fong Fei scoffed, with all your wealth. You still have your head buried in money. By the way, this entertainment venue of yours sounds intriguing. What activities are offered? Su Hiao blinked. Whatever is enjoyable is what we shall engage in. It's exceptionally entertaining. Oh, how entertaining. When it officially opens, bring your friend along, and I shall grant you a 50% discount. You will undoubtedly have an exhilarating time, leaving you yearning for more. Niu Fong Fei was momentarily speechless. Can women truly partake in such amusements? Of course, Su Jiao gestured towards several handsome men nearby. If not, for whom were they prepared? Niu Fong Fei immediately felt her mouth water. By the way, don't forget tonight's Lotus Appreciation Banquet. Certainly unforgettable, Su Jiao replied, her eyes glinting with schemes. Where is your father at this moment? My father? He must be at the governor's office. You are my good friend, and your father is my official guardian. Kulme, let's pay him a visit. Without allowing for objections, Su Jiao took Niu Fong Fei by the arm and led her outside. Niu Fong Fei felt a surge of joy within, though she protested. Who is your good friend? All right. If you think you are unworthy of my regard, then I shall accept that I have unilaterally deemed you my friend, she conceded. A satisfied smile gracing her lips as she foolishly led Su Jiao to the governor's office. The path was clear, and Niu Fong Fei called out cheerily, Father, look who has come. My friend Su Jiao. Su Jiao. Upon hearing that name, Niu Sheng shivered, momentarily setting aside his official demeanor, his face brightening with cordiality. Miss Su, what wind brings you here? Please take a seat. Su Jiao smiled warmly. Governor Niu, I am here to lodge a complaint against your beloved daughter. Niu Fong Fei. Both Niu father and daughter were taken aback. Niu Fong Fei stamped her foot, exasperated. Su Jiao, you deceiver. You just said I was your good friend. A good friendship does not preclude legal action, Su Jiao retorted unabashedly. Previously, you falsely accused the quality of my Jean L. Pavilion garments, and I have brought forth a complaint against you. Governor Niu, may I inquire why there has been no progress on this matter? Niu Sheng's face stiffened, rendered momentarily speechless. He then rubbed his hands together, forced a smile, and said, You are favored by the prince, and I'm a diligent subordinate of his. We are all family here. I know Miss Su would not hold a grudge against my daughter." Su Jiao shook her finger. Not so, not so. This is a separate issue. Governor Niu, the lawsuit must proceed, and I shall indeed press charges against your daughter. Niu Fangfei was on the verge of tears. Su Jiao, you are truly detestable. I was prepared to regard you as a friend, yet you treat me thus. How hurtful. You are simply wicked. Unfazed by Niu Fangfei's outburst, Su Jiao fixed her gaze upon Niu Sheng and said slowly, I trust Governor Niu is aware that, while I may lack in talent, I am nonetheless favored by the prince. It was I who was dispatched with 3 warships to seek out the matter at hand. Dear Lord Niu, if I insist on suing Miss Niu, whom do you believe the prince will favor? A cold sweat trickled down Niu Sheng's back. Miss Su, do you think there is any possibility of reconciliation in this matter? Su Jiao had eagerly awaited this question. Her radiant smile illuminated the room. Of course there is. Miss Niu is my dear friend. How could I bear to see her unjustly imprisoned? Niu Sheng's lips twitched. She had monopolized the conversation with her words. Both good and bad. Lord Niu, I have heard that your calligraphy is exceptionally grand, earning you the esteemed reputation of a master of Jiangnan's iron brush and silver hook. I would like to request your assistance in crafting an inscription. Niu Fangfei was taken aback, as was Niu Sheng. En inscription? Is that all? Su Jiao nodded with a smile. As long as you help me with the inscription, I shall personally tear up that lawsuit. Niu Sheng chuckled. Very well. A happy agreement for both parties. Little did he know, he would soon deeply regret this decision. On her way back to Minghua Courtyard, Su Jiao was in high spirits. Song Chi, who refused to grant her an inscription, intended to use this matter to control her. However, she had a plan B. Although Niu Sheng did not possess the influence of Song Chi, he was not to be underestimated. After all, he was the esteemed governor of Linen and once one of the 3 great talents of Jiangnan. An inscription from him could still stir considerable excitement. Upon returning home, Su Jiao meticulously selected an exquisitely seductive dress and personally applied her stunning makeup. Adorning herself with an expensive ruby headdress, she transformed into a mesmerizing beauty. Just wait, I shall dazzle you all. Once ready, she set off in a carriage with Kailei to the governor's mansion. The guards at the entrance were already aware of her presence, and none dared to stop her. Thus, she entered the heart of Jiangnan's power with utmost confidence. Officials from various regions emerged, astonished to encounter her, their expressions a mixture of surprise and admiration. Song Chi was exiting the council hall with several subordinates, engaged in a low conversation when he suddenly noticed his subordinates frozen in awe, their gazes fixed ahead. Frowning, he cleared his throat with displeasure, jolting them back to reality as they hurriedly averted their eyes, not daring to gaze upon the enchanting figure. Kailei held an umbrella over Su Jiao while she gracefully fanned herself, her voice sweet and melodious. Your Highness, are you still busy? Her charming voice, reminiscent of a golden aureole, sent a jolt through everyone present. The 2 young officials beside Song Chi blushed furiously, stealing glances at Su Jiao with unrestrained admiration. A surge of anger welled up within Song Chi. You may all leave now. His subordinates bowed and retreated, while the 2 young officials, passing by Su Jiao, couldn't resist stealing a few more glances, their cheeks reddening further. Song Chi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, grumbled, You shouldn't come here anymore. This elicited reactions from the men around, who were captivated as if they were mosquitoes drawn to blood. Su Jiao had her own intentions. She did not argue. Instead, she approached Song Chi and, with a touch of grace, adjusted his attire. Your Highness, I fear you may become so preoccupied that you forget about tonight's lotus banquet hosted by the governor. Song Chi lowered his gaze to the small white hand that was restlessly moving on his chest, suppressing the warmth rising within him. He spoke in a deep voice. I knew you would come uninvited. What is it that you desire? Well, I have yet to attend such a banquet. Why not take me along, Your Highness, to broaden my horizons? Song Chi turned and walked toward the study, with Su Jiao hurrying to follow. The man wore a cold expression. After all, it was customary for the legitimate wives to attend such events, and she was merely an outsider. Su Jiao, however, was unfazed and cheerfully replied, I am your sweetheart, your girlfriend. Huh, you think you could just go because you say so? Do you presume this prince is so easily persuaded? With his hands clasped behind his back, he regarded her with a cold gaze, as if to say she should comprehend the situation herself. Su Jiaojiao understood he was waiting for her to offer some intimacy, but she was not inclined to the moment. Besides, she possessed an invitation, so what was there to fear? Then, Your Highness, please continue with your business. She began to turn away, only to be abruptly seized by the arm and pulled into his embrace. He leaned down, bringing his handsome face close to hers, and whispered, Kiss me, Su Jiaojiao. Kiss me, and I shall take you along. Is that agreeable? Chapter 53. A kiss to take you away. The depths of the man's eyes glimmered with stubbornness and anticipation. Proud as he was, how could he accept defeat? Last night, she had denied him a kiss and even recoiled in disgust, yet he was determined to claim it. Su Jiaojiao blinked her watery eyes, remaining silent, but instinctively covered her mouth with her small hand. Song Chi's gaze darkened, brimming with a dangerous intensity. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around her, wishing to meld her into his very being. His voice, deep and alluring, resonated, No kiss? My Jiao Jiao, tell me, where on your entire body have I not kissed you? Su Jiaojiao's face flushed crimson. Darn it, when had Song Chi become so flirtatious? His teasing tone nearly sent her senses spiraling. I suppose I can skip the lotus viewing banquet. The man's eyes grew even darker. You are foregoing the plaque as well? The girl shook her head vigorously. No, I do not want it. He seemed to chuckle softly before suddenly exerting force, pulling her into the study and shutting the door behind them. Outside, Kola, who had been a mere observer, stared at the closed door in surprise before turning to seek out Jiang-san for some plum soup. Su Jiaojiao found herself pressed against the door by the tall, imposing man with no space between them. Panic surged within her. In terms of physical strength, she stood no chance against him. He practiced martial arts daily, his physique robust, and aside from his refined, handsome scholar's face, he bore no resemblance to a mere scholar. If he were to force her, she would have no capability to resist. Your Highness, calm down, it's broad daylight, and we are in the governor's residence. Consider your principles, consider your dignity as a governor, to indulge in such behavior in your solemn office. Do you not feel ashamed? He suppressed his rapid breaths, his forehead resting against hers. Just give me a kiss, and I shall take you to the lotus viewing banquet and even inscribe a plaque for you. He had already lowered his conditions. What more did she desire? Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes, inquiring softly, Did you brush your teeth this morning? The man paused momentarily, of course. He was known for his cleanliness and notorious obsession with hygiene. Then, after brushing her teeth, did you kiss Mujin today? If she was destined to face this predicament, she at least wanted to ensure some cleanliness. Song Chi, seemingly grasping her point, gritted his teeth. I have never kissed her. He added with conviction, in this lifetime, I have kissed only you. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. Swear it. All right, I swear. If you lie, you shall be impotent for life. The man's face darkened, never having anticipated that seeking a kiss from his own woman would be such a troublesome affair. Here was a dignified prince of Jiangnan, compelled to make such a vow. How could he maintain his dignity if he were to do so? Then, I swear, in this lifetime, I have kissed only you. If I lie, may I remain impotent for eternity. Su Jiaojiao stared at him, stunned. I never expected that Song Chi, a prince, could be so innocent. Suddenly I feel an inexplicable urge to laugh, and I cannot help but burst into laughter. The man, both exasperated and annoyed, exclaimed, You little tormentor! As he spoke, he tightened his grip around her delicate waist, turned his face, found the right angle, and captured her crimson lips with a fervent kiss. The girl's laughter abruptly ceased, and in the next moment, her breath hitched. After what seemed like an eternity, when Su Jiaojiao was on the verge of suffocation, she finally managed to push him away, her breath faint, her lip balm completely devoured. He lowered his head with a satisfied smile on top of her head. All right, we agreed to share a kiss, and I have obliged. Now let me go, I need to touch up my makeup. Not enough. What? Still not enough. Song Chi effortlessly lifted Su Jiaojiao and strode further inside, collapsing onto the warm couch. Without hesitation, he leaned down and sealed her lips once more with fervor. There are matters to attend to this evening. A banquet awaits. It is still early, my dear Jiao Jiao. Song Junlan, wake up. This is the governor's residence. A solemn place. Enough of your chatter. He grasped her hand and began to tug at his belt, causing Su Jiaojiao to panic. His mouth may be clean, but that does not imply his body is as well. No, Song Chi, stop this instant. Dare to tear my clothes, and you shall see. Let us see then. That was my meticulously chosen, sultry battle attire. Let us see if you can survive. Su Jiaojiao began to resist with all her might. Yet her efforts proved futile. What a ridiculous farce this was. Who spread the rumor that the Prince of Jiangnan was indifferent to women? Who dared to say such a thing? Step forward. Song Junlan. If we cause a ruckus, it will be the subject of ridicule among the officials. Your dignified image will be ruined. What nonsense image? This prince does not care. Jiao Jiao, darling, just cooperate a little. Cooperate with your nonsense. Get off me. The man chuckled, pinching her cheek. My Jiao Jiao is not gentle at all. A little compassion wouldn't he hurt, would it? Get up and talk. What ridiculous compassion. I feel unwell. I am in distress. I implore you, Jiao Jiao, save me, and I vow to cherish you for all eternity. Su Jiao. A curse almost slipped from her lips. When did Song Chi become so suave, so desirous, so teasing? It was rather difficult to resist. But now, it simply wouldn't do. She remained resolute. The hour was late, and the banquet would surely be delayed. Forget the banquet then. But I wish to attend. Then, just this once? Su Jiao secretly potive. A man's words are but deceitful. He promises it will be just once, yet always contravenes. Su Jiaojiao pushed the handsome face away with her small hands and shouted, Song Junlan, if you continue like this, I shall be angry. The man paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Su Jiaojiao, somewhat timidly, coaxed, all right, my prince, I will serve you well tonight. Is that acceptable? Although Song Chi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he conceded that he had successfully kissed her today, and there was no escaping tonight. Su Jiaojiao immediately recalled his forbidden book, involuntarily smirking to herself. As the two emerged from the study, the prince exuded a handsome charm intertwined with a hint of allure, prompting Xu Yunchuan to shake his head in secret disapproval. Su Jiaojiao needed to tidy her hair and reapply her lip color, waving at Kalo. Xu Yunchuan, fanning himself, expressed his irritation. Junlan, your young maid has consumed both of my chilled jars of sour plum soup. Kalo, with an innocent expression, protested, I didn't. Burp. I only drank 1.5. At that moment, Song Chi was in high spirits, tossing a piece of silver to Xu Yunchuan as if dismissing a beggar. Languidly stating, our Jiao Jiao's maid drinking your sour plum soup is of no consequence. Xu Yunchuan, feeling exasperated, retorted, I chilled it for an entire afternoon. How petty. Xu Yunchuan thought to himself. Fine, I may not hold a status equal to Su Jiaojiao, but now even her maid can look down upon me? Chapter 54. The most beloved woman, the White Lotus. Xu Yunchuan forcefully pulled Song Chi into the room. Lowering his voice, are you planning to pamper Su Jiaojiao to the heavens? Song Chi disdainfully waved his hand away and replied coolly, it's merely about pleasing a woman. It doesn't interfere with the serious matters at hand. After a moment's thought, she shot him a cold glare. From now on, do not meddle in my affairs in the backyard, or else you'll see what happens. Xu Yunchuan scoffed. What will you do? Try it, and you might just meet your demise. Song Chi, having just learned a phrase from Su Jiaojiao, sent it back to his strategist. Xu Yunchuan. In the evening, the entrance of the Niu residence bustled with carriages and guests arriving in droves. Niu Sheng, a trusted aide of the Prince of Jiangnan, managed the affluent city of Linen, placing him in a position of significant influence. With such a banquet being held at his home, many sought to curry favor and establish connections. Su Jiaojiao sat in a lavish carriage, with Song Chi following on horseback, flanked by guards, creating an impressive spectacle. This was precisely why she insisted on accompanying Song Chi to the banquet. The attention bestowed upon her by the Prince of Jiangnan served as an unspoken endorsement for her entertainment establishment. Would anyone dare to provoke the girlfriend of a powerful prince? They would not. Would they risk not attending to pay their respects? They would not dare either. Thus, this was a surefire investment, a shortcut to immense profit. Upon hearing that the Prince of Jiangnan would also attend the banquet, Niu Sheng and his family eagerly awaited at the entrance. Numerous officials brought their families, all eager to please this high-ranking official. Suddenly, the gallant Prince of Jiangnan dismounted gracefully and approached the carriage, extending his hand. As the curtain was lifted, a slightly plump maid emerged, followed by a delicate and fair hand resting in the prince's palm as she gracefully stepped down from the carriage. Before anyone had a chance to see her face, the prince took a step forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her down. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This was the first time in his life that the Prince of Jiangnan had displayed such intimacy towards a woman. The lady slowly raised her head, and in that instant, the world fell silent. The colors of 100 flowers faded. Her radiant smile eclipsed all brilliance in existence. She was breathtakingly beautiful, rendering onlookers breathless. Song Chi's expression darkened. His gaze dimmed. It infuriated him to see his woman regarded in such a manner, and he felt an urge to gouge out the eyes of those staring. In stark contrast, Su Jiaojiao was thoroughly pleased with her entrance. To solidify her status and garner better publicity, she clung to Song Chi's arm, leaning against him and sweetly saying, "Your Highness, aren't you going to introduce me? It's my first time here, and I fear I might be bullied by the ladies." Her tone exuded the essence of a white lotus. The men, enchanted by her sultry voice, felt their legs weaken. The women, predictably, displayed a complex mix of jealousy and envy towards the white lotus. Su Jiao secretly reveled in this. Perfect, she thought. This is the effect I desired. Though they may look down on me, they cannot eliminate me. And in the end, they will still have to appease me. A delightful irony. The woman's closeness was exceedingly gratifying for Song Chi, who wrapped his arm around her delicate waist and proclaimed loudly, "Allow me to introduce to you all. This is the woman I cherish above all, Su Jiaojiao." The king of Jiangnan truly adored her, even going so far as to introduce her earnestly. Despite the rather informal nature of their relationship, "I have met Miss Su. Greetings to you, Miss Su," came the chorus of warm and flattering salutations. Yet, Su Jiao remained unsatisfied and, leaning against the man's chin, playfully gasped, "Your Highness, could you check if my hairpin is askew?" Song Chi, both impressed by her theatrical prowess and unable to resist her request, indeed scrutinized the hairpin atop her head and adjusted it with a gentle touch. Su Jiao lifted her face, beaming sweetly. "You are truly wonderful, Your Highness. Shall we proceed inside?" Even aware of her performance, Song Chi found himself momentarily mesmerized by her radiant smile, silently cursing her charm as he grasped her small, soft hand, walking side by side into the Niu residence. This paired stance astonished all the guests, stirring overwhelming waves of astonishment within. This Miss Su is indeed remarkable. As they passed through a garden, the men and women were to part ways. Song Chi, feeling uneasy, cautioned, "Do not drink, and do not engage with any outside men." Yes, understood. She then produced a stack of stiff cards from her sleeve and thrust them into the man's hands. Song Chi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this?" "These are promotional cards for my entertainment venue. Please distribute them during dinner, and do not forget to mention it is my establishment. I hope to see them there when we open," she instructed. Song Chi's expression darkened. As the esteemed king of Jiangnan, was he to hand out flyers for her establishment? Where was his dignity? Su Jiao tugged at his sleeve, her voice a playful hum. "Oh, Your Highness, do help me, won't you?" With a slight cough, he begrudgingly acquiesced, taking the stack of cards and departing. A group of men trailing behind Song Chi seemed to walk with an air of discomfort. Finally, Niu Fei mustered the courage to approach, nudging Su Jiaojiao's arm. "I must admit, today's king is not the one I have previously encountered." Su Fiao, however, had not forgotten her purpose for attending. "Feng Fei, my dear friend, let us go meet the distinguished ladies and gentlemen." Niu Fei scoffed, "Humph, you fickle enchantress. Who would want to be your friend? You'll lead them astray." Just yesterday, she had threatened to sue her, and foolishly, she had even taken her to the magistrate's office. "That was merely to secure your father's plaque. I had no intention of actually suing you." Now, let us put aside past grievances, shall we? Once the venue opens, I shall grant you a 70% discount. You promised me 50% yesterday. Su Jiaojiao playfully stuck out her tongue, unable to remember such verbal favors. All right, 50% it is. Are you satisfied now? My own father doesn't offer such a discount. Niu Fei burst into laughter, taking Su Jiaojiao's hand. Come, I shall introduce you. With the entrance of the esteemed guests, the ladies of various households treated Su Jiaojiao with exceptional courtesy, some even eager to ingratiate themselves with her. Su Jiao distributed a stack of business cards, and now all the ladies were aware that the paramour of the Prince of Jiangnan was opening an entertainment venue, set to launch in 10 days. In order to avoid offending the prince, they were obligated to show their support. Having accomplished her primary objective for the day, Su Jiao finally began to relax. Kaylai tugged at her sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Miss, look over there." Su Jiao glanced in the direction she indicated and was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingyuan had also arrived. He was hiding behind a tree, beckoning to her. "Kaylai, you stay here. I'll go for a moment." Kaylai grasped her sleeve tightly, exclaiming, "Miss, don't go. The prince is in the Niu residence. If he sees you, it'll be disastrous. I need to ask him something. What could possibly be so important? Tonight, Song Chi wishes to spend the night with me. I need to know what kind of medicine I should take to prevent that." Kaylai. Chapter 55, Silently Disposing of Lin. Making it an accident, Su Jiaojiao informed Niu Fei that she was going to change clothes, then discreetly made her way to the back. Lin Qingyuan gazed at her with deep affection, and just as she approached, he was about to speak when Su Jiao took his hand and led him to a more secluded corner. "Qingyuan, what brings you here?" I missed you." Cough. The shy and reserved person, confronted with such directness, truly found it hard to cope. "Song Chi is also here. You should leave quickly before he notices." It felt as though they were engaged in a clandestine affair, causing quite the stir. Lin Qingyuan's fair complexion gradually flushed, and his watery eyes gazed longingly at her as he murmured, "I dreamed of you again last night. Jiao, may I hold you?" Before Su Jiao could respond, he had already embraced her, trembling slightly from excitement. Upon releasing her, his ears and neck were flushed, and the clarity in his eyes was suffused with shyness. Su Jiao, observing this innocent and bashful young man, momentarily forgot what she intended to say. Lin Qingyuan spoke softly. "The governor's wife, Niu, is unwell and asked me to come for a consultation. Knowing you were here, I couldn't resist the urge to see you." Inherently a businesswoman, Su Jiao lacked the romantic sensibilities that others possessed. While he was being affectionate, she remained focused on her own matters. "Qingyuan, is there any medicine that can help me get to Kuei Shui immediately?" The tenderness in Lin Qingyuan's eyes instantly darkened. "What is he forcing you?" Su Jiao did not wish to elaborate. "I just want to go to Kuei Shui right away. It's not good for your health. You shouldn't use it often." Su Jiao's eyes brightened. "Let me use it this once, and we could discuss it later." Lin Qingyuan leaned close to Su Jiao's ear and recited a simple prescription, his gaze fixed on her delicate, rosy face as he swallowed hard. "Have you remembered it?" Su Jiao committed it to memory and recited it back to him, earning a satisfied nod from Lin Qingyuan. "My Jiao is always so clever." Unable to resist, he gently patted her head and said, "Tomorrow, go to Zhu Xianlu. I will prepare some nourishing medicine for you, so you do not overexert yourself." Okay. At the banquet, Song Chi generally refrained from drinking, and no one dared to pressure him into it. Most of the time, he remained focused on business matters. Today, however, he had an additional task, distributing business cards for the entertainment city. Suddenly, Jiangba appeared, whispering into his ear, "Miss Su is meeting with Lin Qingyuan." As soon as the words left his lips, Song Chi's face visibly darkened, his hawk-like eyes filled with intense hostility. The atmosphere in the garden shifted dramatically, the temperature dropping. Shu Yunchuan, delayed due to matters concerning the accounts, had just taken a seat when he noticed Song Chi's frosty demeanor as he quickly departed without uttering a word. His pace exuded a palpable sense of menace. Without Jiang Huin nearby for conversation, Shu Yunchuan felt a twinge of loneliness, idly fanning himself with a smile, murmuring, "Is there another spectacle to behold?" With several shadow guards, Song Chi swiftly made his way to the back garden. Even as night enveloped the surroundings, he spotted the two figures from a distance. The footsteps came to an involuntary halt, and the hand by the leg clenched tightly. A man and a woman stood in close proximity. The man appeared to be whispering something into the woman's ear, their demeanor exceedingly intimate. As a fellow man, Song Chi could hardly misinterpret the profound affection reflected in Lin Qingyuan's eyes. In an instant, a tempest of fury surged through him. He realized that the woman harbored feelings for Lin Qingyuan. Despite her previous denials, he had foolishly believed her words. Now, they were entangled in an affair, deceiving him utterly. Just as he was about to confront them, his feet seemed rooted to the ground. Su Jiaojiao, with her silver tongue, had a way of charming him, causing him to falter in his resolve. "Jiang San, at your service. Silently dispose of the man surnamed Lin tonight. Make it look like an accident." "Understood." At that moment, a murmur of conversation reached his ears. Song Chi swiftly concealed himself in the bamboo grove, his gaze fixated on Su Jiao. Should she engage in any intimate gestures with Lin Qingyuan, he would show no mercy. Su Jiao mentioned she was going to change. How did she sneak away here to rendezvous with a man? Kulu stepped forward, attempting to silence Niu Fangfei. "What rendezvous? It's merely a meeting to exchange a few words." "Merely? If the king of Jiangnan were to find out, could Su Jiaojiao's head remain intact upon her shoulders?" "Isn't that Dr. Lin? Who would have thought that the esteemed Dr. Lin could partake in such conduct? My eyes must be deceiving me." Kalu, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Miss Niu, let me be frank. Our miss sought Dr. Lin for medicine." "Medicine? What kind?" Song Chi furrowed his brow, listening intently. "Our miss does not wish to serve the king of Jiangnan tonight. She seeks the remedy from Kuei Shui immediately." Song Chi's countenance paled instantly, his heart sinking heavily. How could she, so attached to the prince, express such a desire? If it were me, I would long to serve him daily. Oh no, I dare not. Our miss has a cleanliness obsession. The prince has lain with other women and wishes to lie with her again. She finds him unclean. Are men not entitled to multiple wives? Our miss's thoughts differ from those of ordinary maidens. She believed that if one is in a relationship while engaging with others, it is considered betrayal. Now that the prince has been with a hibiscus, in her eyes, he is already tainted. Niu Fangfei suddenly comprehended, wearing an expression of enlightenment. Su Jiaojiao's perspective is remarkably profound. Let us interrupt their meeting. Kulu, exasperated, stamped her foot. "It is not a meeting." Niu Fangfei called out loudly for Su Jiaojiao, startling Lin Qingyuan, whose tender expression vanished in an instant. He exchanged a brief greeting with Su Jiaojiao and turned to leave. Niu Fangfei scratched her head, noting how indifferent Dr. Lin remained toward others. In the shadows, a brooding Song Chi sank into contemplation. Jiangba, nearby, felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, the prince revealed a captivating smile. So that is it. He finally grasped Su Jiaojiao's true sentiments. No wonder. She had forbidden him from approaching her these past few days. This woman harbored such astonishingly unconventional thoughts. In a fleeting moment, the mere thought of Shu Yinchuan filled him with such vexation that it felt as though his teeth would ache. It was all due to his dreadful notion. What rivalry and jealousy, what sense of crisis led to the introduction of a Mufei, bringing forth such a multitude of troubles? He had been led on such a convoluted path, enduring several days of this torment. "Go. Immediately send Shu Yunchuan to the governor's training ground for an hour of running." Jiangba interjected. "Mr. Shu detests exercise above all else." "Jiang San, Jiangxi, Your Highness, Jiang San has gone to execute the task of eliminating Lin Qingyuan. Shangji, bring Jiang San back at once. The mission is cancelled." "Yes." With his hands clasped behind his back, Song Chi strolled leisurely towards the banquet garden, his mind beginning to race with calculations. The misunderstanding with Mufei must be clarified without delay. How could he be tainted? He had eyes only for her, the purest of intentions. Tonight, he had to indulge in meat. He was on the verge of deprivation. From within his robe, he retrieved that forbidden book. flipping through its pages until he found a rather appealing position. Jiangba. Jiao Jiao appeared. Your Highness, Jiangba has gone to monitor Mr. Shu's running. Keep a close eye on Su Jiaojiao and Keilei. Under no circumstances must they acquire any drugs. Understood. As the banquet drew to a close, Su Jiaojiao gazed at the waiting Song Chi, her body trembling slightly at the sight of his enigmatic smile, which held depths she could scarcely fathom. Chapter 56. Those 2 nights. Did they ever touch you? That smile inexplicably sent a shiver down one's spine, akin to a dog catching sight of a meaty bone. Song Chi was a man who typically wore a cold expression, rarely displaying any emotion. The officials found it difficult to fathom his thoughts and had become accustomed to his icy demeanor. From a distance, when they beheld the governor's lips curled into a peculiar faint smile, they were all thoroughly alarmed. Having clandestinely met Lin Xingyuan, Su Jiaojiao felt a twinge of guilt and tentatively inquired, Your Highness, you seem to be in good spirits? He cast her a sidelong glance and replied enigmatically, I was watching you. Even someone as astute and perceptive as Su Jiao could not decipher the meaning behind his words. Keilei did not board the carriage. She lingered by the wall, attempting to sneak away. It was as though Song Chi had eyes in the back of his head as he coolly questioned, Is your maid not coming up? Su Jiao chuckled awkwardly. Oh, her? I asked her to fetch me some snacks. It was unusual for Song Chi to show such concern for Keilei. He glanced at Su Jiao but said nothing, assisting her into the carriage before mounting his horse. Earlier, Lin Xingyuan had made arrangements with Su Jiao. He would return to Jishir Hall to prepare her medicine, and Keilei could simply go and collect it. Keilei dashed along, breathless and regretting her excessive indulgence at dinner. Just as she neared Jishir Hall, she suddenly felt weightless. Looking down, she gasped, realizing her legs were suspended in midair. Then, she found herself hoisted onto the rooftop by Jiao Jiao. Put me down, Keilei exclaimed in exasperation. Jiao Jiao, using his lightness of body, assured her, Fear not, miss. I am Jiao Jiao, in service to the prince. No matter if you're Jiangba or Jiao Jiao, you cannot hold me like this. Jiao Jiao nearly lost his footing on the rooftop, apologizing, I did not intend to offend, but your waist is rather indistinct. Keilei puffed her cheeks and ground her teeth in frustration. Upon returning to Mingyue Courtyard, Song Chi and Su Jiaojiao found her still hungry. She instructed the kitchen to prepare some dishes, and Song Chi accompanied her for a late-night snack. Primarily to allow time for Keilei to fetch the medicine. Your Highness, have all your business cards been distributed? Yes, everyone has received one. The plan was to open in 10 days, and it would be splendid if the prince could attend the inauguration to cut the ribbon. Will you be able to come? Just as Song Chi was about to affirm, he reconsidered and replied, It depends on situation. Su Jiaojiao thought to herself that if he could not attend, she would simply persuade Lord Niu Sheng to go instead. Song Chi removed the plate of red date sticky rice cake, advising, You shouldn't eat these tonight. They are hard to digest. Su Jiaojiao, craving the flavor, pouted, But I still have plenty of time before bed. I can always exercise afterward. Song Chi raised an eyebrow indeed. If you wish to eat, then indulge. He placed the plate of sticky rice cake before her once more. Su Jiaojiao was left somewhat bewildered by this man's changeable demeanor. After finishing her meal and rinsing her mouth, Song Chi reclined on the heated couch in her room, perusing a book at his leisure. Upon noticing his reluctance to leave, Su Jiaojiao sensed his intention to stay the night and felt a twinge of urgency. Your Highness, I shall take a stroll outside. I have overeaten. Song Chi merely raised a slight smile at the corners of his lips, neither affirming nor denying her words. As Su Jiao paced anxiously in the courtyard, she spotted Kulu returning with a dejected demeanor, his feet stomping heavily against the ground. Kulu, where's the medicine? She inquired. Kulu, with a sullen expression, shrugged his hands in defeat. A wave of anxiety washed over Su Jiaojiao. Had he failed to procure the medicine? Without even seeing Dr. Lin, he had been dragged back by the prince's men. How utterly humiliating to be manhandled and insulted about her appearance. She seethed with anger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she thought that if Song Chi could keep an eye on Kulu, he would likely uncover her meeting with Lin Xingyuan. After all, He was notoriously possessive. As she pondered her predicament, Jiang San arrived to summon Su Jiaojiao into the room, stating that the prince requested her presence. With a resigned sigh, she decided to proceed with caution. Upon entering the chamber, she discovered Mu Jin kneeling on the floor. With a playful smile, Su Jiaojiao urged, "Oh dear Mu Jin, please rise. You are favored by the prince. The ground is cold. Come, have a seat." Yet, Mu Jin remained immobile in her position. Song Chi sipped his digestive tea with an air of nonchalance, casually asking, "Mu Jin, who redeemed you?" Mu Jin's voice, raspy like a broken gong, replied that it was Mr. Shu Yunchuan who had redeemed her. Jiangxi presented the redemption contract to Su Jiaojiao, which bore Shu Yunchuan's name. Confused, Su Jiaojiao took a seat, glancing between Mu Jin and Song Chi, questioning the nature of this peculiar interrogation. Song Chi continued, "On the night prior to your redemption, did I ever lay a hand on you?" Mu Jin bitterly smiled, asserting that the prince had never touched her. Su Jiaojiao, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Your Highness, if there is some misunderstanding between you two, why not resolve it privately in the West Chamber? Must I be present for this?" Song Chi feigned ignorance and dismissed the servants, leaving only the three of them in the room. He cleared his throat, his eyelashes lowered, appearing somewhat uneasy. "Now, regarding the circumstances of the past 2 nights, please speak truthfully." To Su Jiaojiao's astonishment, Mu Jin appeared almost relieved, stating that during those nights, the prince had not touched her. She had merely sat beside him, while he himself rocked the bed. Coughing in disbelief, Su Jiaojiao gasped, "What are you saying? This must be a jest." Glancing at Song Chi, she noticed his eyes cast down, obscuring his expression, though his ears seemed suspiciously flushed. Mu Jin took a deep breath, affirming that her words were entirely true. The so-called affection was merely an illusion. The prince had never laid a finger on her, and she remained untouched. Su Jiaojiao's mouth fell slightly agape, unable to suppress her murmurs. Then, why the charade? Mu Jin could only lament her misfortune, admitting ignorance. Song Chi, feeling the weight of the situation, coughed once more and led Mu Jin to the West Chamber, instructing the midwife to verify her condition. Muyin silently exited, and shortly after, a midwife bowed at the door to report, "Your Highness, Miss Mu Jin has been examined and remains intact." Song Chi waved his hand, issuing a command, "Jiangxi, escort Mu Jin out of the Mingwei garden. From this moment on, she shall have no connection with me." Once everything was arranged, Song Chi cast a glance at Su Jiaojiao, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. "Do you understand?" Su Jiaojiao had already grasped the situation, yet she stifled a laugh, feigning innocence as she shook her head. "I don't understand." Song Chi inhaled deeply, his voice low and somber. "I have only touched you." "Oh," Su Jiaojiao rested her chin on her hand, recalling the commotion from those 2 nights. "What were you two struggling to achieve with all that ruckus?" Song Chi's ears flushed even deeper red. He continued tapping the table, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he reluctantly squeezed out a few words between clenched teeth. "I wanted to make you jealous, Su Jiaojiao. Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 57. A rare beauty in the world. Su Jiaojiao bit her lower lip, striving to suppress her laughter, yet a soft chuckle escaped her lips. To her astonishment, Song Chi had engaged in such childish antics. Song Chi's expression soured immensely as he tossed his sleeves and retreated to the bathing room. Inside, his voice, laced with irritation, echoed, "Tonight, there are certain positions from which you shall not escape." Su Jiaojiao's laughter abruptly ceased. When the man emerged from the bath, his shirt loosely draped open, revealing his delicate collarbone and well-defined abs. She found herself momentarily entranced by his beauty under the dim light. Her boyfriend, still impeccably clean, appeared even more appealing than before. His self-satisfied smirk in response to her unabashed gaze was unmistakable. "Do you desire me?" he teased. Su Jiaojiao spat playfully and hurried to the bathing room herself. By the time she finished washing up, wringing out her hair, and applying fragrant lotions, Song Chi's patience had worn thin, his eyes tinged with frustration. Casting aside his book, he approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her and playfully lamenting, "Are you deliberately teasing me?" Her alluring figure was intoxicating, causing the pet dog to scamper away and shut the door tightly in its fright. Su Jiaojiao felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. I feel a bit unwell. Little deceiver. I'll remedy your discomfort, he countered, turning her face towards him, lifting her chin, and capturing her lips with fervor. He swept her into his arms and carried her straight to the bed, showering her with a cascade of fervent kisses. She felt dizzy, as if submerged in boiling water. The temperature in the room surged, and the night, once tranquil, now amplified every sound. Outside, the dog Kale exchanged awkward glances with Jiang San, both feeling somewhat embarrassed. Time slipped away, and Su Jiaojiao soon felt utterly spent, her body languishing in a heap as the man carried her to clean up. Despite the constant availability of hot water, the bathwater turned tepid rather quickly. Leaning against the edge of the tub, she felt drained, and water overflowed, flooding the room. The maids waiting outside blushed, whispering to Kale, "Miss, shall we continue to heat water?" Kale sighed, "Just go ahead and heat it again." At that moment, Jiang San chuckled, causing Kale's cheeks to flush, leaving her unspoken words hanging in the air. Finally returning to the bed, Su Jiaojiao's eyelids felt heavy, nearly impossible to open. She pushed away his mischief-laden hands, weakly protesting, "Stop it. I'm utterly exhausted." "You can sleep if you're tired," he replied, yet he remained wide awake, lost in the thoughts of the book he had been reading. In her drowsiness, Su Jiaojiao mused that after only a few days apart, he had become so clingy. Men could be such nuisances. When she awoke, the sun had long risen. Rubbing her sore waist, she climbed out of bed, her demeanor languid and alluring, her eyes glimmering with a captivating charm. Kale, with an air of disdain, remarked, "Miss, you've finally awakened. His Highness has been up for quite some time. Where is he?" "He rose early to practice martial arts, had breakfast, and has already gone to the governor's mansion. While you both engage in the same activity, His Highness appears radiant, whereas you resemble a lazy, boneless creature. Your breakfast has been reheated several times." Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. She did not wish to feel so ineffectual. Who would have anticipated that while others toiled, she would be on the verge of collapse? It was utterly unreasonable. Amidst Kale's disdainful prattling, Su Jiaojiao finished her meal, calculated the time, and sighed, realizing she was nearing a precarious period. "Please fetch me a postcoital pill," she requested. Kale handed her a tablet, which Su Jiaojiao swallowed with water. She instructed Kale to deliver a message to Lin Qingyuan, stating that he need not prepare any remedies. Upon arriving at the entertainment venue, she immediately spotted the long-waiting Niu Fangfei. "Oh dear, it's already past noon. Why are you so late?" You, on the other hand, arrived quite early. The plaque has arrived and is already hung. You must go see it, Niu Fangfei urged. She took Su Jiaojiao by the hand and led her outside, scrutinizing her as they walked. "Have you been secretly indulging in fine wine? You seem even more radiant." Su Jiaojiao felt a tinge of guilt, her cheeks flushing slightly. "If you frequent the entertainment venue, I assure you, I will make you more beautiful each day." The characters for the entertainment venue, penned by Niu Sheng, danced gracefully across the plaque, exuding an impressive aura. Su Jiaojiao beamed as she admired it, nodding in approval. "It is splendidly written. Truly, he is one of the three great talents of Jiangnan. Indeed, otherwise, how could my mother, the most beautiful woman in linen, have married my father?" Su Jiaojiao shook her head in regret. "Why must you resemble your father?" Niu Fangfei, slow to comprehend, took a moment before chasing after Su Jiaojiao, playfully scolding, "You clever Su Jiaojiao, mocking my appearance. I am merely average-looking, not particularly unattractive." Today was designated for rehearsals with the staff of the entertainment venue. With nothing better to do, Niu Fangfei accompanied Su Jiaojiao to the backyard. Su Jiaojiao first taught a simple, trendy street dance to a group of both men and women. Then, she met with the 12 celestial male deities, the most aesthetically pleasing men she had selected for this occasion. Seated at the head of the room, she perused each of their applications, observing the 12 men standing in the hall, each with their unique characteristics. Niu Fangfei and Kale whispered excitedly, fervently discussing which one was more handsome and who had the better physique. Based on your individual application forms, 10 of you are willing to accept guests, while 2 prefer not to, Su Jiaojiao stated, placing the applications down. I respect your choices. She then regarded the 12 handsome men below her, stating, I will tailor specific personas for each of you based on your distinct temperaments and styles, ensuring that everyone can shine independently in the future. The 10 men willing to accept guests would each have the authority to choose their patrons, and she would raise the standards for their clientele. Only those who could afford 500 taels of silver would be eligible to compete for their overnight company. All earnings would allow you to retain a 10% commission. As her words resonated through the room, the men erupted in eager discussion. A 10% commission. Just one client could yield 50 taels of silver. Once their chatter subsided, Su Jiaojiao firmly concluded, however, this is contingent upon your adherence to my rehearsal standards. Should you fail to meet the requirements twice, you will be sold. The atmosphere grew serious, and all were left in stunned silence. She dismissed the 10 men who would accept guests, retaining the 2 who would not. One is named Yuanyu, and the other is Chuanting. Chuanting possesses thick brows and large eyes, exuding a lively and spirited demeanor, albeit with a somewhat irritable temperament. In contrast, Yuanyu has a face akin to a polished jade, exuding an ethereal charm as if he were a celestial being. His disposition is calm and reserved, marked by a gentle elegance. Su Jiaojiao, with a faint smile, reassured them, saying, There is no need for you both to feel anxious. I respect your decisions and would never coerce you into any actions against your will. I shall return to contemplate and design character profiles that align with your personalities. Once they departed, Niu Feng Fei, filled with excitement, remarked truly, Yuanyu is an exceptionally rare beauty. You wouldn't possibly keep him for yourself, would you? Su Jiaojiao furrowed her brows in response, asserting, They are all my colleagues and deserve my respect. Humph, she continued, wait until the prince discovers their remarkable handsomeness, particularly that Yuanyu. With a face that could bring ruin to a nation, the prince will surely be incensed. Chapter 58. Abducted Su Jiaojiao post momentarily. This statement indeed held some truth. Despite Song Chi's seemingly taciturn demeanor and his austere, ascetic visage, he harbored an exceptionally potent possessiveness. She resolved to prepare him for the possibility of his discontent, lest he obliterate her most capable aide in a fit of rage. In the governor's mansion, after the audience concluded, the officials emerged, their faces alight with relief. Today, the governor was in a remarkably good mood. Having refrained from displaying any ire throughout the proceedings, a rare occurrence indeed. Inside his study, Song Chi wielded a large brush, meticulously crafting characters. The floor was strewn with several sheets of his unsatisfactory attempts, while Jiang Xin stood by, hesitant to voice his thoughts. At long last, Song Chi regarded one piece with satisfaction, instructing, Go, find someone to mount this on a plaque, using only the finest materials. Understood, Jiang Xin replied, gracefully exiting with the calligraphy in hand. Xu Yunchuan entered, exclaiming, You've penned the words entertainment city so many times. I've never seen you invest such effort for anyone else. Having indulged freely the previous night and explored various postures to his heart's content, Song Chi felt quite pleased. His spirits elevated. Noticing Xu Yunchuan's sardonic expression, he decided to be magnanimous for once, casually washing his hands as he replied languidly, What do you, a bachelor, know of the pleasures between men and women? Xu Yunchuan ceased his banter, presenting a sealed letter with a serious demeanor. I've just received a confidential report. There are clandestine negotiations underway with Su Zhuoguang, the governor of Jiangnan. Song Chi glanced at the letter, his expression unperturbed. Su Zhuoguang commands an army of 150,000 and possesses 2 iron mines. With a clap of his fan, Xu Yunchuan affirmed precisely. The capital covets these assets, seeking to win him over to bolster our position. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chi noted, though Su Zhuoguang is cunning and greedy, his family resides in Linen. Not to mention his sister is my brother's wife. He is unlikely to side with the court easily. Xu Yunchuan nodded in agreement. Years ago, you staunchly supported the Su family, refusing to allow your elder brother to divorce his wife, all to cultivate ties with Su Zhuoguang, correct? Song Chi refrained from responding directly. The intertwining of familial alliances and political machinations was inevitable. While his elder brother despised his sister-in-law, Song Chi had aided her establishment within the royal household, indeed with such considerations in mind. Though the truth may be harsh, he felt no remorse for his actions. Ordinary marriages must consider social standing. How much more so for those entwined in power, where unions are often dictated by external factors. Xu Yin Chuan remarked, I've heard that the 10th anniversary of the matriarch Su's passing is approaching. Su's Guang is a devoted son, and he will surely return to Linen to pay his respects. It would be prudent for the prince to converse with him then. Song Chi found this notion appealing and nodded slowly. A keen blade must either be wielded effectively or rendered dull. In the afternoon, with some leisure time, Song Chi strolled to the entertainment city. Xu Yun Chuan fanned himself, complaining, on such a sweltering day, why come here instead of seeking refuge from the heat? As the group reached the exterior of the entertainment establishment, they halted in astonishment. Xu Yin Chuan blinked and chuckled. Jun Lan, forgive my lack of discernment, but is that plaque above inscribed in your hand? It appears quite unlike your style. Song Chi's expression suddenly darkened, his eagle-like eyes narrowing as he fixed a fiery gaze upon the plaque above. No wonder. It became apparent why that woman claimed she no longer needed him to inscribe it. She had evidently secured a more favorable option. Infuriating. Xu Yin Chuan shook his head, acknowledging the calligraphy's elegance and charm. Quite impressive indeed. With his hands clasped behind his back, Song Chi turned on his heel and muttered through clenched teeth. That scoundrel Niu Sheng seems to have been rather idle of late. Meanwhile, Niu Sheng, handling official duties at the governor's office, inexplicably shivered, letting out a loud sneeze that left him momentarily dazed. Shortly after, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, reporting, Sir, the governor commands you to arrive at the governor's mansion within the span of a stick of incense, lest he break your legs for tardiness. Cursing under his breath, Niu Sheng hastily donned his shoes and official cap, rushing outside while muttering, Which imbecile has provoked the prince this time, dragging us innocents into the fray? Upon arriving at the governor's mansion, drenched in sweat, he found Song Chi seated at the head of the table, casting a chilling glance in his direction, promptly stating, Lord Niu, your face appears quite ample today. Flustered, Niu Sheng fell to his knees, exclaiming, This subordinate has arrived late. I beseech the prince for punishment. In truth, he had not yet even reached the time of a stick of incense. Song Chi perused the documents, his handsome visage remaining indifferent. Since Lord Niu seems rather unoccupied, why not assist Mr. Shu by taking over the accounts of the grain transport? Once organized, please make 2 copies. Niu Sheng, utterly bewildered, glanced between Song Chi and Xu Yunchuan, who was grinning with unrestrained delight as he handed over a hefty stack of account books and tossed him a large abacus. Lord Niu, your efforts are appreciated. There remains 30% to be completed. Oh, ensure you transcribe it well, twice. Daring not to utter a word, Niu Sheng was about to take a seat when he heard Song Chi's voice again. Since Lord Niu is rather free, kneel and calculate. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Niu Sheng's rugged dark face as he grimaced, tremblingly beginning to sift through the accounts, inwardly cursing. Which wretched soul has incurred the prince's wrath? In the afternoon, after a day of toil at the entertainment establishment, Su Jiaojiao emerged, stretching her arms languidly. Suddenly, she heard Kalu exclaim, Oh heavens! It's shattered, it's shattered. What is broken? Su Jiaojiao turned in confusion, following Kalu's gaze, and was instantly taken aback. The plaque that had just been hung that morning now lay shattered on the ground in several pieces. Kalu stamped her feet in dismay. My plaque. Who did this? How utterly vile. The hidden guards nearby all shuddered. With a raucous shout, Kalu called out, Where is Jiao Jiao, the one who was supposed to protect our young lady. Jiao appeared, asking, Did you call for me, miss? Are you not tasked with safeguarding us? Did you not see who destroyed this plaque? Jiao maintained his gaze forward, replying, I am unaware. With your formidable skills, I cannot believe you did not witness it. In the blink of an eye, Jiao vanished, leaving Kalu fuming, her cheeks puffed out like a frog. Su Jiaojiao stood surrounded by the shattered remnants of the plaque, expressing her deep regret with soft clicks of her tongue. It had barely been hung before it was rendered useless. Lord Niu, who cherished his daughters so dearly, could surely be persuaded to provide another. If he hesitates, simply assert that I can compose another petition at any time. Kailei immediately broke into a smile, affirming, I shall do so at once. Song Chi glanced outside at the dimming sky, contemplating the neglected plaque he had inscribed in the study, and then turned his gaze to Niu Sheng, whose eyes reflected disdain. Lord Niu must be busy with matters late into the night. With that, he strode away from the governor's residence, mounting his horse and heading towards Mingwei Garden. On the way, he encountered Jiang Ba and Jiao Jiao, both of whom bore injuries and were smeared with blood. My lord, these two were tasked with protecting Su Jiaojiao. Their appearance, marked by wounds, suggested that she was indeed in peril. Where is Su Jiaojiao? Your subordinate is incompetent. I failed to safeguard Miss Su. She has been abducted by a group. What? Song Chi's expression turned icy in an instant. Chapter 59. Has she fled with the scoundrel? As the thought of that woman being in peril, her life hanging in the balance, struck him, Song Chi experienced a moment of deafening silence. A sense of unease enveloping his heart. Drawing in deep breaths, he gradually regained his composure and lucidity, though his grip remained unyieldingly tight. What tactics did the adversary employ? The martial prowess of Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao was already formidable, each capable of contending with 10 foes, supplemented by several adept shadow guards. To inflict such grievous wounds upon Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao, and to abduct someone. Jiang Jiao's face was etched with guilt as he noted the near 100 skilled fighters, each a master in their own right, moving in perfect synchrony, true denizens of the Jianghu. 100 individuals. Song Chi's breath caught his throat. The enormity of the opponent's forces was staggering. To muster such a formidable assembly of Jianghu experts indicated an extraordinary influence. In a mere heartbeat, countless analyses raced through Song Chi's mind. Jiang Yi, mobilize the Southern Tiger Army and conduct a thorough search around Linen City. Leave no suspicious individual unchecked, he commanded, tossing his military token to Jiang Yi, who accepted the order and departed swiftly. Jiang Yi, assemble the royal guard and conduct meticulous inspections house by house within the city. It is better to apprehend the innocent than to overlook the guilty. Understood, Jiang Yi replied, clutching the prince's insignia as he took off with agility. Only then did Song Chi turn his gaze towards Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao, his voice grave. You two must return and tend to your wounds. With that, he pivoted his horse and galloped away. Jiang Ba and Jiang Jiao slowly rose, their expressions grim. Clad in dark attire, their injuries were obscured, yet both bore severe wounds, enduring the pain merely to report back. After searching in vain for the magistrate's elusive figure, they trudged homeward, casually purchasing a candied hawthorn along the way. Munching as they strolled, upon glancing ahead, a familiar face emerged, none other than the insufferable Jiang Jiao. Instinctively lowering her gaze to her own chest, she crunched the hawthorn loudly. Oh, I thought I was seeing a ghost. Just look at that ghastly complexion of yours. How could she dare mock her own stature? Oomph. The hawthorn became even more enticing. This girl would rather run herself ragged than be swept away by him. Jiang Jiao opened his mouth, yet no words escaped him before he collapsed. Kailei, startled, dropped the candied hawthorn, exclaiming, Not this again. Is he really that fragile? Just a comment about his pallor, and he faints? After years of following Su Jiaojiao, Kailei had not mastered much, but had certainly picked up a plethora of nonsensical phrases. Jiang Ba could no longer bear it. Sinking to one knee as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his breath faint. Only then did Kailei sense something amiss. Approaching Jiang Jiao and detecting a strong scent of blood, she noticed a deep gash across his abdomen, a gruesome wound, the flesh mangled and bloody. Kailei's voice faltered in panic. Jiang Jiao, you can't be dying, can you? At that moment, several shadow guards emerged, swiftly lifting the two and vanishing into the shadows. Kailei stood motionless for a while, then belatedly pondered a critical question. If Jiang Jiao, who was tasked with protecting the young lady, was injured, then what had befallen her? The atmosphere within the governor's office was tense and foreboding. Jiang Hui was also summoned back, ending his period of idleness. Even Niu Sheng no longer needed to sift through the account books, as he joined the others at the table to analyze the situation together. Miss Su is an ordinary merchant's daughter. Even if she has enemies, it is unlikely that they would possess such formidable power. Therefore, her abduction is aimed at the prince. Xu Yinchuan nodded, contemplating several possibilities: the capital, the Southern Flow Kingdom, or sea bandits. On the simple, foolish face of Niu Sheng, a glimmer of intelligence sparkled in his small eyes. Another possibility lurked: emotional vendetta. Song Chi instinctively felt a pang of hatred. Had Su Jiaojiao been taken by her illicit lover? Xu Yinchuan and Niu Sheng coughed in unison, their thoughts aligning. Xu Yinchuan sighed helplessly, acknowledging that Niu Darren had a point. Emotional vendetta. Niu Sheng remarked, "Your Highness, many women admire you. With your sudden affection for Miss Su, it is not unusual for envious women to view her as a thorn in their side." Song Chi's expression darkened. He had momentarily overlooked this aspect, and his heart tightened. His voice trembled slightly, realizing that Su Jiaojiao's life was indeed at stake. Niu Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation, stating, "We are not women and do not comprehend their sentiments. My wife is soft-hearted and timid. Perhaps the jealousy among women manifests only in minor skirmishes, like scratching faces or breaking limbs." His intention was to soothe the prince, yet his words only deepened the prince's frown. Xu Yinchuan shook his fan, insisting, "Not necessarily. There is a saying, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. When women turn ruthless, they can be frightfully formidable. With Miss Su's beauty, what woman wouldn't wish her harm?" Song Chi's countenance darkened to near frost. That little deceiver was so delicate that even a slight cut on her finger would cause him immense distress. How could he bear the thought of the cruel tortures they discussed? No, he could not accept it. The woman he cherished, the one he adored. He would not allow her to be harmed in the slightest. Increase the Southern Tiger Army by 10,000 men. We shall dig 3 feet into the earth to find her. He commanded, mobilize all the secret guards. Leave no stone unturned. Xu Yinchuan mused, Song Junlan, you're truly finished. Is this what you call merely a fleeting dalliance? I wish I could provide you with a mirror to reflect your current state. Once a young scholar of exceptional talent, a mastermind of both literature and warfare, in power for many years. When have you ever been so flustered? Jiang Hui entered quietly, reporting, Your Highness, someone requests an audience. Let no one in. It is Miss Su's brother, Su Quan. Song Chi's demeanor shifted, and he instructed, let him enter. Su Quan entered, drenched in sweat, as if he had run a great distance. Song Chi handed him a handkerchief to wipe his face and poured him a cup of cool tea, gesturing for him to drink. Su Quan was indeed hot and thirsty. He gratefully accepted the tea and gulped it down. Song Chi struggled to contain the tumult within him, asking, what brings you here? Su Quan's large eyes bore resemblance to those of Su Jiaojiao. Has my sister been abducted? Who told you this? The entire city is under lockdown, searching for her. I overheard the guards discussing the search. Song Chi pushed a plate of pastries toward him, reassuring, do not worry. We will find her. Su Quan's eyes reddened instantly, calling out, brother-in-law, you must do everything in your power to bring my sister back unharmed. If anything were to happen to her, our parents would not be able to endure such a loss. The mention of brother-in-law made Song Chi's heart skip a beat. He gently ruffled the boy's hair, an unusual expression of tenderness gracing his features as he solemnly assured, rest assured, I will spare no effort in ensuring your sister's safe return. Nodding emphatically, Su Quan bit his lip to suppress his tears, resolutely telling himself, I will not cry. Tears would bring misfortune. My sister will surely be all right. After arranging for Jiang Hui, he personally escorted him home, where they were met at the entrance by the tearful Su couple. Jiang Hui awkwardly cleared his throat and stated bluntly, the prince has dispatched all available personnel. There is no need for concern. She will undoubtedly return. After taking a few steps, he turned back to add, your daughter is so cunning. No harm will befall her. Though his words were somewhat harsh, they provided genuine comfort to the Su family. Chapter 60. This woman is actually a lovesick fool. When Su Jiao awoke, a sharp pain throbbed at the nape of her neck, the strike delivered with merciless precision. The scenes preceding her loss of consciousness replayed vividly in her mind. akin to a martial arts film, where numerous assailants brandish their blades, encircling them in a deadly dance of flashing steel and bloodshed. Subsequently, she was seized, and without further ado, met with a ruthless strike to her neck. Fearful of her surroundings, she dared not open her eyes until she could ascertain her situation. Her limbs felt weak, and her head was heavy, likely a result of some muscle-relaxing potion administered to her. The thought of the detoxifying pills nestled in her pouch brought a silent commendation to Lin Qingyin. Indeed, the young doctor was quite resourceful. Groping for a pouch, she discreetly pinched a detoxifying pill and swallowed it quietly. After a brief pause, the dizziness subsided, and her strength began to return. The detoxifying pill was indeed effective. "Master, shall we bind that woman?" A sinister voice inquired, followed by a mocking laughter. "She has taken the muscle relaxant. She is hardly a threat. What good would binding her do? Should we sever a finger and present it to the employer?" Su Jiaojiao's eyelids fluttered in shock. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, accompanied by a heavy scent of Canaan incense. A man, his voice deep and laced with derision, inquired, "Awake now? Were you pretending to sleep?" Reluctantly, Su Jiaojiao opened her eyes to meet his gaze. He was tall and robust, clad in ostentatious crimson silk adorned with brilliant golden threads, exuding an air of flamboyance. A half-golden mask obscured part of his face, revealing a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. Captivating and dazzling, they sparkled with a wild, untamed allure, tinged with a hint of malevolence. Having encountered countless individuals in her past life, Su Jiaojiao could discern from his attire and those beguiling eyes that this man possessed a capricious and formidable nature, undoubtedly challenging to contend with. Feigning timidity, she adopted a quivering tone. "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" She trembled slightly for effect. A flicker of disdain crossed his mesmerizing eyes. "You are Su Jiaojiao." "Yes. To think Song Junlan favors such a creature. Beyond your looks, you possess little intrigue." His voice dripped with sarcasm. Continuing her act of a frightened mouse, she pleaded, "Please let me go. I can offer you a substantial reward." As he paced the room, his exquisite crimson sleeves swayed elegantly. "A substantial reward? How much is that?" Su Jiaojiao, embodying the innocence of a naive child, replied, "How much do you want?" 100,000 taels of silver. Is that enough? Not a chance, she thought, suppressing her fear. "Oh, merely 100,000? That hardly seems significant. Release me, and I shall provide you with this sum." The man laughed, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with amusement. "Ah, a little wealthy lady, are we? Regrettably, this venture is not motivated by silver." A shiver coursed through Su Jiaojiao's heart. It was clear he was not driven by greed for money, but by a far more sinister intent regarding her life. With lowered lashes, she pondered deeply. Who had she offended to warrant such a death sentence? After much contemplation, she found no answer. The only plausible explanation was that she had inadvertently crossed someone's interests, obstructing their path. Could it be that a woman harbors feelings for Song Chi, perceiving herself as a rival in love? Quite likely. She raised her gaze and timidly stammered. "Aside from my wealth, I possess nothing else. To be honest, although I'm ostensibly the beloved of the prince, it is all a fade." Indeed, her words piqued the man's interest. He lifted his robe and nonchalantly settled onto the mat, even taking a moment to delicately adjust his hair. "Oh, afade. Pray tell, how so? If I speak the truth, will you let me go?" "Heh, let me first hear the circumstances." Su Jiaojiao pouted and whispered, "You must have noticed, with my timid disposition, I am hardly presentable. The prince does not hold me in high regard either. He has a cherished confidant whom he values above life itself. To protect her, I have been tasked with providing cover." "Oh, and who, may I ask, is this woman?" The man raised an eyebrow. Su Jiaojiao had already devised a strategy. She spoke of a cousin with whom the prince had grown up, a childhood sweetheart, their affection deeply rooted. "Oh, my apologies, Lu Qing'er. I must use you as a shield, for my life is at stake." The man scoffed. "I suspected as much. How could someone as pitiful and cowardly as you ever capture Song Chi's attention?" "Su hiao nadi, feeling thoroughly aggravated. You are indeed astute. The prince particularly despises me, and has never even held my hand. My appearance is passable, yet, sob. Enough of the tears, the man said, slightly irritated. I seem to have made an error in judgment. I am not the one weeping. Do you truly possess 100,000 taels of silver? Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of joy and mimicked her father's blubbering demeanor, her eyes glistening with tears as she nodded, appearing both foolish and timid, utterly harmless. Yes, indeed. Aside from wealth, my family has nothing else. 100,000 taels is merely a drop in the ocean. The man nodded in slight satisfaction. What do you mean by a drop in the ocean? Su Jiao sniffled. It means a trivial amount. Sir, I need to use the restroom. He waved his hand. Quickly go. But I lack the strength. Ghost Eagle, carry her to the restroom. A young man entered, seemingly inexperienced in carrying women. He fumbled awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. Frustrated by his ineptitude, she thought, useless. He stepped forward and effortlessly scooped Su Jiaojiao into his arms as if she were a delicate cat, striding out with purpose. Su Jiaojiao nestled her face against the shoulder of the young man, observing her surroundings. They were on an island, atop a multi-story pavilion, specifically on the third floor. Below them flowed a mighty river, likely the Jiangnan Lake to the southeast of Linen City. The young man set Su Jiao down atop an elegant commode and, leaning down, asked with a low chuckle, "Shall I assist you in removing your trousers?" Su Jiaojiao's face flushed. Pretending to be shy, she murmured, "If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your help." The young man was taken aback. Goodness, this woman is quite the infatuated fool. Avoiding her gaze like a virus, he quickly exited the room. Su Jiaojiao promptly tiptoed to the window, carefully surveying the outside world. The rear window of this room overlooks a thicket devoid of any human presence, and several meters below lies the tranquil lake. If she could muster enough speed to dash down and leap into the water, she was confident in her ability to swim to safety. As she contemplated her odds, a voice pierced the air, belonging to the Ghost Eagle. "Are you ready?" Su Jiaojiao hastily replied, her voice trembling. "Not yet. I have a bit of an upset stomach." The Ghost Eagle seemed to spit in disdain, and his footsteps receded. Su Jiaojiao exerted herself to pry open the rear window, hastily wrapping her skirt around her waist before deftly climbing out. To gain momentum, she held up her skirt while sprinting through the thicket, her bare legs exposed. Meanwhile, the peach blossom-eyed figure, sipping fruit wine, gazed at the subordinate who had just entered to report, his expression one of disbelief. "What did you just say?" Chapter 61. The arrow strikes the blood hedgehog, my lord. The king of Jiangnan has mobilized a vast number of southern tiger troops and all the feather guard, conducting a meticulous search both within and outside the city. Dark guards have already begun to seek us out. Peach Blossom eyes sprang to his feet, incredulous. Is this the attitude towards a neglected concubine? With a crash, he shattered his wine cup. Damn, that little mouse deceived me. He waved his hand, commanding Ghost Eagle, "Bring her from the privy. She is having stomach troubles." Ghost Eagle replied, "Bring her here, even if she hasn't tea finished." This is quite a fragrant task. Peach Blossom eyes scoffed coldly, forcefully pushing open the window. Just as he was about to unleash a string of expletives, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Amid the lush green foliage, two snow-white calves stood out, strikingly vivid. It was that timid little mouse. By heavens, she runs rather swiftly. Have her tendons been fed to the dogs? Peach Blossom eyes leaped effortlessly from the window, soaring like a great rock, his crimson attire billowing like a haunting red phoenix. Su Jiaojiao was merely a few meters from the lake when someone seized her by the nape of her neck. A voice, filled with venomous rage, echoed above her. "You deceitful little mouse, I was nearly fooled by you." As he turned her around, he beheld Su Jiaojiao's tear-streaked face, trembling as she pleaded, "I beg you. Noble sir, do not kill me. I know I was wrong." Before he could respond, the girl continued in a soft, melodious tone, "You are extraordinarily handsome. I fell for you at first sight. Will you not keep me with you?" Peach Blossom Eyes, who was ordinarily very proud of his appearance, feigned disdain, while internally feeling quite smug. "I have no interest in women played with by Song Junlan." The thought of breaking this woman's slender legs faded into ambiguity. Su Jiaojiao gasped, suddenly pointing behind him. "I'll look an airplane." In that split second, when Peach Blossom eyes instinctively turned, Su Jiaojiao fiercely thrust a hairpin toward his carotid artery. Fortunately, she had adorned herself with several hairpins. Though the man was highly skilled and reacted with lightning speed, he was still grazed on the neck, barely missing the vital carotid artery. Peach Blossom eyes, with ruthless determination, yanked out the hairpin, and a spurt of blood gushed forth. His eyes, once filled with charm, now glinted with bloodlust. "How dare you injure me? I shall flay you alive." Su Jiaojiao, weary of his empty threats, seized a stone amidst his blood loss and hurled it towards him without a hint of hesitation. Peach Blossom eyes clasped his neck, unable to evade, and was struck mercilessly on the shoulder by the stone. He lost his balance and fell awkwardly onto the grass, somewhat disheveled. Su Jiaojiao turned and fled towards the lake, leaping into the water without a moment's hesitation. When Ghost Eagle reached his lord, he found him pale, blood gushing from his neck, sitting helplessly on the ground in a state of agitation. "My lord, you are injured. Forget me. Go after that damned woman. She just jumped into the lake." The ghostly eagle paused momentarily before swiftly plunging into the crystal-clear lake. Having grown up by the river, his swimming skills were as innate as breathing, and he quickly spotted Su Jiaojiao's figure. She was remarkably clever, having submerged herself to the lake's bottom, swimming forward with grace. It would be a challenge for an ordinary person to detect her. The ghostly eagle harnessed his inner strength to accelerate, swiftly approaching the woman. She had already sensed his presence. As he grasped her wrist, she spun around, attempting to stab him with a hairpin. Fortunately, he had anticipated her move and narrowly evaded her strike, twisting her arms behind her back, restraining her as they surfaced. The ghostly eagle dragged the woman onto the shore, his peach blossom eyes fixated on Su Jiaojiao with malicious intent, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Song Junlin's beloved, indeed extraordinary. For a decade, you are the first to inflict harm upon me." Su Jiaojiao dropped her facade, declaring, "If you desire my life, then harming you is merely an act of self-preservation. There is no transaction that cannot be negotiated. Spare my life, and name your price." The peach blossom-eyed man gritted his teeth, chuckling darkly. "How amusing. You harmed the master of this domain, yet you still wish to survive?" His gaze wandered unabashedly over her drenched attire, clinging to her exquisite form, her ample bosom, the delicate curve of her waist, and her rounded hips, coupled with that enchanting visage. Truly, the woman chosen by Song Junlan is a rare gem of this world. Imagine when Song Junlan discovers his cherished one has been pierced by arrows and transformed into a bloody pincushion. Will he not be furious to the point of spitting blood? Ha ha ha! Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of panic beneath her composed exterior. "I offer you 200,000 taels of silver. Do you think I care for your paltry sum?" He sneered. "I could relish in your demise, infuriate Song Junlan, and still gain 100,000 taels of gold. Your life is hardly worth such a price." Su Jiaojiao was secretly astonished. Her life was valued at such an exorbitant price. Someone was willing to pay 100,000 taels of gold for her. She inwardly cursed. What a lavish expenditure. "Song Junlan, this must be your rotten peach blossom. Ghostly eagle, bind this woman to the rack. I intend to practice my archery with her." The ghostly eagle dragged Su Jiaojiao toward a wooden frame. Fear began to creep into her heart, yet she persisted in negotiations. "Why must you oppose Song Junlan? While your employer may offer you substantial wealth, is it worth offending the Prince of Jiangnan? I speak the truth. I am indeed Song Junlin's favored one. Use me as leverage in your negotiations with him, and I assure you he will agree to grant you 200,000 taels of gold. You, a leader in your own right, understand the importance of timing and weighing pros and cons. I implore you to consider my proposal." The peach blossom-eyed man scoffed. "You possess a silver tongue. I nearly found myself swayed by your words. Alas, those who harm me shall not go unpunished." The ghostly eagle secured Su Jiaojiao to the wooden frame and returned to the side of the peach blossom-eyed man, glancing at his still bleeding neck with concern. "My lord, should we not tend your wound first?" With a golden bow in hand, the peach blossom-eyed man remained seated, drawing back his bowstring, aiming at Su Jiaojiao. No rush. Let me have my fun first before tending to it. Just as he finished speaking, he released the arrow, which whizzed past Su Jiaojiao's neck with lethal precision. With a sharp thud, the arrow was violently embedded into the wooden frame behind. The arrowhead grazed Su Jiaojiao's neck, and immediately a surge of crimson flowed forth. Su Jiaojiao gasped in agony. This was her first genuine injury since arriving in this ancient realm 3 years ago. This man with the peach blossom eyes is a madman. The delicate skin, juxtaposed with the vivid red blood, is truly a sight to behold. The man chuckled malevolently, setting down his bow and arrow, signaling Gue Ying to tend his wound. Gue Ying, not daring to hesitate, swiftly retrieved the hemostatic powder and cloth, carefully bandaging his master. An anxious subordinate rushed in. "My lord, it's dire. The king of Jiangnan and his men are approaching." Quite swiftly indeed. The man with the peach blossom eyes snorted coldly, picking up his bow once more, knocking 3 arrows in quick succession, aimed directly at Su Jiaojiao's heart. "Little beauty, time is of the essence. Let's make this swift. Should you find yourself in the realm of the king of hell, remember not to cross paths with me in your next life." With that, he released his grip, and the 3 deadly arrows flew straight towards Su Jiaojiao's heart. Chapter 62. Will dying bring me back to the modern age? An arrow, slicing through the air with fierce intent. Su Jiaojiao held her breath, her wide, watery eyes locked onto the imminent danger. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to elongate, transforming her reality into a slow-motion film. She could distinctly perceive the 3 gleaming arrows advancing towards her, inch by inch. Is this how it ends? A chilling thought gripped her. Would death truly be the passage back to her modern life? As Song Chi received the news and stepped onto the small boat at Qingyang Lake, an inexplicable anxiety surged within him, as if a part of his heart had been hollowed out. "Get off and take another boat," he commanded, his tone brusque as he addressed Xu Yunchuan, who was just about to board. "Why?" Xu Yunchuan swallowed hard, perplexed. "Haven't we always been inseparable? Leave. You cannot fight. You'll only hinder our speed." Xu Yunchuan, feeling the sting of disdain, opened his mouth but sighed resignedly, retreating to another small boat. How disheartening. Jiang Hui offered him a comforting word. "Mr. Xu, I will ensure your safety." Xu Yunchuan nodded slowly, yet before he could feel any relief, Jiang Hui continued, "Just to be clear, if things get perilous, you are not to clutch my waist. I am ticklish." Xu Yunchuan, what happened to our vow of loyalty through life and death? Repeatedly dismissed, he instinctively fanned himself, only for a sudden gust to whisk his fan into the lake. Xu Yunchuan, even the wind conspires against him. Jiang Hui suddenly exclaimed, "They're moving so swiftly." Only then did Xu Yunchuan glance ahead, spotting Song Chi's boat slicing through the wind with astonishing speed, as if propelled by some unseen force. Jiang Hui was taken aback. They are channeling their internal energy to accelerate. Surrounded by highly skilled shadow guards, Song Chi's desperate exertion of their internal power revealed the urgency of his heart's turmoil. Xu Yunchuan sighed inwardly, softly advising, "Let us not compare ourselves to him. He has someone waiting for his rescue, while we do not. We must remain steady. Plunging into the lake is no trivial matter." Zhangri, are you mad? Why are you rowing so fast?" When they were still 20 zhang away from the heart of the lake, Song Chi finally discerned Su Jiaojiao's plight. She was bound a living target. The red-clad demon smiled wickedly at him before, releasing an arrow towards Su Jiaojiao. In that instant, Song Chi's heart nearly ceased to beat. "Jiao." His anguished roar pierced the air. In the face of life and death, he didn't hesitate. Gathering all his fervent internal energy, he flipped his palm and thrust it forward. A surge of pure yang energy tore through the space, erupting forth with the ferocity of a thunderclap. In an instant, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth trembled, time momentarily suspending its relentless march. 3 arrows halted abruptly just a foot before Su Jiaojiao, lingering for a few seconds before being forcefully propelled several yards away. This entire transformation unfolded within mere moments. Su Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that the arrows could indeed curve mid-flight. Her peach blossom eyes blinked in shock, and she sprang to her feet. Fearfully gazing at the approaching Song Chi in astonishment, she exclaimed, "The ninth layer of the Jianlong art." The ghost eagle was equally astounded, rendered speechless by the formidable prowess of the Jiangnan King. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Peach Blossom remarked, "How impressive! Song Junlon has concealed his strength so well. Today has not been in vain. My lord, we cannot contend with Song Chi. We must retreat swiftly." Peach Blossom cast a grim glance at the still bewildered Su Jiaojiao, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Little mouse who loves to deceive, we shall meet again." The ghost eagle supported Peach Blossom as they hastily withdrew. Jiang Hui, momentarily forgetting stood frozen, murmuring to himself that his master had indeed utilized the Jianlong art. Shu Yunchuan's expression darkened, his face betraying his displeasure. For the sake of a woman, such exposure had occurred. "Song Junlon, you truly..." His words faltered, frustration causing his temples to throb. The small boat soon reached the shore, and Song Chi, unable to contain himself, leaped ashore first, swiftly approaching Su Jiaojiao and tremblingly loosening her bindings. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Tell me if it hurts." As he anxiously examined her, touching her face, her hands, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Uncertain whether he sought to comfort her or himself, he murmured repeatedly, "It's over now. You need not fear. It will not happen again. I will protect you. I will keep you safe." After a moment of dazed stillness, Su Jiao gradually regained her composure, having brushed perilously close to death. Now that safety enveloped her, she exhaled in relief, collapsing softly against him. It was only then that she felt the lingering fear, her body trembling involuntarily. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "Why did it take you so long to arrive? I nearly died. That madman sought to kill me. You frightened me to death." Song Chi cradled her delicate face, his eyes misting with emotion. "I am sorry. It is my fault for arriving late. Thankfully, you are unharmed." He tightened his embrace, his hands gently caressing her back, wishing to meld her into his very being. Su Jiao rarely found such tranquility, nestled in his arms, listening to the rapid thumping of his heart, gradually feeling at ease. Now she understood why television often depicted those who had danced with death embracing. Such an embrace could indeed evoke a profound sense of security and serenity. As Jiang Hui and Shu Yunchuan disembarked, they beheld this tender scene. Shu Yunchuan, rarely seen with such a grim countenance, discontentedly declared, "Song Junlon, have you lost your senses? How dare you expose the Jianlong art?" His narrowed eyes shot a furious glance at Su Jiaojiao, his voice laced with ire. "Ever since this woman entered your life, you have become a shadow of your former self. For such a woman, you would expose your true capabilities and plunge Jianlong Valley into peril, incurring such a heavy cost. Have you lost your senses?" As his fury escalated, Shu Yunchuan unsheathed his blade from his waist and aimed it at Su Jiaojiao, uttering threats while disregarding the greater situation, convinced that eliminating this calamity was the only solution. With a swift motion, Song Chi raised his hand, and with a clang, the large sword was sent flying from Shu Yunchuan's grasp. The force of the energy caused Shu Yunchuan to stagger backward, landing heavily on the ground. Despite this, he continued to glare at Song Chi with fiery eyes, his teeth gritting audibly. Song Chi slowly turned, coldly declaring, "No one may harm her, not even you." Enraged, Shu Yunchuan pounded the ground with his fists, exclaiming, "Song Junlon, she is merely a woman. Why go to such lengths?" Chapter 63. Do you like Song Chi? Song Chi took a deep breath, accepting the consequences of exposure alone. Was it worth it? Whether it was worth it was my concern. Shu Yunchuan, I warn you once more, if you dare to harm her in the slightest, we shall sever our ties. Shu Yunchuan was nearly overwhelmed with rage. Song Chi held Su Jiaojiao close, gently stroking her head, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he said in a deep voice, "If I cannot even protect my own woman, what kind of man am I?" Shu Yunchuan murmured in despair, "You said it wouldn't affect the greater situation. You said it yourself." Song Chi gasped, the chill rising in his chest intensifying. He quickly pushed Su Jiaojiao away, turning her face so she couldn't see him. A wave of sickly sweetness surged forth. With a sudden eruption, a stream of dark blood spewed from him. Song Chi wished to warn the woman beside him not to look, but no sound escaped his lips. Darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Song Chi, what happened to you? Su Jiaojiao was startled, crouching by his side, shaking him. His narrow, eagle-like eyes were tightly shut, unresponsive. His face was pale, devoid of blood, with streaks of crimson at his lips, presenting a hauntingly beautiful yet sickly visage. Jiang Hui was alarmed, rushing over to check his master's breath. Panic etched on his face. The prince had exhausted all his pure yang internal energy. He was dangerously depleted and showing signs of going berserk. Su Jiaojiao didn't fully comprehend, but understood that Song Chi was in peril. Don't just stand there. Hurry back and summon a doctor. Jiang Hui called for several hidden guards to lift Song Chi onto the ship, while Su Jiaojiao remained by his side, her heart racing with anxiety. Though she was not versed in martial arts, she was no fool. From the earlier exchange between Shu Yunchuan and Song Chi, she had pieced together most of the situation. When the three arrows had aimed for her, it was Song Chi who had employed some technique to divert their trajectory and save her life. This skill had not only revealed Song Chi's true strength, but had also exposed the existence of that valley. Now, as he lay on the brink of death, on the verge of losing control, it was all because he had exhausted his energy to save her. Looking at Song Chi, Su Jiaojiao felt a tumult of emotions. She could not articulate her feelings and found herself wanting to ask him, "What is your purpose in this? Is it truly worth it?" Since boarding the ship, Shu Yunchuan appeared as though his soul had been extracted, his gaze unfocused. Occasionally, he would cast a worried glance at Song Chi, tinged with a hint of frustration. When his eyes met Su Jiaojiao's, they would turn fierce and filled with disdain. Unable to contain herself, Su Jiaojiao inquired, "Mr. Shu, let us speak frankly before the truth. Do you harbor feelings for Song Chi?" Jiang Hui coughed, trying to stifle his surprise. Shu Yunchuan's face flushed with a mix of red and white, his lips trembling with rage. "You vile woman, do not utter such nonsense. You, shameless, despicable." Su Jiaojiao chose not to argue, offering a few gentle reassurances. "It is not a shameful matter. Affection knows no gender, and I am quite open-minded about it. Before my arrival here, I had even pursued a couple of Thai dramas featuring male couples, which were quite audacious in their themes, I must say." Shu Yunchuan found himself without a fan to wave, his frustration mounting to the point of near fainting. Upon returning to Linen City, the group headed straight to the governor's office, where the physician arrived in haste, and Jiang Yi also entered to attend to the diagnosis. It was then that Su Jiaojiao learned of Jiang Yi's medical expertise, as well as his position as a junior disciple of Song Chi Shua, though upon completing his training, their master had appointed Jiang Yi as the chief shadow guard to Song Chi, realizing she could not be of assistance. Su Jiaojiao requested Jiang to arrange a bathing chamber for her, seizing the opportunity to take a bath. Kaylay washed her hair, chattering incessantly about how the master and mistress were terrified, and how the young master had even sought the prince. It was surprising that despite the young master's usual carefree demeanor, he seemed to genuinely care for his sister. "Have you sent a message home? I have returned safely. Please do not let them worry incessantly. I have sent a message. I asked Jiang San to deliver it." He said the master cried until his eyes were swollen, resembling two little bells. Su Jiaojiao glanced at Kaylay's round face. "Jiang San? You seem quite familiar with him. Isn't he the prince's shadow guard? You can command him?" Kaylay replied with a look of assurance. "The prince is unwell. Jiang San is merely idle. Since he has the time, why shouldn't he run an errand and deliver a message?" Su Jiaojiao gave a thumbs up. "My Kaylay has social prowess." "What do you mean? Am I boasting?" Kaylay protested. "Ah, be gentle with my hair. You've pulled out several strands. It hurts terribly." Kaylay stuck out her tongue and added, "By the way, miss, I feel that Mr. Shu is somewhat peculiar." You notice too? Who would notice? Anyone with eyes can see it." Su Jiaojiao nodded, affirming their mutual understanding. "That Shu Yunchuan fellow still refuses to admit it. Did you ask him? I did, but he stubbornly denies it. Kaylay chuckled. If you ask him, he would surely feel shy about admitting it. I suspect he has secretly harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Su Jiaojiao felt a wave of frustration. Hold on. We seem to have diverged in our conversation. Xu Yinchuan certainly does not have feelings for me. His affections lie clearly with Song Junlan. Kaylay insisted. My two keen eyes see accurately. He cannot be mistaken. Mr. Xu has been stealing glances at you several times today, filled with tender emotion. Tender emotion? He is filled with resentment, practically gnashing his teeth at her. Kaylay, perhaps you need to have your vision checked. You are completely conflating love with hate. After Jiang, he employed his internal energy to treat Song Chi's injuries. Complemented by the physician's medicinal concoctions, Song Chi's condition stabilized swiftly. To facilitate his optimal recovery, Jiang Yi administered a sleeping powder, and Song Chi slept soundly for 3 whole days. During this time, Xu Yinchuan took over the daily administrative duties in place of Song Chi, remaining perpetually busy. The governor's office was placed under strict vigilance, and Jiang Yi remained sleepless throughout the night to ensure Song Chi's safety. Su Jiaojiao visited Song Chi daily to inquire about his health, then proceeded with her own affairs. She diligently inspected the operations of the Jean El Pavilion each day and plunged into the back courtyard of the entertainment establishment, enacting sweeping reforms among her employees. Niu Fengfei frequented the entertainment venue almost daily, akin to a little tale following Su Jiaojiao. At this moment, she and Su Jiaojiao sat in the audience, eager to assess the fruits of their training. The music resonated on the runway, a rhythmically enhanced beat that captivated the senses. One by one, dapper gentlemen clad in modern attire emerged. Niu Fengfei and Kaylay exchanged awestruck glances, overwhelmed by the visual impact of contemporary fashion and the catwalk. A stark contrast to their conservative backgrounds. Su Jiaojiao, with an air of expertise, offered guidance. Now, touch the belt, unbutton the top 3 buttons of a shirt. Caress your chest, turn around, and let your gaze linger. Splendid. Niu Fengfei leaned closer to Su Jiaojiao and whispered playfully, "You wicked woman. You've made me yearn for a man." Chapter 64. 2 hours of solitude. Su Jiaojiao gently pushed her face away, shaking her head in regret. It was indeed futile to entertain such thoughts. You still have to wait for your marriage. Niu Fengfei slyly leaned closer, chuckling. Hey, does that mean once I am married, I can share the men here with you? Su Jiaojiao looked at her in silence, preemptively blowing away the dreams of her future husband, who was destined for a vast prairie of troubles. Yuan Yu was the last to make his entrance, adorned in a modified ancient-style robe of immaculate white silk, ethereal and flowing. The front of his garment revealed a glimmering expanse of skin, accentuating his breathtakingly beautiful visage. As he approached like an otherworldly immortal descending to the mortal realm, leaving the onlookers, including Su Jiaojiao, utterly mesmerized. Niu Fengfei clasped her face, exclaiming, I want him. I want him. I would willingly give my life for a night with Yuan Yu. Kaylay nodded vigorously. I too desire that experience, but I have no intention of dying. Su Jiaojiao shook her head, marveling, what incredible luck. I've stumbled upon a great treasure. I must limit Yuan Yu's appearances, transforming him into a rare gem. Ah, Yuan Yu shall be my golden goose. Niu Fengfei and Kaylay exchanged glances of disbelief. Niu Fengfei scoffed. What a money grubber. Su Jiaojiao, reveling in her thoughts, mused. I shall transform the entertainment house into a paradise for the women of Jiangnan, a frenzied social club for them. Niu Fengfei inquired, what do you mean? Su Jiaojiao replied, it signifies equality between the sexes. What men can enjoy, women shall revel in at my establishment. Suddenly, Kaylay's eyes lit up with curiosity. By the way, miss, I saw Mu Jin the other day. Oh, is she free now? What is she doing? She is selling tofu in the East Market, renowned as the tofu, she's sure. Su Jiaojiao grimaced in disdain. Just think about it. Once the star of Baiwa Tower, and now she has such low aspirations. Selling tofu? What future can that hold? How much can she earn? Indeed, I heard she didn't sell out and even incurred a loss that day. Su Jiaojiao pondered for a moment, then laughed. Kaylay, go and recruit her. Offer her a position as the manager of the male guest division at the entertainment house, with a generous salary and commission. Kaylai nodded. I shall do it at once. Niu Fangfei blinked eagerly, asking, What's the salary for that manager position? Su Jiaojiao grinned cunningly. 30 taels of silver plus commissions. She could earn at least 100 taels monthly. Wow! Niu Fangfei swallowed hard. That is even more than my father's official salary. Su Jiaojiao feigned a sigh. Speaking of which, the female guest division is still in need of a suitable manager, someone well acquainted with the ladies of officialdom. Niu Fangfei eagerly volunteered, me, who could be more suitable than I? In linen, there isn't a lady or a madam, I don't know. Su Jiaojiao had been waiting for her to say that, seizing her hand earnestly. As long as you ensure your father 1T hit you and 1T hold me accountable, I will agree to let you manage the female guest division. I guarantee you a minimum monthly income of 100 taels. Niu Fangfei beamed. Rest assured, I have ways to deal with my father. This time, I 1T resort to hanging myself. I'll jump into a well instead, and he'll definitely relent. Su Fiao. Congratulations, Master Niu, for having such a wonderful daughter. Song Chi has been in a deep slumber for the past few days, and Niu Sheng, unaware of the circumstances surrounding the plaque, has been pestered by his daughter, resulting in yet another inscription. Hongda Academy is the largest and most prestigious institution in Linen City, where families of repute send their children for education. Su Quan also studies there, albeit as a rather lackluster student. Though academically challenged, Su Quan comes from a well-off family, adorned in fine attire with exceptional study materials. Su Hao, with a keen eye, spotted a charcoal pencil in Su Quan's bag and snatched it away. Is this your fine writing tool for calculations? Su Hao Tante. Su Quan frowned, reluctant to part with it. That was a gift from my sister. Please return it. Su Hao concealed the pencil behind his back, grinning mischievously. If I fancy it, it belongs to me now. No, you can take anything else, but not this. Su Quan protested vehemently. It was a cherished gift from his sister, crafted for portability and the ability to write in minute detail, which he rarely used. I refuse to give it. It's mine now. Su Hao dito defianti. Return it to me. Not a chance. Su Hao's entourage of boys mocked Su Quan, rolling their eyes and making faces. Su Quan, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and clenched his fists tightly. A little boy piped up, I know his sister. She's quite the seductress and has become the consort of a prince. Consort? Su Hao paused momentarily before erupting in laughter. I'm not even a proper concubine. How embarrassing. Su Quan's face flushed crimson. Don't speak ill of my sister. Su Hao sauvet Su Quan thugi, weekos fating. A woman of such lowly virtue deserves nothing more than to be stripped bare for the pleasure of men. You wretched merchants are unworthy of sharing the same academy as me. The other boys joined in the ruckus, chanting for Su Quan to leave the academy. Get out. Leave. Su Hao kicked Su Quan in the abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, and continued to stomp on him with abandon. Su Quan curled up, shielding his head, wincing in pain. Su Hao laughed heartily. One day, when the prince tires of your sister, I shall purchase her for my household, strip her daily, and make her dance for me to lick my shoes. Ha. At that moment, Su Quan could no longer contain his fury. He leapt up like a fish out of water, retrieving the wooden ruler gifted by his sister from his bag, and hurled it at the cackling boys. Ouch! Su Hao cried, clutching his head as blood trickled down. Su Quan transformed into a ferocious figure, eyes wide, teeth gritted, wielding the ruler, striking repeatedly, landing several blows on Su Hao. The classroom descended into chaos. When Song Chi awoke, his body nearly restored, feeling invigorated after being served a nourishing soup by Jiang Hui. He quickly inquired, Where is she? Shu Yunchuan entered, responding, I am handling your affairs. Song Chi replied tersely, I did not ask you. Shu Yunchuan. Jiang Hui stifled a laugh. Miss Su has been occupied with activities at the entertainment club these past few days. Song Chi wore a resentful expression, her tone laced with bitterness. Others had suffered for her, yet she remained silent beside her sickbed. Shu Yunchuan, feeling disinclined to elaborate further, tossed 2 documents towards her, stating, You decide on these matters. With that, he turned and exited, his silhouette also tinged with a hint of melancholy. Jiang Yi reported, Miss Su has returned. No sooner had the words left his lips than Song Chi casually discarded the documents and flung herself onto the bed, pulling the covers over her. She did not forget to instruct Jiang Hui. Just tell her that my illness has worsened and ask her to come and attend to me. Zhang lui répondait. Song Chi added, do not let her disturb me for at least an hour, no, make it 2. Jiang Hui, with a sense of resignation, reminded her, my lady, Jiang Yi mentioned that your current condition is not suited for excessive exertion. Song Chi scoffed, what does he know? Matters of intimacy are far from exhausting. They are a delight. Proceed as I instructed. Su Jiaojiao, upon hearing of Song Chi's deteriorating health, hurriedly entered with a bowl of medicine, oblivious to the man on the bed, her fingers covertly twisting. Chapter 65. Not quite like a seriously ill person, Su Jiao set aside the still warm medicinal soup, her voice laced with rare tenderness and concern as she inquired, Your Highness, how do you feel? Her gratitude was overflowing, for it was he who had valiantly rescued her from the brink of death. Moreover, their bond had evolved into something intimately profound, rendering her appreciation for him even more intricate. For the past few days, he had remained in a deep slumber while Jiang Yi diligently tended to his injuries, guarding against the risk of madness, allowing no one to intrude. Feeling utterly helpless and disheartened by the depths of Shu Yunchuan's resentful gaze, she refrained from imposing. Jiang Yi had previously assured her that he would recover in 3 days. However, upon the conclusion of that period, she was dismayed to learn that his condition had worsened. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within her. How could she possibly account for the esteemed southern king succumbing to a lingering ailment, or worse, facing a dire fate due to her? Hearing the rare note of concern in her voice, Song Chi could not help but feel a ripple of warmth within him. He slowly opened his eyes, his voice feeble as he replied, As long as you are well, I can rest easy. Though he was gravely ill, his unwavering concern for her induced a pang of guilt within Su Jiaojiao. She reached out to touch his forehead, relieved to find no fever. What do you feel unwell? Song Chi took her small hand and placed it upon his chest with exaggerated seriousness. It hurts here. Su Jiaojiao's eyebrows shot up in alarm. Oh no, that is your heart. Could it be that he has exerted himself too much with those techniques, putting his heart at risk? In this era, there are no quick heart-saving pills. What did Jiang Yi say? Isn't he skilled in treating internal injuries? I shall summon him to take another look at you. The man, who should have been utterly weakened by illness, held her hand tightly, asserting, do not bother. Isn't it painful here? He continued, when I awoke today, I was nearly recovered, but upon not seeing you by my side, my anxiety exacerbated my condition. If you stay with me a while longer, I am sure I will heal more rapidly. Su Jiaojiao found his words perplexing. Oh, while the medicine is at the perfect temperature, you should drink it quickly. The weak Song Chi replied, you feed me. Su Jiaojiao's lips twitched in amusement. The typically formidable and domineering man had suddenly become so fragile, leaving her somewhat bewildered. But alas, the patient comes first, she acquiesced. Holding the bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other, she brought the medicinal soup to his lips. Upon taking a sip, Song Chi's exquisite features contorted in distaste. It's so bitter. Having rarely fallen ill, he had not tasted medicinal soup in many years, and the sudden bitterness nearly made him retch. Su Jiaojiao couldn't help but chuckle. You, a grown man, are afraid of bitter medicine? Aren't you ashamed? Song Chi's expression stiffened, forcing himself to respond. Who fears bitterness? If you're not afraid, then drink it all at once. Fine, I shall drink it all. Hand it over. For the sake of his own pride, Song Chi could not withstand Su Jiaojiao's provocation. He propped himself up, took the bowl, and gulped down the entire contents in one go. Heavenly deities, this is unbearably bitter, roaring internally while maintaining a fade of composure. She lifted her gaze only to find Su Jiaojiao, with her small white teeth, delighting in her mischief. It dawned on her that she had been playfully duped by this woman. A smile crept upon her lips. Far from bitter, it was tinged with sweetness. Su Fiao, pouting, retorted, you must be joking. In the next instant, the man seized her by the neck, drawing her close and sealing her lips with his. As she froze in surprise, his tongue boldly invaded, stirring chaos. A faint scent of herbs wafted through the air, Filled with indignation, Su Jiaojiao pushed him away forcefully. Her cheeks flushed. Song Chi, you scoundrel. You can't drag others into your misery. How utterly wicked. He reclined on the bed, his elongated eyes sparkling with mirth as he chuckled softly. We are one. We share both fortune and misfortune. Su Jiaojiao grimaced. Who is one with you? The feeble man suddenly spread his arms, embracing her tightly and teasingly inquired, would you like to be one? Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the vulgarity of his words. Her face burned with embarrassment. I certainly do not. He tightened his grip, his hands wandering unceremoniously as he murmured. But I do. Even in his weakened state, his thoughts were incessantly wandering. I desire neither frivolity nor folly. I only wish for Jiao Jiao. Su Fiao, exasperated, shoved him down, hearing him yelp in pain, his handsome face contorting with evident discomfort. Alarmed, she exclaimed, are you all right? I forgot you were injured. My apologies. Should I call Jiangnan? With his eyes half closed, he appeared to still be in pain, contemplating, it wouldn't help. Why not? Can he not see? The man slowly raised his gaze, staring intently at her, his burning eyes causing an inexplicable flutter in Su Jiaojiao's heart. He then solemnly declared, this injury can only be healed by Jiao Jiao. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily struck dumb. Before she could respond, he had pulled her into the bed and swiftly flipped her over, pinning her beneath him. Amused by her own frustration, she laughed. Song Junlan, enough already. Your body isn't fully recovered, and here you are trying to assert your dominance. His breathing grew heavier. Whether I am fully recovered will soon be revealed. Let Jiao Jiao examine me. Su Jiaojiao offered a slight resistance, yet Song Chi feigned injury, lamenting in pain, causing her to freeze in place. Fearful of further movement, the temperature in the room escalated. The bed seemed on the verge of collapse. The ailing patient, simultaneously moaning in pain and exuding confidence. Only when Su Jiaojiao was utterly exhausted did it dawn on her that the wretched man had been deceiving her all along. He was not gravely ill, but rather vibrant and full of life. Let him continue his charade. Outside, Jiang Hui paced anxiously. Kidusquated Niabi, contentedly munching on sunflower seeds, a pile of shells scattered on the ground. She disdainfully remarked to Jiang Hui, I say, can you stop pacing? It's making me dizzy. Jiang Hui scoffed, I am concerned for our master. Kalu rolled her eyes, such self-importance. Does your master even appreciate your concern? You know nothing. You ought to go inside and summon the prince. Jiang Hui thought to himself, did they truly believe him to be foolish? With such a ruckus inside, how could he possibly enter unscathed? Kalu cleared her throat a couple of times, exclaiming that the sunflower seeds were excessively salty and inquiring if there was any tea. As she felt parched, Jiang Hui, exasperated, shot her a disapproving glare while handing her the teapot. Jiang Yi and Shu Yinchuan approached, prompting Jiang Hui to hurriedly relay the situation within, voicing his concerns to Jiang Yi. With our master in such a state, can he endure it? Jiang Yi responded coldly. It is of no concern. Do you truly believe the prince's skills are mere child's play? He is one of the foremost experts in the world. Besides, whether he can endure it or not is irrelevant at this moment, as he's already engaged. No one dares to interrupt him. Shu Yinchuan snapped his new fan sharply against his palm, casting a disdainful remark towards the door. Pursuing frivolities leads to a loss of ambition. As he walked away, he murmured to himself, is it truly so wonderful to be a woman? Oof. As dusk fell, lanterns were lit throughout the governor's residence. Kalu rubbed her stomach, her eyes gleaming with impatience, lamenting, is there anything to eat? I feel as though I might starve. Jiang Hui shot her a disdainful look, retorting, our master has yet to eat. How dare you, a servant, indulge first? Chapter 66. A single person in power, and all rise Kale, was indifferent, remarking that our young lady was unconcerned about me. My hunger grew insatiable. If I did not eat on time, I would lack strength. Is there truly no food? Jiang Hui cast a glance at the tightly shut door and commanded, follow me. Leading Kale to the small kitchen, he gestured towards the dishes on the table. You may eat first. To his dismay, Kale grimaced in disdain. Is this all? There isn't even a hint of meat. Zhang Yu retorted. Are you the master or the servant? Kailei replied, servants are also human. One cannot subsist solely on vegetables. I'm not a rabbit. Jiang Hui was utterly speechless, reflecting that such is the nature of masters and their servants, both equally lacking in decorum. He unveiled a basket, presenting roast chicken and smoked goose. Here, eat. Do not fear becoming overweight. Kayleigh's eyes squinted in satisfaction. Our young lady doesn't mind my weight, so why should you? Once Kayleigh had her fill, the two returned to the hallway, where they encountered Jiang, emerging from within, carrying a water bucket, his face flushed. He shot a resentful glare at Jiang Hui. Where have you been? The master inside called for water, and no one responded. I had to bring the hot water myself. This unfortunate incident exposed him to the sultry air and some rather embarrassing sights. Once the room was tidied, Song Chi instructed to serve the meal. Upon entering, Jiang Hui and Kailei found the ailing prince coaxing Su Jiaojiao to drink water, her demeanor resembling that of a patient. They could faintly hear the prince's gentle and flattering voice. It was my fault this time. I did not control my strength. I shall be more careful in the future, so as not to upset you. Su Jiaojiao scoffed. What a man says in bed. If I believed that, I would have wasted these years of my life. She insisted on compensation. All right, compensation it is. How would you like it? On the day the entertainment city opens, you must personally attend and cut the ribbon. Agreed. I shall comply. Is that settled? Jiang Hui inwardly scoffed, feeling embarrassed for his master, while Kailei maintained a stoic expression throughout. After dinner, Su Jiaojiao prepared to return to Minghua Courtyard. Song Chi wrapped her snugly in a cloak, cradling her as they rode back in a carriage. Jiang Hui followed, muttering, Is it really necessary to carry her? Kailei shot back. Our young lady's legs are weak. Is it not the prince's fault? Oof. Jiang Hui pondered, since returning from suspension. How has my standing diminished so? Oh no, he has not changed. Is this girl who has grown increasingly audacious? Indeed, as one rises to power, all those around them ascend as well. That evening, a message circulated within the palace, stating that the old matron's ailment had recurred, prompting Song Chi to hasten back to the residence. Upon arrival, he learned that the old matron had taken her medicine and was no longer in grave danger. Is mother feeling better? He inquired. Song's matron sighed. This old body of mine cannot withstand many more years. Poor your cousin. She is alone in Hangzhou, preparing for marriage. Song Chi understood that his mother was about to plead for Lu Qing once more, interrupting her. Enough, mother. The situation with Lu Qing cannot be altered. Further discussion is futile. The old matron glared fiercely. Do you not know? Qing, in her sorrow in Hangzhou, has hanged herself. Fortunately, timely intervention has averted a calamity. Junlan, she has grown up alongside you and is the only blood relative of your aunt. For the sake of familial ties, let her return. If she does not wish to marry that family in Hangzhou, do not force her. Shangtis gop dohan o ne sao. She did not perish, did she? Such cunning ploys only elicit disdain. If she refuses marriage, then send her straight to the ancestral temple or offer her a cup of poison. Is your heart truly so unyielding? She is our kin. In my eyes, there is only right and wrong, not kinship. Are you attempting to drive me to despair? The hour grows late. Mother, you should rest. With a cold expression, Song Chi strode out. The old matriarch of the Song family pounded her chest in frustration for quite a while. As Song Chi exited his mother-esque courtyard, he spotted Mama Ling attending to his elder sister-in-law. Your Highness, the First Lady requests your presence for a discussion. Song Chi's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent and followed Mama Ling. In truth, he was reluctant to meet his sister-in-law. Matters within the royal mansion were trivial. Although his sister-in-law was somewhat slow-witted, she managed her affairs adequately. Moreover, his personal assets were securely stored in the treasury, leaving him little financial entanglement in the royal estate. The day waned, and he was eager to return to indulge in tender moments with Su Jiaojiao. Upon arriving at the First Lady's reception hall, Su Shi greeted him with a composed demeanor. Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Sister-in-law, please speak freely. In the coming quarter, the silver offerings from each estate will be received. What do you think? Song Chi's expression turned serious. These trifling matters are best managed by you. Su Shi felt a sense of relief, but recalled another pressing matter concerning her brother's child, Hao. Thinking for a moment, Song Chi recalled Su Hao, the youngest son of Su Zhuguang, around 10 years of age and still attending school. What is it? Your Highness knows that I have only Yen'er as my daughter and no sons. Thus, I have always cherished Hao as my own. He has grown up under my watchful eye, and today he had a quarrel with a classmate, resulting in a severe injury to his head. My sister-in-law fainted multiple times from distress. The gash on his head is truly heartbreaking. Song Chi remained silent, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Su Shi's ramblings lacked focus. How do you intend to punish the other child? Su Shi eagerly seized upon this question. Such malice at such a young age warrants severe retribution. I have already sent someone to capture that child and bring him to the Su residence. My sister-in-law must have her vengeance and teach him a lesson. Furthermore, he must be expelled from the school as a warning to others. Song Chi felt that Su Shi was somewhat overreacting. Squabbles among children were commonplace. However, considering the matter involved Su Zhuguang's son, he felt compelled to show some deference. Very well, let be as you say. With that, he spoke no further and exited directly, his tall and elegant figure radiating an aura of unyielding resolve. Su Shi gazed at his retreating silhouette, momentarily lost in thought. Mama Ling cleared her throat. First Lady, shall I deliver the message to the Su residents? Su finally regained her composure and nodded, disregarding the other party's attitude, determined to deal with them ruthlessly. How dare they provoke the Su family? Mother Ling bowed in acknowledgement. A maid entered, hesitatingly reporting, Madam, the master said. What did he say? The master said he would be staying at Aunt Lian's tonight and won't be coming over. He is leaving me no shred of dignity. Su was filled with intense resentment as she swept the teacup to the ground. Today is the 15th, according to custom. The master should have come to the main wife's chamber. He did come on the first day, but no matter how she hinted or suggested, he remained indifferent, clutching his pillow, lying still throughout the night like a dead pig, not even touching her once. At merely 28 years of age, must she resign herself to a life of solitude? Chapter 67. The slaughter at the forsaken cemetery. Song Chi hurriedly returned to Mingyue courtyard, just in time to find Su Jiao applying fragrance in front of the mirror. He approached her with an air of intimacy, insisting on combing her hair, while stealthily pilfering a few vials of perfume. The man in red who kidnapped me mentioned something inadvertently. He claimed to be the master of a faction. Do you possess any leads? With one hand holding a book and the other playfully toying with her fingers, Song Chi had long been aware of the situation. It should be the foremost assassin organization, Misty Shadow Pavilion. He stated that someone has offered a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold for my life. Who do you think that person could be? Song Chi replied ambiguously. One should not take his words at face value. Su Jiaojiao fiercely twisted his waist, causing Song Chi to hiss in pain. Song Junlan, do not attempt to be vague. My life is not worth that much. If my guess is correct, the one who desires my death must be a woman, and one who harbors affection for you. Tell me, who could possess such wealth and infatuation with you? Song Chi tossed the book aside, drawing her into his embrace. Are you not weary? If not, let's explore new postures from book. Su Jiaojiao understood his reluctance to delve deeper into the topic, delivering a sharp kick to him before retreating inside. If you choose to remain silent, so be it, but the truth will eventually surface. I warn you, should she threaten my life again, I will sever all ties with you. Men cannot abide such declarations. He tightened his grip around her, playfully punishing her with fervent kisses. I assure you, no such incidents will occur in the future. Do not speak of severing ties. I intend to bind you to me for a lifetime. After a playful scuffle, Song Chi recognized that Su Jiaojiao was tired from the day's exertions, so he ceased his teasing, holding her gently as she rested. Unbeknownst to them, the Su household was in disarray. The couple had long missed the dinner hour, and with no sign of Su Quan's return, they dispatched a servant to the academy in search of him. However, the servant returned with devastating news instead. Su Quan had severely injured the youngest son of the Jiangnan military governor. He had already been taken to the Su residence. The Su couple gathered a bundle of silver notes, intending to plead for leniency at the Su residence, but instead found themselves apprehended and subjected to a brutal beating by the Su guards. With bruised faces and swollen features, they languished in a drafty woodshed, lamenting their fate and regretting their hasty decisions. Had they known the situation would escalate so disastrously, they would have sent a message to their daughter sooner. The next day, Madame Zhua of the Su family paraded the Su family before her, emanating an air of superiority. A destitute wretch dares to injure my son? Do you think the Su residence is something you can trifle with? Su Quan protested indignantly. Su Hao struck me first. He insulted my sister, and I merely retaliated. Slap! A servant delivered a vicious blow to Su Quan, causing blood to spill from his mouth and his face to swell immediately. I spit on you, you lowly scoundrel. My son will be justified in killing you. In his eyes, you are worth less than a dog. Someone, sever this wretch's hand. Su Dongyang let out a terrified wail, collapsing in despair, unable even to shed tears. Chen Shi cried out in panic, "No, please don't. My daughter is the favored concubine of the king of Jiangnan. Dare you to lay a hand on us? My daughter will summon the Lord to seek justice." Left was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of trepidation. Su Hao, his head wrapped in thick bandages and supported by a servant, disdainfully retorted, "Mother, do not listen to their bluster. His daughter is merely a mistress to the Lord, nothing more than an unrecognized plaything. Does the Lord even regard them as human?" Left scoffed mockingly, "The Lord's mistress? Oh dear, how frightful indeed. Even a rat crossing the street dares to squeak. Someone, sever that boy's hand." Chen cried out in despair, "No, please. Do not harm Quan. Just spare him, and we will part with all we possess." Su Hao laughed maliciously. "Mother, let me vent my anger first. Once I've had my fill, we could dispose of them and cast their bodies into a mass grave." Su Dongyang, unable to catch his breath, fainted in fear. Su Hao seized a fire poker from a servant, grinning wickedly as he approached Su Quan, his smile grotesque. "You, the offspring of a petty merchant, provoke me? You should humbly accept your fate as a mere insect. Once I finish you off, I'll annihilate your entire family, and then I'll purchase your sister, making her serve me daily, utterly undraped, to lick my shoes." Ha ha ha! Su Quan, filled with rage, glared with bloodshot eyes, twisting his body in a futile attempt to resist. But his hands and feet were bound, rendering him immobile. Su Hao raised the fire poker high, striking Su Quan mercilessly. Song Chi, having accompanied Su Jiaojiao for breakfast at Mingyue Courtyard, rode towards the governor's mansion. Passing by the entertainment district, he glanced up, abruptly halting his horse, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Wasn't that sign shattered?" Jiang Hui replied. "It seems this is yet another new one." Song Chi bit down hard, grinding out a few words between clenched teeth. "That Niu Shang, I truly wish to eliminate him. Such a cunning and slippery fellow, and yet he fumbles with the sign." With a disdainful snort, Song Chi rode away. Jiang Hui, puzzled, inquired, "Then what of this new sign? Let it meet an unexpected misfortune." Zhang Yu responded, "A splendid unexpected misfortune, whose sign hangs in the air, yet suffers such frequent damage." Having enjoyed a brief respite, Niusheng found himself inexplicably summoned by the Lord for tea once more. The tea was exhausting, leaving him with aching limbs and a weary mind. Who could have anticipated that this esteemed governor would be called to the mansion merely to tidy up neglected rooms, pull weeds, water flowers, and even manage the account books? Who had acted foolishly to provoke the Lord, bringing this misfortune upon him? As Su Jiaojiao arrived at Jinsue Pavilion, before she could even peruse the account books, she noticed a young servant from the Su household rushing in, his face a mask of panic. Miss, something terrible has happened." Su Jiaojiao's heart sank. Was there trouble at home? The servant's eyes brimmed with tears as he reported, "Last night, the young master was detained by the Su family, and the lord and lady went to ransom him, but were also captured. I barely escaped from the Su residence." The Su residence? Which Su family? Why detain people? The Su residence of the Jiangnan military governor. It is said that the young master struck the heir of the Su family, and they brazenly threatened to annihilate the entire Su household, casting them into a mass grave. Furious, Su Jiaojiao slammed her hand on the table, trembling with rage. What an audacious governor of Jingnan! Not even the king of heaven would dare to wield punishment so arbitrarily. "Come, we shall head to the Su residence." The young servant, Terrified, exclaimed, "Miss, you mustn't. The Su family is not to be trifled with. They have guards and powerful allies. If you go, it will be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den." Su Jiaojiao called out loudly, "Jiangba, Jiao, where are my shadow guards?" Suddenly, two figures clad in black descended, revealing themselves as Jiang San and Jiang Si. Jiang San said, "Jiangba and Jiao are still recuperating. We shall protect you for the time being." "How many of you are there?" she inquired. "Besides the two of us, there are 4 more," Jiang San replied. "I intend to strike at the Su residence. Will you assist me?" Jiang San hesitated, and Jiang Si stated, "Our sole responsibility is to safeguard the young lady." Su Jiao sneered, "So, you only intervene when I am attacked? If I dare to retaliate, you merely observe?" "The subordinates of Song Chi are truly as cold and rational as he is," Kailei remarked. "Miss, if you confront the Su family, you will surely be beaten, and that is when they will take action." Jiang San remained silent. Precisely. "I must save my family, even if the heavens themselves were to collapse." "Kailei, let us go." Jiang Si sighed and was about to follow when Jiang San grasped his arm. "You must report this matter immediately to the prince. It concerns the governor of Jiangnan and the political landscape. The prince will likely not side with Miss Su." Ah, the trials of being a shadow guard are indeed formidable. Chapter 68. A taste of the master. Su Jiaojiao grasped an iron rod, while Kailei clutched a pair of scissors, and a young servant was unceremoniously handed a shovel. The group, filled with righteous indignation, made their way towards the Su residence. The grandeur of the Su manor was evident, a clear testament to its noble lineage. As Su Jiaojiao jogged closer, a light sheen of sweat glistened upon her brow. She turned to Kailei and inquired, "Are you afraid?" With resolute confidence, Kailei replied, "Not at all." Yet, as he spoke, he unconsciously retreated, inching further back until he found himself at the rear of the group. Su Jiaojiao approached the imposing gates of the Su estate and boldly proclaimed, "Open the door. I have come seeking trouble. Let us engage in a true contest of strength. If there are any left, come forth." The gates swung open, and a dozen robust guards surged forth, wielding military clubs, their visages fierce and menacing. Upon noticing that the audacious voice belonged to a delicate young woman, strikingly beautiful and as graceful as a willow swaying in the breeze, they were momentarily taken aback. With a swing of her rod, Su Jiaojiao taunted, "Pathetic fools! If you dare, strike me down. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to a state of neither man nor woman." The guards, incensed by her boldness, resolved to teach her a lesson. A particularly sprightly youth called out, "Don't kill her. Let me have a taste first." Just then, Jiang San and a few shadowy allies descended from above. He swiftly kicked the audacious young man away, and with no hesitation, he stomped down on his groin. "Taste? Allow me to render you incapacitated first." The young man let out a blood-curdling scream, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to the pain. Kailei, sensing the chaos, had already retreated to a safe distance, brandishing the scissors and cheering, "Jiang San, finish her off. Over here, here. Spin kick. Well done, miss." The shadowy allies, all highly skilled, dispatched the ordinary guards with remarkable ease, akin to husking corn. Jiang San, in particular, was able to send 3 men flying with a single kick. Soon, the guards lay scattered on the ground, groaning and unable to rise. Su Jiaojiao, brandishing her iron rod like a leader of a band of beggars, issued a spirited command. "Forward, let us storm inside." However, upon glancing back, she found only a timid young servant trailing behind, with Kailei still grinning from afar. After dispatching the guards, the shadowy figures vanished into thin air. Su Jiaojiao, iron rod in hand, hastened into the Su estate. As she navigated through the estate, guards continued to emerge to obstruct her path. Yet Jiang San was always there, promptly neutralizing the threats before disappearing again. Growing increasingly exasperated, Su Jiaojiao yanked Jiang San's clothing, exclaiming, "You are not a star. Stay by my side." Kailei chimed in from behind, "Indeed, it is time to test your loyalty." Jiang San retorted, "Kailei, how do you have the audacity to speak of loyalty?" The group pressed on, engaging in battle as they made their way toward the rear courtyard. Upon arrival, They witnessed Su Hao fiercely striking Su Quan, who lay bloodied and motionless on the ground. Jiao Guan. Su Jiaojiao's heart ached as her eyes filled with tears. Her mind blank with fear and urgency as she sprinted forward with all her might. In her heart, there was but one thought. That was her brother, her own brother. Wielding an iron rod, he struck Su Hao's arm fiercely. Su Hao cried out in agony, staggering backwards, clutching his arm and trembling all over. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Mother, help me. Su Jiao rushed to Su Quan's side, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Little Quan? Little Quan, sister is here. Respond to me. Jiang San checked Su Quan's breath. He was not yet dead. Su Jiao grabbed Jiang San's sleeve, her tone filled with desperation. Jiang San, take him away first. Go find a doctor. Jiang San maintained a stern expression. I have been ordered to protect the young lady. Take him away first. I'm afraid my brother won't hold on. Please, Jiang San, take him away. I beg you. Jiang San hesitated, looking at Su Jiao's bloodshot eyes, his heart quivering slightly. He nodded slightly and lifted the bleeding Su Quan. Ever since he met Su Jiao, she had always appeared cunning, confident, and proud. This was the first time he saw her so frantic and disheveled. Su Jiao choked back her tears. Jiang San, thank you. Take him to Lin Qingyuan. He is highly skilled in medicine and will do his utmost. Jiang San's pupils contracted. Without uttering a word, he utilized his lightness skill and soared into the air with Su Quan in his arms. Luo Shi was sitting in a high-backed chair, arrogantly enjoying the execution scene, when a group of people suddenly burst in, injuring her son and taking Su Quan away. She was momentarily stunned, then reacted, shouting at the steward, "What is happening? How they break in? Guards! Beat them fiercely! Kill these wretches!" Dozens of guards emerged, attacking Su Jiao and the others. The remaining 4 hidden guards surrounded Su Jiao, ruthlessly dealing with the attackers. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jiao untied her mother-s bonds. Chun Shi's face was bruised, swollen beyond recognition. Having fainted from the anguish of seeing her son beaten, she had just regained consciousness. Upon seeing her daughter, she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Jiao, you have finally come. Your brother is going to be beaten to death. Hurry and save him. Su Jiao fought back her tears. Her eyes red as she reassured her, brother has been rescued. He will be fine. Mother, do not be afraid. I will take you both home. Kailei firmly pinched Su Dongyang's philtrum, rousing him from his stupor. His large eyes, hazy, scanned the surroundings, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, "My son." Kailei helped him up. "Sir, don't cry. Escaping is our priority." Su Dongyang sniffled, his swollen lips making it difficult to speak clearly. "What about Su Quan? How is he?" "He has been rescued. Don't worry." Upon seeing Su Jiao, Su Dongyang found his anchor, immediately resembling a wronged little wife, leaning toward his daughter and whimpering, Jiao, your father and mother are in such dire straits. They want to kill us all." Su Jiao had never seen her father in such a pitiful state, so unrecognizable that it pained her heart. "Father, are you hurt? Is it a bone injury?" Su Dongyang shook his head in exasperation, lamenting the brutal onslaught they were enduring, lamenting the plight of being mere merchants. His entire body ached, his face marred, and his hands swollen. He cried out in despair. Despite having only 4 shadow guards, their combat prowess was formidable, successfully vanquishing all the defenders of the Su residence. They stood resolutely, slightly panting, protecting Su Jiao with unwavering resolve. Left Clan was utterly taken aback, retreating while feigning bravado, exclaiming, "I warn you not to act recklessly. This is the Su residence, and my husband is Su Zhuang, the governor of Jiangnan. Should you dare to harm us, my husband will not let you go lightly." As Su Jiao recalled her brother's tragic state and the injuries suffered by her parents, a searing pain gripped her heart. She urged herself to remain calm, yet could not suppress the vengeful fury brewing within her. Chapter 69. Reduce you all to ashes, she was never a virtuous person, let alone a saint. With her family suffering such great injustices, calmness was the last thing on her mind. Su Jiao coldly demanded, "Why did you strike my family? Why did you harm my brother?" Zhua sure nervously swallowed hard, struggling to maintain her composure, her voice trembling slightly. Who allowed him to injure my son? You are nothing but a fallen, lowly merchant, mere dust upon the earth, unworthy even to serve as my son's servant. Yet you dare to harm a precious child of the Su family? You deserve this. Deserve it. Su Jiaojiao's teeth clenched in fury. We are all human. All lives hold equal value. Where is this distinction of nobility and lowliness? Even in conflicts among classmates, fairness should prevail. What right does your Su family have to set up a court for yourselves and enact your own punishments? Regaining his composure, Su Hao arrogantly shouted, Mother, stop wasting words with these lowly people. This woman dared to strike me. I will strip her bare and hang her up to suffer. Let my father slaughter the entire Su family. The guards of the Su residence lay defeated, and Zhua Shi felt a pang of panic, silently chastising her son for his reckless tongue. Su Jiaojiao's long eyelashes drooped momentarily, but when she lifted her gaze again, it was filled with a fierce determination. At such a tender age, to be so brutal. Allow me to teach you how to behave in society. With that, she picked up the stick that Su Hao had discarded, a cold smile gracing her lips as she advanced step by step toward him. What are you doing? I am the son of the military governor of Jiangnan. If you lay a finger on me, your father will have you torn to pieces. The threat of dismemberment was a matter for another time. For now, she sought revenge for her brother. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. With that, she summoned her strength and began to rain blows upon Su Hao. It hurts. Mother, save me. It hurts so much. Help. Su Hao writhed on the ground like a worm, while Su Jiao gritted her teeth and continued to strike. Zhua Shi, heartbroken, cried out, Let my son go. Someone, protect the young master. Yet, apart from the pale-faced old steward beside her, no one dared to intervene. Zhua Shi wept bitterly. Heavenly Lord, is there no law left? In broad daylight, someone dares to commit murder. For hidden guards stood by Su Jiaojiao, watching in astonishment as the usually delicate girl transformed into a figure of wrath. Only when she had exhausted herself, and Su Hao lay motionless, did Su Jiao finally pause, panting heavily. Kaylay tugged at the hem of her garment, softly urging, Miss, it's enough. We should retreat quickly. Su Jiao smirked. It's not over yet. Kaylay, with the stick, now aimed at the weeping Zhua Shi. The latter trembled, a breath caught in her throat, her cries forgotten as she instinctively recoiled. What are you doing? I am the wife of a high-ranking official. If you harm me, the court will punish you severely. Su Jiao approached Zhua Shi, mockingly asking, Are you afraid? Did you consider this moment when you allowed others to harm my parents? With that, she raised the stick and struck Zhua Shi indiscriminately, the latter's screams piercing the air like the wails of a slaughtered pig. After striking several times, Su Jiaojiao's hand was seized by Chen Shi. Overcome with rage, Su Jiaojiao turned her head in a daze, locking eyes with her mother. Chen Shi shook her head, pleading, Enough, let us go home. Feeling her heart soften, Su Jiaojiao dropped the stick with a clatter, nodding gently and responding, All right, we shall return home as you wish. Supporting Chen Shi as they walked out, her heart was heavy with thoughts of how to navigate the future. The governor of Jiangnan was not an ordinary figure. He was a powerful official tasked with guarding a region, someone whom the court regarded with great esteem. The vendetta had been satisfied, and her hatred quelled. Yet the outlook remained grim. She needed to expedite the departure of her family from Linen, to conceal their identities. As for herself, with Song Chi present, escape was not an option. She might as well remain. If Song Chi was willing to protect her, she would accept her punishment, for it would assure her a chance at survival. Should Song Chi choose not to safeguard her, she would bear all the consequences alone. At worst, death could lead her back to the modern world. In a fleeting moment, numerous thoughts coursed through Su Jiaojiao's mind. Ah, my son. Someone, fetch a doctor. Behind her, the faint sounds of Zhua Shi's cries echoed. Surrounded by 4 shadowy guards, they exited the gates of the Su residence. Suddenly, a guard reported, It was them. They injured us and forcibly invaded the estate. Su Jiaojiao looked up to see the entrance of the Su residence encircled by numerous soldiers, a robust man in his 30s, confidently mounted on a tall steed. Dressed in military attire with soft armor, wielding a spiked club, he glared fiercely with wide eyes, emanating an intimidating aura. He fixed his gaze upon Su Jiaojiao, bellowing, "Who dares to breach my Su residence?" Su Jiaojiao had surmised his identity and whispered instructions to the two shadowy guards. "Take my parents away first, leave two to protect me." The four guards were taken aback, uncertain whether to comply. "Giriting hatit," Su Jiaojiao insisted. "You must do as I say, or I shall take my own life right here." Then she boldly declared, "I am Su Jiaojiao, of the merchant Su family. I stormed the Su residence to rescue my brother, who has been unlawfully bound and beaten by your household." Su Zhuguang dismounted, his voice low and menacing. "A mere merchant dares to invade my estate? You possess quite the audacity." His gaze bore down on Su Jiaojiao with unbridled contempt. Zhua, sure, supported by the steward, stumbled out, wailing, "My lord, you have returned. Quickly apprehend these wretches. Our Howard has been beaten to a pulp, and I have been harmed as well. My lord, please uphold justice for us." "What?" Su Zhuguang, who cherished his youngest son as a precious gem, contorted his face with fury upon hearing this, his wrath palpable. "If you touch my Howard, none of you shall escape. I will flay you alive and crush your bones, ripping out your hearts and livers. Guards, seize them all." Su Jiaojiao shouted, "Take my parents away. Quickly." The two shadowy guards hoisted Su's parents into the air. Su Zhuguang reacted swiftly, barking orders, "Archers, fire." Countless arrows soared into the air, resembling a torrential rain of projectiles. Fortunately, the two shadow guards, possessing formidable martial prowess and agility, vanished from sight in a matter of leaps. Su Zhuguang, unwilling to relent, raised his hand to issue a command to pursue relentlessly. They must be captured, regardless of the cost. Upon concluding his orders, he turned his gaze menacingly towards Su Jiaojiao, clenching his fists, threatening, "Should anything happen to my son, I shall reduce you all to ashes." Su Jiaojiao felt her limbs turn cold, experiencing for the first time the palpable scent of death. Kale, trembling with fear, withdrew into Su Jiaojiao's shadow, his calves quaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jiangxi swiftly returned to the governor's mansion, searching in vain for Song Ji. According to Governor Niu, the prince had gone to inspect the Southern Tiger Army camp. Jiangxi, in a state of desperation, dared not pause and swiftly set off towards the military encampment outside the city. Chapter 70. All right, no more fighting. We surrender within the confines of the Southern Tiger Army camp. Song Chi stood upon the commanding platform, passionately addressing the soldiers, his fervor igniting the hearts of many. Just as he reached a pivotal moment in his speech, he noticed a commotion among the ranks, and before he could comprehend the situation, Jiangxi had knelt before him. "Your Highness, urgent news." Jiangxi gasped, his voice strained, drenched in sweat, his pallor alarming. Song Chi hesitated momentarily, according to his principles. Any interruption during such critical moments warranted military discipline. No one was permitted to disrupt his discourse. Affairs, particularly those of state, must be pursued with dedication and completion. However, upon seeing Jiangxi, his thoughts immediately turned to Su Jiaojiao. Addressing the assembly of silent generals, he inquired in a grave tone, "What is it? Speak swiftly." "Miss Su's parents and brother have been captured and assaulted by Su's family, the military governor of Jiangnan. Miss Su has gone to Su's residence to rescue them." A wave of unease washed over Song Chi at the mention of the Su family. Suddenly, he recalled his elder sister-in-law's words from the previous night, a foreboding sensation tightening around his heart. Could it be that the individual who had clashed with Su Zhuguang's son was his brother-in-law, Su Quan? The Su residence was notorious for harboring numerous guards, known for their arrogance and reckless behavior. If Su Jiaojiao were to confront them seeking rescue, the outcome could be dire. The valley winds rustled his robes as countless soldiers stood impeccably still, their eyes fixed upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Chi descended the platform, abandoning his speech and any further instructions, hastening towards the exit. Xu Yinchuan, filled with frustration, swiftly caught up, indignantly exclaiming, "Junlan, what are you doing?" Heading to the Su residence, Xu Yinchuan seized Song Chi's arm, fixing him with an intense gaze. You're rushing to assist Su Jiaojiao, aren't you? Is there an alternative? Shu Yinchuan let out a derisive laugh. Song Junlan. That is the Su residence, the abode of Su Zhuguang, the military governor of Jiangnan. And what of it? Do not feign ignorance. Su Zhuguang is currently under the scrutiny of the court, wielding significant military power and resources. Whom he aligns with is of utmost consequence. You are well aware of this. Song Qizheng pushed his hand away, his expression darkening. Yet, I cannot allow my woman to suffer. Shu Yinchuan obstructed him once more. Typically, your indecision might be tolerable, but this is not the time. The stability of the realm hangs in the balance. Desperation surged within Song Qizheng as he narrowed his eyes. Step aside. Junlan, I received news yesterday that Su Zhuguang returned early. Song Qizheng inhaled deeply. If all goes according to plan, he will enter Linen City today. This means your arrival coincides with an imminent confrontation with Su Zhuguang. Is this truly your intention? Song Qizheng lowered his gaze, lost in silent contemplation. Shu Yinchuan softened his tone, continuing to counsel him. Junlan, every matter has its priorities, and one must make choices. A man of ambition must look beyond personal sentiments, especially given your current standing. Moreover, you have previously stated that Su Jiaojiao is merely a fleeting companion. Why risk enmity with Su Zhuguang over her? Now, our objective is to win over Su Zhuguang, rather than to push him towards a court. Song Ji slowly lifted his gaze, his desolate eyes casting into the distance as he softly remarked, I comprehend all that you have said. There is no need for further words. Pushing aside Shu Yinchuan's hand, he swiftly mounted his horse, cracking the whip with vigor, urging the steed into a gallop. Countless guards hastily followed suit, mounting their steeds in quick succession. Just as Jiang Hui had climbed onto his horse, Shu Yinchuan grasped his belt, exclaiming, Take me with you. Did you not arrive in a carriage? Shu Yinchuan's expression darkened. I am concerned for Junlan. I fear that upon seeing that enchantress, he will immediately turn against us. Let's depart. After Jiang San had left Su's residence with Su Quan in his arms, he hesitated several times along the way, ultimately heading straight to Jishir Hall. Is Dr. Lin available? Lin Xiaohe did not lift her head, casually responding, You must queue for a consultation. No cutting in line. Su Quan, unconscious in Jiang San's embrace, remembered the cold sweat trickling down and shouted, The patient is Su Jiaojiao's brother. An emergency. He requires immediate assistance. Instantly, a clattering sound emerged from the consultation room, and in the next moment, Lin Qingyuan rushed out in a state of urgency. Who? Jiao Jiao's brother? Jiang San nodded. He has been beaten into unconsciousness. Miss Su specifically sent me to seek your aid. Lin Qingyuan brushed aside the boy's tousled hair, inhaling sharply. Indeed, it is Su Quan. Quickly, carry him to the back room. All the patients waiting to be seen were abandoned. Even Lin Xiaohe rushed to the backyard to assist, surrounding Su Quan with concern. Su Quan's breath was faint and perilous. Lin Qingyuan pride opened his tightly shut mouth with chopsticks. Jiang San cradled Su Quan, and with the help of several others, they managed to pour a steaming bowl of revitalizing soup down his throat. Following this, they set the broken bones and secured them. Acupuncture was administered to invigorate the blood vessels, while Lin Xiaohe applied ointment to the bruises covering Su Quan's body. After a flurry of activity, as Su Quan's condition stabilized somewhat, Lin Qingyuan finally found a moment to inquire. What has transpired? Where is Jiao Jiao? Jiang San briefly recounted the situation, and with each word, Lin Qingyuan's complexion grew graver, his hands beginning to tremble as he anxiously asked, Could Jiao Jiao be in danger? Should we not go to her aid? Observing that Su Quan's complexion had improved slightly, Jiang San coldly replied, Dr. Lin, in the realm of intrigue, it would be prudent for you to refer to Miss Su as Su Gunyang. This will be beneficial for both you and her. Lin Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, yet he remained silent. Jiang San continued, Since Miss Su trusts you enough to send Su Quan here, your duty is to care for him. I must now go protect Miss Su. With that, without waiting for Lin Qingyuan to respond, he turned and left in haste. Lin Qingyuan felt a tumult of anxiety within, as if a resolution had formed in his heart. he narrowed his eyes and murmured, "I fear Jiao Jiao may be in danger. Immediately give me." "Brother." Lin Xiaohe firmly grasped his shoulder, slowly shaking her head. "Brother, steady yourself. A moment's impatience could ruin the grand plan." Lin Xingyin glanced at Su Quan, his heart in disarray, and firmly closed his eyes, his hands trembling slightly from the effort of restraint. Before Su's residence, the last two shadow guards stood resolutely by Su Jiaojiao's side, while Kalu and the young servant remained hidden behind. Su Zhuguang pointed his Wolfang club menacingly at Su Jiaojiao and bellowed, "Seize these wretches." Instantly, the two shadow guards drew their swords, ready to confront the outside threat. "We vow to protect Miss Su with our lives, fighting until our last breath," they declared. Su Jiaojiao felt a surge of emotion, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "This is a losing battle. Let us not engage in such futile strife. Surrender. For your own sake." How could she bear to witness the unnecessary sacrifice of her loyal guards? "Miss Su, heed my words. Knowing we cannot win, let us refrain from fighting. I am grateful for your unwavering protection." Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar, raising clouds of dust as countless armed guards on horseback surged forward, encircling Su Zhuguang's soldiers. "Lord Su, it has been a long time," a clear and resonant voice called out. As the dust settled, amidst the forest of swords and blades, a strikingly charismatic man emerged, his flowing black hair billowing in the wind, and his deep, sea-like eyes captivating all. Chapter 71. My wise and understanding Jiao Jiao, beneath the blazing sun, Song Chi, mounted on a white steed, appeared strikingly handsome, radiating an air of authority. Clad in a resplendent robe, he possessed a tall and elegant stature, resembling a cultured scholar at first glance. Yet, the formidable aura surrounding him exuded an undeniable pressure. His gaze was deep and tranquil, seemingly composed and aloof. However, it darkened momentarily as it swept over Su Jiaojiao. To his surprise, he realized it was indeed Lord Su, who had left his post in Zhou to arrive in linen. With an upright posture, Song Chi spoke coldly, remaining seated on his horse without dismounting. Su Zhuguang was momentarily taken aback, hastily stepping forward to bow, greeting the governor with respect. He bent slightly, waiting for Song Chi's response, but was met with silence, his brow furrowing in confusion until he finally heard the leisurely words escape Song Chi's lips. "No need for excessive formalities." Standing upright, Su Zhuguang sensed the Jiangnan King's demeanor toward him was rather unfriendly. "I have just arrived in linen today, as my mother's Memorial Day approaches, necessitating my return from Zhou." Shu Yinchuan, embracing Jiang Hui's waist, lagged slightly behind before hastily dismounting, disregarding the dizziness from the ride, and approached Su Zhuguang with a warm smile, clasping his fists in greeting. "Lord Su, it has been a long time. You still carry yourself with the same gallant spirit." "Indeed, it is an honor to see you, Mr. Shu," Su Zhuguang replied with polite formality. "I am fortunate that upon my return to linen, I encounter both the prince and Mr. Shu." With an ethereal demeanor and a cheerful disposition, Shu Yinchuan continued, "Lord Su, you must be weary from your journey. Do seek rest at the estate. On another day, allow me to treat you to a drink and offer you a warm welcome." "Thank you, Mr. Shu," Su Zhuguang acknowledged. As Shu Yinchuan turned away, his smile instantly vanished, and he shot a fierce glare at Song Chi, gritting his teeth as he urged, "Your Highness, there are still official matters to attend to at the governor's office. Let us proceed swiftly." This was a clear hint for Song Chi to refrain from meddling, as he flicked his sleeves and departed as if indifferent to the situation. Su Zhuguang raised his gaze, fixing it directly on Song Chi as the military governor of Jiangnan. His domain fell under the jurisdiction of the Jiangnan king, who commanded him as a formidable general. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Jiangnan king's demeanor toward him today was notably cold and distant compared to previous encounters. Before he could dismiss the thought, it was starkly validated when Song Chi, who was expected to ride away, unexpectedly dismounted. Shu Yunchuan's eyelids twitched violently, his teeth nearly grinding. As he leaned closer to Song Chi, his smile more painful than a frown, whispering, "Remain calm, Junlan, do not act impulsively. Song Chi, with hands clasped behind his back, walked forward with an elegant and statuesque presence, lifting his eyelids slowly to inquire, Lord Su, what is the reason for your predatory gaze upon this young lady? Su Zhuguan cast a suspicious glance at Su Jiaojiao, who remained eerily composed, her lips pressed together in silence as she lowered her gaze. Oh, your highness, this woman intruded upon my home with intent to harm, severely injuring my son and assaulting my wife. Such blatant disregard for the law cannot be tolerated. I was about to apprehend her and deliver just punishment. A cold smile graced Song Chi's lips as he stepped closer to the girl, suddenly reaching out to gently lift Su Jiaojiao's chin. She met his gaze, her watery eyes clear and unyielding. The man exhaled softly, brushing the dust from her face. Under Su Zhuguan's incredulous gaze, he smiled faintly and said, how could I not know that my Jiao Jiao possesses such capabilities? The mention of my Jiao Jiao not only astonished Su Zhuguan, but also infuriated Shu Yunchuan, who could only roll his eyes in response. Were it not for his overly refined persona, he would have been tempted to stomp his foot in frustration. Su Zhuguan furrowed his brow slightly, concealing his thoughts. What? Does the prince know this woman? Song Ji feigned ignorance, gently grasping Su Jiaojiao's small hand, examining her palm with patience, and remarked, look at you. Your hands are dirty. If there has something to be done, let the guards handle it, or send word to me. Is it necessary for you to come running? Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Song Ji's intent. Since their acquaintance, she had known him to be consistently clear-headed and rational in matters of governance. A quintessential elite of ancient nobility, with power and authority reigning supreme. She was merely a distraction for him. How could he possibly jeopardize his relationship with the governor of Jiangnan for her? He was not a foolish, incompetent dandy. Seeing the woman lost in thought, Song Ji let out a soft chuckle, his laughter imbued with unspoken affection, lightly tapping her nose and asking, what's wrong? Are you frightened? You are usually so well-behaved and sensible. You would never cause trouble without reason. Why have you come to Su's residence today? At the mention of being well-behaved, both Kalu and Jiang Hui trembled slightly. Shu Yinchuan had already discerned Song Ji's stance on the matter, shaking with indignation, desperately clutching Jiang Hui's belt to steady himself. Regaining her composure, Su Jiaojiao spoke with a tone of grievance. It truly concerns the life and death of my family. In my haste, I forgot to inform you and came to rescue them first. I had no idea there were still those bold enough to bully Jiao Jiao's family. She took the man's hand, shaking it gently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. My brother had a minor disagreement with young Master Su at the academy. Out of maternal concern, Madame Su captured both my brother and my parents to the Su residence and subjected them to a beating. If I had arrived, even a moment later, my poor brother would have been lost to you, my prince. As Su Jiaojiao lamented, Su Zhuguan's expression darkened with increasing displeasure. Just as he was about to retort, he heard the king of Jiangnan voice his discontent. What? My brother-in-law is unharmed, is he? The term brother-in-law stunned everyone present, including Su Jiaojiao, who was momentarily at a loss. As an outsider, she held no status even as a concubine. Only the princess's brother could be considered the prince's legitimate brother-in-law. I sent Jiang San to take him for treatment. His fate hangs in the balance. Song Ji suddenly turned, emanating an imposing aura, glaring at Su Zhuguan and demanding, Su Darren, your family has severely injured my brother-in-law. How shall we settle this account? Su Zhuguan, cunning and slippery, feigned shock, exclaiming, I was unaware that the prince had married. Is this lady the princess? Unable to contain herself, Zhui sneered. What princess? You are mistaken, my lord. This young lady from the Su family is merely the prince's concubine. Su Zhuguang and his wife exchanged knowing glances, dismissing the notion. Certainly, you have erred. A concubine? How could the prince refer to her as a younger brother? Zhui scoffed. The entire city of Linen is aware that the merchant's daughter from the Su family serves as a concubine to the prince. With her standing, is it conceivable that she could marry the prince and become a princess? Su Zhuguang nodded, feigning realization, and turned to Song Chi with a composed smile. It seems I have misjudged the situation. Clearly, the prince is playing a jest upon me. Song Chi did not smile. He merely curled the corners of his lips faintly. He extended his arm, drawing the petite woman into his embrace, his tone resolute. Jiao Jiao. Let us return home. Chapter 72. Keeping the Su family behind, Su Zhuoguang's face twitched, his fierce eyes narrowing as he stepped forward to block Song Chi's path. Your Highness, he raised his voice. My wife and children shall not suffer in vain. I demand to take this person with me. Su Zhuoguang's firmness was no longer concealed. Song Chi offered a grim smile. Su Darren, are you attempting to seize someone from my hands? If she were truly a consort of mine, I would not dare to contest. However, she is merely a concubine and does not hold any significant standing. I dare to beseech your highness that my wife and children should not have to endure such grievances. Shu Yinchuan could no longer contain himself. He chuckled awkwardly and advised, Indeed, your highness, no matter how favored you are towards Miss Su, Su Darren's face must be considered. Mistakes must be met with accountability. Please allow Su Darren to take her. Song Chi maintained an unruffled demeanor, his expression serene as he gently patted the woman's shoulder, expressing his disappointment. How unfortunate. I cannot bear to be separated from Jiao Jiao, even for a day. Without her by my side, I find it impossible to sleep. Su Dazhen, as a loyal minister, I am certain you would be concerned for my well-being and understand my predicament. Su Zhuoguang's complexion darkened abruptly, his teeth grinding audibly, fists clenched tightly. Your Highness, are you truly willing to trample the dignity of this governor beneath the feet of a mere concubine? Song Chi met his gaze head-on, unwavering and sharp. In truth, your family holds no grounds here. I shall not pursue the matter of your brother-in-law's grievous injury any further. Let this matter be settled. Su Zhuoguang could no longer contain his rage, shouting, The life of a merchant is not comparable to that of my son. Your Highness, do not fault this governor for being obstinate. If the Su family is not punished today, how can I face my soldiers? I am utterly devoted to you, Your Highness. I implore you to reconsider, lest you chill the hearts of your subordinates. His words bordered on a threat. Cold sweat dripped down Shu Yunchuan's back, his hands trembling. He whispered urgently, Junlan, please give the governor some face. Su Jiaojiao, glancing back and forth between Song Chi and Su Zhuoguang, had come to understand Su Zhuoguang's strength. Why should she, an ordinary person, cause such trouble for Song Chi? The consequences of her actions were hers alone to bear. Resolutely, Su Jiaojiao stepped out of the man's embrace, boldly declaring, Very well, I shall remain. Su Fiao. Song Chi ground her name through clenched teeth, glaring fiercely at her. In the next moment, he forcefully pulled her back into his arms, holding her tightly. Despite the standoff with Su Zhuoguang, it was this declaration from Su Jiaojiao that ignited a tempest within him, his chest heaving, his face darkening ominously. With a fierce glare directed at Su Zhuoguang, he had lost all patience, declaring with an air of dominance, Su Zhuoguang, she is someone I must take with me. If you wish to challenge me, then come forth. I shall be waiting. Shu Yinchuan, in a fit of exasperation, cried out, Song Junlan you? Oh, how he wished to bang his head against a wall, to tear his hair out, to escape it all. Indeed, Su Zhuoguang was instantly consumed by rage. Seizing the wolf's tooth club from the hand of his attendant without a moment's hesitation, and swiftly aimed a strike at Su Jiaojiao's head. Song Ji's eyes flickered, and he quickly maneuvered to shield the woman behind him, delivering a fierce kick. The sound of the club whistling through the air was followed by a resounding thud as it flew several paces away, crashing heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, all the guards raised their weapons, advancing towards Su Zhuoguang and his entourage. Su Zhuoguang's eyes widened in fury. Jiangnan King, you are crossing the line. Song Ji, cradling the woman, mounted his horse with a contemptuous smile, and what of it? With that, he yanked the reins and galloped away. Su Zhuoguang was nearly apoplectic, breathing heavily, his fists clenched tightly. Shu Yunchuan, wearing a pained expression, advised, Lord Su, do not let anger consume you. Harming your health serves no one. Our Lord is merely bewitched. I shall surely persuade him upon our return and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Even he could scarcely believe his own words. If he could sway Song Ji, he would not be a strategist, but rather the ancestor of Song Junlan, given Song Junlan's obstinate nature. Not even his ancestors could prevail over him. Alas, What a predicament for a strategist to find himself in. Ku Lu stood dumbfounded, while Jiang Hui, filled with disdain, approached and grasped her by the nape of her neck, urging her forward. What are you dawdling for? Are you leaving yourself as a snack for them? Only then did Ku Lu snap back to reality, patting his arm. Let go, let go. You'll break my neck. Jiang Hui patted the horse's back. Hurry up and mount. In moments of flight, Ku Lu never hesitated, swiftly climbing the stirrup to mount. I'm coming, I'm coming. Yet, after several attempts, she still could not manage to get on. Jiang Hui's impatience grew. Look at you getting so plump. With that, he grasped her waist with one hand and lifted her behind with the other, straining to hoist her onto the horse before mounting himself and hastily riding away. Shu Yinchuan was left bewildered. What about me? Am I to be disregarded? Have you not noticed that a rather important person is missing? As the group hurried back to the governor's residence, Song Ji's expression was dark and brooding. Su Fiao, feeling apologetic, said, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. This trouble was truly not of her making. Song Ji jabbed a finger at her forehead, his composure lost in frustration. Su Jiaojiao, what was that earlier? Why did you feel the need to assert your strength? Do you not trust that I can protect you? Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. How could he be upset over this? A flicker of emotion welled up within her, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, Thank you for today. Song Ji paused momentarily, then pulled her into his embrace, burying his face in her neck. You silly girl, you must not put yourself in danger again. If something were to happen to you, how could you what? Su Jiaojiao looked up at him, perplexed. Song Ji's expression stiffened, hesitating before awkwardly responding, How could I find another woman to share my bed who would satisfy me as you do? Su Jiaojiao leaps reached. Thus, this man was undeniably unlovable. Oh, Jiao Jiao, I'm so relieved you're safe. Where is Quan Er? Behind them, a faint sound of weeping emerged. Song Chi and Su Jiao turned to look, and Song Chi was momentarily taken aback. Who is this person? Su Jiao reassured. Father, my brother's receiving treatment at Jishir Hall. Rest easy and go reduce that swelling on your face. Song Chi thought to himself, is this truly the refined and handsome father-in-law he remembers? His face was swollen like a pig's head. It was rather unkind to want to laugh, but in the next moment, another thought crossed his mind, and his handsome visage darkened. You sent Su Quan to Jishir Hall? He scoffed inwardly, realizing it was indeed in critical moments that true feelings emerged. Still so preoccupied with Lin Qingyuan, Su Jiao cast a glance at the man's greenish complexion and helplessly explained, in Linen City, Lin Qingyuan's medical skills are unparalleled. My brother's life hangs in the balance. Naturally, I must choose the best physician. The man gazed skyward, downing a bowl of aged vinegar. Indeed, this way, she could seize the opportunity to see her dashing former fiancé while visiting her brother. Su Danyang, noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, felt intimidated by the prince and quietly retreated to his guest room. Chapter 73. A bowl of aged vinegar when Shu Yinchuan returned to the governor's residence. His face bore an ashen hue, and his pristine robe billowed with indignation. Song Junlan, upon entering, Shu Yinchuan erupted. What on earth were you thinking today? Just a few days ago, we discussed the need to win over Su Zhuguang, yet now you appear utterly dazed. He is no ordinary official. He commands a formidable military force as a regional governor. Moreover, he controls 2 major iron mines. And what is iron? It is weaponry. Tell me, does a woman hold more significance than the realm and its governance? Besides, there are countless women. It is not imperative to have Su Jiaojiao. Why the outrage? Song Chi leisurely sipped his tea, stating, at present, she is indispensable. Shu Yunchuan's frustration surged before her. Did you not live well for 26 years? Song Chi raised an eyebrow, responding with composure. Indeed, it took 26 years to find her. Such a feat is truly remarkable. Shu Yunchuan's temples throbbed with vexation. While he simmered with anger, Song Junlan remained unfazed, relishing his tea. Why should he be so relaxed? In a huff, Shu Yunchuan seized the teapot, poured himself a cup, and defiantly gulped it down, only to, B50. He immediately spat the scalding liquid, his tongue ablaze. How hot? You just added hot water, and didn't tea say a word? Woe is me. Everyone is against me, even the tea. frustrated to the point of tears. Shu Yinchuan slammed his fan on the table and sat down heavily opposite Song Chi, exasperatedly saying, "What shall we do now? You have directly opposed Su Jiaojiao. You have struck him a significant blow. He will undoubtedly harbor resentment. The moment he finds an ally at court, he may turn against us. Shangqi zipli guli. There is no need for you to elaborate. I have my own strategy." Shu Yunchuan's eyes brightened with hope. "Have you devised a way to win Su Jiaojiao over? Let me guess. Are you planning to present the entire Su family to him as a grand gesture?" Song Chi remained non-committal, savoring his tea. Shu Yinchuan felt a sense of relief and chuckled. "If so, that could work. Even if you manage to protect Su Jiaojiao, Su Jiaojiao will surely feel more at ease." Just then, Jiang entered to report, "Master, Miss Su has gone to Jishir Hall to visit her brother." Song Chi sprang to his feet, the previous air of leisure evaporating instantly, his handsome face now icy. "I knew it. Humph. Visiting her brother? I wonder whom she truly wishes to see." Shu Yinchuan beckoned. "Come, Junlan, let us discuss the subsequent arrangements." Before he could finish, Song Chi's tall figure had already exited the room. Shu Yinchuan hurried to the window, watching as Song Chi strode purposefully away, anxiously ordering, "Prepare my horse. She is at Jishir Hall. Why did you not stop her?" Shu Yunchuan, in a fit of anger, hurled his fan in frustration, lamenting that she was merely a woman, utterly lacking in ambition. What could she possibly achieve that others could not? Su Jiaojiao had arranged for a contingent of guards through Jiangsan, fearful of being targeted by Su Jiaojiao, and thus they set forth in grand procession to Jishitang. "Oh, since when did Jishitang have guards?" Jiangsan emerged, informing her that the prince had dispatched the Yulin army to protect Su Quan. Su Jiaojiao nodded in acknowledgement, marveling at Song Chi's meticulousness. Jiangsan led her into the courtyard, where Lin Xiaohe was sunning herbs. She nodded at Su Jiaojiao and called out, "Brother, Miss Su has arrived." No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Qingyun rushed out, his eyes brimming with longing and affection. "Jiao Jiao." Jiangsan cleared his throat. Lin Qingyuan's gaze was solely fixed on Su Jiaojiao, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Jiao Jiao, Xiao Quan is inside. Please go in." Jiangsan coughed again, ready to follow, but was blocked by Lin Xia. "The patient is quite weak and cannot tolerate too many visitors." Jiangsan was left exasperated. Su Jiaojiao, consumed with concern for her brother, hurried into the room and approached the bed. Upon seeing her brother covered in bruises, tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Qingyuan softly reassured her, "Do not fret. He is no longer in mortal danger. Fortunately, he was brought here in time. Had it been any later, even the greatest deities could not have saved him." Su Yaoshou hastily vipet hertivs. "Thank you, Qingyuan. Between us, there is no need for such formality. Why is he not yet awakened? I administered a sleeping powder. If he were to wake, the pain would be unbearable. Moreover, he is likely to develop a fever during the night. It is better for him to remain in slumber. Rest assured, I will stay by his side, caring for him through the night, administering fever-reducing broth should the need arise." Su Jiaojiao looked apologetically at the refined man. "This is too burdensome for you. Why not let me watch over him tonight while you take a moment to rest?" Lin Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with hope as he trembled. "It would be even better if you could stay. I will keep you company while we watch over Xiao Quan." The fervent affection in his gaze was unmistakable, causing Su Jiaojiao to feel a flutter of unease. She had not realized that Dr. Lin possessed such charm. Just then, a cold snort echoed from behind, and Song Chi entered with a stern countenance. Su Jiaojiao felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that the jealous man might act rashly against Lin Qingyuan. She quickly stepped forward to clarify, "Thanks to Dr. Lin's dedicated efforts, Xiao Quan has been saved. Without his care, the outcome would have been dire. Dr. Lin is an exceptional physician, and his tireless efforts on behalf of Su Quan are invaluable." Lin Qingyuan slowly rose to his feet, the smile fading from his face the moment Song Chi entered. He stood there composed, silently challenging Song Chi with his gaze. Song Chi stifled the pang of jealousy that threatened to overwhelm him and responded with a sardonic tone. "Oh, Dr. Lin is so attentive to my brother-in-law. I should indeed express my gratitude. How about a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold, along with 2 beauties to serve you, enhancing your every moment with fragrant companionship? Su Jiaojiao could only silently gasp at his words. Lin Xingyuan offered a faint smile, expressing his gratitude to the prince for his kind intentions. However, he humbly asserted that, as a mere commoner, he could not indulge in the princely lifestyle of having multiple wives and concubines. He had promised his beloved that she would be the sole recipient of his affections throughout his life. At that moment, Song Chi's expression darkened significantly. With a surge of irritation, he grasped Su Jiaojiao's hand, declaring that despite his elevated status, he upheld his integrity and had never been unfaithful, remaining devoted solely to Jiao Jiao. Lin Xingyuan retorted with a sardonic smile, suggesting that the prince's affection for his favored one was merely a fleeting whim, a superficial attraction to her physical beauty. In contrast, his own feelings ran deep as the ocean, cultivated through genuine and enduring admiration. Song Chi's fury erupted instantaneously, his temples pulsating with rage, and a menacing glint flickered in his eyes. Lin Xingyuan, it seemed, had an uncanny ability to provoke his ire. Perceiving the escalating tension, Su Jiaojiao intervened, sensing the potential for dire consequences. She hastily placed a hand on Song Chi's arm, urging him to return, stating, "Your Highness, I have also examined Su Quan. Let's depart." After several deep breaths, Song Chi managed to quell his rising wrath, his expression grim as he commanded. Jiang Yi and Jiang Er shall take turns attending to Su Quan. Jiang San, return to the storeroom and fetch the finest restorative medicines. Additionally, summon my imperial physician to attend to Su Quan. Su Jiaojiao quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Let's go." As they exited, Song Chi held Su Jiaojiao's hand, his demeanor somber. Lin Xingyuan's gaze lingered on Su Jiaojiao's retreating figure, rendering him momentarily speechless. Later that evening, the imperial physician who had been dispatched to examine Su Quan returned to report. "Your Highness, Dr. Lin possesses commendable medical skills and has treated Su Quan effectively. However—" "Yes? What is it?" "Unfortunately, Su Quan has sustained grave injuries from the beating, with multiple tendons in his leg severed. He may likely face permanent disability." Song Chi's brow furrowed deeply. Su Quan was merely 10 years old, a lively and spirited child. The thought of him becoming incapacitated was unbearable. After the physician departed, Shu Yun Chuan entered, his face alight with excitement. "Your Highness, fortune smiles upon us," he exclaimed, his smile widening. "You won't believe it. Su Zhuguang has just come seeking an audience." "Oh, what brings him here?" "It concerns his son, Su Hao, who was injured by Miss Su, resulting in a broken leg. It is said that conventional treatments have failed. He has learned that you possess a rare restorative pill and wishes to request it to mend his son's bones. In exchange, he is willing to offer 2 iron or mines." Song Chi narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. Who, indeed, would be the rightful recipient of such a precious restorative pill? Chapter 74. You are such a romantic in the flickering candlelight. Song Chi's handsome face appeared both illuminated and shadowed. His fingers silently tapped on the tabletop, lingering in silence. Shu Yunchuan furrowed his brow, unable to contain himself. "Junlan, what are you hesitating for? A single pill in exchange for 2 iron mines is an extraordinary bargain." Song Chi remained silent, his fingers continuing their rhythmic tapping. Su Zhuguang is waiting for a reply. "At least say something," Shu Yunchuan exclaimed, fanning himself with fervor. "This is a stroke of incredible fortune. Just think, Su Zhuguang dotes on his son excessively, guarding him like a precious gem. No one else would trade 2 iron mines for a mere pill." Song Chi paused, raising his gaze to reply calmly. "Su Quan's leg is also ruined." Shu Yinchuan was taken aback. He inhaled deeply, cautiously muttering, "Song Junlan, you cannot possibly intend to give such a precious pill to your concubine's brother merely to please her?" Song Chi offered no rebuttal. Anger surged within Shu Yinchuan. "Did you not say you wouldn't let a woman interfere with the larger picture? Yet your current choice is indeed affecting the larger picture. If Su Quan becomes a cripple, his life will be filled with suffering. His sister will be devastated." Shu Yinchuan struck his own head with the fan, exasperated. Let us reason this out. That invaluable pill given to Su Zhuguang could yield 2 iron mines. But if you give it to Su Quan, what do you gain? Tell me, what do you gain? Song Chi lowered his eyelashes, remaining mute. Yet his resolute demeanor sent a shiver down Shu Yunchuan's spine. Once he made up his mind, even the heavens could not sway him. Shu Yunchuan's lips trembled with rage. Foolish, irredeemable. Song Junlan, have you not realized? Su Jiaojiao holds no affection for you. Song Chi's breath hitched, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Shu Yunchuan continued with a cold laugh. No matter how well you treat her, how far you go for her, even if you offer her your very heart, she will not love you. Song Chi felt as though his heart was being sliced open. He shut his eyes. Enough, do not say more. I must speak. Shu Yunchuan retorted. I have held these words for far too long. You two are not meant for each other. This is all thanks to your own tyranny. There are countless wonderful women who admire you, yet you disregard them, choosing instead one who does not return your feelings and binding her to your side. You could have treated this as mere amusement, yet here you are, deeply entrenched and inextricable. Su Jiaojiao remains aloof, her heart hardened, yet you have become the ultimate romantic. Tell me, how foolish can you be? Enough. Song Chi snapped, eyes still closed, wearily gesturing for silence. I'm aware of my feelings. I am not infatuated with her. I believe you as much as I believe a ghost. You are so contradictory. Shu Yunchuan, infuriated, flung his robe and stormed out. Standing at the door, his anger grew, and he kicked the threshold with fervor. The threshold remained unscathed, but the pain made him grimace and limp away. That night, for safety, the Su couple stayed at the governor's residence. It has been heard that Su Quan is out of danger, and the prince has dispatched imperial physicians along with a generous supply of fine tonics, thus allowing the couple to finally breathe easy. Jiao Jiao, how has the prince treated you during these days? Chun inquired softly, her face nearly free of swelling. Su Jiaojiao poured tea for her parents and offered 2 plates of exquisite pastries. He treats me quite well. Rest assured, wherever I may be, I will not allow myself to be at a disadvantage. I am exceedingly happy every day. Truly. Shin glanced towards the door and lowered her voice. What are your thoughts on Dr. Shaolin? Su Dongyang, mimicking his wife's demeanor, added mysteriously, he has visited our home twice recently. What? Su Jiaojiao was unaware that Lin Qingyuan had also been to her parents' home. What was his purpose in doing so? Chun assumed a gesture of taking a pulse. He claimed to be checking on our safety and brought many gifts that appeared quite valuable. Su Dongyang shook his head. It seems Dr. Shaolin is rather well off. My daughter, have you agreed to marry him once you part ways with the prince? Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. I did not. How could I say such a thing? The future remained uncertain. In truth, she longed for the freedom to live as a carefree, single noblewoman, doing as she pleased, perhaps wandering through mountains and rivers, encountering a charming young man to flirt with, to revel in enjoyment, savoring each moment of life. Chin sighed, however. I perceive that Dr. Shaolin harbors deep feelings for you. He has expressed his unwavering commitment to you, willing to wait a lifetime. Su Jiao felt apprehensive. He had professed similar sentiments to her, and in a moment of urgency, she had responded without thought, never anticipating his resolve would be so steadfast. He even went so far as to declare his intentions to her parents. This situation had become quite complicated. Tell him not to wait for me, she said firmly. He refuses to listen. Ask him to forget me. It would only cause him sorrow. Su Jiaojiao steeled herself. Father, mother, the next time he visits, you must firmly tell him not to wait for me any longer. Inform him that I am heartless, fickle, and restless, unworthy of him. Su Dongyang was perplexed. Such a fine man, and you wish to push him away? Others would seek him in vain. Su Jiaojiao glared at her father. We cannot keep Dr. Shaolin waiting. I am currently entangled with Song Chi. When I will break free remains uncertain, and the future is unpredictable. When I next see him, I will clarify my stance. Chen nodded. We shall proceed as you say. If it comes to that, when I see Dr. Shaolin again, I shall introduce him to another young lady, hoping he finds happiness soon. Su Dongyang, cradling his swollen face, obediently remarked, since you two never heed my opinions, do as you wish. He picked up a piece of pastry to sample, revealing a satisfied expression. These pastries from the governor's residence are indeed extraordinary, fragrant, and glutinous. If only I had a respectable son-in-law, I could command him to bring me pastries regularly. Alas, what a pity! A tall figure entered at the doorway, startling Su Donyang, causing him to drop the pastry. Oh, divine heavens! Why is it that every time he speaks ill of the prince, he always seems to overhear? Song Chi entered the room, first glancing at Su Jiaojiao, then at her parents. The Su couple hurriedly rose to pay their respects, but were promptly halted by Song Chi. There is no need for such formalities, as you are not strangers. You are elders. Please, take a seat. Su Donyang blinked in disbelief, slowly, sitting down. Am I truly seated? What did the prince just say? Not strangers? They are elders? Ha! This is the first time since meeting the prince that I am regarded as an elder. Su Donyang suddenly felt a bit lightheaded with elation. Chapter 75. His figure appeared rather melancholic as Song Chi entered. He overheard Su Dongyang's musings. Glancing at the pastries, he remarked nonchalantly, "Since you enjoy the delicacies from the manor, I shall ensure they are prepared daily and delivered to you." Su Donyang was utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Song Chi added, "If you desire anything else, do not hesitate to send word. Jiang Hui or Steward Luo will see to it." Su Donyang, with the temperament of a child, instantly brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his hands flailing in delight. Though Qinshe was taken aback, she maintained her composure and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness, but it is too much trouble." Yet Su Donyang chimed in, "More with date paste filling, please." Su Jiaojiao observed in silence. After the quarters of the governor's residence were tidied up by Kulu, Su Jiaojiao completed her evening routine and, upon lying down, tossed and turned. Song Chi lay beside her and casually inquired, "What is the matter?" "Today, wielding a stick to strike, my arms are sore." The man could not restrain a soft chuckle. "You truly have made progress." As he spoke, he gently kneaded her arm to alleviate her fatigue. Su Jiaojiao, in blissful comfort, squinted her eyes like a contented kitten. "My legs are sore too, my calves." Who is serving whom, after all? Despite her jest, he began to massage her legs. Before long, Su Jiaojiao succumbed to slumber, her countenance adorably serene. Song Chi propped his arm under his head, gazing intently at her sleeping face. Leaning down, he pressed a kiss to her lips, unable to contain himself as he trailed kisses downward, each tender touch igniting his infatuation. He longed to mark every inch of her with his affection. Holding her soft form close, nestled against him, he closed his eyes, a wry smile curling his lips. If she does not love me, so be it. At least she is by my side, and I can still cherish her. Though tinged with a hint of sorrow, in this moment, he felt he could do nothing but concede. Inside, the master remained undisturbed, while the servants on night watch outside grew more lively. Jiang Hui carried a bowl of minced meat porridge, its lid placed atop to retain warmth, his expression one of disdain as he presented it to Kulu. "Here, eat up. Our appetites are limited, so let us not indulge in late-night snacks." Kulu, incredulous, asked, "Is this for me?" Jiang Hui raised his chin, looking skyward. "Who else would it be for, given your gluttony?" Kulu chuckled, accepting the bowl. "What is this? It smells delightful." "Black chicken, minced meat porridge, simmered for an hour," he replied, casting a glance at Kulu's slightly protruding belly. "If you cannot finish it, do not overindulge." Kulu shot him a glare before departing with the bowl. Jiang Hui looked up at the sky, remarking, "The night is quite beautiful." Jiang San then appeared, and Kulu was seen with her fragrant bowl of porridge. Jiang Hui, with a stern expression, admonished, "Are you idle? Go tend to your duties in the trees." Jiang San scratched his head. "But why did you go to Jiang Jiao's room?" Jiang Hui stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Why does your face suddenly look so ghastly? Like someone who has failed to relieve themselves and ended up soiling their trousers." Jiang returned in a fit of rage to grasp the hilt of his sword, while Jiang San vanished in an instant. After a moment, Jiang exhaled a deep breath, gazing skyward, feeling that the night was truly infuriating. Upon rising early, Su Zhuguang had come to the governor's mansion seeking an audience twice, yet Song Chi had not deigned to meet him. Xu Yinchuan wore a sullen expression, rapidly fanning himself, so enraged that he could scarcely utter a word. Having exhausted every possible entreaty, it was clear that Song Junlan remained obstinate. Stepping out of the room, he let out a frustrated sigh, lamenting the situation. Jiang, with a drooping face, sighed in agreement. Indeed, it was infuriating. The two exchanged glances, and though the sources of their ire differed, their expressions mirrored one another's. Su Jiaojiao accompanied her parents to Jishir Hall to visit her brother when she received word of an urgent matter at Jinal Pavilion. Consequently, Su Jiaojiao had to divide her entourage into two groups, one half to escort her parents to Jishir Hall and the other half to protect herself. Upon arriving at Jinal Pavilion, she swiftly resolved the urgent matters at hand, and then Niu Fangfei arrived. "Why didn't you come to the entertainment city yesterday? I waited for you all day. By the way, my father has agreed to let me manage the entertainment city," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she simultaneously munched on sunflower seeds and drank soda. Su Jiaojiao, eager to see her brother, casually remarked, "Master Niu is indeed an open-minded father." To which Niu Fangfei replied, "What do you mean? When I mentioned jumping into a well, he encouraged me to go ahead. When I spoke of hanging myself, he handed me the rope, forcing me to spit out a mouthful of chicken blood before he finally relented. You have no idea how nauseating that raw chicken blood tasted." Su Jiaojiao winced at the thought, recognizing that Master Niu was truly a rare find. It was indeed fortunate that he did not suffer from any heart ailments. Glancing around conspiratorially, Niu Fangfei said, "Hey, have you heard? Someone broke the leg of the son of the Jiangnan military governor." Su Jiaojiao replied dryly, "Thank you. That person is standing right in front of you." Niu Fangfei clicked her tongue, exclaiming, "It's satisfying to see someone take down the arrogant Su family." "Did the Su family offend you?" "Not directly, but I simply find them distasteful. Though I, the Amazon of linen, may be domineering, I do adhere to reason. The Su family is not only overbearing, but also unreasonable." "What given the right?" Su Jiaojiao said. "By the way, there's another piece of gossip I overheard from my father." Niu Fangfei's eyes widened with curiosity. "Su Zhuguang is trading 2 iron mines to the Jiangnan king for a rejuvenation pill to restore his son's bones." Su Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications of such a trade. An elixir for 2 iron mines was certainly a lucrative exchange for the Jiangnan king. "My father thinks it's an enormous profit," she mused, realizing that, inadvertently, she had aided Song Chi in some small measure. For a leader like him, the value of 2 iron mines was indeed profound. The Su couple arrived at Jishir Hall, and upon seeing their son's miserable state, could not help but weep, especially Su Dongyang, who cried uncontrollably. After a gentle persuasion from Lin Qingyuan, they learned that Su Quan was out of danger, which eventually calmed their sobs. Chun held back her emotions and called Lin Qingyuan to a secluded spot, forcing a smile as she said, "Dr. Lin, you need not trouble yourself to check on our well-being any longer. Moreover, regarding the gifts you have sent, no merit shall receive reward without reason. I shall arrange for their return to you." Lin Qingyuan's smile vanished in an instant. "Madam, what is the meaning of this?" Chun, with a slight cough, replied, "My daughter Jiao Jiao is not fated to be with you. There is no need for you to wait for her any longer, lest you squander your precious time. By the way, my neighbor from the Yang family has a niece, who is as beautiful as a flower and possesses a gentle disposition. Shall I arrange for you to meet her on another occasion?" Lin Qingyuan's complexion turned ashen, his hands tightening at his sides, his voice laced with bitterness. "Is this what Jiao Jiao wishes?" Observing the profound sorrow etched upon his face, Chen's heart softened, and she silently nodded in response. Lin Qingyuan lowered his eyelashes, offering a bitter smile. "I understand." With that, he turned and exited, his silhouette radiating an indescribable desolation. Chen let a soft sigh. Alas, how tragic. The old matriarch of the Song family was once again afflicted by her heart condition. Song Chi hurried back to the Wang residence, entering his mother's courtyard to find the old matriarch and his elder sister-in-law seated within. His steps faltered, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. They had summoned him home to discuss something of importance. "Mother, elder sister-in-law," Song Chi settled himself, his countenance cool. "Isn't mother suffering from her heart ailment? It appears the situation has been misrepresented." Chapter 76. Please allow me to be a true man." The countenance of the old matriarch of the Song family stiffened as she cast a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law. Su hurriedly interjected with an apologetic tone. "Third Master, please do not be angry. It was I who implored Mother to summon you back." Song Chi remained indifferent to Su's presence, his expression frosty as he toyed with the ring on his finger. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Su forced a smile, albeit strained. "My brother came this morning with news that Howard's leg has been broken by someone, and the medicine has proven ineffective. He is but a child. Surely he cannot be left crippled, can he? Thus I sought your assistance, Third Master, to see if perhaps—" The old matriarch interjected. "Junlan, do you not possess a resurrection pill? No matter how precious or rare that elixir may be, it pales in comparison to a life. Moreover, Su Hao is not an outsider. He is your sister-in-law's own nephew, and her brother serves you faithfully. You should be willing to part with that resurrection pill for the Su family." "Su not that evilly. My brother has stated that if you are willing to provide the resurrection pill, he would gladly offer you 2 iron mines in return." The old matriarch exclaimed. 2 iron mines. The sincerity of the Su family is indeed commendable. "Junlan, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a 7-story pagoda. For your sister-in-law's sake, please assist the Su family." Song Chi remained silent for a prolonged moment, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension emanating from him, causing even the old matriarch to feel the weight of it, while Su was so anxious that cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Finally, Song Chi spoke slowly. "I do not wish for the inner residents to meddle in my political affairs." The old matriarch's expression darkened instantaneously. "This is not a matter of politics. This is clearly a family issue. Is your heart so hardened that you would disregard your sister-in-law's plight?" Su, overwhelmed with sorrow, began to weep. "Third Master, I understand that Hao has harmed your concubine's brother, and you are angered by this. However, we are true relatives. No matter Howard's faults, he is still closer to you than that Su family child." The old matriarch pressed. "Junlan, is what your sister-in-law says true? You would allow a rift with the Su family over a concubine's brother?" Since yesterday, Song Chi had heard the term concubine numerous times, and the accumulated fury within him could no longer be contained. He slammed the table, his sharp gaze piercing through the air. "Do not incessantly bring up this matter of concubines. I would have her as my favored concubine, yet she simply does not wish for it. What concubines? They are still cherished individuals in my heart, with a status that surpasses that of the trifling Su family." The old matriarch, incensed, struck the table in return, exclaiming, "Such nonsense! Song Junlan, have you lost your senses?" Song Chi met her glare with icy resolve, his voice unwavering. "This matter shall not be mentioned again. I shall make my own decisions." With that, he swept his robe aside and departed, bewitched by passion, this unfilial son. The old matriarch gasped, her anger palpable. Su, wide-eyed and tearful, stood in a stupor, as if her very soul had fled. What she just heard, Junlan declared that the concubine was the one he cherished most. A wave of indescribable pain surged through her heart, and unable to contain herself, she collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Everyone assumed she wept for her nephew. Su Quan remained in a deep slumber, and after a brief moment of contemplation, the Su couple realized they could offer no assistance and chose to depart. Jiang Yi stood vigil by Su Quan's side, once again checking his pulse, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that Lin Xingyuan was unaware of Su Quan's fractured leg tendons? Why had he not informed the Su family? Lin Xingyuan gazed intently at the pills within the box, his breath seemingly suspended. Lin Xiaohe, standing behind him, quietly inquired, "Brother, have you truly made your decision?" "Yes. It must be this way," he replied. "But, do as I say." Lin Xiaohe opened her mouth to speak but ultimately turned and exited. Within the Jinligu, Su Jiaojiao dismissed Niu Fengfei, instructing her to monitor the staff's rehearsals at the entertainment venue. Niu Fengfei, recently infatuated with the visage of Yuan Yu, left in high spirits. As Su Jiaojiao prepared to organize the accounts, she noticed Kalu entering with the transformed Lin Xiaohe. "Xia, what brings you here? Has something transpired with my brother?" Lin Xiaohe's expression was not particularly bright. She shook her head slightly, lowering her voice, My brother has important matters to discuss with you at the third floor of Lu. To Lu? Su Jiaojiao found it peculiar. Isn't your brother at Ji Shirtang? Su Quan's condition had stabilized, with the prince's covert guards ensuring his protection. Mi Su, time is of the essence. Please follow me without delay. Su Jiao hesitated, feeling a sense of unease. What could be so urgent that it must be discussed at Lu? Mi Su. Lin Xia's tone was unusually firm, her gaze piercing. My brother means you no harm. You must trust him. Su Jiao felt slightly embarrassed. I did not intend that. I simply feel. Just as she was about to clarify her concerns with Lin Qingyuan, he had taken the initiative to summon her to Lu, all while avoiding the guards. Creating an air of secrecy, Lin Xiahe, visibly displeased, insisted, "This concerns your brother's safety." Su Jiao gasped, "Very well then, Kalu. Please provide me with cover while I am away." After donning a disguise, she followed Lin Xiahe through the alley, suddenly noticing how lightly Lin Xiahe moved. Akin to a cat, utterly silent. The pair arrived discreetly at Lu, where the third floor was devoid of any presence. Lin Xiahe opened the innermost door, gesturing for Su Jiao to enter. "Go on, he awaits you inside." Su Jiao, preoccupied with thoughts of her brother, hurried inside. The space consisted of two connected rooms, with a parlor furnished with a chaise longue and a table, leading into a bedroom. Lin Qingyuan sat at the round table in the outer room, attentively arranging tea. Upon hearing movement, he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes warm and affectionate. Jiao has arrived. Please take a seat." Su Jiao sat down anxiously. "Qingyuan, has something gone awry with my brother's condition?" Lin Qingyuan poured her a cup of tea, speaking gently. "There are indeed some complications." "What is it?" "His legs. The tendons are extensively fractured. He may never stand again." "What?" Su Jiao gasped, nearly springing to her feet. Lin Qingyuan's hand pressed gently upon hers, his voice soothing. "Do not worry. I can heal him." "Alas, your heavy breathing is rather alarming. Might you endeavor to express your thoughts in one breath henceforth?" It was only then that she realized his hand had covered hers. Su Jiao hastily attempted to withdraw, yet found herself unable as he held her firmly. Jiao, he said, his gaze calm yet filled with affection. "I do not require your promises, nor your responses. Why must you strip me of the right to wait for you?" Su Jiao opened her mouth. "Did you hear what my mother said?" "Qingyuan, the future is far too unpredictable. I do not wish for you to squander your youth on me. It is unfair to you." Lin Qingyuan smiled, though his expression was tinged with sorrow. "Waiting for you is my own affair. I am willing to wait in vain for you. Is this small desire too much to ask?" Su Jiao remained silent as Lin Qingyuan released her hand and pressed his fingers to his brow, raising his gaze once more, his eyes turbulent with fierce waves. "I can heal Su Quan's legs, but it will come at a tremendous cost." "What cost?" "Half of my life and that of Xiaohi." Su Fiao responded. "Then forget it. Though I am not particularly kind, I possess a semblance of humanity. Such a method of salvation is worse than no salvation at all." Lin Qingyuan chuckled. "What? Do you still hope for Song Chi to assist you? His miraculous pill will only be given to Su Zhuoguang in exchange for his 2 iron mines." Su Jiao was somewhat taken aback. "You seem to know quite a lot." Lin Qingyuan's voice was enticing. "Jiao, even if it costs half of my life and Xiaohi's, I would still save Su Quan. Because he is your brother, and because I like you, I wish to help you." Su Jiao's heart raced, a sense of inexplicable dread enveloping her. "Qingyuan, you seem a bit different today." "Indeed, because I can no longer wait. I must take action myself." Jiao, I will save Su Quan, and you will save me. Shall we?" "Save you? What do you mean?" Lin Qingyuan swallowed a pill, his voice smooth as water. "I have ingested the Hahuan Gu. If I cannot achieve harmony, I shall die from a blood explosion." Su Jiao, in shock, stood abruptly. Lin Qingyuan, "Are you mad?" The man smiled tragically. "What can I do?" Jiao, allow me to be a true man, to be your man. I beg you, save me now, will you?" Chapter 77. Even if you pity me, save me. What is this Huangu, this blood explosion leading to death? This notion of her coming to rescue him. Su Jiaojiao took a moment to fully digest the man's words before her. She gazed at him with an expression of unfamiliarity tinged with sorrow. Lin Qingyuan, why must you be this way? Why? He sighed softly, his eyes fixed on her with a tenderness that was both deep and fervent, yet tinged with madness. Because I had no other choice. I have been waiting for you to grow up, waiting for the warmth of your gaze upon me to increase. Just as I was on the brink of triumph, you were suddenly taken from my side. The Huanggu began its subtle effects. He smiled bitterly, looking at his hands. These hands can do nothing. I can only watch as the woman who should belong to me is gradually pulled away. Do you understand my helplessness, my sorrow? I despise myself for not being more assertive, for not having claimed you sooner. I regret not confronting Song Chi directly to reclaim you. Su Jiaojiao let out a self-deprecating laugh. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I should not have entangled myself with you. I should not have chosen you as my ideal husband. I never expected you to feel so deeply. She had regarded him as a suitable candidate for marriage, and he had always been restrained, never overly expressive, unlike someone who was so emotionally invested. She believed he, like her, was only seeking a suitable match. You were mistaken. Even if you had ignored me 3 years ago, I would still have pursued you. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one for me. You do not comprehend the joy and sweetness of falling in love at first sight amidst the vast sea of people. Jiao Jiao, please do not be so cruel to me. Be fair. You may not love me, but I can love you. Whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Whatever you desire, I will fulfill. Just one request. Do not push me away. Allow me to accompany you. I am 20 years old, and I have remained chaste for you. All I want is to be your man, solely yours. The more he spoke, the more unsettled Su Jiaojiao felt. The man before her had suddenly become a stranger, his words still tender, yet laced with an eerie undertone. Seizing the moment while he was a few meters away, she abruptly stood and rushed toward the door, pulling at it with all her might. The door wouldn't budge. It must have been locked from the outside. A chill gripped her heart, and she slumped her shoulders in despair. Behind her, the man's mournful laughter echoed. Even in this state, you still think to escape? Jiao Jiao, do you wish for my demise? His footsteps approached slowly until he was pressed against her back. Su Jiaojiao shuddered involuntarily, frozen in place. He grasped her shoulders and turned her to face him, his voice a blend of pity and danger. Jiao Jiao, could you bear to see me perish in such a manner? Although I am reluctant, I cannot accept this way of being saved. Do you no longer wish to save your brother? Let us exchange. If you save me now, I would willingly sacrifice half my life to rescue Su Quan. He is your brother, and therefore, he is also mine. I have said that I would rather not be rescued by you in this manner. Jiao Jiao, are you not a merchant? You stand to gain immensely from this transaction. As a merchant, I never engage in emotional exchanges. What about you and Song Chi? If you can acquiesce to him, why can you not do the same for me? Su Jiaojiao, filled with indignation, retorted, that was a matter of necessity. Had I but a sliver of an escape, I would never have resorted to this. Do you wish to bully me like Song Chi? Lin Xingyuan lowered his head to capture her lips, but she instinctively turned away, and he instead kissed her near the ear. He chuckled bitterly. Must you evade even this? Jiao Jiao, please do not bring me sorrow. Su Jiaojiao forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, Lin Xingyuan, your coercion is no different from Song Chi's. The esteemed Dr. Lin, whom I admire, has always been a man of integrity, never one to force another. He smiled wryly, yet that honorable Dr. Lin gains nothing at all. Suddenly, he swept her up in his arms, startling Su Jiaojiao into a gasp as she struggled against him. But he remained unyielding, striding toward the inner chamber. His strength was astonishing, and her efforts to break free proved futile. Lin Xingyuan, awakened to reason. If you continue this way, I will come to hate you. He gently placed her on the bed. Jiao Jiao, please consider the plight of a dying man and save me. Tears streamed down Su Jiaojiao's cheeks, her sobs betraying her distress. Lin Xingyuan, do not act this way. It frightens me. He tenderly wiped her tears, soothing her softly. Do not cry. I shall be gentler. I swear upon my life that I will never betray you, loving you alone. From this day forth, Let us be a pair of celestial lovers, together for eternity. Shall we? Su Jiaojiao appeared swayed by his words. You promise to be gentler? He nodded eagerly. I promise. But will that He Huan Gu control you, turning you into a beast? He chuckled. No, it cannot sway me. And there is no antidote, for you are the finest remedy, my Jiao Jiao. I have longed for this moment. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint, and I shall not harm you. Finally, Su Jiaojiao seemed reassured, smiling shyly yet affectionately at him. Qing Yuan, truth be told, you occupy a place in my heart as well. His eyes sparkled with joy. Su Jiaojiao cleared her throat twice, feigning a pout. My throat is sore, and I'm a bit thirsty. Could you fetch me a glass of water first? Reluctant to leave her side, he contemplated briefly before rising to pour water. However, as he took a few steps, a gust of wind rushed by, and before he could react, Su Jiaojiao struck him on the back of the head with a jade pillow. Lin Xingyuan crumpled softly to the floor, devoid of life. Su Jiaojiao dropped the heavy pillow and hurried to the window, peering down from the third floor to see if she could escape. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Lin Xia entered with a frosty demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Qingyuan sprawled on the ground, her eyes glinted with icy fury. Su Fiao, how could you be so ruthless? How could you abandon him in such a state? Su Jiaojiao turned away helplessly. Xiaohe, your brother's actions today are utterly irrational. What he is doing is wrong. Lin Xia, he replied bitterly, my brother has deep feelings for you. He has sacrificed so much for you. He has even consumed the He Huan Gu. Are you truly going to leave him to suffer? He could die from blood loss. Su Jiaojiao remained remarkably composed and retorted, who are you trying to scare with such alarmist talk? Based on my understanding of Lin Qing Yuan's medical skills, any poison he concocts must have an antidote. I have already discerned that there is indeed an antidote for this so-called He Huan Gu. Chapter 78. The joy of attempting to have a harem. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback. Su Jiaojiao did not miss the fleeting expression on her face, and her suspicions regarding the cure for the Huan Gu grew stronger. Anxiously, yet feigning calmness, she gently urged, Xia, your brother acted impulsively today. Why did you not dissuade him? Consuming the Huan Gu indiscriminately cannot be good for his health. I am not in a position to control his actions. Lin Xia replied, her expression laced with bitterness. Has the antidote arrived? Hurry and get it to him. We must prevent any harm to his body. Lin Xia clenched her fists, her eyes filled with turmoil. But my brother only has eyes for you. I wish to fulfill his desires. You are being foolish, Xia. Sununtai Jiao Krisidon. You are in Linen City. Should you proceed with such actions against me, do you believe Song Chi would spare you? His power and influence in Jiangnan are not to be underestimated. Lin Qingyuan is reckless. You must stay vigilant. Do you truly wish to witness him subjected to Song Chi's severe torture? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Xia's eyes, yet she remained resolute. Once you have freed my brother from the Huan Gu, we will take you with us and leave Linen City immediately. Su Jiaojiao felt a jolt of alarm. She had not anticipated Lin Qingyuan's scheming, and her suspicions about his true nature deepened. The freedom she desired was not to be achieved through his coercive tactics. Xia, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Song Chi commands Jiangnan, and even the court is powerless against him. His strength and capabilities are formidable. Has Lin Qingyuan truly considered the repercussions of offending Song Chi? Lin Xia's pupils dilated, clearly struck by the weight of those words. She retrieved a pill from her pocket, presumably the antidote for the Huan Gu. Su Jiaojiao let out a quiet sigh of relief and moved toward the door. Take care of your brother. I must take my leave. Rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential and will not inform Song Chi just as she took a couple of steps. A cold voice interrupted her. You cannot leave. Su Jiaojiao felt a chill run down her spine as she turned to see Lin Qingyuan propping himself up, gradually standing. His pale visage was filled with a manic intensity as he fixated on her. Each word he uttered came with labored breaths. Only Jiao Jiao can relieve me from this Huan Gu. Lin Xia could hardly bear to watch. Brother, why must you do this? Lin Qingyuan's gaze remained locked on Su Jiaojiao, a fervent plea in his eyes. For the sake of our years of friendship, Save me. Lin Xiaohe gritted her teeth and turned to block the door with her body, obstructing Su Jiaojiao's escape. Su Jiaojiao's heart plummeted. With a calm smile, she addressed Lin Qingyuan. It seems I have been mistaken all along. I once believed you at least held affection for me, that you respected me. Yet today, it appears your so-called devotion is merely a form of possession. The one who should feel sorrow is me. I have lost the little Dr. Lin I once knew. Lin Qingyuan's eyes flickered, a wave of desolation washing over him, seeing that her words had failed to sway him. Su Jiaojiao took a deep breath and resolutely climbed onto the open windowsill. If you insist on forcing my hand, then I shall leap. Jiao Jiao. No. Lin Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, then smiled faintly, his expression tinged with desolation. I know you, Jiao Jiao. You cherish your life above all else, and you would never truly jump. Su Jiaojiao cursed inwardly, her thoughts chaotic as she contemplated whether to leap from the third floor. Two voices wrestled in her mind. One argued that she was not bound by the rigid notions of ancient times. What harm was there in indulging with Lin Qingyuan, treating it as if she were straddling two boats? After all, Song Chi had breached their agreement, so why should she not seize her own freedom? The other voice countered, highlighting the humiliation she felt under Lin Qingyuan's coercion, stirring a deep-seated resentment within her. Jump, and let be over. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Lin Qingyuan extended his hand toward Lin Xiaohe, signaling for the antidote. Lin Xiaohe stood frozen in shock before finally approaching to place the antidote in Lin Qingyuan's palm. Su Jiaojiao gazed intently at him, her heart urging him to consume it quickly. Yet, Lin Qingyuan seemed to perceive her inner turmoil, his smile growing ever more sorrowful. Jiao Jiao, my heart aches profoundly. One day, I will make you willingly my woman. With that, he swallowed the antidote. A wave of relief washed over Su Jiaojiao, though her smile was strained. Qingyuan, you made the right choice. I must take my leave. No need to see me off. She dashed out the door, quicker than a mouse. Lin Qingyuan stood there, engulfed in despair, lifting his hand to rest over his heart, murmuring softly, I overestimated myself. Being unloved still brings great pain. As his words faded, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his hand trembling against the table as he gradually collapsed. Brother, Lin Xiaohe cried, her eyes red as she rushed to him. Lin Qingyuan succumbed entirely to darkness. Although he had taken the antidote, the backlash from the Hahuan Gu surged forth relentlessly. Su Jiaojiao fled from the Jushin building, the wind easing her tension, granting her a sense of escape from peril. While hastening toward the gentle pavilion, she could not suppress a quiet smirk. To her surprise, the man she had casually chosen as a spouse turned out to be quite extraordinary. It appeared that Lin Qingyuan's background was anything but ordinary. Thankfully, she had not married him. Otherwise, her envisioned ordinary life would have been abruptly shattered by his sudden transformation into a significant figure. If he held a remarkable identity, she could easily become a target, a thorn in the side of those with power. Indeed, it was true. Relying on others could lead to disappointment, and the best way to thrive was to depend solely on oneself. Patting her own purse, she reflected, you all accuse me of being materialistic and obsessed with wealth. Yet, behold, the only constant truth lies in genuine gold and silver. Once she accumulates sufficient fortune, she shall no longer be subjected to the whims of men. She envisions a garden filled with handsome suitors. Tonight she desires one, tomorrow another, and the day after, she will indulge in the charms of yet another. She yearns to experience the delights akin to those of Empress Wu Zetian. Upon returning to the Golden Thread Pavilion, she discovered that Kailei was fast asleep in the private chamber upstairs, softly snoring, seemingly dreaming of delectable treats, occasionally smacking her lips. After several gentle shakes, she finally roused the girl, who yawned and inquired, Miss, what has transpired? You appear quite discontented. Su Jiaojiao sighed, seated before the mirror, and rubbed her face, acknowledging, my subtle expressions have always been transparent to your keen eyes. Chapter 79. A gesture of affection concerned for her brother's leg. Su Jiaojiao tidied her appearance and hair ornaments before declaring, Kailei, let us make our way to the governor's mansion. Are we not going to visit Xiao Quanzi? Kailei inquired. Visiting him would not aid in his recovery. It is more prudent to consult the royal physician for better remedies. The two arrived at the governor's mansion, where they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Su Zhuguang emerged from the mansion, his countenance dark and his imposing stature seeming to shake the very ground beneath him. Upon spotting Su Jiaojiao, he abruptly halted, his fierce eyes brimming with hatred and disdain, his fists clenched tightly. Su Jiaojiao maintained her composure as she met his gaze, her presence unwavering. As they brushed past each other, Su Zhuguang seethed through gritted teeth. "You vile woman. I shall remember this debt and settle it with you in due time." Once they had distanced themselves, Kailei trembled and whispered, "Miss, that Su is truly fearsome." He looked as if he could devour a person whole. With a furrowed brow, Su Jiao felt a weight upon her heart. Kailei continued, "That Su fellow is built like a bear. With his bulk, I fear he might smother his woman at night. Unless, of course, she is on top." Unable to suppress a smile, Su Jiao felt her spirits lift slightly thanks to Kailei's jest. Just then, Jiang Yi approached, preparing to speak, but Su Jiao interjected. "Jiang Yi, where can I find the royal physician?" "In the western guest quarters," he replied. "Oh, I shall seek him out." After taking a few steps, she paused and asked, "Wait, why aren't you at Jiangnan?" "I was about to report, Mississippi. The prince has ordered young Master Su to be transferred to the governor's mansion, making it more convenient for physician Li to attend to him." Upon hearing this news, Su Jiao felt a sense of relief wash over her. Leaving Jiangnan was preferable, as she was uncertain how to confront the inscrutable Lin Qingyuan. Upon arriving at the western guest quarters, she found the physician administering acupuncture to Su Quan, with countless silver needles protruding from his body, resembling a small hedgehog. Su Jiao remained silent, fearing to disrupt the physician's concentration. Only after he finished did she offer him a towel, which he gratefully accepted before noticing her presence and hurriedly bowing. "Greetings, Misu." Su Jiao helped the physician to his feet, saying physicianly, "I am merely a merchant's daughter. Your courtesy is excessive. I should be the one expressing my gratitude for your care of my brother." The physician chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "Though I am not old and foolish, I dare not be remiss in my duties given the prince's regard for you. Icician Li, I have a question to ask you. Please do not hesitate. Is my brother's leg irreparably damaged, such that he may never stand again?" The physician nodded solemnly. Su Jiao's heart sank further. Is there truly no hope for his recovery? The physician looked astonished. "But I have just treated him." Now it was Su Jiao who was taken aback. "Who administered the treatment?" "I have just completed the procedure." "Can he be healed?" "Certainly, he can be healed." Su Jiao was overwhelmed with joy. "Are you saying that my brother will be able to walk and run like a normal person in the future?" Dr. Li, with wide eyes, replied earnestly, "That is undoubtedly the case. I never speak in jest." "Thank you so much, Dr. Li. You are truly a benefactor to our entire family." Su Jiao exclaimed, gripping Dr. Li's hand and shaking it vigorously. This startled the elderly physician, causing his face to pale as he swiftly withdrew his hand, instinctively hiding it behind him in fear. Su Jiao thought, is it really necessary for him to react this way? I'm not a beast. In gratitude for your immense help, I shall prepare a generous red envelope for you. 1,000 taels of silver. This was her most extravagant offer to date. The last time she had promised 500 taels to Mu Jin, it had merely been empty words, a promise never fulfilled. Dr. Li took a step back, wary of further intimate harassment. That is unnecessary. The prince has already rewarded me with 1,000 taels of gold. Well, it seems Song Junlan is quite wealthy and extravagant. Su Jiao thought, feeling a wave of relief at saving 1,000 taels of silver. Dr. Li, your medical skills are extraordinary. Why didn't Su Zhuguang invite you to treat his son's leg? Dr. Li looked at Su Jiao as if she were a fool. No amount of skill could mend that leg. Even the great Hua Tuo could not accomplish it. Su Jiao gasped, but my brother's leg isn't. Dr. Li interrupted. Oh, you're unaware? Your brother's leg was treated with the prince's miraculous regeneration pill. I merely used acupuncture to restore his meridians. Su Jiao stood in stunned silence, feeling as though she had been struck by lightning. After a moment, she managed to find her voice. The prince's regeneration pill was used on Su Quan? Dr. Li nodded. Of course. Did you think severed meridians could be easily healed? That pill is one of a kind, truly a divine remedy. Exiting the west guest room, Su Jiaojiao remained dazed for quite some time. No wonder Su Zhuang had harbored such hatred for her at the governor's mansion. The only regeneration pill had been given to her brother. Has Song Chi gone mad? He possesses 2 iron minds, yet chooses not to utilize them? Where is the basic quality of a ruler? A maelstrom of complex emotions surged within her as she arrived at the council hall. Just as the officials were concluding their discussions and streaming out, Xu Yinchuan was the last to emerge, casting a cold glance at Su Jiaojiao, snorting derisively before hastily fanning himself and departing. Stepping into the council hall, Su Jiaojiao found Song Chi bent over his desk, writing with fervor and speed. Upon hearing her approach, he lifted his gaze, paused his writing, and asked, "What brings you here?" Su Jiaojiao intended to express her gratitude, but found the words inadequate. So instead, she blurted out, "What are we having for lunch? Shall we eat together? You should dine with your parents. I must soon inspect the Southern Tiger Army camp." He replied. Curious, Su Jiaojiao noticed something standing in the room and turned to examine it. Astonished, she glanced back at Song Chi, who wore an exceedingly unnatural expression and cleared his throat awkwardly. That I was just writing for leisure. It was a sign for an entertainment city. Su Jiao stifled a laugh, contemplating why both of her plaques had inexplicably been damaged. Song Chi's expression stiffened. The girl chuckled softly, declaring that there was no need for an investigation, as the prince had crafted something far superior. With a hint of pride, Song Chi inquired, "Do you like it?" "I do. It is the desire of my heart." The man, maintaining a stern demeanor, became even more self-satisfied, replying, "Well then, it shall be your reward." "Thank you, Your Highness." Despite his efforts to keep a serious expression, the corners of Song Chi's lips betrayed him with a subtle smile. Seemingly summoned by urgent military affairs, Song Chi then took Jiang Hui and Xu Yinchuan to the barracks. After enjoying lunch with her parents, who had gone to the west guest room to attend to their son, Su Jiaojiao found herself restless and decided to head to the entertainment district with a drink in hand. Upon entering the backyard, she was met by the frantic approach of Mu Jin and Niu Fangfei. Oh no, my Yuanyu is about to lose its purity," cried Niu Fangfei. Mu Yin, somewhat composed, added, "There is a formidable man intent on defiling Yuanyu." Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. "What? How could this happen? Can we intervene?" Yuanyu was her prized possession, a veritable treasure, and she could not allow it to be sullied so easily. Who could be audacious enough to impose themselves upon a commoner? Or rather, a common man? Summoning her hidden guards, Su Jiao rushed to the guest room in the backyard, kicking the door open with a swift motion. The scene that greeted them caused everyone at the entrance to collectively gasp in shock. There, Yuanyu lay exposed, being held down on the table by a man clad in crimson attire. Chapter 80. The enigmatic crimson-peached eyes. The man clad in crimson stood tall and robust, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, adorned in exceedingly flamboyant silk that clung to his physique with remarkable adherence. From behind, one could distinctly discern his alluring waistline and firm, pert posterior, not to mention his long, elegant legs. Goodness, his figure was truly exceptional. Su Jiaojiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively marveling that if his face were equally handsome, then Yuanyu would not be at a loss for companionship. Alas, as a modern woman, she possessed an unalterable flaw, an undeniable penchant for beauty. In that moment, her thoughts wandered whimsically, imagining that if this charming young man in crimson were to sway his hips enticingly, it would be even more delightful. Kale lamented, "Oh, my Yuanyu, why is he being pinned down, and why is he beneath him?" Mu Jin, could this master and servant duo not engage in something of substance? Niu Fangfei, wielding a broom, was incensed, exclaiming, "You in the red, release our Yuanyu. If you have the courage, confront me instead. Our Yuanyu is delicate. You might ruin him." Jiang San, what manner of people are these? If this nonsense continues, that you will be in dire straits. Su Jiao quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat. "Esteemed sir, I implore you to release Yuanyu. Such matters cannot be forced. We have an abundance of charming young gentlemen at our entertainment establishment, each with varying styles. Provided you are not lacking in funds and are willing to spend lavishly, I can procure for you celestial beings from the heavens. The crimson-clad man lifted his foot, pressing it against Yuan Yu's back. Perhaps he possessed considerable strength, for Yuan Yu could not manage to free himself. His already stunningly ethereal visage flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, resembling a bloom of rouge. The crimson-clad man slightly turned, revealing a face of mesmerizing beauty, lips crimson and teeth pearly white, with hair as dark as ink, exuding an audacious and flamboyant allure. If Yuan Yu were akin to a white magnolia, this man in crimson was a poppy. The mere unveiling of his countenance elicited sharp intakes of breath from all the women present. Kaylay swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this a transformation of a male fox spirit?" Niu Fangfei, her jaw dropped in astonishment, whispered, "If he were my man, I would never leave my bed." Su Jiaojiao, however, was instantly rendered speechless. The pair of bewitching, soul-stealing peach blossom eyes were too vivid to forget. Peach blossom eyes. Su Jiaojiao instinctively took 2 steps back, realizing he was the scoundrel who had previously kidnapped her. Jiang San, Jiang Si, swiftly apprehend him. Jiang San and Jiang Si promptly advanced. But the man with the peach blossom eyes elegantly flicked his crimson sleeve, causing Jiang San and Jiang Si to hastily step aside. In an instant, the crimson silk billowed, and he soared into the air, landing gracefully before Su Jiaojiao. Jiang Si. This fellow possesses remarkable lightness of foot. Jiang San. Miss Su, you're in danger. Just as the two were about to intervene, they witnessed the crimson-clad man, with a wicked grin, grasping Su Jiao by the neck. "Shall we test whether you're quicker or if my hand is swifter?" Kaylay pleaded. "Fair sir, please take your time. It is ill-advised for a man to be hasty." Niu Fangfei could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Su Jiao coldly gazed at the man looming before her, and from the tone of his voice, she became increasingly certain that he was the one with the peach blossom eyes who had kidnapped her, the leader of the assassin organization, Misty Shadow Pavilion. The man in red tilted his head, scrutinizing Su Jiao with an expression reminiscent of one teasing a small creature. "What did you just say I am?" Though his grip was not forceful, Su Jiao still felt discomfort around her neck. She forced a laugh, saying, "Perhaps you have misunderstood, sir. This is our first encounter. I do not know you. With such an extraordinary appearance as yours, it will be difficult to find someone resembling you in this world." He seemed to have heard a great joke, his glassy peach blossom eyes surveying her face as he chuckled softly. "You truly are amusing. Being so beautiful makes me." He leaned slightly closer, whispering, "Makes me want to kill you." Jiang San and Jiang Si had their swords pointed sharply at the back of the man in red, ready to pierce him at any moment. Su Jiao cursed silently at this lunatic, raising her gaze to him. "As far as beauty goes, I concede that I am not as stunning as you." "Oh, is that so?" The man in red suddenly burst into laughter. "I adore such flattery. Being so perceptive, I shall allow you a few more days of life." He released his grip on Su Jiao's neck, and, in the next moment, Jiang San and Jiang Si simultaneously drew their swords, causing the man in red to leap aside. "Wait, I am a distinguished guest of your Jiangnan King." He flamboyantly tossed his hair, his smile intoxicating. "I am Dongfang Ruojian." Jiang San and Jiang Si stood there, momentarily stunned. Su Jiao, hiding behind them, felt emboldened and urged the 2 shadow guards, regardless of east or west. "He is the leader of Misty Shadow Pavilion. Go and capture him." Dongfang Ruojian chuckled softly. "Dear second young lady, you have mistaken me. I am indeed Dongfang Ruojian, no imitation." Su Jiao frowned. "Who is the second young lady?" "You, of course. You just claimed that I am more beautiful than you. If I am the most beautiful in the world, that makes you second, does it not?" "Second young lady, indeed." "Su Fiao, second your foot. You and your entire family are fools." Jiang San glanced at the badge of the young master displayed by Dongfang Ruojian and politely bowed. Su Jiao, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Why are you turning your elbows outward? Don't listen to his nonsense. I recognize him correctly. He is the leader of Misty Shadow Pavilion." Jiang San helplessly explained in a low voice, Miss Su, you are mistaken. Young Master Dongfang is the deputy leader of the Chaoheng gang, and the prince has indeed received word that the young master is to arrive in Lin and in the coming days. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback, repeatedly scrutinizing the vain man, still convinced she had not misidentified him. How had he suddenly become the deputy leader of the Chaoheng gang? Dongfang Ruozhen waved his hand dismissively. Enough. We are not strangers. Disperse. Do not disturb my enjoyment. With that, he attempted to stride into the room of Yuan Yu. Su Hiao Hiao shouted, Guat. She rushed forward, arms outstretched to block his way. Young Master Dongfang, where are you going? Dongfang Ruozhen pointed toward the interior. I'm going inside. What for? To seek pleasure, he replied with a mischievous grin, winking his peach blossom eyes. Do you wish for three to join together? Su Jiaojiao's face darkened with anger. Inside was Yuan Yu's room, and Yuan Yu sold his artistry, not his body. As the proprietor of an entertainment venue, I bear the responsibility of safeguarding my employees' rights, and I shall not permit you to harass Yuan Yu. Why such protection for him? With a flicker of her enchanting eyes and a slight parting of her crimson lips, she inquired, Is he perhaps your beloved? You scoundrel! My esteemed elder has long since passed away. Su Hiao Hiao, remain unperturbed. Do not engage with the madman. Earning his silver shall be my solace. Young Master Dongfang, our establishment boasts many handsome gentlemen. Why not take a glance at the others? Dongfang Ruozhen cast a wistful glance into the room, sighing helplessly. Had I foreseen your interference, I would have acted more swiftly. Very well, summon the others. I shall select the most dashing among them. Niufeng Fei expressed her frustration. No wonder I remain unmarried. Kalu inquired, What troubles you? The handsome men have all been snatched away by other men. I cannot even catch a glimpse of one. Chapter 81. In his presence. You feel pathetically humble. Su Jiaojiao gave Niufeng Fei a gentle tug, signaling her to bring the young Master Dongfang to select some individuals. Niufeng Fei hesitated for a moment before assuming the demeanor of a manager, clearing her throat and standing tall. Just as she was about to leave, Su Jiaojiao pulled her back, whispering in her ear, This lad is incredibly wealthy. Make sure to charge him well. The service fee should be 200 taels? No, 2,000 taels. How ruthless of you. Niufeng Fei grinned, invigorated, as she led Dongfang Ruozhen into the hall. Su Hiao Hiao Saith, still feeling unconvinced. Jiang San, you must have mistaken him for someone else, right? He is truly the young master of the Chaobang? Absolutely right. The young master of the Chaobang, Dongfang Ruozhen, is 18 this year and has a penchant for, well, let's just say he has unique tastes. Coughing. Su Jiaojiao was taken aback. He is only 18 and already so experienced? Yuan Yu emerged, adjusting her attire, her complexion slightly pale. Likely still recovering from her earlier fright. Thank you, Su Boss, for your protection earlier. Her gaze towards Su Jiaojiao was sincere and filled with gratitude. Su Hiao Hiao smiled nonchalantly. You are one of my employees. It is my duty to protect you. Were you scared? Yuan Yu's beautiful eyes trembled. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and nodded softly. Yes, I felt as if I could perish. Oh, it's not that serious. Even if things had escalated, there's no need to be overly dramatic. That would be foolish. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. It's nothing severe. Now don't dwell on it. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter many peculiar guests in such chaotic places, so strengthen your mental resilience. I will send you some calming incense later to prevent nightmares. Thank you, Su Boss. Yuan Yu gazed deeply into Su Jiaojiao's eyes, filled with appreciation. Meanwhile, Kidu, like a gust of wind, dashed away with Niufeng Fei to sneak a peek at the happenings in the adjacent room. They had made a tiny hole in the wall, just big enough for an eye to see through. Niufeng Fei, lacking qui lui estrange, was pushed aside as Kalu pressed her face against the wall, excitedly observing. From the next room came the anguished cries of a young man, one of the refined gentlemen chosen by Dongfang Ruozhen. Kalu was taken aback, her face flushed with excitement. Let me see as well, Niufeng Fei urged. I have never witnessed such a scene. Kalu's hands trembled, seemingly overwhelmed by the spectacle, as she pounded her chest. It's too much. If you watch this tonight, you will have spring dreams. Nonsense. I'm not that lacking in dignity. Niu Fangfei leaned in to look and, after just a few glimpses, began to gasp exaggeratedly, unable to suppress her astonishment. Oh my. Just look at that. A face that was not particularly pale had turned shade of purple. The two of them ended up experiencing nightmares for several nights thereafter, but that is a tale for another time. Su Jiaojiao checked on the rehearsal progress of her employees. It was quite satisfactory. One could already envision the excitement of the guests upon witnessing the alluring dances and fashion shows on the grand opening day. With a gentle smile that crinkled her eyes, Su Jiaojiao dreamily mused about the wealth represented by the glittering silver coins. Miss, Kayleigh exclaimed, breathless and with eyes gleaming like emeralds. I finally understand how men can be so playful. Su Jiaojiao wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her voice tinged with concern. You haven't been peeking, have you? Oh, not only did I see, but Niu Fangfei was right there with me, and she seemed even more intrigued than I was. You two are quite something. Su Jiaojiao rubbed her temples, pondering the need for a change. We must prioritize the privacy of our guests in our entertainment venue, so they can enjoy themselves without worry. Kayleigh nodded dismissively, her thoughts elsewhere. I never would have guessed that such a robust gentleman as the Eastern young master would prefer men. What a pity. What was it you called it, miss? A waste of resources? Indeed, such a tremendous waste. It would be nice to share the experience with us women, she added. And this Eastern young master not only squanders his physique, but also our water supply. Confused, Su Jiaojiao asked, what do you mean? After his escapades, he ordered 3 buckets of hot water and bathed 3 times in a row, seemingly unbothered by the risk of oversoaking. Oh, Su Jiaojiao narrowed her eyes, intrigued. He seems rather fastidious. Moreover, Kayleigh continued, Niu Fangfei found a hidden weapon in the room. Startled, Su Jiaojiao exclaimed, what a peculiar matter. Is there truly a hidden weapon involved? Kayleigh produced a handkerchief, unfolding it layer by layer. Su Jiaojiao gazed curiously, but upon realizing what it was, she burst into laughter. Miss, what is so amusing? Throw it away at once. It's utterly filthy. What on earth is this hidden weapon? It is not a weapon, but sausage casing. What? Su Jiaojiao sighed, realizing it was futile to explain to Kayleigh. She waved her hand dismissively. Just throw it away as I instructed, and refrain from picking up random items in the future. Understood. Kayleigh, still bewildered, left to dispose of the so-called weapon. Su Jiaojiao tapped her temple, her beautiful eyes sparkling with cunning contemplation. This Eastern young master truly is an intriguing character. If he enjoys the company of men, why does he maintain such cleanliness, bathing repeatedly as if he abhors dirt? Furthermore, he possesses remarkable ingenuity to create his own protection. One cannot help but question whether his proclivity for men is a genuine preference or a necessity. As dusk descended, painting the sky with hues of crimson, an inconspicuous courtyard on the outskirts of Linen City was shrouded in mysterious formations. A figure clad in crimson effortlessly traversed the array, leaping onto the wall and standing poised against the wind. The flowing red fabric fluttered gracefully, her form and beauty surpassing even the evening glow. Why have you arrived so late? Lin Xia, he emerged from the dwelling, her tone icy. Am I late? Upon receiving the message, I came immediately, Dongfang Ruojian replied, gracefully descending from the wall, his gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xia. It has been 3 months since you last contacted me. Indeed, the Master S affliction has resurfaced. Lin Xia acknowledged. Dongfang Ruojian's expression turned cold, and he scoffed. No wonder you reached out to me. It's still about him, isn't it? Lin Xia wrinkled her nose. Have you been drinking again? Dongfang Ruojian, embodying a carefree spirit, chuckled, for men often resort to alcohol to alleviate their fatigue after seeking pleasure. Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with disdain as she rushed to sober him up, eager to relieve her master of his intoxication. Dongfang Ruojian remained unmoved, questioning the need for such exertion. Why not simply administer the antidote directly? Lin Xiao, seemingly insulted, turned pale and gritted her teeth. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry and sober him up. Ha! Lin Xiao, do you not find yourself amusing? You profess your love for him, yet you persist in attempting to cure him yourself. Is it truly meaningful to feign such indifference? Dongfang Ruojian, spare me your words. The man wiped his lips with a crimson cloth. You are only fierce with me. Your subservience to your master is so pitiful, it elicits my sympathy. Lin Xiaohe bit her lip tightly, her whole body trembling. Chapter 82. She misses me. Dongfang Ruojian stifled a yawn. I am inebriated and will not regain my senses anytime soon. You may inform him that he can either receive the antidote or await his demise. Lin Xiaohe, my capacity to assist you has reached its limit. With that, he turned and walked towards the guest room, the carefree smile that once adorned his face gradually fading away. In his strikingly beautiful peach blossom eyes lingered an infinite sorrow. As dusk fell, darkness enveloped the courtyard, and Lin Xiaohe stood alone, lost in thought for an extended moment. At last, she drew a deep breath, her face brimming with courage, and ventured into the main house. Inside, the room was shrouded in smoke, and Lin Qingyan appeared pale, submerged in a bath, his body encased in ice. Ban Chun, observing Lin Xiaohe, anxiously inquired, "Has he arrived?" Lin Xiaohe nodded, but he was heavily intoxicated and incapable of administering the antidote to his master. Ban Chun, a man in his 40s, was on the verge of tears. What shall we do? The master cannot afford to wait any longer. Lin Xiaohe trembled as she spoke. Ban Chun, allow me this time to administer the antidote to the master. Ban Chun was taken aback, but the master has always opposed it. If he were to permit Lin Xiaohe to administer the antidote, why would he have endured years of torment? The poison had been embedded within him since childhood, forcing him to suffer every 17th day of the month. Lin Xiaohe was the only woman who had mastered the fiery cultivation technique, perfectly suited to provide the antidote to her master. All that was required was for her to harmonize with him on the 17th day of each month, which would suppress the toxicity without harming his body. Yet, for all these years, the master had chosen to keep Lin Xiaohe at arm's length, enduring the monthly ritual of poison extraction in silence. In the realm of those who practiced the fiery technique, there were only 3 men. One of them was Lin Xiaohe's junior disciple, Dongfang Ruojian. The other 2 had been serving Lin Qingyuan, but had been dispatched on a mission days ago and had yet to return. Lin Qingyuan, afflicted by the Hahuan Gu, was now suffering from an exceptionally fierce and potent poison. Seeing Lin Qingyuan, who was barely clinging to life, Lin Xiaohe felt her heart ache, her eyes reddening with tears. The master is in such peril now. My administering the antidote is the most viable path. Ban Chun glanced between Lin Xiaohe and the ice-enveloped Lin Qingyuan, letting out a sigh. If you truly can successfully administer the antidote to the master, it would be a boon for him. It is not worth the master sacrificing himself for someone as cold-hearted as Su Jiaojiao. With that, Ban Chun stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Lin Xiaohe gazed intently at the handsome man with closed eyes, whispering softly, "Master, she does not desire you. I do. Please let go of her." As she spoke, she gently undid her sash, allowing her garments to cascade softly to the floor. Today, Su Quan awoke, though the pain from his wounds lingered. The worst had passed. After applying ointment and consuming a modest meal of porridge, he soon drifted back into a drowsy slumber. Physician Li explained to the Su family, "His meridians have just begun to open. Additional rest will aid in their healing." Chun, Su Dongyang, and Kulu all nodded in unison like attentive schoolchildren, which greatly pleased Physician Li. During dinner, accompanied by Kulu, the 4 of them shared a sumptuous meal of 8 dishes and a soup. Su Dongyang Saif, reflecting on his 2-day stay at the governor's residence, noting that the prince no longer seemed as formidable as before. Su Jiaojiao's lips twitched slightly. "Indeed, you have yet to witness Song Chi's wrath. I imagine if you did, your father would be reduced to tears, trembling in fear." Jiang Hui returned on horseback with a message, stating that the prince would be spending the night at the military camp and would not be returning. Contemplating the rebirth pill, Su Jiaojiao felt compelled to express her gratitude, so she entrusted Jiang Hui with a peacock feather cloak to deliver to the prince, shielding him from the chilly night air at the camp. Jiang Hui regarded the unusually gracious Su Jiaojiao with astonishment, carefully cradling the cloak as he made his way out. Jiang San suddenly appeared, clucking in disapproval, remarking that Kele had gone to deliver food to Jiang Jiao again. Jiang Hui paused, rolling his eyes, dismissing the comment as trivial. Jiangnan scratched his head and ambled off. As Jiang Hui reached the entrance of the governor's residence, he found himself increasingly irritated and turned back. Approaching Jiang Yu's door, he was about to eavesdrop when the door swung open, and Kailei collided directly into his arms. Ouch! What on earth? You're as hard as a rock. You nearly knocked the breath out of me. Kailei rubbed her forehead, staring dazedly at Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui hesitated, then proudly thumped his chest, producing a resonant sound. Am I that robust? Did I hurt you? Kailei rolled her eyes. What are you doing here? Jiang Hui was momentarily taken aback. And what brings you here? This is the guard's quarters, filled with gentlemen. It's not as if I'm seeking you out. What business is it of yours? Kailei huffed and strode away with an air of superiority. Jiang Hui felt a sense of frustration as Jiao Jiao emerged, visibly weakened by illness. His usually stern features softened. Jiang Hui thought Jiao Jiao's appearance was rather unappealing. Jiao Jiao grumbled, "That girl comes every day to deliver food. It's utterly vexing." Without a word, Jiang Hui turned on his heel and departed. Jiao Jiao was left bewildered, as he had not offended Jiang Hui. After bathing, Su Jiaojiao changed into a newly made sheer nightgown, feeling comfortable with the absence of Song Chi that night. "Miss, what are you drawing?" "Weapons." "What for?" "To reciprocate kindness." Kailei, not grasping the meaning, quietly munched on pastries. As Su Jiaojiao sketched, she inquired, "If you were Su's wigwam, what would you desire most at this moment?" Kailei immediately retorted, "To eliminate the Su family." "And next? Who else do you resent?" Kailei blinked, contemplating the prince. "He is so biased." "Precisely. Therefore, since the prince has gifted me the rebirth pill, I must express my gratitude by presenting him with a significant gift." Jiang Hui returned to the military camp with the cloak, and Song Chi's eyes brightened as he donned it. Shi Yanchuan, unable to watch, remarked, "Junlan, you were just wiping your brow. Now you wear this cloak. Would you don a cotton coat as well? Such a sight is unbearable." Song Chi shot a glance at his strategist, who was simply envious. Shi Yanchuan fanned himself, thinking not everyone is like you. "I possess depth, while you are merely enamored." Song Chi glanced at the night sky outside, pondering whether she understood the implications of her gesture. Shu Yanchuan remained silent, too weary to engage in conversation. A gentle smile graced Song Chi's lips as she recognized her desire for him to return. Clearing his throat, Shu Yanchuan scoffed, "Your understanding is truly moving." With a dismissive toss of the book in her hands, Song Chi rose and headed back, pondering the lack of comfort in the military camp. Shu Yanchuan, gritting his teeth, remarked, "Had I known you would insist on returning that day, I wouldn't have come with you." The ride had left him slightly dizzy. "You are a bachelor. You could easily stay behind." Shu Yanchuan's hands trembled as he muttered, "Song Junlan, you truly are. Yet she insists on accompanying you." Both Song Chi and Jiang Hui stumbled in unison, eliciting a wicked smile from Shu Yanchuan, who felt a sense of vindication. Su Jiaojiao was painting under the lamp when hurried footsteps approached, and suddenly, Song Chi burst into the room with fervor. "Oh, you're back." The man stood frozen, his breath seemingly stolen away, his sharp gaze ablaze like molten lava. In the dim light of the room, the woman clad in simple fabric appeared almost like a beguiling spirit, captivating souls with her presence. Instantly, an uncontrollable desire ignited within him. How could he possibly withstand such an allure? Chapter 83. This is a gift for him. A tempest of emotions swirled within him. Yet Song Chi maintained an exterior of tranquil composure. His calm, somewhat aloof visage mirrored his usual demeanor, revealing little of his internal state. However, his eyes appeared darker than usual. The affairs of the military had been resolved, and he returned post-haste. With a stern expression, he endeavored to appear as normal as possible while slowly approaching the woman, radiating an alluring fragrance, his gait slightly rigid. "What are you busy with?" He swallowed hard, determined not to reveal his urgency. As the esteemed king of Jiangnan, he could not afford to appear like an inexperienced youth, lest she continually hold the upper hand over him. Su Jiaojiao had long forgotten that she was clad in a delicate camisole, her mind solely focused on expressing her gratitude. With a cheerful smile, she waved at him. "Come and see. This is a gift for you." "Oh, a gift?" The first time he received a gift from a woman, Song Chi felt a slight tremor within. Approaching the girl from behind, he intended to discern what she had painted. But as he leaned down, his gaze was immediately drawn to the enticing neckline of her garment. What followed was a vision of luscious curves that nearly scorched his eyes. His mind erupted in a haze. Even after indulging countless times in the dark of night, the sight through a sheer veil was intoxicating, igniting a fervor he had not anticipated. Su Jiaojiao pointed to the painting in her hands, proudly inquiring, "Did you see it?" "Yes, I did." "Do you know what this is?" "Yes, I do." "How could I not know?" The allure was exquisite, rich, and fragrant. Surprised, Su Jiaojiao raised her eyes to meet his. "You know what this is?" Yet, she realized he seemed not to be looking at her artwork at all. Furrowing her brow, she pressed, "I'm talking to you. What are you looking at?" "Huh?" "Oh." Song Chi struggled to suppress his erratic breathing, attempting to feign nonchalance. "I'm covered in dust. I'll wash up first and then appreciate your painting properly." With unsteady steps, he hastily retreated to the bath. Su Jiao murmured in displeasure, "What s with him? I went through all this trouble to show off, and Song Chi is completely distracted." Not dwelling on it, she decided to refine the details of her work and resumed her drawing with charcoal. Soaking in the tub, Song Chi exhaled deeply, calming himself, reminding himself to maintain composure and not appear overly eager. Yet, the image he had just seen sent his blood racing. "Song Junlan, can you not be so foolish?" He irritably tapped his forehead, contemplating whether to practice breathing exercises or recite a calming mantra. After a moment of self-encouragement, he noted that the water was growing cold, and glancing down, he found no sign of dwindling desire. Damn, could it be that Xu Yinchuan was right? Am I truly ensnared by her? His once proud self-control had crumbled before Su Jiaojiao, reducing him to a mere jest. Frustrated and disheartened, he covered his face with his hands, silently scolding himself. After a spell of self-derision, he resigned, convincing himself, well, at least there's only one Su Jiaojiao in this world. My downfall before my own woman remains a secret. Close the door. Who knows what transpires within his chamber? Stepping outside, he remains the formidable, imperious king of Jiangnan. Indeed, such is the case. Then, thinking of his beloved clad in that delicate fabric, eagerly awaiting his affection, the earlier frustration dissipated in an instant. Emerged from the water, he hurriedly dried himself and donned a pristine white robe, moving with urgency towards the bedroom. Upon entering, the sight of the enchanting beauty beneath the light caused the temperature in the room to rise suddenly. Clearing his throat, he nonchalantly sat beside Su Jiaojiao. His handsome visage turned serious. "What is Jiao Jiao painting?" Su Jiaojiao, invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly presented her artwork, leaning closer to him. "Take a look." The man lowered his gaze to the painting, his eyes narrowing, his demeanor growing increasingly serious as he pondered. "Is this a crossbow of sorts?" "Astute." Su Jiaojiao explained with pride, "I named it the sniper crossbow. Its range exceeds that of existing bows and crossbows by several times, with greater accuracy and lethality." "How did you conceive of this?" Su Jiaojiao replied, "Oh, it was merely a whimsical thought. I figured it could be useful in your military camp." She could hardly confess that she had acquired the idea while playing a game with her cousin, purchasing virtual weaponry. Song Chi gazed at her with admiration, realizing, my Jiao Jiao is indeed exceptionally clever, capable of inventing such formidable weaponry. Flattered, Su Jiaojiao became even more animated, eager to explain. "Let me elaborate on how to use and assemble this sniper crossbow." The man's voice softened. "Very well, I am all ears. Jiao Jiao, please enlighten me." As they spoke, he naturally drew her onto his lap, causing her to squirm uncomfortably. "Don't hold me. It's too warm." Resting his chin on her shoulder, Song Chi coaxed, "I just took a shower and feel a bit cold. Warm me up." "Oh, what is this?" Indeed, he diverted Su Jiaojiao's attention, prompting her to point at the painting and explain earnestly. As she spoke, Su Jiaojiao suddenly realized a shift in their dynamic. At some point, his hand had ventured beneath her nightgown. "Are you even listening?" He mumbled in a low, husky tone. I'm listening." "Do continue," with a teasing hiss. He placed a punishing kiss near her lips. "Don't move." Su Jiaojiao swatted his mischief away. "Be serious." I'm at a crucial point. He chuckled softly. What is so crucial? Let me see, Song Chi. Be good and call me husband. I'm discussing something important. Can you focus? It seems you're somewhat dissatisfied with me. Very well. I shall make you pay for it later. With that, Song Chi carried Su Jiaojiao straight into the room, leaving her feeling exasperated. Song Junlan, the sniper crossbow is of great importance. Can you please listen until the end? They collapsed onto the soft couch, and he showered her with kisses, still playfully teasing. All right, Jiao Jiao, you speak. I am listening. Su Jiaojiao thought to herself, never mind. The handsome man was diligently attending to her, so why should she compete with pleasure? Amidst the ebb and flow of the evening, she couldn't help but marvel at how much better Song Guzi had become at seduction. If he were a male escort, she would undoubtedly give him a 5-star rating. This night was destined to be yet another prolonged affair. When Kaylay returned from delivering food to Jiao Jiao, she heard the sounds emanating from the room and shook her head in disapproval, exclaiming that the prince truly was a remarkable figure among men. His physical prowess was indeed impressive. Jiang Hui leaned closer and inquired how she knew of his strength. Kaylay rolled her eyes, with a hint of disdain, retorting, Are your ears deaf? Just listen to the lady's voice, and you can tell. Jiang Hui suddenly realized, gripping her own lower back, and candidly assessed, My strength must be on par with the prince's. Kaylay looked up at the sky, feigning ignorance. Jiang Hui pouted, feeling a tinge of jealousy, and remarked, Jiang Jiao has injured his back. His strength is lacking. It's no good. Kaylay, intrigued, asked, Have you tried? Chapter 84. Balancing entertainment with serious matters, Jiang Hui felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, You know nothing. Kaylay retorted with a smirk, At present, there is nothing I do not comprehend. I have seen it all during the day. Jiang Hui, incensed, placed her hands on her hips, resolutely deciding to cease conversation with this woman, lest she be driven to madness. For others, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Dongfang Ruojin knelt against the wall, seated on a mat, his countenance filled with desolation. Suddenly, a young man emerged from the shadows, his features obscured. Young master, bring me some wine. Yes. The figure promptly vanished. Dongfang Ruojin gazed out the window, his eyes filled with melancholy, murmuring to himself, Are you now busy detoxifying him? At last, you have obtained what you desired. Are you satisfied now? His exquisite features were marred by profound sorrow as he covered his face with his hand, whispering, Senior sister, Ruojin has grown up, yet you still cannot see me. The figure soon returned, carrying 2 jars of wine, saying little, and departed. Dongfang Ruojin opened one jar and took a hearty gulp, toasting to the air, vowing to indulge until oblivion, promising not to be human in the next life. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyuan, submerged in a bath, found himself engulfed in an endless abyss. Faintly, a glimmer of light beckoned him forward. As he approached, he beheld a girl amidst a swirl of ethereal mist, standing gracefully among blooming flowers. Her features were painted with elegance, her smile both carefree and enchanting. Beckoning him with a playful gesture, Young Dr. Lin, do you have a betrothal? She inquired, giggling. Young Dr. Lin, your face is so flushed. She tilted her head playfully, continuing, If you do not mind my public display, I shall marry you in this lifetime. With a wink, she added, Young Dr. Lin, I will earn well and support you in the future. Young Dr. Lin, Young Dr. Lin, Young Dr. Lin. The name echoed softly in his heart as Lin Qingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Through the haze, he discerned a graceful figure before him. Reaching out to grasp her, he spoke gently, Jiao Jiao. The girl froze in place. After a brief moment, as his vision cleared and he recognized her, his gaze turned icy, and he immediately released her, coldly demanding, What are you doing? Lin Xiaohe, clad in a thin garment, found herself in the bath with him, facing each other. My lord, today is the 17th. Your poison has flared up again, this time with great intensity. He narrowed his eyes slightly, interrupting her. I asked you, what are you doing? Lin Xiaohe's demeanor became tense as she loosened her garment, revealing a pink bodice. Her eyes sparkled with allure, her voice infused with tender affection. My lord, for your health, I shall detoxify you this time. Lin Qingyan averted his eyes in disgust, resolutely stating leave. My lord, this time is different. You have been unconscious for over half a day, and Dongfang Ruojin is drunk and unable to assist you. If I do not detoxify you, your life will be in peril. Even if it means death, I shall not allow you to touch me. Leave immediately." Despite his pallor, Lin Qingyuan's tone remained unwavering. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually reddened as she sorrowfully exclaimed, "Why must you endure this? You have remained chaste for her, yet she does not cherish you. She does not want you. After silently bearing years of anguish, what is the significance of it all? Be silent. I do not wish to hear another word. Leave at once. I will not depart. Today, I shall relieve you of your poison. I desire no title. I can forever be your sister. I will help you keep it from Miss Su. Will that suffice? I will only relieve you of your poison each month. I ask for nothing in return." Lin Xingyan abruptly raised his gaze, piercingly locking eyes with Lin Xiaohe, and coldly declared, "Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall ensure your demise." Lin Xiaohe stood stunned, her heart shattering in an instant. "Let me die. I have accompanied you for 10 years, been your sister for a decade. How can you be so cruel to me?" The man responded with frigid resolve, "You attempt to taint me in any measure. Had it not been for these 10 years, you would have perished just now." Ban Shun respectfully entered. "Master, drag her out. Should there be another instance of overstepping, execute her immediately." "Understood." Lin Xiaohe's tears cascaded down, her heart brimming with unspeakable sorrow. "Master, your heart is too hardened. After a decade of guarding you, why can you not grant me a single chance? What Su Jiaojiao cannot offer you, I can." Lin Qingyuan's countenance darkened considerably as he closed his eyes. Bon Chun, not daring to hesitate, carelessly draped a garment over Lin Xiaohe and pulled her away. The garden echoed with the sound of a woman's heart breaking. Lin Qingyuan frowned, his exquisite face trembling slightly from the effort to suppress the poison coursing through him. Each time the poison flared, it felt as though countless insects were gnawing at him, threatening to erupt his very head. He clenched his teeth, bitterly whispering, "Jiao Jiao, I can only belong to you, solely yours." Ban Shun summoned the inebriated Dongfang Ruojin, imploring him to hasten to relieve the master of the poison. Dongfang Ruojin, somewhat taken aback, his charming peach blossom eyes flashing with surprise, gathered his internal energy and swiftly expelled the alcohol from his system. As he passed through the courtyard, he noticed Lin Xiaohe weeping softly beneath a tree. His heart softened, and he approached, offering, "Do not grieve. You are wonderful. It is he who lacks vision." Lin Xiaohe's suppressed humiliation and sorrow surged forth, and she whirled around, striking Dongfang Ruojin fiercely on the cheek while shouting, "Mind your own business. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Even in my despair, I would never accept such a filthy thing from you." With that, she stormed to her room. Dongfang Ruojin, having been struck, turned his face aside, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He paused for a moment before wiping it away with a self-deprecating smile. Within his peach blossom eyes, a tempest of madness began to brew. Ban Shun felt immense awkwardness, wishing to transform into a groundhog and burrow into the earth. He timidly murmured, "Young Master Dongfang, our master is nearing his limit. Could you expedite?" Dongfang Ruojin closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had returned to his carefree demeanor. "Let us go relieve your master of the poison." Ban Shun carefully positioned Lin Qingyuan on the bed, turning his back to Dongfang Ruojin, who closed his eyes and cultivated his energy, directing his fiery techniques onto Lin Qingyuan's back. Lin Qingyuan staggered, and in an instant, beads of cold sweat began to drip from his forehead. He gritted his teeth, trying to endure, as a trickle of blood slipped down from the corner of his lips. Ban Shun felt an ache in her heart, unable to bear the sight any longer, and retreated outside, guarding the door. As daylight broke, Su Jiaojiao opened her eyes to find that Song Chi had already departed. She stretched languidly and slipped into her shoes. Sitting before the mirror, she examined her reflection. Indeed, her complexion was rosy, her eyes sparkling with vitality, radiating an undeniable glow. Truly, a woman who is well-nourished exudes an aura of spring. Last night had been a bit wild. When she responded with a hint of enthusiasm, Song Dog could not contain himself any longer, exhibiting both ferocity and intensity. In his fervor, he He repeatedly declared his willingness to give his life for her. The waiter brought a sumptuous breakfast, saying, "Miss, the prince has requested that once you awaken, you visit the council hall to discuss the weaponry you have illustrated." As Su Jiaojiao ate, she mused on the matter, acknowledging that this fellow was indeed a skilled politician, adeptly balancing both pleasure and duty, grasping firmly with both hands. The waiter pondered. Does the miss truly believe her thoughts are as impure as she suggests? Chapter 85. The end of Dr. Xiao Lin in the council chamber. Shu Yinchuan impatiently waved his fan. Song Junlan, enough is enough. Why must you flaunt the gifts your woman has given you before my eyes? I know you just want to show off. He glanced at Song's beaming face, which radiated satisfaction. So you have a woman? Big deal? Song Chi was busily jotting down his opinions on a document and replied with pride, "Allow me to showcase the wisdom of my woman. She is truly my lucky star." Shu Yinchuan rolled his eyes in disdain. Come on, no matter how clever a woman is, she is merely engaged in business to earn a little money. What great achievements can she accomplish? A lucky star? Two iron mines have been lost because of her. Song Chi tossed the document towards Shu Yinchuan, hitting his fan squarely. He quickly glanced outside, warning, "Be careful with your words. Mind your tongue." With that, he gracefully strode towards the door. Indeed, Su Jiaojiao elegantly stepped outside. Coincidentally meeting Song Chi, the man looked down at the girl, a slight smile gracing his lips, his voice low and teasing. "Did you sleep well?" The woman he had nurtured, as delicate as spring blossoms, evoked a surge of pride within him. Su Jiaojiao yawned slightly and confessed, "Honestly, I'm still tired. My legs feel weak, my back aches, and my throat is a bit sore." The man's heart warmed, instantly recalling the intoxicating scenes from the previous night. His tone softened, laced with a hint of apology and pride. My fault for tiring you out, Jiao Jiao. I'll take it easy tonight, all right?" Su Jiaojiao rolled her eyes. "What do you mean tonight? With such vigorous nights, aren't you worried about your stamina?" She had brought a painting with her and declared, "This time, I shall explain it. No interruptions allowed." Chuckling mischievously, the man replied softly, "I didn't interrupt last night. I listened attentively." He took her hand and led her into the grand hall together. Shu Yunchuan's eyes twitched in disbelief, unable to bear the sight of Song Junlan and a woman in such an intimate display. "Such misfortune. I never imagined I would witness this scene in my lifetime," he lamented. "How repulsive." Shu Yinchuan spoke sarcastically. "I heard that Miss Su gifted something to the prince. I wonder if it was an embroidered purse or a painting." Noticing the paper Su Jiaojiao held, he quickly smirked and teased, So it is a painting. Expressing feelings through art. Let me guess, either a pair of mandarin ducks playing in water or red beans of longing." Su Jiaojiao dismissed his jibes and unfurled her painting, casually picking up a feather duster as a makeshift pointer. Adopting a serious demeanor, she immediately transitioned into a presentation mode. Her voice was clear and concise as she explained, "This weapon, which I call the sniper crossbow, has advantages over existing bows and crossbows." Gradually, Shu Yinchuan sat up straighter, his fan forgotten, increasingly engrossed in her words. Once she finished her explanation, she tossed aside the feather duster and clapped her hands. "All right, as for the specifics of its manufacture, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. This is my gift to the prince in gratitude for allowing my brother to take the rejuvenation pill." With a proud smile adorning his face, Song Chi's expression abruptly darkened upon hearing the final words. "The rebirth pill is meant for your brother, and that is only right. I never expected any form of repayment from you." Su Jiaojiao paused for a moment, bewildered by Song Chi's unpredictable mood, and could only explain, "I am not an ungrateful wretch. I will forever remember your kindness towards my brother. It is only fitting that I repay you so that I may find peace of mind. Are you satisfied with this gift?" Song Chi turned his face away, remaining silent, a storm cloud of gloom shadowing him. Shu Yinchuan interjected eagerly, absolutely satisfied. "You are truly a blessing for the prince, Miss Su." Su Jiaojiao cast a glance at the inexplicably sulking Song Chi, waved her hand, and said, "You all continue with your matters. I shall take my leave to explore the entertainment venue." After Su Jiaojiao departed, Shu Yinchuan circled around the crossbow, growing increasingly delighted, exclaiming, "Oh, this is simply a divine artifact. With this, we need not fear Su Zhuguang's formidable army. You, my little concubine, are indeed of some use. Song Chi's handsome face tightened, feeling a whirlwind of confusion within. He had never wished for any form of repayment from her. All he desired was her heart. Rubbing his temples, he let out a quiet sigh. Unbeknownst to him, a longing had begun to take root within him. Initially, he had possessed her merely to satisfy his own desires. Yet now his heart's disposition had strayed far from that original intent. Ah, the human heart is truly insatiable. Once one has obtained the person, the yearning for their heart inevitably follows. Then he heard Shu Yunchuan summarize, "Speaking of your little concubine, she is beautiful, intelligent, and financially savvy. Aside from her lack of affection for you, she is quite perfect." Shangji, a painful jab to the heart. He shot a chilling glance sideways, thinking, if you cannot speak wisely, then kindly be silent. Meanwhile, Su Shi traveled from the royal residence to the Su Manor in a carriage to visit her nephew, who had suffered a broken leg. In the study of the Su Manor, Su Zhuguang, Zhuo Shi, and Su Shi huddled together, quietly plotting. The Su family must not be allowed to escape unscathed. My son's leg must not have been broken in vain, Zhuo Shi declared vehemently. Su Zhuguang wore a grave expression, his brows furrowed, remaining silent. Su Shi glanced at her brother and sister-in-law, lowering her voice. That woman, Su Jiao, cannot be spared. If it were not for her, Howard would not have broken his leg, nor would the prince have bestowed the rebirth pill upon the Su family. Su Jiao must be eliminated. Su Zhuguang exhaled deeply, as if coming to a resolution. Sister, do you have a plan? Su Shi narrowed her eyes, her face etched with malice. As long as you lend your assistance, I will be able to abduct that wretched girl. Tonight, the prince will host a banquet on the flower boat for the young leader of the cargo gang. I intend for him to witness Su Jiao being ravished by several men. I shall mar her face. Let us see how she continues to beguile men. Both Su Zhuguang and Zhuo Shi noted their sister's